This man simply said casually, "I want to make games." As a result, industry giants such as Tencent, Sony, and Microsoft were repeatedly impacted and forced to retreat. Then he added, "I want to work on artificial intelligence." In an instant, the AI market surrounding concepts such as ChatGPT experienced violent fluctuations, with related concept stocks plummeting one after another, as if the entire industry was making way for him. Then, he turned his attention to the universe. Then, let's go into space exploration. Even NASA has been reported to be making urgent strategic adjustments, with rumors circulating that it is liquidating assets and preparing for restructuring, which has caused a global uproar. All of this began when Wang Shuo was rescuing a damsel in distress on the street, only to be struck head-on by a meteorite falling from the sky. He should have died on the spot, but when he opened his eyes again, he found that he had awakened his system. At this moment, Wang Shuo sat up in bed, took out his laptop, plugged in the network cable, and turned it on. He skillfully entered the campus network password, confirmed that the connection was successful in the lower right corner, and quickly opened the browser, entering a URL in the address bar. At the top of the screen, 4 large black characters appeared: Explore Forum. This forum contains mature technical sharing, as well as ideas that are still in the theoretical stage, and even some posts with only vague concepts. Some shared their findings, while others raised questions. Whether it was a mundane programming problem or a real-world technical challenge, someone could always provide a solution. Those at a higher level discussed theoretical issues, such as energy density, battery manufacturing, and even the control of molecular motion. Further up the hierarchy, there are even some nearly impossible ideas, such as anti-gravity thrusters. Given Wang Shuo's knowledge base, most of this was practically incomprehensible to him. He could only treat it as an eye-opening experience and never commented. Over time, he gradually realized that this forum was definitely not simple. Although everyone was anonymous, the person who could propose such a theory could not possibly be an ordinary person. They were most likely a top researcher or a big shot behind technological capital. Wang Shuo quietly browsed the posts. There didn't seem to be any particularly significant content on the forum today. Lately, the forum's atmosphere had clearly shifted. Technical sharing was becoming increasingly rare, while requests for help were piling up. Here, the host pays a reward for solving each problem, and those rewards can be exchanged for real currency. The amounts are often quite substantial, which seems very tempting, but Wang Shuo knows in his heart that he simply doesn't have the ability and can only watch from the sidelines. What annoyed him even more was that viewing other people's answers also consumed forum points. He initially only had 100 points given to him by the system, and now they were almost gone. So most of the time he could only stare at the questions and figure them out on his own. Forum points can be purchased directly with money, but the price is outrageously high, almost pegged to Bitcoin. Wang Shuo smiled wryly. His family didn't own any mining operations, so this was something he could only dream about. He glanced at the remaining 20 points in the upper right corner, a sudden surge of inexplicable irritation washing over him. He randomly clicked on a post. The poster, nicknamed Nameless, had only one question: how can I solve the problem of overheating in basic materials? Without any preconditions, this question seems utterly absurd. It doesn't specify the material, the application scenario, or the temperature limit. It leaves only this vague question. Wang Shuo smiled, and, seeing that there were already 3 answers below, clicked on one of them. The system prompted that it would consume 1 forum point. He hesitated for a moment, but still clicked confirm. The answer was roughly to suggest replacing the material with a more heat-resistant one, such as ceramics or composite materials, and listed some existing solutions. After reading it, Wang Shuo couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This answer is too generic. Everyone knows that we need to change the material. The key is how to actually make the product." He froze as soon as he uttered those words. In that instant, multiple solutions had suddenly flashed into his mind, so clearly that they didn't seem to have come from thin air. He frowned and looked at the question again. This time, the ideas became clearer, as if the answer had always been in his mind, and it was highly likely to work. What's going on? Am I still dreaming? Wang Shuo stared at the screen, his heart pounding involuntarily. He gritted his teeth and typed a line in the reply box. The question isn't clear enough for me to fully assess the specific situation, but I can offer a few ideas for your reference. The first one, after typing several thousand words in one go, Wang Shuo finally let out a long sigh of relief. This writing was exceptionally difficult. The content kept swirling in his mind, yet it seemed as if it wasn't entirely under his control. When he is not concentrating, only fragmented words flash by. But once he focuses on a key point, a large amount of information will rush out, which may be a string of numbers, a piece of obscure text, or even some patterns that he cannot understand at all. He simply wrote whatever came to mind, jotting down whatever came to mind. After finishing, he looked back and found that even he couldn't understand many parts. Wang Shuo frowned, deleted everything, carefully checked it again, and after confirming there were no problems, gritted his teeth and clicked upload. Anyway, it was just random writing, considered a lesson learned. He could only console himself. Glancing at his dwindling forum balance, he immediately closed the page, afraid he might be tempted to click through and read the posts of those expert users. Every bit of information was precious to him. He then made a point of clearing his browsing history. This forum didn't seem like a legitimate place, and it was always better to be cautious. He casually clicked on a news article and saw a robot developed by a Japanese company. It looked almost exactly like a real woman and could not only converse, but also perform actions. Checking for related progress in China, he found it was still at a relatively backward stage. Wang Shuo couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This level is simply not up to par." He felt both helpless and couldn't help but fantasize about creating something decent himself. The thought had barely crossed his mind when a sharp pain shot through his head, as if the same sensation from noon was repeating itself. Damn it! Before he could finish speaking, he collapsed and passed out. Through the blur, a voice slowly sounded. Host thinking is abnormal. Initiating judgment. Permissions normal. Repairing the intelligence module. Progress 0.001%. Missing key sequence. Initiating guided mode. Executing brain enhancement. The moment the voice fell, Wang Shuo abruptly opened his eyes. He looked around blankly until he touched the bloodstains all over his face, and finally realized what was happening. Holy crap, he had actually fainted this time and lost so much blood. He couldn't help but wonder if he had some serious illness, and even the thought of brain cancer crossed his mind. He rushed to the bathroom to clean himself up, but the nosebleed wouldn't stop, so he could only stuff a wad of tissue in his nose for now. He looked utterly pathetic in the mirror. His face was sallow, his hair was disheveled, and his nostrils were stuffed with tissue. He was anything but handsome. To make matters worse, his stomach started growling loudly. He was clearly starving. After changing his clothes and lying back in bed, he began to think about his future. His family was poor, relying entirely on his father's salary. Looks like I'll have to find a part-time job. Just as he finished speaking, his stomach growled again. He gave a wry smile. The immediate problem was filling his stomach first. He hesitated whether to call his roommate, but ultimately swallowed his pride and dialed Zheng Jun's number. "Hey buddy, any seats?" After getting the address, he grabbed his coat and rushed out. A taxi was parked right at the school gate, and without thinking, he jumped in. Just as he was about to close the door, a voice suddenly stopped him. "This is the car we called." Wang Shuo then noticed two girls standing nearby. One was tall and wore a blue dress. The other had her hair in a ponytail and wore a yellow shirt. The girl in yellow looked angry and demanded of him, "Why did you steal my car?" Wang Shuo didn't rush to answer. Instead, he noticed that he could see the other person's details clearly in an instant, which surprised him. When the other person pressed him again, he nonchalantly replied, "I got on the car first. How did it become yours?" His tone was so sharp that the other person was speechless with anger. Seeing the atmosphere become tense, the girl in the blue dress spoke gently. "Excuse me, classmate. Don't mind her. She's just a little impatient. Where are you going?" Wang Shuo looked up and saw her face clearly, and couldn't help but be stunned. This girl was indeed very pretty. He honestly answered, "The snack street." "What a coincidence. We're going over there too." The girl smiled slightly. Wang Shuo sighed. "Since it's on the way, let's get on." He said it reluctantly, but he knew in his heart that he was somewhat in the wrong. After getting on the bus, they briefly introduced themselves. The girl in the blue dress was named Qin Xiaoding, and the girl in the yellow dress was named Qin Luan. Wang Shuo exchanged a few words with her and then didn't say anything more, feeling that it had nothing to do with him. The two talked quietly the whole way, but he didn't pay any attention to it. Half an hour later, the car finally arrived at its destination. Wang Shuo was starving, so he paid the fare himself and, without even saying goodbye, jumped out of the car and ran wildly towards where his roommates were having dinner. Watching Wang Shuo's retreating figure, Lan stomped her feet in anger, complaining that he had stolen her car and hadn't apologized. Shouting, however, smiled and tried to comfort her, saying that Ed already paid the fare. Lan clearly wasn't impressed, hands on her hips, looking defiant. "Do you think I'm short of money?" The two continued bickering as they walked, saying they weren't in a hurry, but their pace noticeably quickened. Meanwhile, Wang Shuo searched all the way and finally saw the summer afternoon KTV sign. He immediately rushed over, but was stopped by the security guard at the entrance. The guard was quite polite, first asking if he had an invitation or membership card. Wang Shuo looked confused and only said that he was there to meet a friend. The security guard explained that without an invitation, he would need to have his friend come out to pick him up. Just then, a young man walked in with a black and red invitation, glancing at Wang Shuo with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Wang Shuo was speechless and had no choice but to call his dorm leader. On the other end of the line, Zheng Jun's booming voice exploded. "Guzi, come quick. Summer afternoon KTV, 3rd floor, room 888. Following the instructions, Wang Shuo asked the security guard again. Upon hearing that he was Chen Xiao's guest, the guard immediately changed his attitude and let him through. He walked into the club looking bewildered, only to find the lobby exquisitely and luxuriously decorated, unlike any ordinary KTV. A row of elevators lined the right side, and smiling hostesses provided service. Someone then led him to the 3rd floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, deafening singing filled the room. Wang Shuo recognized Zheng Jun's voice immediately. He followed the sound to room 888, and upon opening the door, he was met with a catastrophic volume. "I want to live another 500 years," Zheng Jun sang with great enthusiasm. After the song ended, Zheng Jun spotted Wang Shuo and immediately rushed over to hug him. "Second brother, you're just in time. How was my singing?" Wang Shuo immediately gave him a thumbs up. "Deafeningly loud, really amazing, but I'm starving. Can I eat something first?" Zheng Jun readily agreed and turned to continue requesting songs. Li Li and Chun Cheng turned green with shock and quickly tried to stop him, but Zheng Jun wouldn't listen. He expertly selected a song and turned up the volume. The next second, the entire private room was once again filled with a sonic boom. Wang Shuo had just taken a bite of meat, and before he could even taste it, he felt like his eardrums were about to burst. Li Li and Chun Cheng had already covered their ears and were frantically gesturing to him for help. Wang Shuo met their gaze for a few seconds, then silently joined in covering his ears, thinking to himself, "Was I here to eat or to be tortured?" He recalled his day's events, a series of absurdities. First, he was caught up in an assault and taken to the police station. Then he slept for most of the day, suffered a splitting headache, and finally had to come to listen to Zheng Jun's concert. Looking at his two roommates, who had already endured 4 songs and were still alive, he was truly impressed. After a long wait, Zheng Jun wanted to continue, but Li Li and Chun Cheng grabbed the microphone from him, finally silencing the group. Chun Cheng quickly changed to some lighter music, and the atmosphere in the room returned to normal. Zheng Jun, however, was still persistent and asked in a low voice, "I have another special talent. Do you want to hear it?" Wang Shuo refused with a wry smile. "Boss, we already remember it well." Chun Cheng quickly nodded in agreement, and the 3 of them were of one mind, firmly opposing it. So Zheng Jun gave up. At this moment, Chun Cheng suggested having some other entertainment, but Zheng Jun looked complicated, clearly misunderstanding it as some kind of indecent content. Chun Cheng, looking speechless, explained, "I just wanted everyone to introduce themselves." Zheng Jun was stunned for a moment before realizing what he meant and immediately corrected himself, saying in a serious tone that it was to enhance brotherhood. He then started by briefly introducing himself, saying that he was from Northeast China and that his parents were both soldiers. Chun Cheng thought his introduction was too perfunctory and almost steered the conversation off topic. Wang Shuo quickly took over and introduced himself. "My name is Wang Shuo. I'm 18 years old, single. I had a crush on a girl in high school, and now I just want to study hard and ease the burden on my family." After he finished speaking, he won a round of applause. Li Li briefly introduced himself, mentioning his love for programming. Chun Cheng casually inquired about his family background, only to learn that Li Li had been raised by his mother alone since childhood, causing the atmosphere in the private room to become somewhat somber. Li Li simply smiled faintly, saying that those things were all in the past. To ease the tension, Chun Chung raised his glass and said, "It's not easy for us to be together in the same dormitory. Let's have a drink to our youth." The group raised their glasses simultaneously and said in unison, "To youth, to ideals, to the future." University had just started, and Chun Chung hadn't even had a chance to properly introduce himself before the group went straight into a drinking contest after raising their glasses. Zheng Jun, this young man from northeast China, had an amazing capacity for alcohol. After getting Chun Chung and Lili drunk, he still wasn't satisfied and dragged Wang Shuo into another drinking contest. Wang Shuo, also pushed to his limits, was unusually resilient that day. He usually passed out after just 2 or 3 drinks, managing to hold on all the way and dragging Zheng Jun into the final showdown. The result was predictable. Both sides were severely injured. All 4 of them passed out. The first dormitory gathering ended in such a disastrous manner. Before Wang Shuo passed out, only one thought remained in his mind. How could I drink so much today? I'll never touch alcohol again. But just as his consciousness completely faded, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Host consciousness dormant detected. Initiating judgment. Brain enhancement complete. Coefficient 0.1326. Meeting the minimum requirements for system activation. Initiating execution. Generating interdimensional request. Injection. The next second, Wang Shuo felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, his consciousness sinking as if he had traversed an immeasurably long period of time. Until one moment, he suddenly jolted and stopped, but all that remained around him was boundless darkness. He instinctively looked around. The place was empty and silent, with occasional specks of light flashing by like shooting stars. He reached out to touch them, but couldn't feel anything, and froze, wondering, "Where am I? Where am I?" Wang Shuo tentatively called out, "Is anyone there? Can anyone tell me what happened?" But no matter how he shouted, there was only silence in response. He couldn't even tell if he was moving or not. It was as if he was trapped in nothingness. After struggling for a while, he decided to stop wasting his energy and instead began to observe the flowing points of light. Just as he was focusing on one of the beams, it suddenly burst forth, blinding him and causing him to instinctively close his eyes. When he opened them again, a strange figure was already standing in front of him. The figure appeared humanoid overall, yet it exuded an inexplicable strangeness. Strange patterns flowed across the surface of the black bodysuit, and 2 antenna-like protrusions grew from its forehead. Its features were exquisite, yet it was filled with a sense of unfamiliarity, sending a chill down one's spine instinctively. The figure slowly opened its eyes, seemingly with a hint of confusion. "Is this a new era? Has it been successfully activated?" The voice was strange and hoarse, and then it fell silent again, as if it didn't take Wang Shuo seriously at all. Wang Shuo looked completely bewildered. "Hey, can you at least look at me?" Fortunately, the figure quickly noticed him, but uttered a string of syllables that Wang Shuo couldn't understand at all. Wang Shuo could only stare innocently at the other person, having no idea what it meant. The figure seemed to realize the problem, frowning slightly, touching the antenna on its forehead, then shaking its head and closing its eyes again. Wang Shuo was speechless. Is it disgusted with me? If he weren't completely unable to move, he would have rushed over to argue with it. Just as he was feeling frustrated, the figure opened its eyes again and spoke directly. "Your name is Wang Shuo?" This time, it was in standard Mandarin. Wang Shuo was startled and instinctively took a step back. What exactly are you?" Wang Shuo, a rudimentary intelligent life form, has undergone a brain enhancement and has initially met the core requirements. The other party's tone was as cold as reading data. Wang Shuo felt a chill run down his spine. "Can't you speak like a human being?" The figure said calmly, "My time is running out. Crossing the membrane has taken a huge toll, and my core is severely damaged. But the database is still there, so you still have a chance." Although his tone was calm, it carried a hint of resentment. Wang Shuo couldn't help but interrupt. "Wait, I don't understand a word of what you're saying. What core? What you and we? And how did I become a rudimentary intelligent life form?" The more he listened, the more confused he became, feeling like his brain was about to explode. The figure looked at him. "Do you need a full explanation? This will consume your remaining energy." Wang Shuo nodded without hesitation. "Of course. I'll go crazy if I don't understand." He didn't care about energy. The most important thing now was to figure things out. "As you wish." The figure raised a hand and waved it lightly. The surrounding points of light instantly began to converge rapidly, then suddenly burst into a blinding light. Immediately afterwards, an incredibly shocking scene unfolded before Wang Shua's eyes. Countless dust particles coalesced and collided, forming strange matter that eventually collapsed into an incredibly hot planet, which then unleashed terrifying energy. Wang Shua watched all this in shock, a realization already dawning on him. This was the process of the universe's birth. A voice from a human figure then rang out. Our universe is called the End Universe, while your universe is called the New Era Universe. The scene continued to move forward, and the origin of a civilization gradually appeared before Wang Shua. With the birth of the Moore galaxy, humanoid races emerged, and civilization developed at an astonishing pace. In just a few thousand years, they broke free from the constraints of planetary systems and officially entered the interstellar age, with spaceships and bases springing up like mushrooms after rain. 8,000 years ago, we mastered gravitational wave navigation and built the deep space mothership, Hopa. Wang Shua looked at the unimaginably huge ship, so shocked that he could hardly speak. However, 9,000 years later, civilization split, and a three-way war raged for a full century, severely damaging interstellar routes and causing immense losses. Although the war depicted in the scene is not shown in detail, the overwhelming sense of oppression still sends chills down one's spine. Later, technology experienced another leap forward. They successively mastered wormhole and warp technology, and their civilization expanded into a wider universe. Communication, genetics, space stations, and other fields evolved across the board, and the entire civilization once stood at its peak. Wang Shua listened intently and couldn't help but ask, "And then?" The figure was silent for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "We succeeded, but ultimately we failed." As he finished speaking, the scene began to change rapidly again. The surrounding scenery spun wildly, as if tens of thousands of years had passed in an instant. When everything finally stopped, the universe before him had completely changed. The universe, which had been as vigorous as a young adult, now resembled a decrepit old man, its aura waning, as if it might collapse at any moment. Wang Shua stared at all of this, his face filled with shock. What happened? The figure was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "The end of the universe." He slowly recounted how their race had once reached its peak, occupying every corner of the universe, controlling stars, transforming neutron stars, and even enabling matter to be reduced to lower dimensions and life to transcend dimensions. But no matter how powerful they were ultimately not the rules of the universe themselves, and were fundamentally unable to resist the decline of the universe. Wang Shua was stunned. This content was far beyond his comprehension. The continuous shocks gradually numbed him. The figure asked with a hint of sorrow, "If you knew you would die tomorrow, and there was nothing you could do to change it, what would you do?" Without hesitation, Wang Shua blurted out, "I'll do everything I want to do." The figure continued, "If there's even a sliver of hope, even knowing it might be futile, would you still try?" Wang Shua nodded. "As long as there's a possibility, of course I'd try. It's instinct." The figure remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, "That's what we felt too. That's why we went mad." At the height of their civilization, they touched upon the laws of the universe and learned the irreversible truth of destruction. The entire race was thus utterly divided. Some succumbed to delusions of madness, some indulged their desires, and some collapsed into despair. But a select few chose to continue the struggle. They possessed the vast majority of resources and technology, becoming the last force against the cosmic end. The figure's voice suddenly rose. "We are the strongest explorers, the resistors who will face the great judgment." They discovered the cosmic membrane and speculated that the entire universe is like a finite container, which, after expanding to its limit, will eventually collapse and be destroyed. This process is incredibly long, yet destined to be irreversible. They were both unfortunate and fortunate. Unfortunate because they were born too late, their civilization rising when the universe was already in its final stages. Fortunate because they still reached their peak in a very short time. So, they decided to seize the moment when the membrane was most vulnerable during the universe's collapse, attempting to break through the boundary and escape to a new era. To this end, they prepared two plans. The first was to exhaust massive resources to build a super device spanning several star systems, forcibly carving a passage through the membrane wall so that their people could travel there with their civilization's heritage. Hearing this, Wang Shuo felt a chill run down his spine, and his mind began to race with wild thoughts. The second plan is to create a supercore. The figure looked at Wang Shuo with a meaningful gaze. Wang Shuo looked blank. Then the figure explained that this core could fuse with the host, operating on multiple energy sources, and once combined, it could never be separated. A pale blue crystal slowly emerged, its surface translucent and clear. The figure continued, explaining that they had abandoned traditional methods of information transmission, opting instead for souls as the medium because this method was more stable, more scalable, and possessed basic intelligence, allowing it to replace intelligent brains in extreme environments. However, this method comes at an extremely cruel cost. After layers of selection, the human figures become the core first priority, requiring the abandonment of most emotions and memories, solely to accommodate the vast amount of civilization data. Even with brain development pushed to its limits, only the most crucial technological information can be retained. Wang Shuo fell silent. The mere thought of such a choice sent chills down his spine. To ensure the continuation of civilization, an individual would willingly erase most of their self, reducing themselves to a purely functional existence. It wasn't just a physical sacrifice. It was a stripping away of the soul itself. The figure continued. To ensure the core's normal operation, they also established a second sequence logic system, but that part was very likely damaged when passing through the membrane. He then added casually, "That's the truth, Wang Shuo." Wang Shuo couldn't help but ask, "Are those strange things in my head because of this core?" The figure nodded and explained that the core needed to rely on bioenergy to operate, and during the process of merging with him, it also strengthened his brain, which is why he had access to some permissions and databases. Wang Shuo looked around, still somewhat incredulous. "So this is my brain?" the figure replied. This was his thought space, an area that had been created after his brain was enhanced. Wang Shuo then asked warily, "Then can you know what I'm thinking at any time?" The figure denied it, saying, "I can't. Maybe I could in my prime, but now I'll dissipate quickly." He added that he had previously tried to communicate with him using brainwaves, but failed, which is why he could only learn human language. Wang Shuo's initial smugness was quickly dampened, because his brain development was still very low. The figure's tone gradually turned cold. "My time is running out." The next moment, he suddenly became solemn, indicating that he would convey the final request on behalf of the entire civilization. Immediately afterward, his voice changed, as if another, more ancient and grander being had descended. "I am Haiku, the leader of our civilization." The voice seemed to travel across the endless universe, proclaiming the imminent demise of their civilization. This time, they had nowhere to run, yet they still chose to fight. If this message were to be seen, it would mean their utter defeat. "What merges with you is our last hope." The voice was deep and firm. "Please let our civilization be known, so that those who come after us will understand that beyond the universe, there once was a civilization that challenged fate." Finally, the voice, resolute and unwavering, slowly faded. "We are all warriors. This is a war between civilization and the universe. Perhaps we will ultimately not prevail, but we have never been afraid." Inside W City People's Hospital, Chun Chung carried a kettle of hot water out of the hot water room and turned to enter a high-end single ward. He placed the kettle on the bedside table, looked back at Jung Jun, who was guarding the bed, and couldn't help but say, "Boss, you should go back and rest first. I'll keep an eye on things here." Jung Jun seemed not to hear, his gaze fixed on Wang Shuo on the bed, looking utterly haggard. Chun Chung sighed and continued, "You haven't slept for 2 days. If you keep going like this, your body definitely won't be able to take it. Look how steady his heartbeat is. He'll definitely wake up." Jung Jun's voice was a little weak. "Chun Chung, do you think we made a mistake? We shouldn't have dragged him to drink." He looked like he couldn't hold his liquor. As soon as he said this, Chun Chung was speechless for a moment and could only look at Wang Shuo on the bed in silence. After that drinking contest that night, Wang Shuo remained unconscious for over a month. Military training had long ended, yet he was still in the hospital. Fortunately, for some reason, Chun Cheng's usually aloof cousin stepped in, visiting him twice and covering all his medical expenses. Transferring from intensive care to a VIP ward is no small expense. Chen Cheng didn't say anything, but he felt a sense of relief. However, seeing that Wang Shua hadn't woken up yet, he still felt a nagging worry. Would he really become a vegetable? He glanced at Zheng Jun. The other man had dark circles under his eyes, clearly having reached his limit. His usually carefree boss was actually very loyal and sentimental. If things continued like this, he himself might not be able to get over it. Chen Cheng was considering whether to find another expert. The so-called neurosurgeon they had invited last time had actually said that Wang Shu was dreaming, which made him roll his eyes in anger. Dreaming for a month? Is that what you call an expert? Thinking of this, his face grew even more somber, but there was no better solution at the moment, so he could only reassure Zheng Jun. Don't worry, I've already contacted top neurosurgeons. This time, it will definitely be reliable. Zheng Jun looked up, half believing and half doubting, and asked, Really? It's not the same as last time, is it? Chen Cheng quickly waved his hand. Of course not, this time it's an authority, not that kind of brainless expert. Zheng Jun sighed. It's been a month, and he still hasn't woken up. My aunt and uncle have called several times, but I haven't dared to tell them the truth. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Should we tell them? Chen Cheng shook his head. Let's not talk about it yet. We can still afford the expenses now, and the doctor said there's hope he'll wake up. If he wakes up and finds out we've made a big fuss and worried his parents, it'll be hard to explain. Zheng Jun thought for a moment, nodded in agreement, but still gritted his teeth and said, Wait another 10 days. If he still doesn't wake up, I must tell them that no matter how much they blame me, I will accept it. Chen Cheng patted him on the shoulder and said nothing more. Both of them knew that neither could escape responsibility for this. Looking at Wang Shaw, who still had a slight smile on his lips, Chen Cheng sighed inwardly. You must hold on. The ward fell silent for a moment, save for the beeping of the monitor. The atmosphere was heavy. A short while later, the door opened, and a girl in a light blue dress walked in, exuding a cool and aloof air. She placed the fruit gift box on the table, looked at Wang Shua, and frowned slightly. He hasn't woken up yet after so long. Haven't you had him checked again? If this drags on any longer, he might become a permanent vegetable. Her tone was calm, yet carried a palpable sense of pressure. If you can't find a doctor, just tell me, and I'll arrange it. Chen Cheng's face darkened, and he couldn't help but retort, What kind of attitude is this, Chenexen? I'm your cousin, for goodness sake. He became increasingly agitated, pointing at Wang Shua and saying, He's my classmate. What does it have to do with you? You've paid the money and come to see him. What more do you want to interfere with? You may like him, but he might not like you. Chen Xian's lips moved, but she didn't refute, only saying coldly, I don't need your permission to do what I want. Let me know when he wakes up. After saying that, she turned and left, and the ward door slammed shut. Zheng Jun finally snapped out of his daze and couldn't help but exclaim, Your cousin is pretty fierce. Chen Cheng waved his hand, looking aggrieved, and didn't want to say anything more. Zheng Jun then asked suspiciously, But fourth brother, didn't you say you'd pay for the medical expenses? Chen Cheng was speechless, inwardly groaning. Chen Xen, are you here specifically to sabotage me? Chen Xian was in a terrible mood, especially after seeing the person she least wanted to see at the hospital. Her emotions were at their lowest point. Those who knew her well knew that the calmer and more taciturn she appeared, the stronger her inner turmoil. Her good upbringing allowed her to control her expressions, but she was still young and not yet truly undisturbed. She walked out of the hospital expressionlessly. Her bodyguards, who were already waiting on either side, opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz van for her. Chen Xian frowned slightly, but said nothing and got in. As soon as the vehicle started, the middle-aged butler said with a wry smile, Miss, you've really put us in a bad position this time. The master and madam just gave us a severe scolding. Chen Xian gazed out the window, offering no response. The butler, already used to this, continued, Luckily, it was just a petty thief who didn't know your identity. If he had encountered someone with malicious intent, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He paused here, but Chen Xian still didn't react. He then advised, If you're going to get rid of the protection, you should at least go to a crowded place. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Xian suddenly interrupted, How's the matter I asked you to investigate? Her tone was calm, yet impossible to ignore. The butler hesitated for a moment before replying, I've already reported it to the master, and we're using our connections to contact the best neurosurgeons. Chen Xin said calmly, if it can't be done domestically, then we'll look abroad. We must wake him up. I owe him a favor. The butler nodded in agreement. This request was actually a good thing for the master. He then tentatively said, Miss, you've been out for too long, and the school is urging you to hurry up. Chen Xin asked directly, have the company's problems been resolved? The butler was speechless for a moment and could only vaguely answer, these are not things you should be worrying about. Chen Xin then turned to him calmly, saying, Uncle Chun, I'm not a child anymore. I know a thing or two about the Chun family situation. You don't need to hide anything from me. Her tone wasn't harsh, but it carried a sense of pressure. Do you think I'd willingly be used as a bargaining chip? The butler's expression changed slightly, and he sighed, it seems you already know. Chun Xin calmly replied, if it's about me getting married in exchange for benefits, then so be it. Her tone was nonchalant, yet it carried an even colder undertone. Uncle Chun was silent for a moment, then slowly said, young miss, I understand your anger. But anger won't solve anything. You're running away from home this time will only make things more complicated and almost cause a disaster. In the end, it's because you're not strong enough. He raised his voice. If you could decide the life or death of the company, who would dare to use you as a bargaining chip? But now you're going back to the old ways. Do you think this kind of resistance is useful? The car fell silent again. Chun Xin lowered her head and pondered for a long time before finally raising her head. What exactly is wrong with the company? Her tone had regained its composure, as if she had already made a decision. Uncle Chen nodded. That's the right attitude to solve problems. The matter is rather complicated. Let's go back to the branch and talk about it slowly. He instructed the driver to change course, and the vehicle quickly merged into the traffic. Several hours later, the two sat in the company office. After hearing the whole story, Chun Xion's face finally showed anger, and her fists clenched unconsciously. Uncle Chun said helplessly, currently, only the Japanese company possesses the key technology, but they are unwilling to sell it. He continued, the technology is restricted from export, but the equipment can be sold. The key lies in people, and the son of the other party's China president is the marriage partner. Chun Xian remained silent, her fingers clenching tighter and tighter. Uncle Chun sighed. If it were just slow or D, it wouldn't be a complete collapse. But the real estate project has tied up a lot of capital, and we've signed a performance-based agreement. If we fail, we'll have to pay huge penalties or even shares. He shook his head at the end. Ultimately, it's because we can't retain talent. Chen Xian asked coldly, how much longer? Uncle Chen held up one finger, 1 month. If we don't produce results within a month at most, the company will be forcibly acquired. Chun Xian nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Uncle Chun called out helplessly, Miss, where are you going again? To the hospital, she answered crisply. 2 bodyguards immediately followed. Watching her departing figure, Uncle Chen's expression was complicated. He sighed deeply. Sir, you really made a mistake this time. Only this sigh echoed in the empty office. Chen Xian had never felt so helpless. She didn't even know why she was going to the hospital. She just instinctively wanted to escape that oppressive building. From childhood to adulthood, her older sister had always been the most dazzling presence in the Chun family, loved and praised by everyone, while she had always lived in her sister's shadow. To outsiders, the 2 sisters have completely different personalities. The older sister is outgoing and confident, while the younger sister is quiet and restrained. She studies etiquette diligently, excels academically, and is sensible and considerate, almost molding herself into the perfect girl in everyone's eyes. But all of this is not innate. It is something she has forced herself to achieve step by step. She doesn't like to talk because she's afraid of being ridiculed for being childish. She acts aloof because she doesn't want to be treated like a child. She learns to listen in order to maintain the relationship, but reduces her own expression. She strives to grow up, just hoping to gain more approval from her parents. But no one knew that she was just a girl, and she got tired too. The long-term expectation was suffocating her, and she began to feel resentful. Why did she work so hard but not receive the same attention? Why could Chun Chung, who was inferior to her in every way, easily have everything? Just because he's a boy. This thought made her so angry her knuckles turned white. But even with her inner turmoil, her face remained calm. The person beside her explained in a low voice that her parents also had their difficulties. The company's interests were too intertwined, forcing them to make a choice. Chun Xin remained silent for a long time, then slowly unclenched her fist. Neon lights flashed outside the car window, and for the first time, she felt lost about her future. Between family and freedom, what should she choose? On the other side, Wang Shuo looked completely bewildered. He had just woken up to find his two roommates acting like madmen, and a burly man clinging to him, sobbing uncontrollably. He couldn't help but question his existence. What on earth was going on? Chen Cheng shouted, "Doctor!" as he rushed out of the ward. Soon, the doctor and nurses arrived and gave Wang Shuo a thorough examination. The conclusion was simple. There was nothing wrong with his body, but he had been unconscious for too long and needed to replenish his nutrition. He would recover after a few days of rest. After the doctor left, Zheng Jun was so excited he almost cried. Before Wang Shuo could react, a burly figure pounced on him. "Second brother, you're finally awake. From now on, anyone who tries to get you to drink is messing with me." Wang Shuo was almost suffocating under the weight and could only manage to say with difficulty, "Boss, you're crushing me." The scene became chaotic. Half an hour later, he finally realized what was going on. He had been unconscious for over a month. Military training was over, club recruitment was over, and his ideal university life had been completely ruined from the start, leaving him feeling utterly devastated. He looked utterly dejected. "My military training, my club." Chun Chung added coldly from the side. "You think everyone will wait for you?" Wang Shuo became even more depressed and could only resign himself to his fate. However, looking at the three people beside him, he was still somewhat moved. Zheng Jun had hardly left the hospital. Lily was responsible for taking care of their daily lives, and Chen Chung had even contacted the hospital and paid the expenses in advance. It was truly remarkable that his roommates, whom he had just met, had gone to such lengths. Wang Shuo said earnestly, "Thank you. If you need me in the future, I will do my best to help you." He spoke these words with great weight, and he himself did not realize their significance. Zheng Jun waved his hand and laughed. "Don't be so polite. This was originally my fault." Chun Chung echoed, saying that everyone had just done what they were supposed to do and that he shouldn't feel burdened. Lily nodded in agreement. Wang Shuo was feeling touched when Lily calmly added, "If something really happens to you, we'll all be expelled." His words immediately broke the atmosphere. Wang Shuo's expression froze. He looked at the other two and saw they also had expressions of relief, as if saying, "Thank goodness we're all right." He was speechless, so that was the real point. He wanted to press for more information about the medical expenses, but Chun Chung explained that someone else had helped pay for them. Zheng Jun added insult to injury. "It's his cousin, but don't overthink it. She would never be interested in you." Wang Shuo completely broke down, only one thought remaining in his mind. "This is too heartbreaking." Chun Xin arrived at the hospital at 9 p.m. Although Chun Chung was reluctant, he had already informed her after Wang Shuo woke up. Chun Xin deliberately arrived half an hour late, allowing time for the four brothers to reunite. She had never liked participating in such sentimental scenes. Just after 9 o'clock, she entered the ward on time. The room was empty. Everyone had obviously avoided her. She didn't mind. After all, she and Chun Chung had never gotten along, and seeing each other would only make things more awkward. It was better to avoid him. At that moment, Wang Shuo was leaning against the headboard, flipping through an old magazine. The cover read, "Issue number 12, 2017. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and smiled. "You've come." His tone was as natural as if he were meeting an old friend. Chun Xi nodded and was about to place the fruit on the table when she realized it was the gift box she had brought a few hours earlier, so she had to put the new one on the floor. They didn't speak a word the entire time, which suggested a close relationship, but in reality, it was their first formal meeting. Wang Shuo was also sizing her up, secretly marveling at her beauty. She was probably one of the most beautiful girls he had ever seen in real life. He would completely believe she was Chun Cheng's cousin. It seemed that being rich even gave one an edge in terms of looks. He smiled and extended his hand. "First time meeting you. My name is Wang Shuo." Chen Xin replied, casually. "This is our second time," completely ignoring his outstretched hand. Wang Shuo was taken aback. "Really? I don't remember." Chen Xin only said 4 words. "Optics Valley Pedestrian Street." Then she added, "Boyfriend." Wang Shuo reacted instantly, pointing at her with wide eyes. You are. Chen Xin then reached out and gently grasped his fingers, shaking them. "Hello. My name is Chun Xin." Wang Shuo was completely stunned. It turned out that the person he had unintentionally helped a month ago was this Miss Chun in front of him. No wonder the police called her Miss Chun. No wonder she had visited him so many times and even paid for all his medical expenses. So, it was you. Wang Shuo suddenly realized, then felt a pang of regret. He had been so focused on getting away that he hadn't even gotten a good look at the other person. He couldn't help but ask, "How did you find me?" Chun Xian calmly replied, "You gave a statement at the police station and we checked the hospital records." Her tone was casual, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. At this point, she frowned slightly. "You were in a coma for a month, which was an accident. If there are still problems, I can arrange better treatment or even bring in international experts." Her tone remained calm, but clearly carried a sense of authority. Wang Shuo quickly waved his hand. No need, I feel better now." He even tried to get out of bed to prove himself, but as soon as he stood up, he collapsed and almost fell face first to the ground. Chen Xian paused for a moment, then went over and helped him back to bed. Wang Shuo smiled awkwardly. "It was a mistake. I've really recovered." She interrupted him directly. "I know. Take good care of yourself." Her tone returned to its coldness. "Don't worry about the expenses. I'll take care of them. I won't bother you today. Come again tomorrow." With that, she turned and left decisively. Before Wang Shuo could explain, he could only watch the ward door close and finish the sentence with a wry smile. "It's not what you think." He looked like he was about to cry. This misunderstanding was getting worse the more he tried to explain. Whether the misunderstanding existed or not was no longer important. The key was how to respond to this kindness. Before Wang Shuo could sort out his thoughts, the ward door was pushed open again, and the 3 dormitory members rushed in, their 6 eyes fixed on him as if trying to see right through him. Zheng Jun slapped him on the shoulder and said loudly, "Not bad, second brother. You got some luck with women." He excitedly added, "Do you know who that is? Jian Xin, the kind of person who doesn't even respect Chun Chang." Chun Chang's face immediately darkened. Zheng Jun's words became increasingly outrageous. "She spent money and effort on you. She's practically risked everything for you. Tell me honestly, haven't you been having an affair for a while?" Wang Shuo was speechless. "I think she's a decent person, not as exaggerated as you guys are making her out to be." He recalled Chun Chang's previous assessment, a demon who eats people without spitting out the bones, and compared it to their recent interaction. He couldn't help but feel that he had been fooled. Looking at Chun Chang's resentful face, he even felt a bit of sympathy. His childhood must have been so miserable. Chun Chang said in a low voice, "That was for you. It's the first time I've seen her so polite to a stranger, even helping you up herself." Zheng Jun immediately chimed in. "She's a germaphobe and never touches other people, but she made an exception this time." The 3 men's conversation became increasingly escalating, so Wang Shuo could only smile wryly and explain, "It's really okay. Today is our first official meeting." But none of the 3 believed him, especially Zheng Jun, who was convinced that he was hiding a relationship. Wang Shuo had no choice but to remind him, "Optics Valley Pedestrian Street, remember?" Li pushed up his glasses and added details, and Zheng Jun immediately became excited. She also said, "Boyfriend, and you still deny it?" The atmosphere was almost settled. Wang Shuo finally gave up resisting. "Fine, I'll tell you. She's the girl I saved before, right here on Optics Valley Pedestrian Street." As soon as he finished speaking, all 3 of them froze, their expressions going from excitement to blankness. "That's it?" Zheng Jun asked reluctantly, and Wang Shuo nodded. "That's it. No romance, no ambiguity, just an unexpected hero saves the damsel in distress." With the mystery revealed, Chun Chang felt even more frustrated. What he thought was an earth-shattering secret turned out to be so ordinary. This discrepancy made it all rather uninteresting. The 3 of them had come full of excitement, only to leave disappointed. Before leaving, he even went so far as to say that he wanted Wang Shuo to experience loneliness, saying that he might never have the chance again. Wang Shuo rolled his eyes. This was clearly revenge for not getting any gossip. The ward fell silent again, and Wang Shuo stared blankly at the ceiling, finally having time to sort out his experiences over the past month. First and foremost was Chun Xian, a stranger who suddenly appeared and paid his medical bills. He hadn't understood it at first, but now he did. That accident had dragged her into it and injured him. Naturally, she would feel guilty and try to make amends. It all seemed reasonable. Wang Shuo breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't used to accepting kindness without a reason. Favors must be reciprocated. At the very least, the hospital fees had to be repaid. That was the bottom line. After thinking it through, he actually felt that Chun Xian's attitude was quite normal. From another perspective, it was understandable for her to take extra care of someone who had been implicated by him. He even connected Chun Xian with his own father, seemingly cold on the surface, but perhaps not so inwardly. Thinking of this, he quickly stopped himself from reminiscing. Next came the second thing, the core of a civilization from another universe. In comparison, this was the true source of everything. Wang Shuo closed his eyes, but his brain worked at high speed, accelerating like a machine. The figure's last words resurfaced. The core energy was exhausted. The brain had been strengthened a second time, but it was still fragile. My mission is complete. The voice faded away. I will leave a final gift within the core. With a sense of resentment and regret, the figure vanished completely. The next moment, Wang Shuo abruptly opened his eyes, a series of cold voices echoing in his mind. Core startup complete. Highest sequence detection in progress. Permission confirmed. The highest sequence has failed. The preset plan has been activated. Target confirmation completed. Immediately afterwards, the system entered the final stage. Neural connection initiated. Data channel established. Core fusion program initiated. The last sentence fell clearly and irreversibly. Fusion target. First sequence, Wang Shuo. This time, it wasn't scattered fragments of information, but a massive amount of data that flooded into Wang Shuo's mind. If his brain hadn't already undergone 2 enhancements, such an impact would have been enough to knock him unconscious again, or even leave him with permanent damage. But now he only felt a slight warmth in his head, even a touch of novelty. He closed his eyes, carefully experiencing this state, feeling as if a problem he had pondered for a long time without finding a solution had suddenly become clear. Every second, new insights were born in his mind, only to quickly return to order. The unfamiliar yet vaguely familiar information was constantly absorbed, organized, and finally transformed into content that he could understand. Only one word came to Wang Shuo's mind to describe it: a sudden enlightenment. But the experience before him was far more exaggerated than the power transfer depicted in movies and TV dramas. He gradually realized that this was not ordinary knowledge transfer, but a direct fusion of data and the brain, an achievement of humanoid civilization in the spiritual realm. With this in mind, he no longer doubted the figure's words as much as before. In the human world, the brain remains the most mysterious and forbidden area. No one dares to claim they have fully understood it. Yet, humanoids can freely enhance, transfer, and even strip away consciousness, an ability that is simply unimaginable. A dozen minutes later, the data transmission finally ended. Wang Shuo opened his eyes, let out a long breath, and realized that he was soaked in sweat, and even his nose was bleeding. He quickly pulled out a tissue to plug his nose, but soon understood why. It must be that my brain overheated and my body automatically activated its protective mechanism. In other words, it was a forced cooling down. Although he looked a bit disheveled, he was more concerned about the extra information that had appeared in his mind. After careful consideration, he finally understood that this gift was actually the language system of the entire humanoid race. With this language, he could understand the core information without any obstacles, which was of extraordinary significance to him. If he had to learn on his own, even with his brain enhanced, it would have taken him at least 6 months. But now, in just a few minutes, he has completely mastered it and can even write directly in this language without Chinese characters. Wang Shuo gave a wry smile. Unfortunately, no one on Earth can understand it all. However, he was also very clear that this method of directly imparting knowledge was probably just the most basic and conventional method in humanoid civilizations, with the aim of improving learning efficiency. However, this method is far too risky for him. Mental transmission continuously stimulates the brain, and if the amount of data becomes too large, it could lead to fainting and bleeding at best and brain death at worst. If he hadn't undergone prior enhancement, he probably would have been killed on the spot. Ultimately, it's because his brain is too weak to handle this level of information. If he could reach the level of that figure, let alone this portion of data, he could probably absorb the entire core without any problem. But right now, he can only digest it bit by bit. Compared to the massive amount of information within the core, this speed is almost negligible. Wang Shuo couldn't help but whisper something in the humanoid language, roughly meaning, It's too dangerous. We must improve our mental strength as soon as possible. This language has an extremely high information density. Often, a single sentence can encompass an entire complex meaning. After the experience, he turned his attention to another piece of newly appeared data in his mind. It felt like a book was lying there quietly, waiting for him to open it. He tried to read it and quickly got the answer: mental strength training method. This method has two paths. The first is to optimize the brain through gene-enhancing drugs. The second is to first condense mental power and then gradually strengthen it. However, the problem is that neither of these paths is realistic for him at his current level. Gene-generating agents involve highly advanced biotechnology, which is simply impossible for him to produce given his current capabilities, and there's also a significant risk of side effects. As for mental power, he hasn't even fully grasped the most basic concepts, let alone cultivation methods. With both paths blocked, Wang Shuo felt somewhat helpless. Although he possessed a vast treasure trove of knowledge, truly transforming that knowledge into real-world capabilities ultimately required the support of resources and funding. Ironically, these are precisely the two things he lacks most right now. Without resources, he can't improve himself. Without improvement, he can't continue to study in depth, which has almost become a vicious cycle. Wang Shuo sighed, unable to help but laugh at himself inwardly. I was still too young after all. The enormous gap between his ideals and reality made him feel powerless for the first time so clearly. Inside the inpatient department of W City People's Hospital, Zheng Jun and Chun Cheng walked into the ward with excited expressions. But as soon as they entered, Chun Cheng's expression froze. Sitting on the sofa next to the bed was the last person he wanted to see. Chen Xian was quietly reading a book. Hearing the noise, she merely glanced up at them before lowering her head to continue turning the pages, as if Chun Cheng didn't exist at all. Wang Shuo greeted them with a smile. "You're here." Zheng Jun put the breakfast on the table, then immediately lowered his voice, winked at him, and asked when Chen Xian had arrived. Wang Shuo secretly made an 8 gesture with his fingers, and Zheng Jun's eyes widened instantly. He looked back and forth between the two of them in shock, as if he had instantly imagined something. Chun Cheng stood awkwardly at the door, unsure whether to go in or back out. Zheng Jun suddenly coughed and deliberately raised his voice, saying, "Second brother is recovering well. We have other things to do, so we won't disturb you any longer." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Chun Cheng, dragged him away decisively, and slammed the door shut with a bang, his movements so fast that he didn't even hesitate. The room fell silent again. Wang Shuo stared blankly at the closed door, then glanced at Chun Xian, who remained engrossed in her book, wondering to himself, was she really that scary? He himself didn't think she was anything special. It was just that the atmosphere in the ward was strangely quiet and somewhat oppressive. Wang Shuo tentatively called out, "Miss Chun." There was no response. He changed his address again. "Young Miss Chun?" Still silence. Just as he was about to speak again, Chen Xian suddenly looked up. "What is it?" Her tone was flat, but very decisive. Wang Shuo scratched his head and asked with a smile, "Want some steamed buns?" Chen Xian immediately declined. "No, thank you." Then she continued reading her book. Wang Shuo chuckled twice, then, without further ado, began to devour the black rice porridge and steamed buns, his face beaming with satisfaction, completely immersed in the joy that food brought him. He was enjoying his meal, completely unaware that Chun Xian's brows were gradually furrowing. After finishing, he took out a bamboo skewer and started picking his teeth while looking at his phone screen, making tisk tsk sound from time to time. Although Chun Xian didn't say anything, the disgust in her expression was quite obvious. A moment later, just as Wang Shuo was about to flip through a magazine, a deafening blast of music suddenly filled the ward. Chun Xian was startled and instinctively looked up, only to find the bed empty, with only a phone blaring out loud. The sound of running water came from the bathroom, along with Wang Shuo's wailing, maniacal singing. "Our love. Once gone, it'll never come back." Chun Xian stared blankly in the direction of the bathroom. The book in her hand slightly warped from her grip. When Wang Shuo finished washing up and came out, he casually turned off the music, only then realizing Chen Xian was watching him. He explained somewhat embarrassedly, "I feel uncomfortable if I don't yell a bit in the morning. I'm used to it. I hope it didn't bother you." Chen Xian replied with a faint remaining calm on the surface, but her emotions were clearly disrupted. After that, The two fell silent. Wang Shuo pretended to flip through the magazine, but his mind was still replaying the mysterious data. Chen Xian also turned her attention back to the book, but her page-turning speed noticeably slowed down, and she would occasionally glance at him unconsciously. The ward returned to silence, with only the soft sound of turning pages, and the atmosphere became inexplicably subtle. Time passed slowly. By the time Wang Shuo came to his senses, it was almost evening. The setting sun shone through the window onto Chen Xian's profile, making her look exceptionally beautiful. Wang Shuo couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, then realized it was already past 7 o'clock, and had to remind her. "Miss Chen, shouldn't you go back?" Chen Xian paused for a moment, looked up at the sky outside, then got up, put a bookmark on the book, and carefully placed it on the windowsill. Wang Shuo was taken aback and couldn't help but remind her, "You forgot your book." Chen Xian paused slightly and said calmly, "I'll come at 8:30 tomorrow. I'll bring breakfast. Remember, don't touch my book." After saying that, she walked out of the ward without looking back. The moment the door closed, Wang Shuo was completely stunned, only one thought swirling in his mind. "This girl, is she trying to cling to me?" The next morning, Wang Shuo finished washing up early and lay quietly on the hospital bed waiting for someone. At 8:30, Chen Xian appeared in the ward on time. After putting down the breakfast she had brought, she sat on the sofa to read a book as usual, remaining as calm and composed as ever. Wang Shuo opened the package and, sure enough, found a sandwich and a cup of hot milk. He didn't stand on ceremony and ate while secretly glancing at Chen Xian. The way she quietly read was indeed pleasing to the eye, and this ordinary yet routine way of getting along with her made him inexplicably feel a sense of enjoyment, even fading his initial strong desire to be discharged from the hospital. He recalled how he had deliberately made a scene the day before, just to see Chen Xian lose her composure. Now it seemed the effect was quite good. At least this breakfast proved that she wasn't some completely unresponsive iceberg. Over the next few days, life gradually became mechanical and routine. Every morning, Chen Xian would bring sandwiches and milk on time. After eating, she would sit on the sofa and read quietly, while Wang Shuo would pretend to read a magazine, but his mind was always on something else. There was almost no interaction between the two. Wang Shuo would usually launch into a long monologue, and Chen Xian would simply nod in response. She seemed to have no interest in small talk, her entire focus entirely on her books. Even more outrageous was the fact that the books she read were becoming increasingly eccentric, ranging from economics to mechanics, programming, and even material science. After 3 days, the books on the windowsill were almost piled up into a small stack. Then one day, as she opened a book titled Research on Material Stress, Wang Shuo finally couldn't help but ask, "Miss Chen, may I offer a suggestion?" Chen Xian looked up at him, and he continued, "Aren't you studying economics? These engineering books are such a huge leap. Even if you want to switch careers, you don't need to be studying materials science too, do you?" Chen Xian lowered her head and remained silent for a while before asking softly, Are they useless?" Wang Shuo immediately shook his head, looking quite self-righteous. "Of course they're useless. These are all introductory books. You can't learn anything by self-studying them." Getting carried away, he even boasted, "I majored in computer science at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. I know all this stuff. Circuits, logic, operating systems. I could even write my own system." His tone was full of confidence. Chen Xian simply asked, "Do you really know?" Wang Shuo immediately became even more enthusiastic, exaggerating more and more, completely unaware that her expression was gradually becoming gloomy. She glanced at the books on the table. Her most familiar copy, Principles of Economics, was buried at the very bottom, just like herself, weighed down by layers of reality. She murmured softly, "Useless?" It was only then that Wang Shuo realized something was wrong. He reached out and pulled out the book, Principles of Economics, handing it to her. "Since you like it, then keep reading this. Life is so short. You should always do something you truly enjoy. As for high-difficulty operations like crossing over into other fields, leave that to a genius like me." Chen Xian paused for a moment, then reached out and took the book, saying softly, "Wang Shuo, thank you." Her tone was unusually gentle. She had barely finished speaking when she added, "And you have a nosebleed." Wang Shuo had long since gotten used to nosebleeds over the past few days. But hearing Chen Xian say thank you still made him feel flattered, and he even subconsciously shrank back, his face full of vigilance. This girl's sudden politeness seemed a bit off. Chun Exant, seemingly oblivious, placed the book on the bedside table and turned to leave. Wang Shuo stood there, stunned, looking at the book Principles of Economics, then at the closed door, a bewildered expression on his face. This girl today, she's acting strangely? The next morning, Wang Shuo finished washing up as usual and obediently lay back down in bed to wait for breakfast. After a few days, he had completely entered patient mode, lying down whenever possible and not moving at all, almost treating himself as a seriously ill patient. Chun Exant only ever delivered breakfast. She never offered to pour him milk or peel fruit, and she barely spoke to him. This left Wang Shuo somewhat disappointed, feeling that his patient treatment was far from perfect. He glanced at the time. It was already 8:45, and his brows furrowed immediately. Given Chun Exant's personality, she should have arrived much earlier. She was always ridiculously punctual. Being 15 minutes late, or even half a minute late, was almost impossible. But today, she was actually late. Wang Shuo stared at the door, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Although she always seemed cold and aloof, he had long since gotten used to their fixed routine over the past few days, and even his stomach followed her schedule. It was quickly past 9:40. Wang Shuo sighed. Looks like I'm really not coming today. He muttered to himself as he got up to go find the doctor to ask about being discharged. After all, he had long since decided he didn't want to stay in the hospital any longer. The moment the door was opened, he froze, then almost reflexively scrambled back onto the bed, quickly feigning extreme weakness. The next second, Chun Exant walked in, as usual, and placed breakfast on the table. You've arrived. Wang Shuo pretended to have just woken up. Chun Exant glanced at him. Your nose is bleeding. Wang Shuo raised his hand and touched it. Sure enough, his hand was covered in blood. He immediately rushed into the bathroom, where a series of splashing sounds soon followed. A moment later, he emerged with 2 wads of tissue stuffed in his nose, gave an awkward laugh, and then nonchalantly began to wolf down his food. Chun Exant's lips twitched slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, picked up her book, and sat back down on the sofa. She appeared to be reading intently, but the occasional glances she cast at Wang Shuo betrayed a subtle, unreadable change. The ward quickly fell silent again, the two going about their own business, as if this way of interacting had long been taken for granted, until a phone rang suddenly, breaking the tranquility. Chun Exant glanced at the caller ID, and after confirming that Wang Shuo wasn't paying attention, she answered the phone. She quickly said, "I understand," and hung up, her expression returning to normal. After a moment of silence, the two spoke almost simultaneously. Wang Shuo. Then he stopped at the same time. You go first. Wang Shuo scratched his head and said, Then let me speak first. Miss Chun, you've almost repaid this favor. Shouldn't you let me be discharged from the hospital? I still have to go back to school. This month is really crucial. He spoke with righteous indignation and added at the end, I will definitely pay back the medical expenses. It's a matter of principle. He looked dignified and upright. After listening, Chun Exant calmly asked, Are you finished? Wang Shuo paused for a moment, then said, more or less. She rattled off a string of numbers. Medical expenses, nursing fees, equipment fees, VIP ward fees, totaling 467,890 yuan. Will you be paying by card or scanning a QR code? Wang Shuo froze on the spot. How much? 460,000. He almost jumped out of bed. Only slept there for a month. Is this hospital robbing us? You actually paid. He became increasingly distraught as he spoke. I was just taking a nap. How'd I end up with hundreds of thousands of dollars? He was completely devastated, as if his life had just begun and he had already been burdened with an astronomical debt. After pausing for a while, he immediately changed his tone, coughed, and said, Miss Chun Exant, I wasn't actually finished speaking just now. He forced a smile and cautiously added, Well, about the pay and stuff, actually, that's negotiable. After weighing the pros and cons repeatedly, Wang Shuo finally gritted his teeth and accepted the debt. Although Chun Exant didn't pursue the hospital fees any further, he still felt uneasy. A promise is a promise. Putting aside his pride, he at least had to repay the money, otherwise he wouldn't feel at ease. The problem is how to pay it back. When will he be able to finish paying it back? The more he thought about it, the more his head ached. Asking his parents was definitely out of the question, Given their personalities, they would most likely misunderstand and think he had gone astray. But if he relied on odd jobs, earning only 100 or so yuan a day, the goal of 400,000 yuan seemed like a distant dream. He then thought that he might be able to make money using the skills he had in his mind. However, the risks of extracting core data were far too high. One wrong move could ruin him. After all his efforts, the only thing he could truly be considered competent at was some programming knowledge. Should he really become a programmer? But he had absolutely no idea whether that line of work was actually profitable. After much thought, Wang Shuo felt like he was about to collapse. His mind was filled with alien technology, yet no one had taught him how to turn it into money. It was just too absurd. His pensive expression, however, made Chun Xian think he was completely stunned by the prospect of that money. Chun Xian looked at him, a slight smile playing on her lips, as if she had successfully pulled off a prank, but she quickly suppressed it and lowered her head in silence again. The ward fell silent once more. After a long while, she suddenly spoke. Wang Shuo. What? Wang Shuo's tone was a little muffled, clearly carrying a hint of frustration. Chun Xian asked, have you thought about the future? Wang Shuo was taken aback, and couldn't help but look at her. The question had come rather suddenly. He casually replied, in the future? Maybe I'll start a company. Then he gave a self-deprecating bitter laugh. But I can barely afford to eat now. So what future can I talk about? The thought of that huge sum of money made his heart ache. Chun Xian kept staring at him, going through each of his boasts one by one. Computer science major, programming skills, exceptionally intelligent. Wang Shuo felt a little uneasy under her gaze and couldn't help but say, I said it. So what? Can I even brag a little? She ignored him and continued. Didn't you want to start a company? Have you thought of a name yet? Wang Shuo was a little confused for a moment, then glanced at a few words on the page and blurted out, Frontier Technology Company. Okay, I understand. Chun Xian nodded, then stretched out her hand to him. Give me your ID card. Her words left Wang Shuo completely dumbfounded. By the time he came to his senses, he had been completely robbed. His ID card and bank cards were gone. Lying in his hospital bed, Wang Shuo felt increasingly uneasy. The whole thing looked like bandits raiding a village. He couldn't help but start having wild thoughts. What if this woman took his ID to do something even more outrageous? Like getting a marriage certificate? The thought startled him. The more pressing issue is that without proper documentation, he can't even complete the discharge procedures. But every day he stays in the hospital costs money, so he has no choice but to grit his teeth and continue lying there, feeling increasingly distressed the longer he stays. Chun Xian was gone for 2 whole days. During this time, the 3 roommates finally showed up. Wang Shuo originally wanted to find someone to vent to, but when he found out that Chun Cheng was also a rich second generation, he instantly lost the desire to confide in anyone and could only drag Li Li aside to pour out his grievances. He described Chun Xian as a robber, but after hearing this, the 3 men's expressions grew increasingly strange. Zheng Jun even went so far as to conclude, you're just being hypocritical, getting a good deal while pretending to be innocent. After saying that, he turned and left with a look of envy on his face. Chun Cheng, on the other hand, shook his head and left with an expression that said, I warned you before. Li Li was even simpler, just patting him on the shoulder and saying, take care of yourself. Wang Shuo was completely dumbfounded. What kind of reaction was this? Where was the sympathy? Where was the brotherhood? He suddenly realized that his position in the dormitory had become precarious. He secretly vowed to restore his second-in-command reputation. But as soon as he changed his mind, he felt that there was something strange about this goal, so he had to give up in the end. Meanwhile, in an office building in downtown W, Chun Xian sat behind her desk, intently reviewing a contract. Uncle Chun sat beside her, looking utterly helpless. Looking at his young mistress's series of actions over the past few days, he was already at his wit's end. Running away from home, ditching her bodyguards, spending hundreds of thousands of yuan, and now she's even personally delivering breakfast to a guy she just met. This is simply outrageous. What's even more outrageous is that she seems to intend to continue. Uncle Chin couldn't help but try to persuade her, Miss, why don't you reconsider this matter? But before he could finish speaking, Chin Xian interrupted him. She said calmly, I've thought it through. He saved my life. Isn't it worth this much money? As she spoke, she pointed to a clause in a contract and asked her secretary to revise it. The secretary looked at Uncle Chan with some difficulty, and only after receiving a nod did she quickly go over to make the changes. Uncle Chan sighed. This is not the same thing at all, and the other shareholders will not agree either. Chin Xin responded calmly. That's why I set conditions, and they will agree. Her tone remained calm, yet it conveyed an undeniable certainty. Uncle Chin shook his head. You're still too naive. Chin Xin just smiled slightly and did not refute him. Perhaps this approach is indeed somewhat naive, but she didn't care. Even if nothing can be changed in the end, she still wants to follow her own will. Because this might be the last bit of stubbornness she could hold on to. Chapter 17, The Bet. 3 hours later, Chun Xin appeared in Wang Shua's hospital room. Wang Shua had just finished lunch and was about to close his eyes to continue his studies. He wanted to seize every moment to develop some technologies that weren't too difficult to understand. He had just realized something. If he really developed a technology 1,000 years ahead of current society, he would probably be considered crazy and sent to a mental hospital. After all, everyone knows that those who indulge in wild fantasies are either geniuses or madmen, and if they are too far ahead, then they are definitely insane. Chin Xion's arrival didn't surprise him much, but the problem was that Chin Xion didn't come alone. 2 white-collar workers were following closely behind her as she entered the ward. Let's begin. After giving an order, Chun Xion sat down on the sofa and picked up her book to read it as if no one else was there, displaying the demeanor of a strong woman from the village. Wang Shua clicked his tongue in admiration. As expected of a rich kid, his aura, his demeanor, it made Wang Shua instantly want to ask to be his sugar daddy, didn't it? But what did she just say? Let's begin. Begin what? Wang Shua was looking puzzled when a white-collar worker in a black suit walked up to his bed and reached out his hand. Hello, Mr. Wang Shua. Wang Shua was a little unsure of what this meant, but he still reached out and gently shook hands. Hello. Let me introduce myself first. I'm the full-time legal counsel of Zhongji Pengqing Technology Company, Limited. My surname is Liu, and my given name is Yan. You can call me Consultant Liu or Lawyer Liu. The female office worker revealed a serious smile. Wang Shua looked at Chun Xin, who was engrossed in reading, and then at Consultant Liu, who was all smiles, completely bewildered. He couldn't understand what was going on. I'm here today on behalf of the company to discuss our cooperation with you. Liu Yan pulled a stack of documents from her briefcase and handed them to Wang Shua. This is your contract. Please read it carefully. If you have no further objections, you can sign it. As he spoke, he handed Wang Shua a beautiful ballpoint pen. Wang Shua blankly took the contract and pen, opening them with a bewildered expression. What the hell is this? Zhongji Pengqing Technology Company, Limited? Qinyin Technology Company, Limited? And a legal representative is me? Wang Shua was instantly dumbfounded. When did he start owning a company? How come he didn't know? And when did he start bringing in business for the company? How come he didn't know? Chun Xian, what's going on? Wang Shua even forgot to call Miss Chun by the nickname he had given her. Chun Xian raised her head, glanced at Wang Shua, and said calmly, Tell me yourself that you want to start a company. Wang Shua's eyes widened instantly, staring at Chun Xian in disbelief. I told you I wanted to open a company, and you secretly opened one in my name without my knowledge? Well, I understand the company's situation. Although it was open a bit early, it's fine to just register it and leave it as is. But this, Wang Shua pointed to the contract. What's this contract all about? It's nothing, Chun Xian said calmly. Our company happens to have a business opportunity, and since your expertise is a good fit, I recommended you to the company. As for the contract, that was the company's decision, and it has nothing to do with me. It would be strange if it had nothing to do with you. Wang Shua rolled his eyes. Women's words are deceiving, especially the words of beautiful women. He forced himself to continue reading. Party A and Party B agree that Party B will organize personnel to participate in the system architecture project developed by Party A. If the development is successful, remuneration will be allocated according to the degree of contribution. But regardless of the outcome, Party A should first pay Party B 1 million yuan. Wang Shua was a little dizzy with the extra zeros as initial startup capital. If the project fails, Party A should not demand a refund from Party B on the grounds of project failure. Subsequent funds will be settled in installments according to the progress of the project. Wang Shua looked at the legal advisor in front of him in disbelief and asked, Are you sure? The contract was drafted and reviewed by the company, so of course there's no problem, Consultant Liu Yanlu replied with a smile. If Mr. Wang Shua has any other clauses, please let us know, and we will consider them. We can also further negotiate any differences between the two parties. Wang Shuo shook his head. He didn't have a problem with the contract itself, but rather that the contract treated him too well, even to the point of disregarding costs. He even began to wonder if he was the company's favorite son. If Mr. Wang Shuo has nothing to modify, please sign here, 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 and here. Once you have signed, this contract will be immediately established and legally effective. Wang Shuo shook his head again. Mr. Wang Shuo, do you still have any concerns? It must be said that Lu Yin is indeed very professional. I can't sign this contract. Wang Shuo turned to look at Chun Xian, who was bowing her head. I don't know what's going on, but I can't sign this contract. I'm not stupid. I can tell the difference between a good and bad contract. This contract is clearly just a way to give me money. Wang Shuo was a little angry. Miss Chun Xian, are you pitying me? Are you looking down on me? Are you afraid I can't repay your 460,000? I can tell you definitively, Miss Chun Xian. I understand. Chun Xian closed the book and looked at him calmly. Wang Shuo's words were stuck in his throat. Then let's not sign it. Put the contract away. Attorney Lu Yin smiled slightly, took the contract from Wang Shuo's hand, and skillfully put it away. Wang Shuo was dumbfounded. How come this is different from what he expected? Where's the script? Where's the favorite son? Where's the must-sign promise? Why don't you, Miss Chun, play by your own rules? Wang Shuo ultimately chose to sign the contract. It wasn't for any other reason than that he was really short of money, and after carefully reading the contract, wasn't this just a programmer's job? Look, you get paid immediately for participating in the system architecture project organized by the client. Would you be crazy not to sign the contract? If you're not proactive in making money, then you're definitely crazy. Now that the contract has been signed, I won't disturb you any longer. Lu Yin smiled slightly. Ms. Chun, Mr. Wang Shuo, please continue your conversation. My assistant and I will head back to the company. After Lu Yin and her assistant left, the room fell into a brief silence again. Ms. Chun, what happened to you? Wang Shuo was a little confused. This contract seemed to be completely unfavorable to the first party. According to the contract, the second party, that is, Wang Shuo himself, could simply participate without doing any work and still get paid even if he couldn't produce anything. Are you trying to get my attention this way? Make me interested in you, and then take advantage of me? The more Wang Shuo thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. Apart from lusting after his body, he couldn't think of any other reason why Chun Xian would go to such lengths. A hero saving a damsel in distress? Please, this is real life. Do you think this is a TV drama? You think a hero can win a beauty's heart just by saving her? Are you kidding me? Moreover, the most experienced hunters often appear as the prey. Wang Shuo looked at Chun Xian with some wariness. If she really resorted to force, should he give in or not? Don't you think you asked a lot of questions today? Chun Xian was focused on her book and didn't look up. If you have time, take a look at the materials I gave you. Something's not right. Something's really not right. Wang Shuo stared intently at Chun Xian. The enhancement of his brain had sharpened his senses considerably. He noticed that although Chun Xian's eyes were fixed on the book, their focus was clearly unfocused, indicating that her attention was not on the book. Moreover, he seemed to see a fleeting sense of loneliness in those unfocused eyes. Is something wrong with this girl? Wang Shuo then looked at the documents placed beside him. Two large, thick bags of documents were carefully sealed, with "Do Not Distribute" written on the outside. These were clearly highly confidential documents, but Chun Xian had placed them here with such confidence. After careful consideration, Wang Shuo pieced together the events of the past few days in his mind. Since his brain was enhanced, he felt that he had this deductive ability. It was a magical feeling, as if the world had been covered by a veil before, but now it had suddenly become clear and bright. Looking back on everything from my first meeting with Chun Xian, to her appearance after I was hospitalized, to her expression and attitude during our conversations, to the appearance of the contract, the inexplicable contract terms, and the thick stack of confidential documents, there was nothing wrong with the contract, nothing wrong with the terms, nothing wrong with me, nothing wrong at all. Then the only one with a problem is Chun Xian. This seems like a very troublesome matter, something even a wealthy young lady finds difficult to handle. It's best for me to keep my eyes closed and mind my own business and not get involved. But what if he doesn't ask? What will happen to this million? Wang Shuo was conflicted. If I give it up, I'll feel reluctant. If I take it, I haven't done anything, and I'll feel guilty. I guess I'm just not cut out to be a bad guy. Wang Shuo let out a breath. Ms. Chun, please tell me, is there anything I can do for you? What? Chun Xian looked up, a hint of doubt in her eyes. You know that, Wang Shuo shrugged. Just tell me, so I can feel more at ease taking the money. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll get burned. You just need to fulfill the contract. You don't need to worry about anything else. Chun Xian said indifferently, lowering her head again, seemingly not intending to pay any attention to Wang Shuo. Setting up a company for Wang Shuo and signing a contract with him was merely a spur-of-the-moment act of resistance. It didn't mean she felt Wang Shuo was qualified to be involved in this matter. In fact, if Wang Shuo hadn't pulled her out of her slumber, and if he hadn't happened to be a student at Huazhong University of Science and Technology, she wouldn't have even signed the contract with him. That's not how it works, Ms. Chun. Wang Shuo pointed to the documents and contracts beside him and said, We're partners now, and I'm the one who has to do the work. How can I start the work if I don't even understand the basic details and background of the project? Who needs you to do the work? Jen Xin Thao Wen, as stipulated in the contract. Wang Shuo took it for granted. The contract stipulates that you will receive 1 million whether you do it or not. That's not my goal. I want to cut. Wang Shuo was arrogant and haughty. Revenue sharing? Chen Xian frowned slightly. If making a profit sharing were so easy, why would she need to sign a contract with a college student? Wouldn't it be better to just find a few people to get the stuff out? Wang Shuo pressed his advantage. If you're not proactive in making money, you've got a problem with your brain. What will I do if my company goes bankrupt if I don't make as much money as possible while I have work? Ms. Chun, if you don't believe I can get a share, let's make a bet. I bet I can definitely get a share. Chen Xian seemed to laugh in anger, but her upbringing prevented her from getting angry. So she simply said calmly, You haven't even looked at the information, so what makes you think you're guaranteed a share? Wang Shuo pointed to his head, unusually confident. Well, good words are useless against a damned devil. Then that's settled, Chen Xian said calmly. This is your own request. If you can achieve some results in the project, you'll get a share of the profits. Chen Xian paused for a moment. The premise is that the entire project is completed. If the project cannot be completed, then you lose. You will not only not get your share, but you will also not get the million. No problem. Wang Shuo nodded confidently. With his writing skills, he could easily make a living by doing something casually and earn a share of the profits. What if I win? Win? Chen Xian couldn't understand where Wang Shuo got his confidence from, and said calmly, If you win, I'll grant you one request. I will send the materials to your email later. You have 15 days to get this project done. Chen Xian gave Wang Shuo a deep look, not wanting to get entangled with him any longer, and said her last sentence. I expect you to get your share. As Wang Shuo watched Chen Xian walk out of the ward, he was feeling smug when he suddenly remembered something. Hey, you still haven't given me the project team's phone number. How am I supposed to get on the team? Chapter 18 Discharge from the Hospital. Wang Shuo is finally going to be discharged from the hospital. This was a big deal for Dormitory 403, but strangely, Wang Shuo waited for none of his 3 brothers from the moment he woke up until the doctor finished his examination and discharged him. Calls went unanswered. I have no idea what's going on. On the contrary, Chen Xian came to see her early in the morning and even brought her a long-awaited breakfast. He even drove him to the school gate in his own car. This deeply moved Wang Shuo. If there hadn't been other people around, he would have wanted to cry out about his loneliness and the fact that no one understood him. Watching the Mercedes-Benz van speed away, Wang Shuo shook his head with a sigh. Returning to the school gate, Wang Shuo felt as if a day in the cave had been 1,000 years in the world. He couldn't help but feel that his mindset seemed to have aged somewhat. This is understandable, as he first experienced the condensed history of humanoid civilizations, which often span thousands or tens of thousands of years, and then spent more than 10 days in the hospital. In total, he hardly went out for walks. Students came and went at the school gate. They were all young and beautiful girls and boys. Although the girls didn't seem as pretty as Chen Xian, they couldn't help but show off their figures, long legs, and fair skin by wearing less clothing. Although Chen Xian was beautiful, one had become immune to such beauty after seeing so many. Besides, Chen Xian was a representative of the conservatives. Even when she wore a skirt, it was long enough to cover her knees, only revealing 2 sections of her fair calves. Wang Shuo wanted to look at her with admiring eyes, but alas, he simply didn't dare. After lying in a hospital for a month without seeing the light of day, all Wang Shuo could see were rows of white, bare thighs flashing before his eyes. It It was already 10 or 20 minutes later when he arrived at the dormitory building. While reminiscing about the countless younger girls and older girls she had seen on the way, she took out the dormitory key she had gotten from the dormitory supervisor and opened the dormitory door. The moment the door opened, Wang Shuo froze. What is going on? The once clean and tidy dormitory had been completely transformed. Colorful papers and balloons covered every corner of the dormitory walls, and a large bed sheet hung above the balcony door directly opposite, with a few words roughly written on it in black ink. As for what the words were, forgive Wang Shuo for not recognizing them. Perhaps too much ink had been used, as the ink had smeared over the words and left streaks that stretched out towards the edges. If a stranger came to see this, they might think it was some kind of haunted scene. The room was empty, but a surprised voice came from behind Wang Shuo. Hey, bro, is your house haunted? Wang Shuo turned his head and saw a strange bespectacled man following behind him with a curious look on his face, making clicking noises. Yes, Wang Shuo gritted his teeth. Not only did they cause trouble, but there were 3 of them. 3 ghosts. The bespectacled man looked incredulous. I was wondering why you looked so unlucky, brother. You're about to have some bad luck. Wang Shuo rolled his eyes inwardly, went into the dormitory, tore down all the balloons and decorative paper pasted on the wall, collected them together, and put them in a bag. Brother, don't underestimate this bad luck. Do you need me to get rid of it for you? It's very effective. Wang Shuo looked at him speechlessly. Who are you? The bespectacled man seemed to just remember, scratched his head, and smiled. I'm also a freshman majoring in computer science. My name is Li Zongqiang. Science strong. Wang Shuo chuckled inwardly, nodded, and said, Indeed, if you're not good at science, you can't get in. Hello, my name is... Hey, classmate, wait a minute. I'm best at guessing names. Let me guess. Li Zongqiang quickly interrupted him, then looked at Wang Shuo with a mysterious expression. Although I haven't met you before, I see that you have a unique face and seem to be plagued by bad luck. You must be surnamed Wang and given name Shuo. Wow. Wang Shuo was somewhat surprised. You guessed pretty accurately. Li Zongqiang smiled smugly and said, That's right, classmate. You don't know this, but I started studying under the Zhengyi sect when I was 6 years old. I'm very good at reading people's faces and predicting their future. I wasn't lying just now. Have you been having a run of bad luck lately, classmate? I have some genuine exorcism artifacts here. All of them have been blessed. Take one, and it will bring you peace. Wang Shuo smiled and shook his head. I just didn't expect to become so famous after only a month away. You know, people shouldn't become famous too quickly. By the way, Li, you wouldn't happen to be in my class, would you? Li Zongqiang's smug expression suddenly froze, and then he looked at Wang Shuo with some dejection and asked, Was my behavior very obvious? Not obvious. Wang Shuo looked at him with a smile. If it were him before, he really wouldn't have noticed. Did the counselor call my name again today? No, Li Zongqiang said dejectedly. The counselor already remembers your name. Do you need to call her again? If you want to report to her, hurry up. I don't think it will be easy to get it done. Wang Shuo frowned. A woman. Li Zongqiang was somewhat surprised, but he still nodded. Very young, and with a bad temper. Li Zongqiang nodded again and said mysteriously, Very young. I heard he's only 26. He stayed on at the university after graduating with his master's degree. Wang, you skipped classes and didn't participate in military training, so you're already under her close surveillance. He patted Wang Shuo on the shoulder and gave him a reassuring look. Take care of yourself, Wang. Good luck. Finally, he leaned closer with a sly grin and whispered, Wang, are you really not going to consider a genuine Jingyi Dao talisman? It'll surely get rid of all your bad luck and bring you good fortune. Wang Shuo smiled and shook his head. What a pity. He pursed his lips, stopped arguing, opened the door, and went back. A few minutes later, Zheng Jun and the others returned. When Wang Shuo saw them, they were each carrying a large box, standing at the door, looking at him with surprise. Second brother, why are you back so early? Our dorm isn't even ready yet. Zheng Jun paused for a moment before putting the box aside. He pulled Wang Shuo aside, wanting him to see their work, only to discover that most of the balloons and colorful decorations they had spent so much time putting up on the wall were gone, leaving only a few scattered pieces hanging there, looking quite pathetic. As for the white welcome banner, the words were unrecognizable, leaving only 4 dark ink blots and streaks of black ink. Ooh, who did this? Were we robbed? And this, what's going on with this banner? Wang Shuo shrugged. Fourth brother, look at your handwriting. I told you there was too much water. You wouldn't believe me. Look, can you even recognize the words second brother? Rise up from your handwriting. Wang Shuo broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder he couldn't recognize it at all. It wasn't the welcome home message he expected, but rather... Wang Shuo looked at Zheng Jun with a resentful expression. Seemingly sensing Wang Shuo's gaze, Zheng Jun scratched the back of his head somewhat embarrassedly and explained, second brother, don't misunderstand. This was all fourth brother's idea. Ask fourth brother. Chun Cheng was still holding the box in both hands, blinked, and gave a very innocent look. Lili Luca utarliva wildaret. Wang Shuo instantly felt speechless. What could he say when faced with three such clowns? He changed the subject. This box. Oh, these are all leftover props from the social gathering. We borrowed some to surprise you. We didn't expect you to be back so early. A social gathering? Wang Shuo felt like a country bumpkin, completely bewildered by everything he heard. A freshman costume party, organized by the student council. Zheng Jun, still looking unsatisfied, licked his lips and said, you wouldn't believe it, the scene, tiske. Everyone was wearing masks and dressed up in weird ways. There were no rules, everyone was free to chat. As long as you could successfully hook up with, get in touch with a girl, you could add her on WeChat, chat, hold hands, all in one night. Zheng Jun looked at Wang Shuo with sympathy. It's such a pity that you couldn't participate, second brother. You don't know, not to mention Chan Cheng, even Li Li, that kid has quietly hooked up with a girl, not only adding her on WeChat, but also getting together with her. I spent the whole night hunting and only managed to add one person on WeChat, and all they want is for me to be their older brother. Wang Shuo looked at Li Li in surprise. Li Li's face turned red for the first time, revealing a shy smile, but in Wang Shuo's eyes, the smile was smug. Wang Shuo felt he had missed out on a fortune. But second brother, don't be too sad. You still have Miss Chun. Keep it up, win her over, and fourth brother will follow you from now on. Zheng Jun laughed and patted Wang Shuo on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. However, being oblivious, he didn't expect that his words would offend both Wang Shuo and Chun Cheng. Wang Shuo and Chun Cheng exchanged a glance, then nodded silently in unison, and then, prepare die, boss. A moment later, Wang Shuo and Chun Cheng, each with dark circles under their eyes, sat on the bed, grimacing, looking at Zheng Jun standing beside them, who seemed completely unharmed and even looked concerned. They felt like crying but couldn't. Boss, your fighting skills are just too. And why were they so ruthless? Seemingly having touched a sore spot, the two of them simultaneously gasped. Condition reflex. Zheng Jun scratched his head sheepishly. Are you guys all right? Wang Shuo and Chun Cheng simultaneously raised their heads arrogantly, giving Zheng Jun a wide nostril-like glare. Oh dear, nobody wanted this to happen. It was just an instinctive reaction when you suddenly hugged me. And look, Zheng Jun pointed to the scrape on his elbow. I'm injured too, and I'm bleeding. Both of them rolled their eyes at the same time. From now on, I will never mention fighting in front of Zheng Jun again. The two of us were taken down by a single elbow strike and 2 punches when we tried to sneak up on him. That's really embarrassing. Wang Shuo and Chun Cheng exchanged a glance, and for the first time, they saw a sense of mutual appreciation in each other's eyes. Chapter 19, Wang Shuo asked for leave. When Wang Shuo first came to school, he felt that everything was a complete mess. After things settled down in the dormitory, Wang Shuo immediately went to the office building to find his counselor and ask for leave. Yes, Wang Shuo needed to ask for leave after being absent from work for 46 consecutive days. Wang Shuo already knew without even thinking about the anger he would face from his counselor. If he were the counselor, and there was a student he hadn't seen since the start of the semester, and the only time they met was when the student came to ask for leave, he would also lose his temper on the spot. More importantly, he now has dark circles under his eyes, although this was caused by a misunderstanding. That's really awkward. But after thinking it over carefully, Wang Shuo realized that he had no choice but to go. Chen Xian had already sent the basic information to his email address. When Wang Shuo saw the attachment, which was a whopping 2.74 gigabytes, he realized that what he was about to face was not a simple small project. Really, Wang Shuo was stunned after opening the attachment. The dazzling array of technical parameters, the lengthy initial design draft, and the thick, publishable requirements document sent a chill down Wang Shuo's spine. In the past, let alone writing it down, he wouldn't have been able to understand it even if he had just looked at it. Thank goodness. Just as Wang Shuo was feeling relieved, he saw another small attachment sent by Chun Xian. This thing struck Wang Shuo like a bolt from the blue, leaving him dumbfounded. There is no project team, no one else. He is the only member of the current project team. Is it fake? He quickly looked up some information and soon felt utterly hopeless. A project that requires a team of at least 50 people is now being done by myself alone. And what's even more terrifying is that I only have 15 days left. No wonder Chun Xian had that expression when she heard she was going to get a share of the profits. No wonder she didn't say a word given her spoiled princess temperament. No wonder the requirement for getting a share was that the entire project be completed. It turns out this girl wasn't looking down on him. It was just that the project was essentially an empty shell, something one person couldn't accomplish alone. He was so stupid as to go up and make a bet with someone. Wasn't that like an old man hanging himself, courting death? Wang Shuo wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to say that? What was the point of having this guilty conscience? Wouldn't it be better to just sit back and collect $1 million? To be honest, it's not good. If Wang Shuo were given the choice again, he would still say the same thing, and he would still choose this path. Don't ask. The answer is that Wang Shuo's core socialist values are deeply ingrained in his bones. But if it were to happen again, Wang Shuo would never bet again. Of course, Wang Shuo wasn't stupid enough to back down. He had considered at least discussing with Chun Xian whether they could find a few more helpers. While it wouldn't necessarily leave him bettered, it would at least make things easier for him. But when he made the call and heard a soft heh on the other end, Wang Shuo was furious. A real man dares to overcome difficulties. He never flinches from hardships and dangers. It's just a gamble, right? He'll take it, and he'll win. He's determined to make that little girl, Chun Xian, kneel before him and sing conquer. Besides, he's not completely without resources. He still has his kidneys. Ahem. Singing conquer or something. Let's think about that after we win. This caused hardship for the school teachers, especially since Wang Shuo also learned that this teacher, named Ding Runin, had a famous nickname, USDC Dynamite Barrel or Central China Mother Tyrannosaurus. The name sent chills down Wang Shuo's spine. The office building is not far from the dormitory building, only about a 10-minute walk away. Wearing a baseball cap and mask borrowed from Chun Cheng, Wang Shuo lowered the brim and sneaked into the office building, even taking the stairs all the way to the 4th floor. It's currently break time, and there are many people coming and going in the office building. Wang Shuo stopped a female senior who was passing by and asked softly, "Hello, senior. I'd like to find Counselor Ding Runin. How do I get there?" "Office number 3. "Thanks. Office number 3. Ding Runin was writing his thesis with his head down. This was a paper researching the current development of computer science theory in China. Unfortunately, this paper, which she had painstakingly worked on, was once again rejected by her supervisor. She had lost count of how many times this had happened. Each time, she submitted it with high hopes, but each time, she was disappointed to see it return to her inbox. Looking at the paper in front of him, Ding Runin pondered carefully. She was one of the most valued interns in her supervisor's research team. So after graduation, her supervisor submitted an application to the school, which allowed her to stay on as a tutor. Such an opportunity is rare, with very few interns on the entire research team having it. After staying on at the university, she did her basic work as a counselor while also working as a researcher in her supervisor's research team and being responsible for specific projects. The enormous workload did not put pressure on her. On the contrary, it made her even more energetic. She worked even harder on her project. It was a project on computer intelligence, and the research team believed that in order to make computers intelligent, in addition to excellent AI chips, sophisticated AI software was also essential. This involves a complex systems engineering project, and she needs to carefully solve each and every aspect of it. This is a very energy-consuming task. The concept of machine learning is advancing, and we seem to be getting closer to our ideal of intelligence. Technologies such as speech recognition, image detection, and machine translation have already begun to be applied in our lives. However, I believe that machine learning is still in a very primitive state. The improvement and supporting of various systems are still major problems that urgently need to be solved. More importantly, machine learning requires machine logic. Ding Runin suddenly felt a little restless. She picked up the water glass next to her, took a sip, and her eyes inadvertently glanced at a form she had placed beside her. That was a freshman application form. Ding Runin frowned slightly, put down his water glass, picked up the form, and looked at the names on it that he knew all too well, names he looked at several times a day. Wang Shuo. She gritted her teeth, somewhat indignant. She had never seen this student since the start of the semester. If the hospital doctor hadn't called to explain the situation, she would have even suspected that the student wasn't planning to come to military training. It's been 46 days, a full 46 days. Drinking so much that he ended up in the hospital in a coma for over 40 days is simply a disgrace. Now, whenever I go out and see other teachers, I have to take a detour, otherwise someone will always come up to me and ask, "I heard that one of the freshmen in your class was drunk and unconscious for more than a month?" At first, she tried to explain politely, but she quickly realized that it was useless. People just wanted to gossip about the situation. They didn't expect her to explain. Watching his colleagues walk away with incredulous expressions, Ding Runin was seething with hatred. "Wang Shu, you brat, don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it." Ding Runin thought bitterly. "Report. Come." Ding Runin composed himself and replied in a deep voice. Teacher, I'm here to look for teacher Ding Runin. I don't know if she's here." A slightly shy voice rang out. "That's me. Just say what you need." As she spoke, Ding Runin looked up at the student who walked in, and she froze at that glance. "What is this?" "Ah, you must be teacher Ding Runin," the student said in a muffled voice. Then, seemingly realizing something was wrong, he quickly took off the Sun Wukong mask from his face, revealing a handsome face, but the dark circles under his right eye ruined the overall harmony. He smiled shyly and said, "Hello, teacher." Wang Shuo carefully observed the teacher in front of him, Ding Runin, who was already very famous to him. According to her many roommates, teacher Ding was already associated with a terrifying, bloodthirsty demon. Zheng Jun said she was a brutal instructor, even more brutal than his father. Chun Chang said she was a heartless old woman, devoid of any romance or emotion. Lily didn't say anything, but silently nodded. In conclusion, both agreed that the nickname USDC Mother Tyrannosaurus was more fitting. Remember to be respectful when you get there. Admit your mistakes and apologize when necessary. If you notice the counselor's expression is off, quickly find an excuse to leave. Don't say you're there to ask for leave. Finally, take care, brother. Is it that serious? Wang Shuo looked at the teacher in front of him, who seemed somewhat surprised, and scratched his head, saying, "Teacher, my name is Wang Shuo. I'm here to—" "You're Wang Shuo? Huh? What's with this intense feeling of disbelief and gritted teeth?" Wang Shuo forced himself to say, "Yes, I am Wang Shuo, the real Wang Shuo. You finally know to report for duty? You finally remember that you have a teacher like me." Ding Runin gritted her teeth and made a suppressed voice, afraid that she would explode on the spot if she didn't hold back. Teacher, you might have made a mistake," Wang Shuo said somewhat embarrassedly. "I came to ask you if I could ask for a few days off." Ding Runin stared wide-eyed at Wang Shuo, seemingly unable to believe that there could be such a shameless student. "Invite what? Say it again." "Teacher, I have something very important to attend to and need to take 2 weeks off, so I can ask you if it's possible." "No." Ding Runin finally exploded, her brows furrowing, her angry eyes seeming to devour Wang Shuo. "Wang Shuo, you've seriously delayed your studies because of your personal matters, and now you're coming to me to ask for leave? And for more than 10 days? Are your own affairs that important? Huh. Then let me ask you, did you choose your minor course?" "No." Wang Shuo touched his nose. "Did you participate in a club?" "No." "Have you attended any classes?" "No." "Have you seen me before?" No." "You have absolutely nothing, and you dare to ask for leave? What for? To flirt? Or to get into a fight?" Seeing Wang Shuo's dark circles under his eyes, Ding Runin grew angrier and angrier. She waved her hand and said, "Go back now. Don't mention the leave again. You've already come to see me, and your long-term sick leave is canceled. If you dare to skip class again, I'll record it every time. Once you've missed enough, you'll be dealt with according to school regulations." This teacher, Wang Shuo wanted to explain further, but Ding Runin didn't want to listen anymore. She simply waved her hand, telling Wang Shuo to go back on his own, and continued fiddling with the papers on the table. Wang Shuo felt somewhat helpless. Looking at Ding Runin, who was no longer paying attention to him, He secretly pondered what he could do to successfully ask for leave. Suddenly, he noticed the academic paper that Ding Runin was reading. After observing it closely, he realized it was a paper related to computer science, and more specifically, machine intelligence. This seems to overlap with the knowledge I've already extracted from the core. However, since obtaining the core, Wang Shua hasn't had time to verify whether the technology between the two universes is compatible. If it isn't, thinking of this, Wang Shua broke out in a cold sweat. It's better to be safe than sorry. What if it really doesn't work? Give it a try. Wang Shua gritted his teeth, silently closed his eyes, and began to access the core database, retrieving all the information about the rudimentary intelligent computer. The development of humankind was also a process of informatization. Computers evolved several times, eventually giving birth to the most basic intelligent optical brain, or simply intelligent brain. However, before the advent of the intelligent brain, humankind still used circuits in computers, although even those circuits in computers were far more advanced than what humans use today. What Wang Shua retrieved was this part of the content. In the core database, there wasn't much of this content, and Wang Shua didn't retrieve it all at once. He only extracted a small portion to deal with the current difficulties. Even so, the massive data flow made Wang Shua feel dizzy and weak. At the same time, a familiar warm current came from his nostrils. Wang Shua knew that this was a stress response caused by the brain working rapidly for several minutes, resulting in insufficient energy supply to the body. Fortunately, Wang Shua has already obtained what he needs, and now all that's left is to give it a try. He opened his eyes and met Ding Runin's somewhat displeased gaze. Why aren't you leaving yet? Let me tell you clearly, taking leave is out of the question, so don't even think about it. He tossed a roll of tissues over and snorted. You're so weak, your nose bleeds after standing for a while. Wipe it off. Wang Shua rolled up the paper and stuffed it into his nostril with practiced ease. Then he said, Teacher, I was about to leave, but I accidentally saw your paper. I happen to be very interested in this topic, so I looked at it for a while longer. You don't mind, do you? Reading a paper? Ding Runin raised an eyebrow, his expression softening slightly. You think you can understand it? And you're bleeding from the nose and sweating profusely. Is it really that hot in here? Wang Shua wiped his sweat with a wry smile. Sweating was perfectly normal for someone who did mental work. I understand a little bit, but you're flipping through it too fast, teacher. I'd like to read your paper carefully. Ding Runin nodded. There was nothing wrong with letting students see the paper. After all, these things were written to be read by others. She casually handed the paper to Wang Shua. Wang Shua didn't stand on ceremony and took the paper, carefully reading it from beginning to end. His guess was correct. This was a paper analyzing the trends in machine intelligence. The paper detailed the development of machine intelligence, from early simple programs to later complex programs, and now to system programs that are dozens or even hundreds of gigabytes in size. It included a dazzling array of algorithmic systems, and Ding Runin even added some of his own ideas, making predictions about the trends in intelligence, summarizing 5 major schools of thought on the development of intelligence, and proposing his own views. However, based on the current theoretical framework, the foresight of such predictions is immeasurable. So, how much did you understand? Seeing Wang Shua look up, Ding Runin casually asked, It's really a bit difficult to ask a freshman to read this kind of paper. I understood a little bit, Wang Shua replied, frowning. It's good that you understood even a little bit. Machine intelligence systems engineering is knowledge you'll learn and encounter later. For now, a general understanding is enough. Okay, you've finished reading the paper. Hurry back. Ding Runin took her thesis back from Wang Shua and waved to him. But I have a question, Professor Ding, Wang Shua said to himself. On page 5 of your paper, you listed more than a dozen machine learning algorithms, including decision trees, support vector machines, naive Bayes classification, recurrent neural networks, and so on. You also propose your own newly developed algorithm and explained its feasibility. But why not add a neural logic module to the computer? Neural logic module? Ding Runin chuckled. You mean logical computation, right? Since you studied computer science, you should know that computers understand binary language, which is 0 and 1. In a sense, its logic is different from human logic. That's why we write various programs to control the computer's operation and achieve the program's design purpose. In other words, the computer is strictly understanding commands according to its own logic. Human logic, in the computer's view, is equivalent to having no logic at all. I understand. Wang Shua nodded. So I designed a logic algorithm, which I call a node-based self-recurrent neural network. You designed an algorithm? Ding Runin didn't scoff at Wang Shuo, but shook his head and said, "It's very interesting. I hope you can continue to improve it so that we can use your algorithm one day." "Teacher," Wang Shuo said with a sly look, "if you would allow me to take leave, I will write down this algorithm architecture for you to see. So, all I've got in mind is this little scheme of yours. Let me tell you, this is unacceptable." Before Ding Runin could finish speaking, he saw Wang Shuo hand him a piece of paper. Ding Runin glanced at it, and her eyes widened instantly. Chapter 20 Ding Runin's Shock. Wang Shuo left, taking with him his son Wukong mask and leave approval form. Ding Runin was completely unaware. She was just staring blankly at the A4 paper in her hand. It was an ordinary A4 sheet of paper, but what was drawn on it captivated Ding Runin so much that he didn't even notice when his own thesis fell to the ground. "Wang Shuo." Ding Runin looked up and realized that Wang Shuo was gone, leaving her alone in the large office, sitting there in a daze. She came to her senses and pondered quietly, her expression shifting between disbelief, frowning, and a genuine smile. After a long while, she took out her phone, checked the time, and then made a call. "Hello, teacher." "Yes, this is Runan. I hope I haven't disturbed you." "Oh, teacher, you're too kind. I just have something I'd like to report to you, and I also want to ask you a few questions." "Teacher, have you ever heard of a node-based self-recurrent neural network?" Wang Shuo walked contentedly on the school road. Although the process was tortuous, he was still very satisfied with the final result. At least he was able to get leave smoothly, right? Moreover, he had also made preliminary verification of some things, which made him very excited. He was really going all out to win his bet with Chun Xian. The thought of having to submit a complete source code to his counselor within 3 days made Wang Shuo's excited expression fall. It seems that Li Zongqiang might have some truth to it. I really have been having a run of bad luck these past few days. Who would have thought that simply asking for leave would push him to such a desperate measure? This counselor, Ding Runin, really holds a grudge. I can't afford to mess with her. I'd better avoid her in the future. Wang Shuo pondered to himself that he had too many things to do right now and simply didn't have time to work on any node-based self-recurrent neural network. That's right, Wang Shuo came up with this name on the spot to deceive his teacher, who was obsessed with research. As for what was written on the A4 paper, it was nothing special. It was just an architecture called the Intelligent Core that Wang Shuo temporarily selected from a large number of basic software architectures of the humanoid civilization. Since it was related to intelligence, he just picked it out and used it casually. The teacher's reaction greatly reassured him. Things from the humanoid universe could be used normally on Earth. In that case, Wang Shuo, having thoroughly mastered the core architecture of the intelligence, could create something concrete at any time. So this doesn't count as deception, does it? Why didn't you ask me for leave? Humming a little tune, he returned to the dormitory and saw the 3 brothers lying furtively on their respective beds, secretly watching him and occasionally giving the others a meaningful look. Wang Shuo pretended not to see and continued packing his things. Cough, cough, cough. Second brother, it's okay to fail. You don't have to shut yourself off. You have no idea how difficult it was for me to ask my counselor for 2 days off so I could go to the hospital to take care of you. Zheng Jun looked on with a sigh. Fortunately, my sincere feelings for you move the old coach. Otherwise, let alone going to be with you, you probably wouldn't even be able to see me when you wake up. Yeah. Chun Chung nodded. It's okay if we can't get leave. We could just skip class and not ask for leave. Lily also said, building a good relationship with your counselor is an important step in entering society. Wang Shuo then proudly took out his leave slip, flicked it, and sighed. Taking leave is as difficult as climbing to the sky for you guys, but it's nothing for me. It's really lonely. Are you kidding me? Zheng Jun's loud voice boomed. With that old hag's temper, and you've missed so much class, do you think she'd give you leave? Chun Chung also looked unconvinced and scoffed. If that old witch really managed to get you a day off, let alone 15 days, even 3 days, as long as you can get it done, I'll wash your socks for a week. What if there are still too many people to invite? Lily asked at the opportune moment. Then I'll wash socks and underwear for an extra day and a week. Chun Chung said without thinking, his eyes closed. All right, Zheng Jun, respect you, Lao Si, you're a real man. His resolute words earned him a sidelong glance and a thumbs up. Then he snatched Wang Shuo's leave slip away. Let me see, that old hag wouldn't sign it for you. Did you really get it? Zheng Jun stared wide-eyed at the handwriting of approval, trying to discern whether Wang Shuo had forged it himself. After a moment, he had to admit that it seemed to be the signature of the old hag he was talking about, along with the seal of the Academic Affairs Office. Zheng Jun jumped off the bed, handed the sick note to the somewhat dazed Chun Chung, and patted him on the shoulder sympathetically. Fourth brother, a man's word is his bond. Our socks, and underwear, are yours for this semester. This is my last bit of support for you. After saying that, he clicked his tongue and jumped back on his bed. Chun Chung held the leave slip and stared at Ding Runin's handwriting, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Lily looked on with sympathy and shrank back onto the bed. Seeing the three brothers' dramatic expressions, Wang Shuo couldn't hold back any longer. He snatched the leave slip back from Chun Cheng's hand and laughed. All right, you guys. By the way, boss, I won't be coming back to stay for the next few days. If you don't come back to live here, where will you live? Sing Yun Luke's positive. I have a place. Wang Shuo waved and was about to leave the dormitory when he suddenly seemed to remember something and stopped in his tracks. Fourth brother, how's your company doing lately? Chun Chung, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, opened his eyes upon hearing this and looked at Wang Shuo with some confusion. Wang Shuo coughed a little awkwardly and said, You're a rich second generation. You should at least care about the company's current situation. My uncle and dad handle the company matters. Why should I worry about it? Chun Chung said sullenly. Besides, even if I wanted to worry, there's nowhere for me to worry. My dad and the others won't tell me about the company. Where did you get this information? What did Chun Xine tell you? No. Wang Shuo quickly shook his head and said seriously, I swear I will never let Chun Xine live under the same sky. But I advise you to find out if you have time. I'm curious too. Remember to tell me if you find out. Chun Chung lay back down and responded with a sound. Brothers, I'm off now. See you in 15 days. Wang Shuo, fighting back tears, shouted. A weak, listless response came from the dormitory, sounding like a litter of newborn puppies, utterly lacking energy. Wang Shuo grinned, grabbed his packed belongings, and quickly went downstairs and left the dormitory. He then ran all the way out of the school gate and saw a black car with a very familiar license plate parked on the side of the road. He hurriedly ran up, opened the car door, and got in. Excuse me, you're a little late. I've been waiting for you for 2 extra minutes. I'm sorry, master. Wang Shuo quickly apologized. Let's go to Optics Valley Software Park. When Ding Runin arrived at the graduate school of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, it was already 4 p.m. More than an hour had passed since she made the phone call. To be honest, Ding Runin really wanted to fly to her supervisor immediately for a discussion, but looking at the paper on the table, she blushed a little and had to patiently revise it carefully before rushing over with the paper. The mentor seemed to have been waiting for a long time. I'm sorry, teacher, I'm late. She dared not delay and quickly stepped forward. The mentor, who was deep in thought, looked up upon hearing this, revealing a somewhat weathered face. Thin-framed glasses rested on his nose, and Ding Runin was worried that they would fall to the ground at any moment. Fortunately, her worst fears were not realized, as her mentor casually took off his glasses and placed them on the table next to him. Neural network you mentioned earlier? It's a node-based, self-recurrent neural network, teacher, Ding Runin added. And it has a ready-made architecture, which I've looked at, and it's quite complex. Your research focuses on neural networks and their applications. So I'd like to ask you, is this something proposed by a foreign scholar I don't know about? As she spoke, she took out the carefully folded A4 paper and handed it to her tutor. I have a hard time understanding some of the content. It seems to make some sense, but when I think about it carefully, it seems to be wrong. I can only ask the teacher for help. The mentor nodded. What he liked most about Ding Runin was his indomitable spirit, his determination to understand everything, and his relentless pursuit of answers. He glanced down at the A4 paper in his hand and was stunned at first glance. This is... Even though he had heard some information from Ding Runin and had some guesses about this so-called node-based self-recurrent neural network, he was still amazed by the architect's ingenious ideas when he actually saw the architecture. This is truly an imagination that knows no bounds. The tutor shook his head and sighed, however, a pity. Teacher, this is invalid. Ding Runin asked hurriedly. She was furious at the thought of how she had been intimidated by Wang Shuo's piece of paper and obediently signed the leave application. Wang Shuo, you rascal, don't let me catch you. You dare to tease me even though you pity me. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know where the nickname Mother Tyrannosaurus of Central China comes from. That's not it, The mentor took off his glasses again and said, Runan, I research neural networks and their applications, including the convergence of artificial neural networks and their application in pattern recognition, as well as theoretical research on pattern recognition and associative memory based on neural networks. I've covered all neural network algorithms, both domestic and international. So I can say with certainty that, in the field I know, there's never been a similar algorithm before. Or rather, it's not an algorithm. It's a system, a complete engine. System? Engine. Ding Runan was a little puzzled. Was this thing really that mysterious? So this thing is valid? The tutor shook his head. Ding Runan was completely dumbfounded. Was it true or false? Was Wang Shuo just being opportunistic? Or had he really designed an independent algorithm? This thing is theoretically feasible, the tutor explained. The person who designed it proposed an assumption, distributed computing among nodes. In this way, all current algorithms were reprogrammed and incorporated into this network. But this creates a problem. There are so many algorithms, each corresponding to a specific situation, with its own advantages and disadvantages. How do you determine which algorithm to use to solve a given set of data inputs? With current technology, it's impossible to solve. But this architecture offers a solution, a node-based self-recurrent neural network. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a computer logic algorithm that allows the computer to perform logical operations according to predefined conditions, fully leveraging the participation of different algorithms to achieve the desired result. In a sense, this is the most basic computer brain. It will continuously add different algorithms, making the computer more and more functional and even developing a kind of intelligence. If there are also learning modules. The tutor thought about it for a moment, seemed to think it was impossible, and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Indeed, it's a wildly imaginative concept. But this also presents many problems. First and foremost, there's the question of whether it's even feasible. If the people who designed this system can't develop a reasonable logical algorithm, then the system is fundamentally flawed. The second problem is size. All algorithms run through a database, and all algorithm inputs and outputs are done through data. Different algorithms require different input data, which means different databases are needed for storage. As a result, the size of the database is unavoidable. Wait, I seem to have missed something. Seeing her mentor deep in thought, Ding Runan's brain was somewhat frozen. If her initial feeling upon seeing the paper was one of amazement, profundity, and incomprehension, then now it was one of shock. Yes, shocking. She was especially shocked when she heard her mentor say the words, basic computer brain. What is a primitive computer brain? Perhaps it can be understood by changing the word to primitive intelligence. The research direction she and her mentor dedicated their entire lives to was so easily solved by a single piece of paper and a so-called node-based self-recurrent neural network. There may still be difficulties, but at least we have a clear direction, right? As for whether this most basic computer logic algorithm can be implemented, Ding Runan was certain. She could still remember that brat's hateful, serious, and confident eyes, and of course his words that made her grit her teeth in anger. Your paper mentions algorithms such as decision trees, support vector machines, naive Bayes classification, and recurrent neural networks. Why not add a neural logic module to the computer? I designed a logic algorithm called a node-based self-recurrent neural network. If you agree to give me leave, I will write the algorithm for you and provide the source code unconditionally. Ding Runan gritted his teeth and finally couldn't help but let out a sound. Wang Shuo, you brat, I'll remember you. Chapter 21 Optics Valley Software Park. W-City, Optics Valley Software Park. Wang Shuo stood in front of a not-so-tall building, looking at the lush greenery around him and the faintly visible artificial lake in the distance, and was immediately filled with emotion. Is this the office space that Chen Xian prepared? Indeed, having money really can make you feel great. When will I be able to be as wealthy and generous as Miss Chen Xian, completely regarding money as dirt? Thinking about the contract he had made with Miss Chen Xian, Wang Shuo smiled slightly. It didn't seem too difficult. Composing himself, Wang Shuo stepped into the building. Welcome. A young woman who seemed to have been waiting for a while stepped forward. Hello, how can I help you? Wang Shuo felt a little awkward at the warm smile. He touched his nose and said, Hello, I'm Chen Xian. You must be Mr. Wang Shuo. The young lady looked him over with a hint of curiosity. Ms. Chen has already made all the arrangements for you. I'll show you around now. Wang Shuo swallowed the rest of his sentence and nodded, saying, "Okay. Let me first introduce the specific situation of our park to you," the young woman said while leading the way. W City Optics Valley Software Park is located at the intersection of Guanshan Avenue and Nanhu Avenue in Optics Valley District. The original planned land area for the park was 680 acres, with a total building area of 730,000 square meters, of which 630,000 square meters are above ground and 100,000 square meters are underground. Our park is a software industry base recognized by the Ministry of Science and Technology of China, so the facilities are very complete. Mr. Wang is so young. He must still be a student, right? I am a freshman at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Mr. Wang, you're so young to have started your own company. That's really impressive. But it would be even better if you were at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. It's less than 5 kilometers from our park, just a few minutes taxi ride away, which is very convenient. The young woman smiled and continued her introduction. The building you are in now belongs to Area A of our park, which is close to the central artificial lake. If you are sitting on the 3rd floor, you can see the lake as soon as you look up. Mr. Wang Shuo, please follow me. The young lady led Wang Shuo up to the 3rd floor. This floor was specially prepared for you by Ms. Chun Xian, totaling 246 square meters. As per your requirements, it has been fully equipped with equipment and an enterprise-level server, and the cost has already been paid. You can use it with confidence. Our park is equipped with a professional property management company. If you have any questions or requests during the lease period, you can let us know and we will resolve them for you in a timely manner. Looking at the huge floor crammed full of computers and equipment and the specially separated server room, Wang Shuo was somewhat taken aback. The rent here must be very expensive, right? Our park charges according to the specific area and size. For example, the rent for the building that Ms. Chun rented is 230 yuan per square meter, which is not a very expensive price. 230 yuan per square meter. Wang Shuo did a quick mental calculation. 246 multiplied by 230. That's 56,000 yuan per month. It's only around 500,000. Not much at all. Perhaps to allay Wang Shuo's concerns, the young lady thoughtfully said, "Mr. Wang, you don't need to worry. Ms. Chun has rented this building for a year, so you don't need to worry about anything during that year. Moreover, Ms. Chun has paid all the property fees and equipment usage and maintenance costs for the whole year in one lump sum, so you and your company can move in now." He was in a huge debt of gratitude. With a slightly dazed look on his face, Wang Shuo saw off the hostess and sat on the 3rd floor sofa, looking at the neatly arranged equipment with a somewhat bewildered expression. Have I overlooked something? What exactly is it? Chen Group Branch in downtown W City. Chen Xian stared silently at the middle-aged man in front of her, whose face was filled with bitterness. Xian, I know you have a lot of complaints about me right now, but no matter how much you complain, you can't just do whatever you want. The middle-aged man in the video said helplessly, "Look at what you've been doing lately. Skipping school, running away from home, wandering around alone, and almost getting into trouble with thugs. Tell me what you've done." "That's fine. I have nothing to say about you repaying their help. Our family is big, and we can't be known as ungrateful. But look at what you've done since then. Paying hospital fees is understandable, and delivering breakfast every day. I can understand that too. But how am I supposed to explain things like setting up a company for someone and signing contracts to your aunt and uncles? You're trying to drive me crazy." Chen Xian listened quietly without interrupting. "Especially the contract. I'll let it go once it's signed. I'll assume it's to repay that Wang Sha. But you actually took it upon yourself to hand over the company's confidential information to an outsider. You're not a child anymore. You should know the seriousness of this matter. This is a matter of life and death for the company. If even the slightest leak occurs, the company will collapse before the performance-based contract even takes effect." "Jianxin, oh Jianxin." The middle-aged man looked conflicted and finally sighed. What can I say about you? I watched you two sisters grow up since you were little. How come? Neither of you is easy for me to deal with. The board of directors is still discussing and studying your matter. If they find something to hold against you, then..." The middle-aged man shook his head sadly, as if he was thinking of something that made him sad. "I agree." "What?" Chun Xian calmly said. "I agreed to my aunt's and uncle's conditions." The middle-aged man looked slightly taken aback. "I agreed to the relationship with Matsumoto's son. Chen Xin said calmly. But I also set conditions, and my aunt and uncles all agreed. Chen Xin looked at her father quietly. So rest assured, the shareholders will not use this matter to make things difficult for you. The middle-aged man seemed to lose all his strength at once. So, I am the only one who was kept in the dark? Bangwei, I insisted on not telling you about Uncle Chun, and I even threatened him for it. So please don't blame Uncle Chun. It was all my daughter's own choice. No one forced me, and no one compelled me to do anything. The middle-aged man, having been in charge of the group for decades, quickly calmed down. Xiner, have you made up your mind? The transaction is complete. Father, Chen Xin said softly, her head bowed. I want to hear you call me Dad, just like you did when you were a child. Chen Xin remained silent. The middle-aged man gave another bitter smile and sighed. Do you know the nature of the difficulties the group is facing? I know. Tencent not that. That's why I agreed to this deal. Only in this way can I save you and the group. In the end, I still can't bring myself to abandon you, Dad. The whole of China, so many people in China, yet no team has succeeded. In the most crucial aspect of systems, we can never reach the level of Japan. I once tried to use the entire group's resources to break through and innovate, even going so far as to establish a branch in W City, set up a technology company, and look for incubators to recruit engineers. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man shook his head. So, you really believe that your benefactor can help you? Can solve the technology that even the entire group couldn't solve in 15 days? Chen Xin lowered her head and remained silent. I'm glad you understand. The middle-aged man didn't say anything. I will do my best to salvage this situation. Don't overthink it. Trust me. Furthermore, I hope your retaliatory actions against the group end here, and that nothing else happens. After saying that, the middle-aged man hung up the video call. Chen Xin sat quietly, pondering the middle-aged man's words. Suddenly her phone vibrated. Chen Xin glanced at it, and saw that it seemed to be a WeChat message. She didn't want to pay attention to it, but after looking at the nickname, she subconsciously clicked on it. Then, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and she smiled. Chapter 22, Creating New Types of Code. After sending a WeChat message to Chen Xin, Wang Shua slumped onto the sofa, feeling utterly hopeless about his life. After half an hour of careful thought, he finally remembered what he had overlooked. Chen Xin had rented not just one floor, but the entire building. Wang Shua counted that the building had 3 floors. Each floor was 246 square meters, and the 3 floors were 738 square meters. The monthly rent was 170,000 yuan, and the annual rent was 2.04 million yuan. This doesn't even include the annual property management fee, equipment configuration and maintenance fees, and other expenses. According to my agreement with Chen Xin, I'm supposed to pay all of these costs myself. Is Chen Xin trying to help me? It's obvious she's worried. I don't owe her enough money and wants me to work for her for the rest of my life. Wang Shua was furious. He immediately took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chen Xin. Miss Chen, you've gone too far. I knew you had ulterior motives. Even if you wanted to lend money to people at exorbitant interest rates, you should at least give them some leeway to refuse. How did you manage to incur such a huge debt for no reason? Let me tell you, Wang Shua, will never owe you any money. Never. Even if you gave me 10 million, I would resolutely pay you back. Resolutely. Wang Shua, will never work for you. After sending the message, Wang Shua slumped on the sofa, not expecting Chen Xin to reply. After all, Chen Xin never replied to his messages. But this time, a few minutes later, Wang Shua's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was indeed Chen Xin replying, with only 2 words in the message. Interest. Wang Shua immediately backed down, wanting to say something conciliatory, but he couldn't bring himself to lose face, so he could only reply with 2 harsh words. Dream. Slumped to the side, Wang Shua rubbed his face. Talk is talk, and do is do. Besides, he had already forced himself into this predicament. There was no other way but to succeed. Now he could only hope that the humanoid predecessors would be capable enough to let him slap Chen Xion's cold face. I sat down in the chair, reached out, and turned on the computer on the workbench that was too expensive for me to afford. The smooth touch, the huge screen, the incredibly fast boot speed. Sure enough, just accept it calmly. Why bring up repaying the money? Do you think a nobody like you can afford to repay 3 million? Or is your pride just too strong? This property management is indeed quite professional. They had all the necessary development software pre-installed on the computers, requirements tools, design tools, construction tools, testing tools, maintenance tools, and so on. Everything was there. And it looked high-end and sophisticated. It probably wasn't pirated software, right? Wang Shuo casually opened his email, downloaded the attachment, and prepared to examine it carefully. Thanks to the strong downlink bandwidth, the attachments downloaded very quickly. In just over 5 minutes, the more than 2 gigabytes of attachments were completely downloaded. Wang Shuo clicked on it and began to examine it. Time passed by, and it wasn't until half an hour later that Wang Shuo had finished skimming through all the information. This is a trap. Wang Shuo looked at the information in front of him and felt like crying. Just looking at it made his heart tremble. The information on the screen was very simple, consisting of the specific parameters and technical data of a multi-axis machining center developed by their company. According to the data, the performance of this machining center is quite good, and it can complete the fine carving of parts of various shapes, including hollowing. But a problem arose. The machine was built and the precision could be guaranteed, but it was stuck on the control system and couldn't be improved no matter what. The Chun Group also tried using several domestically developed machine tool control software programs, but the complexity and precision of their operation were simply appalling. Not only are the knives frequently damaged, but bugs also occur frequently, resulting in a high rate of raw material waste and increasing processing costs by more than 3 to 5 times. Who would buy such a machining center? Who would dare to use it? If such a product were launched, the technology company under the Chun Group would likely be instantly bombarded with criticism from all sides, and its stock price would plummet. If the opponent takes advantage of this and launches a short-selling attack, in that case, the Chun Group would be finished. However, there are often good things and bad things. Chun's Group is currently only stuck on the software issue, but in terms of the product itself, the overall quality is still very good. It features 5-axis linkage, a built-in tool magazine, and tool changing function, and its repeatability can reach 0.009 millimeters. The physical precision limit is extremely high, approaching the level of the top domestic level. If the problems with the control system and tool setter can be solved, allowing the machine tool's physical performance to be fully realized, and the price is slightly more reasonable, then it could very well become a wildly popular product in China. A sufficiently positive piece of news would definitely cause the Chun Group's stock to surge, and whatever difficulties the Chun Group encounters, they will likely be able to overcome them. The Chun Group is also working towards this goal, but unfortunately, given the current level of software in China, no one can confidently say that their software is absolutely capable, let alone outperform foreign counterparts in terms of overall performance. It seems I've jumped into a huge pit. Wang Shuo had previously optimistically estimated that the system would require a team of about 50 people, but now it seems that even a team of 150 people wouldn't be able to handle it, let alone 50. Now Wang Shuo faces 2 thorny problems, the control system and a high-precision tool setter. Forget about the control system, but what is this high-precision tool setter? Tool setting? Shouldn't the tools be set by themselves? Why would we need a tool setter? Wang Shuo was completely baffled. He decided to ask for help, even if it meant asking Baidu. I quickly took out my phone and opened Baidu. The web page displayed the words, "Search on Baidu, and you'll know." Wang Shuo pursed his lips and typed in the words, "knife setting device." As expected, just as Wang Shuo, who always used Baidu, predicted, the first 10 search results were almost entirely advertisements. Achieve lifespan management for your tooling system. Reduce your equipment costs. American Technology Certified. A tool setting device for machining centers, a versatile tool setting device. This is how you should choose a tool setting device. It wasn't until he turned the page that Wang Shuo found what he was looking for. According to Baidu Encyclopedia, tool setting device. In the machining process, the auxiliary time for workpiece loading and unloading, tool adjustment, etc. accounts for a considerable proportion of the machining cycle. In particular, tool adjustment is both labor-intensive and extremely time-consuming. Types of tool setting devices include plug-in arms, pull-down arms, and fully automatic tool setting arms. Wang Shuo suddenly realized, no wonder I've never seen this in humanoid civilizations before. Turns out, they're too backward. A problem that could be solved with a program and equipment is instead complicated by creating an auxiliary component. TSK. It's really outdated. Having figured out the situation, Wang Shua stopped worrying and quickly opened the design tool, starting to slowly build up the concept that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. As for the thick requirements manual, Wang Shua didn't even look at it. What was the point of looking at that thing except to waste time? Anyway, just add all the functions that a CNC operating system should have. Modular disassembly identification, it should be added. A robust circuit protection system, that's useful at it. PMC signals and PMC function sets, essential, add them. Alarm and diagnostic functions, this is a must, add it. Wang Shua was working feverishly, and a complete operating system architecture quickly emerged in the software design. The remaining task was to implement its functions one by one using code. Wang Shua poured himself a glass of water and looked at his masterpiece with great pleasure. This architecture thing was so simple. How could it take 10 or 20 days? Wang Shua suspected that the architects were just taking their salaries and not doing any work. Now that I understand the specific requirements and have built the architecture, the next step is to implement it, which is a piece of cake for me. Wang Shua suddenly froze. He suddenly realized that achieving this process was not as easy as he thought. How could I forget this? Wang Shua closed his eyes and pondered carefully. My entire system is built on the code of the humanoid race. Let's just call it code for now. The principle is the same. My system is built on the code system of the humanoid race, and it is compiled using the language of the humanoid race. There is no English version of the code for me to refer to, let alone source code. There isn't even a single letter. Wang Shua was dumbfounded. What do? A good coding language should have a very clear logical structure. English, as a language, has the greatest advantage of using 26 letters to create various combinations, expressing different meanings through different letters of varying lengths and patterns. This makes it the closest language to a computer language. After all, one has enough, and the other is quite simple. If you were to use Chinese to write code with English logic, the resulting code would probably be incomprehensible gibberish. However, it is undeniable that the expressive power and meaning of Chinese characters are much stronger than those of English. But how about writing your own code in English? Wang Shua thought for a moment, then shook his head, dismissing the terrifying idea. Even setting aside the fact that the idea was impossible, the sheer scale of the project would be daunting. The simplification of humanoid code is beyond imagination. It has pushed the logic gates of computers to an extreme degree, while English-based code is often filled with chaotic logic, repetition, errors, and so on. Wang Shua compared the two and found that commands that often require 2, 3, or even more than 10 lines to be clearly explained in English are often expressed in only 1 line or even 2 or 3 characters in humanoid code. This resulted in the fact that Wang Shua simply could not complete the system development within the limited time. Millions of lines of code. Even if Wang Shua worked himself to death, he still couldn't write them. Then how about compiling it in Chinese? That doesn't seem feasible either. Under the existing logical conditions, the workload of writing code in Chinese is incalculable, as it involves modifying the underlying computer hardware. Even if Wang Shua is incredibly skilled, he can't change the underlying hardware out of thin air. This is really going to be hilarious. A massive amount of work to be done in just over 10 days. Why is it so easy for others to make money, while I have to do such dirty and tiring jobs no matter what I do? Wang Shua took a deep breath, glanced at the already dark sky outside, and felt so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood. Even if things get tough, work still has to be done. Wang Shua doesn't want his reputation to be ruined. Money doesn't matter. The main thing is that he can't let Chen Xian look down on him. He has to make a name for himself. He's determined to slap that girl, Chen Xian, in the face. There's no existing code, right? We'll create our own. There's no compiler, right? We'll build our own. There's no instruction set. We'll create our own. If there's no road, then build your own. There is no corresponding humanoid script in reality, so I need to convert it and then use Earth-based methods to describe and encapsulate it. I also need a compiler. Creating and converting code languages is not difficult, but the converted language needs to be recognizable by computers. Finally, I need more time. This is a difficult problem. Wang Shua exhaled, his mind racing. Where there's a will, there's a way. If there's no coding language, I'll create one. If there's no underlying software, I'll create a compiler. If there's not enough time to type, I'll create a typing machine. Everything is difficult at the beginning. The first thing I should do is simplify the code. Chapter 23 Application of the Basic Core. Rather than simplification, It's more accurate to describe it as the reinvention of a computer language, completely breaking away from any existing system. It takes a completely different approach, using the simplified code instruction set of humanoid civilization as its core, combined with the existing English code system to create a unique high-level computer language. In Wang Shua's plan, the new high-level computer language should meet the following specific requirements: simple, concise, efficient, stable, and advanced. In other words, it is easier to learn, smaller in size, more efficient in operation, more stable in program, and have a higher level of language. This required Wang Shua to redefine every assembly instruction. At the deepest level, he even had to redefine the binary units composed of 0 and 1. Then he had to reassemble the redefined binary files into individual instructions, then combine the individual instructions into an assembly command language, and then apply the simplified code instruction set of the humanoid race to the assembly command language to reassemble it into compound instructions. After omitting extremely detailed parts, he then assembled a new instruction set. This was an extremely complicated task, extremely time-consuming and energy-intensive, but Wang Shua had no shortcuts to choose from. He could only give full play to his selfless work spirit of not being afraid of hardship or sacrifice, typing out the code structure he wanted, one line of code and one command at a time. This is not easy. Wang Shua felt that even after working tirelessly all night, he hadn't made much progress. When the rising sun shone its first rays into the room, Wang Shua realized that it was already daylight and that he had unknowingly spent the whole night in front of the computer. What surprised him even more was that after a night of intense typing and mental work, he felt no discomfort at all. On the contrary, he felt refreshed. Only the occasional discomfort in his body made him realize that he had been sitting all night. I checked the time in the bottom right corner of my computer screen. It was 7:25 a.m. Thanks to Chun Xin, Wang Shua, who never used to eat breakfast, has now developed the good habit of eating breakfast on time. Right now, Wang Shua can hear his stomach protesting to him. If he ignores it, it will probably soon turn into a riot. It is estimated that about 3% of the work has been completed. Wang Shua muttered as he stood up, walked to the window, stretched, and looked out at the calm lake in the distance. The software park was very quiet at this time of day. There were almost no people walking on the road, only some unknown birds chirping and chattering. Occasionally, a slight breeze would blow by, and the long willow branches would sway in the wind. Wang Shua, who was pondering what to eat, was about to look away when he suddenly saw a person walking quietly on the path, heading straight for the building where he was. "Why is she here?" Wang Shua was somewhat surprised. A few minutes later, Wang Shua heard a noise on the first floor. A moment later, a beautiful figure appeared at the top of the stairs on the third floor. Long, flowing hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, and she had a high, straight nose, thin lips, and eyes as calm as the sea. Wang Shua stared at Chen Xin with an unfriendly expression. This woman had dug such a big hole for him, and now she was probably here to laugh at him. "Why are you here?" Chen Xin didn't speak. She glanced at the computer screen and the light that Wang Shua hadn't turned off yet, and her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Didn't sleep all night? Is this being concerned about oneself? Wang Shua suddenly felt a little guilty. He suddenly remembered that he still owed the woman in front of him a huge sum of 3 million yuan. She was his creditor. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was indeed just a small-time worker. "No, not really." Chen Xin looked at him quietly. "Okay." Wang Shua surrendered without any backbone, pointing to the computer. "Yesterday, some basic infrastructure needed to be built from scratch, and before I knew it, let's have breakfast." Chen Xin didn't seem to care much about these things. She put the plastic bag she was carrying in front of the computer, took a serious look at the screen full of code data, and then sat down on the sofa next to her and took out the book she always carried with her. Miss Chen's unique skill is that she can read books anywhere. But this girl is quite skilled at delivering breakfast. She's increasingly showing the demeanor of a virtuous wife and loving mother. Wang Shua inwardly praised the food, but his face remained impassive. He sat down at the computer without any hesitation and picked up the steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and millet porridge that Chen Xin had brought him. "Good. You're very good at it. Bread and milk taste good, but they're just too bland." Wang Shua took a delicious bite of the steamed bun, then sipped a large mouthful of millet porridge. As the warm food slowly settled into his stomach, he felt that his small life goal had been achieved, and he felt even more satisfied. Especially since this breakfast was personally delivered by Miss Chen Xian, it seems like the breakfast has become more expensive. Thinking that each steamed bun might cost hundreds of thousands, Wang Shuo felt he couldn't waste any, so he ate as many as he could and accepted everything offered. When the last steamed bun and the last mouthful of porridge were finished, Miss Chen raised her head at the opportune moment. Wang Shuo looked completely bewildered. It's nothing. Chen Xian lowered her head again. I might stay for a while before leaving, just letting you know. Oh, Wang Shuo nodded, not finding anything wrong with it. After finishing breakfast and stretching, Wang Shuo immediately focused his attention on the computer in front of him and began to rethink his ideas. I can only complete about 3% of the progress in one night, which is definitely not acceptable. At this rate, I won't even be able to develop the most basic new coding language, let alone build a system. Wang Shuo frowned in thought, completely ignoring Chen Xian beside him. Women will only slow him down his typing speed. Wang Shuo originally planned to wait until the new high-level computer language was successfully developed before starting to build the control system, which would at least save him a great deal of time and energy. However, after calculating yesterday's workload, Wang Shuo realized that the plan was unrealistic. The complexity of the new computer language exceeded his expectations. If he continued according to the original plan, it would take him at least 12 days to successfully compile the new computer language. But the remaining 3 days were far too short. So short that even if he used the new computer language, he wouldn't be able to smoothly complete the development and testing of the control system, let alone add functions and make adaptations. Wang Shuo had no choice but to temporarily shelve the plan and think of other solutions. We can only work on the necessary parts for now and fill in the rest gradually. In that case, that's it. Wang Shuo's eyes suddenly lit up. He shook his head in annoyance, wondering how he could have forgotten something so important. The trick I used to amuse the teacher yesterday is actually coming in handy today. Whether it was Wang Shuo's good eye or sheer luck, he randomly drew yesterday and pulled out the basic architecture of the intelligent core, which is said to be the cornerstone of humanoid civilization. He even used this thing to create a new name, node-type self-circulating neural network, which successfully fooled Professor Ding Runin and achieved his goal of asking for leave. The source code of the initial architecture of the intelligent core does not require all the compiled languages. I only need to compile the required source code now. As long as the prototype can be successfully built and is equipped with the core logic gate algorithm of the humanoid race, the entire core can operate autonomously. In that case, even if I spend all my time building the basic intelligent core, as long as I succeed and can provide the system's core source code, I can completely let the intelligent core fill in the remaining running code. Wang Shuo was excited. If Chen Xian hadn't been sitting right next to him, and he didn't want her to think he was a fool, he would have jumped up and given himself a big thumbs up. But happiness should be shared, he coughed. Miss Chen, if there's nothing else, please don't disturb me while I'm reading. Also, you've been sitting there for half an hour. I sat there blankly for more than half an hour. Wang Shuo immediately swallowed back what he wanted to say, looking at Chen Xian's expressionless face, wondering what he had done to offend this woman. But women are often unreasonable, so if Chen Xian tried to reason with him seriously, he might just run away instead. It seems Chen Xian has always been very reasonable. Wang Shuo lost his desire to boast, withdrew his wild thoughts, and began to seriously consider his idea. The more he thought about it, the more hopeful he felt of success. Of course, if it fails, aside from Chen Xian's face looking grumpy, there doesn't seem to be anything else. Of course, it would be even better if he didn't have such a strong sense of self-esteem. Carrying 3 million on his back always gave him the illusion of working for Chen Xian. Shaking his head, Wang Shuo began to seriously output code. His mind seemed to be constantly churning with ideas, and his fingers were clattering incessantly across the keyboard. Wang Shuo strategically prioritized compiling the command set needed to build the rudimentary intelligent core, skipping over those that were less important or unnecessary. Time flew by amidst Wang Shuo's incessant keyboard clicks and Chen Xian's constant turning of the pages. 7 p.m. Chen Xian closed her book on time and gestured to the bodyguard who came to deliver the food to put the lunchbox aside and not disturb Wang Shuo, who was typing furiously on his keyboard. She quietly picked up the lunchbox and, with her bodyguard, went downstairs. Miss, Uncle Chun just called again to ask when you'll be back. Wait a little longer. Miss, I'm afraid I can't wait any longer. The bodyguard paused. The chairman himself has come. Did he know I was here? I didn't know. Miss, you instructed that this involves company secrets and must not be disclosed to outsiders. The bodyguard seemed to hesitate for a moment. Even the chairman is not allowed to disclose it. Well done. Chen Xian nodded slightly. Now that father is here, let's go back. Chapter 24, Chun Zhongshuan. The chairman of the Chun Group visited the W City branch. This is absolutely major news for the W City branch. After all, the group is so large, and not just anyone has the privilege of meeting the chairman in person. As for the reason why the chairman came this time, the people at the W City branch didn't really care. They only care about making a good impression on the chairman. If they can definitely use it to soar to new heights. Unfortunately, the chairman only made a brief appearance after arriving at the branch office before sitting down in the senior management's office and remaining silent, leaving many men and women who had secretly prepared somewhat disappointed. Chun Zhongshuan was sitting in the manager's office, holding a teacup and admiring it carefully. Beside him, Uncle Chun stood with his hands at his sides. Manhwa, Chun Zhongshuan's voice was deep and heavy. Xner has caused you a lot of trouble these past few days. Fortunately, you were there, otherwise this girl would have caused even bigger trouble. Sir, you're too kind, Uncle Chun said with a smile. You know the young lady's temperament. It's none of my business. That's why I'm worried. Chun Zhongshuan sighed. I know this girl is feeling wronged, so I didn't tell her about these upsetting things. I originally planned to tell her the truth after things calmed down, but I didn't expect that The young lady knows right from wrong and won't act recklessly. You've always favored these two girls since they were little, Chun Zhongshuan said with a smile, shaking his head. But this time, favoritism won't work. That girl Xner made a decision without my knowledge, ruining all my plans. I've already spoken to the board of directors, but they're determined to stick to Xner's promise. Chen Zhongshuan snorted. Do these guys really think I'm just a businessman who only knows how to chant Buddhist scriptures? If I relied on luck, I would have been devoured by this capital market long ago. Sir, you suspect. It's not suspicion, Chen Zhongshuan said gravely, but the coincidences this time are just too great. Outsiders know everything about our group's movements, assets, and cash reserves, making it easy for them to find our weaknesses. I can't help but be suspicious. And then there's what happened to Xena. Sir, you suspect this Wang Shu? No, not at all. Chen Zhongshuan shook his head and said, it's very unlikely that Wang Shuo is one of them. On the contrary, it's those two robbers. They're being incredibly audacious. Uncle Chen's face suddenly darkened. I've already asked someone to inquire, and we'll have news soon. Let's wait and see. Chen Zhongshuan took a sip of tea and exclaimed, Manhwa, your tea brewing skills have reached a new level. Excellent water and excellent tea. If you like, sir, please take some back with you. Just soak them briefly in boiling water to infuse them with flavor. Chen Zhongshuan nodded, not refusing. Manhwa, you've been with me for decades, haven't you? 30 years have passed, sir. Uncle Chen sighed. When I followed you, you were a spirited young man who had just joined the Chun family, which was just a small company. In the blink of an eye, 30 years have passed. Yes, time really flies. Chen Zhongshuan's expression turned reminiscent. Back when I first took over the Chen family, you were just a young man about my age, but now... Chen Zhongshuan couldn't help but sigh. Time waits for no one. Sir, there's no need to be sad. Uncle Chun smiled slightly. It is a blessing for the Chun family to have your leadership. Back then, Miss and Madam depended on each other for survival, and their only company was about to be taken away. If it weren't for you, there would be no Chun family today, no Chun group today. Chen Zhongshuan smiled and shook his head. Manhwa, you're wrong about that. Back then, I was indeed young and ambitious, wanted to build my own business empire from scratch. But the painful failure also taught me that in this world, strength is ultimately what matters. And sometimes, connections are more important than money. So, Xiner, you're back. Chen Zhongshuan's voice abruptly stopped. Chun Xen, who had just pushed open the door and walked in, nodded upon hearing this and went straight to sit down opposite Chen Zhongshuan. Where did you go? To take care of some things. Chen Zhongshuan frowned, looked at his daughter's calm face, and finally let out a sigh, somewhat helpless. Why won't you listen to me? Have I told you about the complexity and difficulty of this matter? Have I told you that this technology has been monopolized by foreign countries? Have I told you that companies all over China are trying to break through, but no physical product comparable to foreign products has appeared? Have I told you that even though the company spent a lot of money to organize a team of dozens of people, they still couldn't completely overcome this problem? Have I told you not to believe the empty talk of a college freshman? Do you know what the board's attitude is towards your terms? They're waiting to see you fail. If you can't produce a decent finished product by then, you'll completely lose your say in the group. You won't even have a way out. Do you understand? Since you understand, why did you still do it? Let me tell you the truth. Before coming to W City, I also gathered the company's software engineers for an evaluation, and I also specifically consulted professors and experts from Beijing University of Chemical Technology. Do you know what they said? Before Chen Xin could answer, Chen Zhongshuan continued in a heavy tone. 2 years. Developing a complete system, including later testing and packaging, takes 2 years. And that's with a team of 50, and there's no guarantee against any crashes. Tell me, how can one person compare to an elite team of 50? Chen Xin remained indifferent. You don't trust your father, and you're afraid that I'll use you as a bargaining chip to exchange for the company's interests, so you secretly ran away and even wanted to vent your dissatisfaction. I don't blame you, but why were you so foolish? Chen Zhongshuan looked at his daughter and felt a pang of heartache. How could you trust a college freshman you've only known for a short time? The board of directors is now fixated on your terms. Although I am the chairman, I can't make decisions on everything unilaterally, especially since your terms have given them sufficient justification. What did they say? Chen Xin asked calmly. They demanded immediate product testing. Chen Zhongshuan sighed. The board of directors decided that product testing would take place in 15 days. At that time, they will convene the company's engineers and even invite renowned scholars to participate to ensure the rationality and fairness of the testing. At the same time, we will formally invite the Japanese company in the name of the group to negotiate and discuss matters related to technology import. Ideally, the Japanese company will provide technical personnel to W City to provide specific operational guidance. Note that I've decided to personally oversee this negotiation and testing. Chen Zhongshuan looked at his daughter and said in a low voice, the negotiators from the Japanese parent company will arrive in W City within a week, and they will probably be accompanied by people from the China branch. You don't need to show up yet. I will handle the initial contact. As for Wang Shua's matter, let's leave it at that. You've done what you could. If that kid really is a gem, he'll shine in a few years. You don't owe him anything. Chen Xin paused for a moment, then nodded. If there's nothing else, you should go and rest. Once these matters are resolved, you can come back to Baidu with me. Chen Xin left without a word, leaving only Chen Zhongshuan and Uncle Chen in the room. Master, I think the young lady has feelings for young Master Matsumoto. Chen Zhongshuan took a sip of tea and shook his head slightly. This matter is no longer up to me or Xiner to decide. The people in the company are in a complicated situation right now, so we need to plan this carefully. As for now, I'm afraid I'll have to make do with this. Then that Wang Shu. Thinking of this, Chen Zhongshuan frowned slightly. Bangwa, what about Xiner and Wang Shu? Uncle Chen said somewhat speechlessly, don't worry, sir. There is no relationship between the young lady and Wang Shu. I think the young lady's help to Wang Shu is more to express her dissatisfaction with the group and to make her stance clear. That's good. Chen Zhongshuan nodded, seemingly relieved. Uncle Chen shook his head inwardly. Any father would worry that his beloved daughter, whom he had raised for over a decade, would be eaten by some unknown wild boar, and the old man was no exception. To be honest, if I had a little princess like that, I would be even more worried. What is Wang Shu doing now? This. Uncle Chen hesitated. It seems like we're fulfilling a contract. Fulfill the contract? Chen Zhongshuan opened his mouth. You mean the machining center system? After receiving a confirming look from Uncle Chen, Chen Zhongshuan laughed heartily, and Uncle Chen smiled slightly in return. A confident young man. He's actually started taking action? Huh. If he can really develop this system, no. If he can develop even a third of the control system and actually prove the architecture is feasible. Chen Zhongshuan shook his head slightly and did not continue. This is impossible. Chapter 25, Chen Group. Develop a system, and you still need to test it? Are you kidding me? If she can organize an engineering team to master this technology within 15 days, I'll eat this ring. A young man loudly tossed a diamond ring onto the coffee table in front of him, reclined on the sofa, and said with a disdainful expression. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The large frames added to his refined appearance, and his calm eyes gleamed with an inexplicable light. He seemed unconcerned about the young man's words and said indifferently, "If you act like this in front of Mr. Tanaka, I'll have to consider having Xiao Yang go in your place." The young man immediately jumped up and shook his head. "No, father. You don't know me. I'm very good at putting on a good show in front of outsiders. I would never embarrass you." "I hope so." The middle-aged man glanced at him. "This matter is extremely important, and your task is very difficult. Do you understand what to do?" "Understood." The young man sat up obediently and repeated his father's words to him in a serious manner. "First, I need to build a good relationship with Mr. Tanaka. After arriving in W City, I will actively communicate and coordinate the technology transfer matters and try my best to make Mr. Tanaka have a good impression of the Chun Group so that the contract can be concluded smoothly." "But why should we do this?" the young man asked, puzzled. The middle-aged man glanced at him and said, "Continue." "Oh." The young man immediately understood and continued. "Secondly, deliver your personal letter to Chen Zhongshuan, the chairman of the Chun Group, and find an opportunity to present the ring to Chun Xian, the second young lady of the Chen family." "I like this. Father, are you agreeing to let me seduce Chun Xian?" "It's not a handover. It's a formal proposal," the middle-aged man corrected casually. "A marriage proposal?" The young man immediately lost interest and scoffed. "Flirting is fine, but a marriage proposal is out of the question. I don't want to tie myself down so early." "That's not up to you." The middle-aged man glanced at the young man. "This is your only chance. You must do this well. Even if the proposal fails, you must leave a good impression on Miss Chun so that it will be easier for you to meet her next time." "But father," the young man said with a bitter face, "I'm really not good at proposing. I've given rings to many people, but this is my first time proposing. I am not prepared at all." "You don't need to prepare anything. I'll explain the proposal to Chen Zhongshuan in my letter. You just need to find a suitable occasion to do it." The middle-aged man seemed to know his son very well and continued, "And don't try anything clever with me. Your little tricks may be naive, but they still have some effect on young girls. Just your best. If you need anything, go directly to the finance department and use the company's accounts." "You can spend as much as you want," the young man asked, intrigued. "As long as you can win over Chun Xian, I'll cover whatever it takes," the middle-aged man said calmly, nodding. "Okay." The young man readily agreed. "However, father, I have one more condition. Even if the proposal is successful, I hope we can set the wedding date for 4 years from now. After all, I'm still young and haven't had enough fun yet." "Can." "Thank you, father." The young man lay back down on the sofa, seemingly a little bored. "But father, why do you insist that I get my hands on Chen Xian?" The middle-aged man said calmly, "Because Chun Zhongshuan is a son-in-law who lives with his wife's family." "Son-in-law?" the young man suddenly realized, giving a thumbs up. "Father, you are truly amazing. I was wondering why you focused on the Chun Group when there are so many companies in China. Now I understand. If you understand, then do it properly. Whether we can restore our surname depends entirely on you this time." The middle-aged man's face suddenly darkened. "I don't care what methods you use. You must win over Chen Xian, no matter how long it takes. But be careful not to arouse the vigilance and suspicion of the Chun family, especially to avoid misunderstandings. Do you understand?" "Understood, understood." The young man waved his hand dismissively, seemingly a little impatient. "Father, please rest assured. Young Master Lu invited me to attend a meeting." The young man cast a questioning glance at the middle-aged man opposite him. "Father, it's me. Go ahead, finish early, and be careful." "Okay." The young man, who had received an accurate answer, cheered, grabbed his clothes and car keys, and ran out the door. A moment later, the middle-aged man heard the roar of an engine, which quickly disappeared. "This kid," the middle-aged man shook his head slightly, picked up the still-burning cigar next to him, took a deep drag, and exhaled wisps of smoke. The Chun family, I have such feelings for you." The sounds behind were barely audible. "Chen Xian is going to develop a new system? Do you believe that?" Inside the Chun Group headquarters in Baidu, several shareholders were sitting together drinking tea and chatting. Suddenly, one of the shareholders let out a sneer. "If the new system were so easy to develop, our group wouldn't have been stuck on this little software for 3 years without any progress, and it almost dragged down the entire group's cash flow. So just listen to it and don't take it too seriously. It's just a little girl's naivete." "Chen Xiao, you can't say that. How can we talk about it?" Our little niece is still working hard for the group. Although I think her conditions this time are not very mature. How can we talk to W Company of Japan about technical cooperation if we don't do this? Speaking of which, we really have to thank Chen Xian this time. Otherwise, that old fox, Chen Zhongshuan, wouldn't have given in so easily. Chen Xian really dug a big pit for Chen Zhongshuan this time. Just thinking about how frustrated Chen Zhongshuan looked at the board meeting makes me want to burst out laughing, haha. Me too. Another director chimed in. That old fox Chen Zhongshuan has been in control of the group for so many years. It's time to replace him with someone new. I propose that we seize this opportunity and strike hard to remove that old fox Chen Zhongshuan from the chairman's position and truly hand the Chen group back to the Chen family. I agree. I second that. I object. The discussion paused, and everyone turned to look in the direction from which the sound came. The person sitting in the middle looked displeased. Chen Yuan, you object? I object. The man called Chen Yuan was middle-aged. He raised his eyebrows slightly, showing no fear of the disapproving looks from the people around him. Why the opposition? Don't forget, everyone. The person you're discussing dealing with right now is the chairman of our group. The chairman who has built the Chen Group from a small real estate company into the Chen Group with a market value of hundreds of billions. Chen Yuan's gaze swept over everyone present, his voice serious. Brothers, sisters, and everyone else, ask yourself whose shares weren't acquired through the chairman's personal persuasion. Who among you wasn't brought to this point step by the chairman? Who hasn't received a single penny of dividends from me and my sister? Back then, my father passed away unexpectedly, and the company was on the verge of bankruptcy. My sister and I went to each of you to beg you to give us money to save the company. Which of you would have voluntarily given us money? If the chairman hadn't come to our door to personally plead with us, giving us shares, and promising to fully refund all losses, which of you would have given us money to save the company? Nobody's here, even my good older brother. Chen Yuan suddenly turned his gaze to the person sitting in the middle who had asked the question. Chen Yuqiong, he turned my sister and me out. He turned his own sister and brother out. Now, under the chairman's leadership, the company's performance is booming. The shares in each of your hands have increased dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of times. You are living the life of the aristocracy, residing in the best villas, driving the most expensive cars, eating the best food, and buying the most luxurious items. Who gave you all of this? Tell me. A wave of awkwardness washed over everyone, as they seemed afraid to meet Chen Yuan's gaze and lowered their heads. Only Chen Yuqiong remained unfazed, instead revealing a hint of mockery. Second brother, you're right. All of this was indeed given to us by the chairman, and by my dear brother-in-law. But you've also seen the current state of the group. Research and development is limited, funds are scarce, we have a large amount of land, but no way to develop it, various assets are being tied up, and even bank loans have shrunk. All of this shows that the group has reached a dead end. If we don't reform, we will only face certain death. Everyone, at that point, it won't just be a matter of losing everything. It will be a huge debt. Everything we have now will vanish overnight. Thousands of employees who depend on us for their livelihood will be laid off. I and the other directors believe that Chairman Chen Zhongshuan has lost control of the group's direction, and the investment in technology companies has already crippled the group. If the group is to survive, it must change its strategy. What strategy? Chen Yuan sneered. To make the group develop according to your plan, is that it? The only way to save the group from its current predicament is to introduce technology, Chen Yuqiong said with a cold gaze. In the long run, the only way is to completely withdraw from the technology sector, fully invest assets in the real estate sector, and accelerate the return of funds. Only then can the group have a chance to be reborn. Withdraw from the technology sector? Chen Yuan scoffed. And then what? Withdraw from the transportation sector? Withdraw from the service sector? Withdraw from the retail sector? My brother-in-law spent decades weeding out the group's dependence on real estate, and now you think you can bring the group back to its original state with just a few words. This is the only way to save the group. Chen Yuqiong looked around and stated, according to my calculations, the demand for real estate in China is still rising and the market is still expanding. It is an excellent period of opportunity. If we can fully enter the real estate market now, we will quickly reap a wave of profits, enough to elevate the group to the next level. The shareholders nodded in agreement, and a cacophony of voices filled the air. Enough, Chen Yuan roared. You're all short-sighted fools. You only see the profits in your own pockets. blind to the mountains of gold and silver in the distance. I didn't object to you using your niece to save the group. It was for the good of the group. I also didn't object to you working together to pressure the chairman to agree to product testing and negotiations. But now, I firmly oppose your proposal to have the chairman step down. The most basic thing to do to save the group is to stick to its current direction. This is the tone set by the chairman himself. No one can change it until you achieve your goals. Everyone seemed stunned, and no one spoke for a moment. Even Chen Yuqiong sat back down with a calm expression. Chen Yuren, if you've finished speaking, let me say a few words. A middle-aged woman stood up. Whether it's short-sightedness or foresight, that's not what we're discussing today. What we're discussing today is the product testing in 2 weeks and the upcoming negotiations with the Japanese company. The chairman has personally gone to W City to preside over the negotiations, but I think we should also pay attention to the testing. What if our little niece succeeds? Couldn't we take this opportunity to establish our brand and open up the market? A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd, as if the middle-aged woman had told a joke. Chen Yuqiong stood up again and gestured for the middle-aged woman to sit down. Shaoling makes a lot of sense. You can't live without dreams, and the same goes for doing things. You have to have dreams, because what if you succeed? The crowd burst into laughter again. Anyone who has ideas about the product testing in 2 weeks can share them. No sooner had he finished speaking than one of the shareholders stood up. I suggest that in addition to gathering the company's engineers and experts, we could also invite some media and even some competitors and potential customers. If successful, we could place an order on the spot, right? Yes, that's right. I'd also like to suggest that we invite notaries and patent investigators to the site. If it really is a new type of system, we can apply for a patent on the spot, haha. Good idea. I'd like to suggest it too. I propose. Chen Yuren looked at these so-called shareholders in front of him, filled with anger but not knowing who to vent it on. He could only snort and turn to leave the conference room. As Chen Yuqiong watched Chen Yuren's departing figure, a slight sneer appeared on her lips, as if mocking someone's overestimation of their abilities. Chapter 26-0 Born. In the Optics Valley Software Park, W City, Wang Shuo typed out the last letter in a flurry of typing, took a breath, and looked out the window. It was already evening, and the sun was almost below the horizon, leaving only a sliver of its afterglow shining into Wang Shuo's workspace, a beautiful, reddish glow. After several days of tireless effort, Wang Shuo finally completed the construction of the source code for the Intelligent Core program today and injected basic logic algorithms to build a basic logical core. Currently, in the entire graphical source code structure, only the very central logical core is lit up, while the other nodes are still in a dark state. These are all algorithm nodes that need to be added gradually later. However, once the intelligent core architecture and basic logic core are in place, the artificial intelligence is basically complete. It may not appear very smart due to limitations in the algorithm, and it may even appear somewhat clumsy. But it is still much more advanced than some of the intelligent voice assistants currently on the market. Most importantly, it has logic. It is a computer program with logic. Having logic means it can infer unknown conditions from existing ones and deduce unknown information and responses from existing databases, no longer requiring repetitive training like someone with intellectual disabilities. That's logic. When a computer has logic, it's no longer just a computer, but a brain with the processing speed of a computer. Abbreviated as intelligent computer. Okay, that's a joke. The last ray of sunlight finally disappeared through the window, leaving only the still dimly lit sky outside. Wang Shuo waited quietly. Every day around this time, someone would bring him dinner, but it was never the person he hoped for. Especially today, he really hoped to see the person he wanted to see, so he could share his current anxious feelings. The footsteps sounded precisely on time. A moment later, a male voice rang out. Mr. Wang Shuo, please have a meal. Okay, thanks. The dialogue was quite ordinary. Wang Shuo was slightly disappointed. He had to admit that everyone has their flaws, like him. He hadn't seen Chen Xian bring him food for the past few days, and he actually missed her. Ugh, this bad habit of his needs to be changed. The footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Wang Shuo put the dinner aside, plopped down in front of the computer, and began the next step. Skip the testing phase and proceed directly to packet execution. Looking at the dialog box that popped up on the desktop, Wang Shuo felt a little nervous and stared at it intently. One dialog box after another popped up, one piece of data after another disappeared, and the flood of data poured down the screen like a waterfall. Wang Shuo watched the progress nervously. He knew that the intelligent core had begun to operate, which was the most important self-checking step before the system was fully built. Because many core algorithms are missing, the self-check is relatively easy to complete and shouldn't cause any problems. However, Wang Shuo always felt unconsciously nervous. He even had the feeling that his wife was giving birth in the delivery room while he waited outside, anxious but unable to do anything about it. Yeah, that's the feeling I'm sure of. Failure would mean the complete collapse of the logical system, requiring everything to be started from scratch. He wouldn't have time to build a new infrastructure within the allotted time, so he couldn't help but feel anxious. Finally, the data stream on the screen disappeared, replaced by a flat cartoon smiley face that seemed to be staring intently out of the screen. Wang Shuo knew that it couldn't see him unless he granted it permission. Just then, the cartoon smiling face in the picture opened its mouth, and at the same time, an electronic voice came from the speaker next to it. Wang Shuo's own voice. Hello world. It was a success. Wang Shuo was so excited he almost jumped off his stool. He picked up the microphone next to him, gave the order, and began testing the interactive UI. Detection status. Status check normal. Confirm the current time. Command confirmed. Current time, 7:43 p.m. Beijing time, October 31st, 2018. October 31st? Wang Shuo was a little confused. It had been so long already. If he remembered correctly, he wanted to ask his counselor for leave on October 19th, right? 11 days had already passed. Looks like we need to speed things up. Definition mode activated. Authorizer, Wang Shuo, highest rank. Serial number, S001. Command confirmed. Start with the definition me. Definition complete. I have defined who I am. Wang Shuo, the highest rank, is my creator. Wang Shuo looked satisfied. My creator. Listen to that. Creator. What a domineering title. It felt like he had created a world himself. Camera access granted. Authorizer. Wang Shuo, highest rank. Serial number, S001. Command confirmed. Define my image and my environment. The relevant algorithm core is missing, so the image cannot be recognized. The module and algorithm need to be added first before we can try again. Wang Shuo shook his head, not surprised at all. This was the error reporting program he had designed. It would trigger whenever a relevant match was missing. Ultimately, this thing is still a program. It's just smarter than a regular program. But even if it's smart, you still need to give it tools or teach it how to do things. Otherwise, it's no different from a newborn baby. Could we create the relevant files ourselves and add them as part of the algorithm core? The most important word in this sentence is relevance, and this relevance file refers to the image recognition core mentioned in the previous sentence. If it were a typical smart assistant, it would have already opened a web page. They simply don't understand the connection between the preceding and following statements. Attempting, unable to establish. Reason, lack of data support. Wang Shuo expressed satisfaction with this answer. Authorize the addition of core learning modules. First, add a new computer language library and compilation algorithm. Then add an image recognition algorithm. Location D. After adding this, replace the image recognition program's source code with a new code compilation language and add this as a convention, defining it as optimized execution. Command confirmed. Adding progress 5%, 50%. Success. Optimizing execution. Execution complete. Current code reduced by 78%. Efficiency improved by 147%. Accuracy improved by 203%. Calculated to an optimizable algorithm, which can further improve efficiency by 300%. Confirm command. Wang Shuo's eyes lit up. This was truly an unexpected delight. Confirmed. From now on, you will need to make your own judgments on these matters. If the probability of triggering a negative impact exceeds 2%, notify me for confirmation. Command confirmed. Algorithm optimization completed. Continue executing my incomplete instructions. Command confirmed. Top rank Wang Shuo. Male, 18 years old. Appearance defined. Current environment. Office, safe. No moving objects detected. Very good. Wang Shuo, somewhat in high spirits, continued to issue instructions. Enable port permissions, allowing access to all ports except network ports, and establish a firewall. Allow access to the server and use server privileges. After access, fully optimize the execution code. Let's begin. Command confirmed. Connecting to server. Connection successful. Scanning all ports. Scan successful. Optimizing in progress. Complete. Establish a firewall. Successfully established. Execution complete. Wang Shuan nodded slightly. Due to the limitations of the computer's processing speed, the initial intelligent takeover of the server was not fast, but it was at least stable and smooth without any crashes. This is understandable. As the most fundamental intelligent architecture of humanoid civilization, it must have undergone countless refinements and become a classic form. Moreover, for humanoids, there is absolutely zero tolerance for bugs. What is the server status? The server is stable, and there is currently no request or response data. Very good. Wang Shua's tone was very calm. I officially name you Zero Primary Intelligence. Version number 1.0. From now on, you will be referred to as Zero. You are allowed to update files and core algorithms yourself after connecting to the network. Each time a file is updated or a core algorithm is added, a log must be added, and this record cannot be changed. Command confirmed. Do you want to lock with the highest sequence privileges? Confirmed locked. As Wang Shua listened to Zero's voice coming through the speaker, his excitement subsided somewhat. He had been so overwhelmed by the joy of success that he hadn't thought much of it. But now that he was calmer, he suddenly felt that it was a bit strange for an artificial intelligence to use his voice. Zero. Change the sound frequency. Simulate the object as... Wang Shua thought about his thoughts carefully and broke out in a cold sweat. If she heard him, would she think he was a pervert? Cough cough. Switch to male voice, neutral voice. Command confirmed. Adjustments made. The voice of the artificial intelligence suddenly transformed into a semi-mechanical baritone. Nodding in satisfaction, Wang Shua issued the final instruction. Now, enable the network port, authorize you to release the crawler, collect data, and store it in a new type of code. Wang Shua paused for a moment. At the same time, to establish new tasks, I need a new, simple operating system. Task priority is the highest. Just as Wang Shua was smugly waiting for a response, the neutral male voice from artificial intelligence shattered his illusions. Unable to create task. Reason, insufficient data support. Chapter 27. Creating an idiot? Wang Shua ultimately had no choice but to manually output the source code. Wang Shua, who was typing through gritted teeth, glanced at the smiley face in the lower right corner of his computer screen. The upturned corners of its mouth seemed to be mocking his ignorance. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful, wondering why he had created this thing in the first place. Is it all we can do? Zero, play me a song. Music started playing. Zero, I don't like this song. The music paused briefly, then changed to another song. Zero, give me something easy. I need to concentrate. The music stopped again, and a moment later, heavy metal music started playing. Wang Shua was so enraged when the loud noise nearly knocked the water glass he had just picked up over his shoulder. Stop playing. Zero, go find me the definition of light music. Learn it before you come back. I am sorta creative. I will update the database as soon as possible to understand the definition of light music. Wang Shua helplessly raised his arm, wanting to wave to express his powerlessness, but suddenly remembered that the thing he was communicating with was not a human, but a brainless artificial intelligence that he had painstakingly created, so he lowered his hand with some boredom. From now on, don't call me the creator. Call me, well, young master is too vulgar, and master has a rather wicked sense of humor. Just call me Mr. Okay, it's been changed, sir. Wang Shua nodded subconsciously, but did not give any further instructions. He frowned and focused his attention on the main reason for his leave of absence, the operating system of the primary machining center. The computer screen displays the code he has already typed. This is the system's most basic architecture and part of the source code. As long as it can be successfully implemented with zero logical ability and speed, filling in the running code and generating the running file is a very simple matter. To be honest, a basic machining center operating system is very simple for Wang Shua right now. In the database of humanoid civilizations, there are thousands of basic digital operating systems. Even if Wang Shua can only access simple data at this stage, it is enough to create a very impressive and simple operating system. According to the information Shun Xin gave to Wang Shua, this simple operating system configuration is more than enough for the machining centers produced by Chen's group. There is even concern about whether the physical limits of the machining centers have reached the maximum precision requirements of the system. Based on the current data, the performance ceiling of the machining center is lower than the performance ceiling of the system. But Wang Shuo felt it wasn't enough. Right now, he's like a child who's received a new toy. His first thought is to know exactly what Zero can do to satisfy his own sense of pride. Secondly, he wants to give Chen Xin a cold surprise, or maybe a shock. Why did she look at me with such distrust? It made me feel like a heartless man. That's some serious competitive spirit. What's more, this girl has been getting a bit cocky these past few days. She hasn't brought him breakfast or dinner for a long time, and she hasn't sat quietly beside him reading or coding with him. This is really... looks like I'm still too soft-hearted. I can't take on these exhausting jobs in the future. Wang Shuo stared at the code on the computer screen, muttering to himself, then placed his hand on the delete key and deleted it with one click. When Wang Shuo looked up again, the sun was shining brightly outside the window. I checked the time. It showed 10:31 a.m. Another sleepless night. Wang Shuo yawned, stood up, and walked to the window to look outside. After a moment, Wang Shuo looked away with some disappointment and sat down on the sofa next to him. Zero. Start compiling the source code, generate the running code, and test it. Highlight the places where the runtime fails, and notify me if the error rate exceeds 2%. Command confirmed. Execution has begun. Optimize execution. No. Wang Shuo yawned again, feeling a bit sleepy, but there was still something he needed to deal with on his own. Data, a large amount of CNC machining center operation data. He can solve system architecture problems, system function implementation problems, and even UI problems himself, although he didn't put much effort into UI design in order to save time. However, he could not generate a large amount of CNC operation data out of thin air. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message to Ms. Chen Xin. Ms. Chen Xin, I need the actual operating data of the CNC machining center. As much as you have. Normal data and error data, I need them all. A moment later, a message appeared on his phone, and Wang Shuo glanced at it. New. This girl, Wang Shuo muttered to himself, pulled the blanket next to him over himself, and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in W City, undercurrents were already stirring due to the arrival of the Japanese technical team. In a 5-star hotel in W City, Chen Zhongshuan was sitting on the sofa in the top-floor suite, watching Uncle Chen make tea. Sitting next to him was another middle-aged man. Brother-in-law. The middle-aged man spoke up. Why are you still sitting here so calmly drinking tea? If you don't think of a solution soon, the opportunity that Xiner worked so hard to get for us will slip away. Chen Zhongshuan shook his head with a slight chuckle, pointed to the tea that Uncle Chen had already brewed on the tea tray, and asked, Want some? It tastes quite good. Brother-in-law, the middle-aged man looked anxious. I can't drink it. I'm so anxious I'm about to get a fever. Didn't I tell you? Those people on the board were going to propose your resignation at the next board meeting. But now, someone has leaked the news and posted what happened at our gathering online, and our group stock has hit the daily limit down for 3 consecutive days. If this continues, our stock will be suspended from trading. But these bastards are kicking me when I'm down, and they actually want to back out now. Brother-in-law, you have to think of something. You vain. Chen Zhongshuan shook his head with a smile. You, at your age, are still as impulsive as when you were young. Come on, have a drink to cool down, it'll do you good. Seeing the cup Chen Zhongshuan handed him, Chen Yuren reluctantly took it and sipped it. Whether it was Chen Zhongshuan's calm expression that influenced him, or the tea really did have an effect, he seemed to have calmed down a bit. You know better than I do what the Chun group was like when your sister and I got married. Can things be worse now than they were back then? Chen Zhongshuan's gentle voice came through. Besides, I know all of this, but we are currently at the mercy of others. The technology is in their hands, and all we can do is worry. Chen Yuren said resentfully, That's precisely why you, brother-in-law, should release positive messages to the public. The biggest positive news right now is that we've overcome our technical difficulties, but, as you know, that's impossible, Chen Zhongshuan said calmly. Secondly, it's the cooperative relationship we've established with Japanese companies, which has brought in world-leading technology and equipment, but Chen Zhongshuan shook his head and did not continue. That's how the stock market is. It's cruel, but also fair. In the stock market, capital is the ultimate fairness. The amount of capital you have determines whether you can be exploited by others. Chen Yuren also looked somewhat dejected. He knew very well that ever since Matsumoto Baekhyun made such a scene a few days ago and was directly rebuked by the usually calm Chen Exine, there was basically no room for reconciliation in the negotiation. But he couldn't understand why his little niece, who was always calm and composed, would say something so impulsive this time. Isn't this a blatant slap in the face to Japanese companies? What was even more unexpected was that the video of what happened that night was uploaded to the internet by someone present, and it also revealed a secret that the group had never wanted anyone to know. This immediately caused a huge uproar, and a series of chain reactions broke out unexpectedly, making things even worse for the Chun group, which was already struggling. The first thing to be affected was the stock market's sharp decline, with the daily limit down for 3 consecutive days. Secondly, there are the group's good shareholders. Just a few days ago, this group of shareholders, who were smug and determined to remove Chun Zhongshuan from his position on the board of directors and make the Chun Group's true shareholders realize that things are not going well, have all recalled the events of more than 10 years ago and are now demanding that the group buy back their shares at the highest appraised value. That's something only an idiot would do. Betrayal, greed, opportunism, double-dealing. These bastards can no longer be called human. Chen Yuren will always remember the disgusting faces of these so-called relatives when he and his sister were desperate decades ago. And now, the actions of this group of people have further refreshed his understanding of the bottom line of human nature. How could a person be so shameless? Chen Yuren felt like he was about to explode with anger at these bastards. Just then, the phone rang. It was Chun Zhongshuan. Chen Yuren could vaguely hear what the two sides were saying, but he couldn't make out any of the details. If you are sure, then my original agreement with you is still valid, and you can go to the company's finance department to complete the formalities. After saying that, Chen Zhongshuan hung up the phone. He glanced at Chen Yuren and said indifferently, "Your third brother." Chen Yuren gritted his teeth. Brother-in-law, you shouldn't have agreed to him. He clearly wants to make a quick buck and leave. You run. Chen Zhongshuan shook his head with a wry smile. Life is full of different kinds of people, but we should follow our conscience. I do things with a clear conscience. I gave them opportunities, and they enjoyed the results. It was their own choice. Chen Zhongshuan took a sip of tea, hesitated for a moment, and then turned to look at Uncle Chen standing beside him. Manhwa, how has the situation been these past few days? 8 shareholders have already requested to buy back their shares and receive cash. The share certificates have been transferred to your name, sir. Your controlling stake is now 50.2%. If Chen Yuzing also transfers his shares, your controlling stake will reach 63.5%. Is that so? Chen Zhongshuan, unsure whether to agree or disagree, leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and let out a long sigh. I've already given him a chance. For some reason, Chen Yuren seemed to see a shadow of himself from decades ago in Chen Zhongshuan. The Chen Zhongshuan who could revitalize the Chun group with a single word. Chapter 28 was a success. Wang Shuo was awakened by a sudden, loud noise. When he suddenly sat up from the sofa, he realized he was still in the studio with the speakers next to him turning up their maximum volume. The music being played was heavy metal, which he disliked the most. 0. Wang Shuo's face was long. Although he knew he shouldn't get angry with a stupid AI, he still couldn't help but get furious. This idiot. The music stopped abruptly. Yes, sir. What are you doing? Is the code finished? Wang Shuo asked through gritted teeth. The code has completed the test, and, as per your instructions, I will notify you when the test error rate reaches 2%, sir. Wang Shuo felt like he had a breath stuck in his throat, and, after finally swallowing it back, he was speechless. Sure enough, getting angry with a stupid AI was just wishful thinking, and a command did indeed seem to be something I set myself. Wang Shuo could only get up, walk to the computer and sit down, saying somewhat reluctantly in a muffled voice, "Pull up the error log and display it on the main screen." "I'll take a look." "It has been displayed to you, sir." Before he finished speaking, a document appeared on the computer in front of Wang Shuo, with dense data and code filling the entire screen. Mark the error locations and look up the reasons for the errors. The data and code on the desktop started flowing rapidly, and a moment later, a long string of bold red text appeared, clearly distinguishing some of the code from the rest. Completed. 2 runtime errors and 1 logical error were found. The reasons for the errors are incorrect variable usage, incorrect instruction order, and loop condition error. Is it possible to correct this through modification? It can be corrected. The input variables need to be checked. After frowning and staring at it for a while, Wang Shuo finally figured it out. He casually opened the machining center data that was still on the table, carefully examined the 5-axis design and motion modes, and simulated it in his mind. Zhongji Painting Technology Company, Limited, a subsidiary of the Chun Group, indeed possesses impressive theoretical knowledge. Their designers have devised a mature 5-axis layout for the machining center. This 5-axis linkage system comprises 3 linked axes and 2 rotary axes, utilizing the movement of the tool and machining table for machining. Theoretically, this 5-axis linkage system can process workpieces with arbitrarily complex curved surfaces. However, this also places higher demands on the programming skills of operating system engineers and engineers. After pondering for a while, Wang Shuo issued another order. Scan existing documents and materials, extract relevant data, and build a digital model. Command confirmed, extracting, generating digital model success. Start the calculation. I need to know whether the 5-axis linkage system will produce interference and the causes of the interference conditions. Calculating. An error has occurred. Unable to calculate. The reason for the error is insufficient system resources. The current hardware cannot provide sufficient computing power. Enable distributed computing on nodes, allowing access to server resources. Command confirmed. Begin execution. Execution complete. It has been confirmed that the current structure has the potential for interference. Should we optimize the structural design? No optimization is needed. Wang Shuo replied somewhat helplessly. The system structure was already a finished product, and even if he optimized the structural design, he couldn't adapt it to the already manufactured machining centers. 0. Save the interference conditions. Open the system's source code page. Add a simple logic core, run it with minimal restrictions, block all variables exceeding the limits, and do not perform optimizations unless you have advanced privileges. Command confirmed, sir. You need to manually modify the source code. Wang Shuo nodded. 0 is currently a very simple artificial intelligence, and it is still powerless against things like source code. However, Wang Shuo believes that, given 0's growth rate, it will soon become smarter. With his hands on the keyboard, Wang Shuo's brain started working at lightning speed, typing out lines of code that landed on the screen in front of him. A line. 2 lines. Soon it will be 10 lines, 100 lines. A few hours later, after Wang Shuo finished rewriting the system source code in one go, it was already getting dark. 0. Start compiling the source code, generate the running program, and test it. If there are no problems, package it. After thinking for a moment, Wang Shuo suddenly remembered the data source he wanted from Chen 0. Have you received any new data from Chen? Unable to view your email, your authorization is required. I authorize you to take over my email and mobile phone system, and to promptly inform me of any messages. Command confirmed. Code compilation has been moved to the background and is being tested. Sir, your email account has been taken over. There are currently 43 unread emails and 1 attachment. Would you like to view it? Extract it to my local machine, Wang Shuo muttered. The rest are probably just spam. Defining spam. Definition complete. Spam has been removed. There are 31 unread emails remaining. Would you like to see them on your home screen? Okay, show it. Wang Shuo stood up, poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, and then comfortably threw himself onto the sofa. He glanced at the monitor from a distance of 3 to 5 meters, but couldn't see anything clearly. It would be great if we could have a central screen. Wang Shuo fantasized about saying, 0, project something onto the central screen. Then, with a swish, the central screen would display the content he wanted. He could simply raise his eyes to see what he wanted to see, and with a wave of his hand, he could switch the displayed content at will. That's awesome. It sounds feasible. Compared to the sensory experience of a large screen, this small computer screen in front of me is simply unbearable to look at. Wang Shuo suddenly felt that the 27-inch monitor was a bit displeasing to the eye. 0. Establish a database. Input the variables into the system. Transform the variable issues into typical cases and save them for comparison at any time. After a pause, Wang Shuo continued. Also, call Chen for me. No cell phone signal detected, sir. Didn't find my phone? Wang Shuo looked around and finally spotted a corner of his phone under a thick stack of documents on his computer desk. Reluctantly putting down his water glass, Wang Shuo went over to retrieve his phone, only to discover that it had been switched off without his knowledge. I've been so engrossed in coding these past 2 days that I completely forgot I even had a phone. Take out the power source, plug it in, and start charging. Booting failed. How long must it have been without food for a phone to not be able to turn on immediately? If Wang Shuo remembered correctly, even if a phone automatically shuts down, it will still have some reserve power to supply communication in an emergency. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the phone finally lit up its screen, made a pleasant sound, and turned on by itself. After skillfully entering the password and entering the main interface, Wang Shuo was stunned by the series of red icons. What's going on? Eldest brother, third brother, fourth brother, have they all gone mad? There was also WeChat. Looking at the prominent 99 in the red circle, Wang Shuo was a little confused. He hesitated for a moment, glanced at the many missed calls, and then picked his mother's number to call back. The call was connected. Hello, Mom. I'm fine. I just had some things to do these past 2 days, and my phone died. Yes, it was about the school, but it's been resolved now. Don't worry. I can take care of myself, and I don't need the money. Okay, no problem. Don't worry. I'll definitely ask after all, you're my mom. Haha. Okay then, I'll hang up now. The call ended. Wang Shuo stared at his phone screen for a while, then dialed Chun Xion's number. Beep beep. The dial tone seemed to come from a very distant place, sounding somewhat distant. After a few rings, the call was finally connected. Hello, Jinsing. Wang Shuo took the initiative to speak, knowing that Chun Xion would not say something as silly as hello. How are you? Speak. Chun Xion said calmly. That cold tone. Okay, you're the client, you're powerful. I'll tolerate it for the money. As for whether it's for money or something else, only Wang Shuo himself knows. If you're in W City right now, come over here. Wang Shuo paused, then said in a very tempting voice, I have something good for you, really good stuff. I understand, Chun Xion said calmly. Beep beep. The call ended. Wang Shuo was stunned on the spot. What kind of attitude is this girl? If it weren't for the fact that I haven't been paid for my project yet, do you think I'd even call her? She's really getting too big for her britches, practically flying out of the atmosphere. 0. How much longer will the system testing take? What about the packet processing? The test is complete, sir. We are now conducting the second test. The packet is expected to be processed in 5 minutes. Abort the test. Encapsulate the packet immediately. Command confirmed, sir. The package system program may not function properly on other platforms due to a lack of necessary runtime environment and language libraries. Add them all, and add the runtime environment and compiler to the system's underlying layer for automatic pre-installation. Wang Shuo gritted his teeth and finally compromised, saying, set Chun Xion as the highest level user of this system so that optimizations can be performed. Command confirmed. The simplified logic core is running normally. The database data is normal, and the runtime environment and compiler are loading normally. Packaging in progress. Process 10%. 50%. Packaging complete. The package size of the program is 4.7 G, and the installed size is 8.3 G. It has been streamlined. Export the program to the USB drive and set it to automatic installation. Command confirmed. Please insert the USB drive. Wang Shuo then realized that he didn't have a USB drive, so he quickly rummaged through his drawers and found several brand new USB drives in a small box in a corner, along with several unused small cameras. Wang Shuo plugged in the USB drive and began to wait quietly. A few minutes later, the export was complete. Wang Shuo took the USB drive and casually put it into his pocket. Then, after rummaging through boxes and cabinets again, he found a wire rod and solder wire, took out the webcam he had found, fiddled with it for a while, and connected it to the computer. 0. Read the camera data and conduct an evaluation. Read. Matching. This camera can be matched and operated normally, with a maximum allowed accuracy of 0.008 millimeters. That's just right. Saves us from having to go out again. Wang Shuo nodded slightly, removed the camera, placed it aside, and then composed himself, preparing to put on a cold and aloof demeanor. A dozen minutes later, Chun Xion appeared on time at the top of the stairs on the 3rd floor. You're here, Wang Shuo asked, sitting on the sofa. Chun Xion didn't reply, but walked straight up to Wang Shuo and looked at his face. Wang Shuo suddenly felt a little nervous. Had this girl figured something out? If she realized that his cold demeanor was an act, where would he put his pride? Miss Chun, you're so big. How many days have you not slept? Wang Shuo was momentarily speechless. Why did this silly girl always act unpredictably? This question caught him off guard, huh? Have you not slept for days? Realizing what was happening, Wang Shuo felt inexplicably guilty. Why did he feel like his mother had caught him doing something wrong? He scratched his head and mumbled, "It hasn't been that long." Chen Xian ignored him and simply stared quietly into Wang Shuo's eyes. Okay, when it came to eye contact, Wang Shuo was no match for Chen Xian and immediately surrendered. It was only about 6, 7, 10 days. I didn't stop sleeping. Okay, I just rested occasionally. 10 days. Chen Xian gave Wang Shuo a deep look, then turned her head. Why did you call me over? Oh, Wang Shuo immediately forgot his initial idea of giving Chen Xian a hard time, took out the USB drive he had prepared from his pocket, and handed it to Chen Xian. This is yours. A hint of doubt flickered in Chen Xian's cool eyes as she glanced at the USB drive in Wang Shuo's hand. As stipulated in the contract, a complete and usable software system should be completed in 15 days. Although the information you provided was not entirely accurate, but, Wang Shuo said with a hint of pride, I have successfully completed the mission. It worked? Chen Xian was even more puzzled. She looked at Wang Shuo with suspicion and then glanced at the USB drive in his hand. Of course, this is a custom version I specially customized for you, based on your company's new machining center. Wang Shuo tried his best to appear calm. I call it the first system. System number 1, Chen Xian murmured, then seemed to understand, a look of surprise appearing on her face for the first time. You succeeded? Of course it was a success, Ms. Chen Xian. Wang Shuo's eyes widened. Don't look at me with such suspicion, okay? I'm a proper science student. I never joke about academic matters. He spoke with a straight face, but when he saw Chen Xian's disbelieving expression with her mouth agape, Wang Shuo felt a secret thrill. Little brat, try giving me that cold look again. Really? Chen Xian hesitated for a moment. It worked? I'm absolutely certain I can tell you. Wang Shuo said, emphasizing each word. It really worked. If you don't believe me. Wang Shuo stared at Chen Xian for a moment, then suddenly made a bold move. He took Chen Xian's hand, opened her palm, and directly stuffed the USB drive in her hand. The item is right here. You can hand it over to your company's engineers for testing at any time. Perhaps because Wang Shuo's actions were too sudden, Chen Xian didn't react immediately. It wasn't until Wang Shuo shoved the USB drive in her hand that she recoiled as if electrocuted, instinctively taking a step back and gripping the USB drive tightly. Wang Shuo, what do you mean? Wang Shuo glared at her, pointing to the USB drive in her hand. I'll give you a 1-month warranty, but I won't be responsible for any problems that arise after that. After thinking for a moment, he seemed to feel something was off, so he scratched his head and asked, how long is the warranty usually for this kind of thing? At this moment, Chen Xian finally realized that she had lost her composure. She composed herself and replied, these things don't have a warranty period. They're usually maintained by paid on-site service. So, giving me a 1-month warranty is actually quite generous, right? Chen Xian remained silent, looking down at the USB drive in her hand. Looking at Chen Xian's expressionless face, Wang Shuo felt slightly uneasy and cautiously asked, Missed the time? Your test is over. If the testing is over, wouldn't all my hard work and dedication these past few days, working day and night to create this thing, have been for nothing? More importantly, would the contract still be valid? Fortunately, Chen Xian's answer relieved Wang Shuo. No, Chen Xian took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Wang Shuo, are you sure this is a complete system program that works properly? Wang Shuo was somewhat puzzled. Why would I give you a system program that isn't complete and functional? You? Alone? It took you 15 days. Of course. Wang Shuo replied shamelessly. Well, Zero can't be counted as a person, so this thing was definitely made by him all by himself. Yes, that's it. Is this for real? Chen Xian was somewhat bewildered. Even when she made the bet and signed a contract with Wang Shuo, she was simply trying to spite her family, and because she was annoyed by Wang Shuo's arrogance. She just wanted to teach Wang Shuo a lesson. But when Wang Shuo actually handed it to him, he was somewhat taken aback. One person had created a program in 15 days that even the Chun group couldn't solve. Was that possible? Reason told Chen Xian that this was impossible. But what if it succeeded? My heart, which had been dormant, seemed to have a glimmer of hope again. Chun Xen stared at Wang Shuo carefully for a moment, then opened her bag and took out a light blue handkerchief that Wang Shuo had never seen before. She carefully wrapped the USB drive in it, as if she were wrapping up some rare treasure. Wang Shuo was extremely annoyed and helplessly advised, "Miss Chun Xen, this isn't anything valuable. You don't need it. All right, please continue." Seeing the look in Chun Xen's eyes, Wang Shuo chickened out. After carefully putting the items into her bag, Chun Xen looked up at Wang Shuo. "I need to go back immediately." As for why she needed to rush back immediately, Chun Xen did not say. Wang Shuo nodded, then remembered something, stopped Chun Xen, who was about to go downstairs, ran to the table, picked up the camera he had tested, thought for a moment, and then took out another identical camera from a drawer. "Here, take this." "What is this?" "Jian Xin Thao Wen." Wang Shuo scratched his head sheepishly. Time was tight. I only had time to get the operating system program working. I didn't have time to work on that knife setting device. Besides, that kind of rudimentary device is just cumbersome and complicated. It's useless to have it. Install this into the processing platform of your equipment diagonally and connect it to the USB serial port of the internal system motherboard. I think it should be effective. Chun Xin took the two cameras with a blank expression, feeling that her years of experience at the company were completely useless. A knife-setting device. Is this technology outdated? If it's outdated, then why do so many machine tool manufacturers still rush to buy high-precision tool setters from Japan's W company every year? Chun Xen had a lot of questions to ask, but now... Okay. Chun Xen nodded and put away the camera Wang Shuo handed her. "You should get some rest." Then he calmly walked down the stairs. A moment later, Wang Shuo saw a black minivan quickly disappear into the shade of trees at the end of the winding road through the window. "Should I get some rest?" Wang Shuo muttered to himself. He felt that he was in pretty good shape, energetic and clear-headed, and didn't need a rest at all. But this girl has such good eyesight. She could tell at a glance that I haven't slept for days. That's what you call telepathy, right? Wang Shuo thought of something shamelessly and grinned. "Hey, feels good." Humming a little tune, he poured himself a glass of water, picked up the leftover bread next to him, took a bite, and then called out, "Zero, play me a song, something light and easy." A soft melody came from the speakers. Wang Shuo squinted his eyes slightly in enjoyment. Life is so pleasant and comfortable. It would be even better if the sound quality of the speaker were a little better. But Wang Shuo suddenly remembered something. Had he told Chun Xen that the USB drive was for direct insertion and automatic installation? It seemed. I think I had. Wang Shuo, unable to recall the matter, gently put it aside, then remembered something even more important. "Zero, help me contact the boss." Chapter 29, to gamble or not to gamble. The call was quickly connected, and Zheng Jun's loud voice roared from the loudspeaker. "Second brother, where have you been? Your phone is off when I call, you don't reply to my WeChat messages, and there are no emails. If you disappear for a few more days, we won't be able to live in this dorm." "Boss, I saw all the messages you sent. What's going on?" Wang Shuo placed his phone on the sofa armrest, lay down comfortably, and asked, "You're asking me? I'd like to ask you the same thing. Second brother, what exactly did you do to offend that old hag?" "Old hag?" Wang Shuo took a moment to realize who Zheng Jun was referring to. "What's wrong with her?" "What's wrong? I'm totally fed up. She calls your name in class every single day. If you're not there, she has this long face and everyone avoids you. Sing Yun Post, seemingly hilpless. What's worse is that she comes to check the dorms every day. She doesn't check anyone else's dorm, just ours. She makes sure everyone in the dorm turns off the lights at 9:30. I can't live like this anymore." Wang Shuo was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to comfort them. So he could only say, "Boss, the brothers have worked hard." "What hardship?" Zheng Jun's voice was even louder. "Second brother, hurry up and deal with that old hag. Stop her from tormenting us like this. Because of her, Lily hasn't gone out with his girlfriend for 7 days in a row. That little girl I told you about last time, we were making some progress, but now it's all over." It's truly a terrible sight. Wang Shuo could imagine the misery and couldn't help but grin, carefully keeping quiet. And then there's Lao Si, fourth brother. I don't know what's wrong with him these past few days. He rarely comes back to the dorm, and when he does, he always has a long face. All his little girlfriends, whoever they may be, keep running into our dorm. It's so annoying. Wang Shuo wondered, isn't it nice to have a little sister coming to the dorm every day? Fine. Jung Jun seemed even angrier. I'm Lao Si's classmate, not his lackey. Those girls are quite polite when they ask, but as soon as they hear Lao Si isn't here, their faces immediately change. It annoys me. I really want to tell Aunt Lu not to let the girls visit each other's homes. What's even more infuriating is that the little girl who was my friend had been observing me from afar for some time. When she saw these little girls talking to me, she actually mistook me for a prostitute. Wang Shuo spat out the mouthful of water he had just drunk. What? Boss, are you kidding me? I'm kidding you, I'm a little dog. Zheng Jun's rough voice was full of grievance. Second brother, come back. Don't ask for leave. I have something important to entrust to you. Okay, I'll be back tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shu couldn't hold back any longer, threw his phone aside, and burst into laughter. Regardless of how Wang Shuo was subjected to a barrage of criticism, Chen Xian's mood at this moment was far from as calm as she appeared on the surface. Her furrowed brows and occasional traces of worry on her face revealed the intense struggle raging within her. This was something she had never experienced in her 18 years. Chen Xian didn't know what words to use to describe her feelings at that moment. Excited? Something doesn't seem right. Excited? That doesn't seem right either. Perturbed? It seems we're getting close. But no matter what, she was clear about her mindset before. It felt like the sky had fallen, a profound sense of despair and utter despair. She even developed hatred for her father, who had always doted on her, and distrust of the entire Chen family. She ran away from home and traveled thousands of miles to W City, all to find out the reason from Uncle Chen, whom she had always felt closest to since childhood. But after she finally understood the cause and effect, she felt somewhat confused, just like the confusion I feel now. On one side are her father and mother, the Chen family who gave her birth and raised her. On the other side are her aunts and uncles who wish they could sell her for a good price. And on yet another side is her independent personality, which she has always kept hidden in her heart, just like her older sister. The competition and struggle between the three left her feeling very confused. She wanted to work hard and become a strong person, just as Uncle Chen said, but she was too naive. The technical threshold was not something she could cross by reading a few books. She can easily understand classical economic theories, readily grasp the cumulative effect of compound interest, understand the paradox of thrift, and enjoy reading Principles of Economics. But she couldn't understand Principles of Mechanical Engineering or Principles of Computer Programming, let alone create a usable control system within 10 days. This wasn't her area of expertise, but she had no other choice. She didn't want to accept her fate. She wanted to resist in her own way. She wanted to make her voice heard and do her best. At least 10 or even decades later, when she asks her past self, she won't regret not having made any effort. But Wang Shua's reminder brought her to her senses. No matter what she did, it would all be in vain. She resigned herself to her fate. But accepting one's fate does not mean passively accepting it without any reaction. She could protest in her own way against the family members who made the demands. She wanted everyone in the family to know that her decision was not made because of their pressure, but voluntarily. Saving these parasites was merely a side effect. The script she had already written was disrupted once again by Wang Shua's appearance, along with her already dormant heart. No one knew the turmoil that surged within her when she heard Wang Shua say he had finished the system and hand her the USB drive. Her decades of emotional management skills prevented her from losing control of her expression, but she still lost her composure. This is the first time I've lost my composure in front of a man. Chen Xian looked at the bag in her hand. It was an LV bag that her mother had given her for her 18th birthday, and she had always cherished it. But today, it is no longer the most important thing to me. Chen Xian pursed her lips and looked up at the window. It was already night, and the street lights and neon lights on the street were shining brightly, creating a beautiful scene. The initial tension gradually subsided as she recalled Wang Shua smugly handing her the USB drive, as if afraid of missing the time. A slight smile appeared on Chen Xian's lips. He's such an unfathomable person. An hour later, Chen's group branch in W City. In a high-rise office, a young man who looked like an engineer was sweating profusely as he operated his computer, occasionally opening a tool and then closing it with a puzzled look on his face. After fiddling around like this for half an hour, he wiped his sweat and glanced at Chen Xian, who had been standing beside him the whole time. Ms. Chen, is there something wrong with your program? He pointed to the prompt on the screen. Normal software packages are separated into separate folders, with the runtime environment and the executable program package together. Yours. There's only one program file icon, and it's completely unusable. It also says that no hardware information was found. Haha, I'm not bragging, but our company's servers are top of the line, so there's absolutely no way there could be a hardware problem. What about your analysis? Chen Xin asked casually. The young man shrugged, saying helplessly, it's completely impossible to analyze. I've tried various analysis software to reverse engineer it, but Chen Xin understood, and she turned to look at her assistant behind her. There's no one else, Ms. Chen. The female assistant said hesitantly. Our company has seen a lot of resignations in the past 2 days, including many programmers. Even if they hadn't left, I would still be the most technically skilled among them. The young man, wiping his sweat, said with a hint of pride, if I can't figure it out, they certainly can't either. If I tell you this is an installation program for a control system, can you analyze it from other aspects, such as its architecture? A system program? The young man shook his head vigorously, his face full of disbelief. If you said this was just an ordinary executable file, I would believe you. But a system program? How could that be? Ms. Chun, you're not in our industry, so you don't know how complex a system program can be. Let me give you an example. Take the Japanese company W we're negotiating with right now, for instance. They mainly focus on high-precision tool setters, and their control systems aren't exactly top of the line. But even so, the cost of getting them to install a system is staggering. Not only do they require us to provide detailed data and parameters for the machining center, but they also need to provide 24/7 support. If there's even the slightest hardware problem, they can just quit and walk away, and we'll still have to pay. That's fine, but miss, do you know how much such a system costs? The young man smacked his lips exaggeratedly. 100 million. Just one system like this, the initial installation and training fee is 100 million, not including teaching it. Each subsequent installation and use will cost 10 million in service fees. Such a high service fee, with almost no cost. If we could figure it out, we could save a lot of money. So why isn't anyone doing it? The reason is simple. It's too complicated. The young man shook his head. A CNC control system involves too many issues. President Chun has invested a lot in R&D, and he's also been very supportive of us programmers, but seeing Chan Xion's calm expression, the young man seemed to have lost the desire to continue boasting about his knowledge. Somewhat bored, he said, let alone the fact that the program you brought isn't a system program. Even if it were, it would still require 6 months of training to use it proficiently. Besides, the young man looked at the computer screen. It's clearly just an icon. Jen Xin Thao Wen. If you ask me, Ms. Chun, the young man kindly advised, you shouldn't waste your time on this icon. It's obviously something some programmer made to amuse you when they were bored. We made these kinds of things before, back when Ning Hao was still around, but nothing as advanced as this. Even the analysis program can't reverse engineer it. This is the first time I've ever seen something like this. Chun Xin turned her gaze to her female assistant again. Ning Hao is also an employee of our company, in charge of building the system architecture. The female assistant said somewhat awkwardly. He later left the company for personal reasons. He went to a better, more promising company. The young man clicked his tongue. If our company hadn't treated me so well, I would have agreed to switch jobs too. Lee see you, the female assistant called out. Okay, I misspoke. The young man raised his hands in surrender with a helpless expression. But Miss Chun, what I said to you above is true. This thing cannot be called a program. It does not have any of the requirements of a program. Chen Xin paused for a moment, then said, I understand. Ms. Chun, would you like me to call someone else to take a look? The female assistant glared at the young man and leaned closer to Chen Xin to make amends. Our company doesn't have any programmers, but we've had quite a few experts from the group come over these past few days. I'll help you get in touch with them. No need, Chen Xin said calmly. The group's experts? They're mostly professors and scholars in name only. They probably wouldn't be interested in coming here to help analyze a program that has no value, and they probably wouldn't believe that they could produce a control system. The young man took the USB drive off the computer and handed it to the female assistant, who then passed it to Chen Xin. Chen Xin stared quietly at the USB drive in her hand, seemingly lost in thought. Could Wang Shuo be deceiving himself with an icon? It seems possible. So what would be the benefit for him to do that? It doesn't seem to offer any benefit. So, is this thing real? But if it's real, why can't it be analyzed using technical means? Chen Xin couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Ever since she met Wang Shaw, she had found that her willpower was getting weaker and weaker, and she was becoming more and more easily influenced by her environment. What time will the test start the day after tomorrow? Chen Xian asked. Well, the female assistant hesitated for a moment. This is also something I wanted to report to you. I just received news that W Company in Japan has requested that the testing and negotiation time be brought forward, saying that they have urgent business to attend to and need to leave. Chen Xian frowned slightly. When? The latest time is tomorrow morning. The female assistant's voice was somewhat helpless. The testing and consultation will be conducted simultaneously at the group's branch office and the Sheraton Hotel at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The chairman has informed all participants of the change time and will arrange for personnel to transport the engineering prototype to W City overnight. Chen Xian slowly clenched the USB drive in her hand, a flash of anger crossing her face. Ms. Chen, why don't you contact the chairman? No need, Chen Xian said indifferently. I'll have to go eventually. Sometimes, you have to take a gamble to find out the outcome. Chapter 30 test beginning. November 1st is a Friday. When Chen Xian stepped into the company branch, it was already 9:30 a.m., and the entire first-floor meeting room had been basically set up. The lobby was bustling with people, but they were mostly staff members wearing name tags. There were very few outsiders. Occasionally, a few reporters carrying cameras would sit in a corner, chatting idly and occasionally yawning. As for the group's key figures, they have not yet arrived at the scene, and even the nameplates on the table in the center of the venue have not been placed yet. Chen Xian glanced around and found a seat at the back. I took out the book I was carrying, opened it, and the noisy environment around me didn't seem to have any effect on me. Only, Miss Chen, why are you sitting here? A surprised voice asked. Chen Xian looked up, and upon seeing who it was, her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. You must be wondering why I'm here with you, right? The young man smiled sincerely. As a representative of W Company's Central China region and a member of W Company's negotiation team, I was naturally invited by your company to accompany Mr. Tanaka to participate in your company's new product testing and competition meeting. Why you're here is none of my business, Chen Xian said calmly. You're disturbing my reading. Then I'm sorry. The young man raised an eyebrow, glanced at the book in Chen Xian's hand, but showed no sign of apology. He said, I am quite interested in you, Miss Chen. What happened last time? I was a bit rash. My father criticized me severely after he found out and ordered me to apologize to you, so? The young man's eyes were questioning, and he seemed very sincere. I wonder if Miss Chen has some time tonight, so I could. No, Chen Xian replied without looking up. Miss Chen, you are as honest as ever. The young man chuckled. I'm really starting to admire you more and more. Young Master Matsumoto Bikyun, please have some self-respect. Chen Xian said calmly, closing the book, raising her head, staring at the young man's slightly mocking eyes, and said, You and I have no relationship now. Even if we did, it would have to wait until the test results are out. You two are not necessarily the final collaborators. The young man called Matsumoto Bikyun laughed. Miss Chun, I admire your confidence, but you are a little too confident. Matsumoto Bikyun gave a mocking smile. I know you have taken some action, but if I may be frank, even the huge Chun group and even the hundreds or thousands of companies and research institutes in China are helpless in this matter. What method do you have that is more powerful than these people? Relying on your team? As if remembering something, Matsumoto Bikyun smiled and shook his head. Unless your team members are all masters in systems engineering, computer engineering, and digital modeling otherwise. That's impossible. No matter who's behind you. I'm certain they're not capable of supporting a system architecture and supporting engineering. So, Ms. Chun, don't you understand this test? This is a way for your father to give W Company a chance to succeed. It's a show for W Company. As long as Mr. Tanaka can convince everyone of the strength of W Company's CNC control system, then our cooperation is inevitable. The young man confidently glanced around, watching more and more people enter the venue and take their seats. He lowered his voice and said, These people are just here to smooth things over. Miss Chun, your test meeting is quite timely. You're far too confident, young Master Matsumoto Betsun, Chen Xian said calmly. The exchange meeting is about to begin, and young Master Matsumoto Betsun must have other important matters to attend to, so I won't see you off. Miss Chun, you're too kind. Matsumoto Bikyun smiled slightly, leaned closer to Chen Xian, and said softly, I really, really admire you more and more, Miss Chun. If I'm lucky enough to qualify today, then I hope Miss Chun will do me the honor of attending Taco Amor at 8 o'clock tonight. I believe you will come, Miss Chun. After saying that, without waiting for Chun Xin to react, Matsumoto Bikyun laughed and left the back row, heading towards the VIP seats in the front. Their conversation finally attracted the attention of those around them. Some people seemed to recognize Chun Xin and began whispering among themselves, with a few occasionally showing expressions of sudden realization. Is this Miss Chun, the heiress of the Chun group? What? You don't recognize me? I didn't know that before, but I've heard about it recently. Oh bro, you saw that video too, right? A single video caused the Chun group's market value to evaporate by nearly 50 billion yuan. That's amazing. Chun Xin frowned slightly as she looked at Matsumoto Bikyun, who had already returned to his seat in the front row. Her pretty face had already turned cold. She gripped her bag tightly, lowered her head again without a word, and ignored the whispers of desire around her. Regret? No. From childhood to adulthood, Chun Xin has never regretted anything she has done, even this incredible decision to try and save the entire group single-handedly. She has never regretted it. If she had to do it all over again, she would make the same choice. But fate played another trick on her. Wang Shua's appearance gave her another chance to spin the roulette wheel, and the chips were in her backpack. This time, on one side are college freshmen who are very likely to deceive him, and on the other side is his own future and that of the Chun group. If he wins, then he and the group will embark on a different path. If he loses, then he will lose everything and become a laughingstock in the entire circle, despised and criticized by others. The group will lose its only lifeline because of him, resulting in a collapse and its demise in the annals of history. This is 1,000,000 times worse than my previous choices. Should I add a pillar? If I do, will I win? Chun Xin, who has always been very strong-willed, looked completely bewildered at this moment. On the other side, Matsumoto Bikyun returned to his seat with a smile. Just as he sat down, a slightly balding middle-aged man next to him spoke. Bi-in-jun, where have you been? The pronunciation is strange, but it doesn't hinder understanding. Mr. Tanaka, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Matsumoto Bikyun said apologetically. I just saw an acquaintance, and we exchanged a few words. You're welcome. Tanaka paused slightly, seemingly searching for the right words. This time, they didn't have a translator accompanying them. I want to ask, P-Yunkun. Mr. Tanaka, please speak. How much sincerity do you think the Chun group will offer in exchange? Matsumoto Bikyun smiled slightly. This question is easy to answer, Mr. Tanaka. I have previously told you about the situation of the Chun group. They are currently facing a major technical problem, which is related to whether their company can continue to operate normally. So, Mr. Tanaka, as long as it is within a reasonable range, you can raise the price as much as possible. Don't worry about them not accepting it. But the previous contact was not smooth. This is just a ploy to lure us in. Matsumoto Bikyun smiled confidently. With his father backing him up, he wasn't afraid of showing weakness. It's like when we go to buy chicken. You say 7, I say 5, and you pretend to leave. These are all tactics to force us to give in. If we stick to our guns, I believe they will be the ones who get anxious first. Tanaka nodded thoughtfully. So Mr. Tanaka, it's up to you now. Matsumoto Bikyun whispered in Tanaka's ear. If you can impress everyone here and make them give up bidding, then we can raise the price on the spot. After all, good things deserve good prices. You're right, Tanaka nodded again. Then what do you think we should add how much? We can raise it by 50%. Matsumoto Bikyun's eyes gleamed. Bi-in-kun is truly a great talent. Tanaka nodded in approval. You Chinese have an old saying that a tiger father will have a dog son, and it's truly accurate. Mr. Tanaka, you've misunderstood. The saying a tiger father will not have a dog son means that a tiger cannot father a dog. Just as Matsumoto Bikyun was explaining this ancient Chinese saying, it was already 10 o'clock. The senior executives of the Chun group, who had been prepared in advance, also took the stage on time. At the same time, experts, professors, and scholars invited by the Chun group at great expense also appeared. The reporters present were all ready, and flashes of light went off one after another without stopping. All right, friends, please be quiet. The buzzing in the hall gradually subsided. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend our company's product testing and competition. I am Chun Zhongshuan. To save time and improve your experience, we will try our best to expedite the process. The main purpose of this product testing and competition is to provide everyone with an intuitive platform so that everyone can have a more detailed and clear understanding of our company's new products. Chun Zhongshuan waved his hand, and the staff next to him pulled back the curtains of the 3 tall cubes that had been placed in the center, revealing 3 multi-axis machining centers with a metallic finish. This is our company's latest 5-axis multifunctional machining center, the VMC 30018 model. This machining center adopts the latest 3 rotary axis and 2 linkage axis system, is equipped with an imported electromechanical hybrid system, and features a dedicated tool magazine and automatic tool changer. Its overall precision has reached the advanced level in China. A buzzing sound erupted in the hall, and a reporter in the audience had already raised his hand. Chun Zhongshuan pointed at him. Chairman Chun, hello. I am a reporter from the South China Daily. I would like to ask, you have introduced a lot about the specific performance of this processing platform, but you haven't mentioned the system control level. Are there still any problems that have not been overcome? That's a good question from the reporter. Chun Zhongshuan nodded. That's the main purpose of our gathering here today, to participate in product testing and the competition, and it's also the main reason I'm here today. We hope that by combining press conferences, product evaluation meetings, exhibitions, and bidding meetings, we can provide the best support for our best products. Today we have invited experts and technicians from the computer field, customers from downstream manufacturers, representatives from domestic system manufacturers, and Mr. Tanaka, a technician from the renowned Japanese company W. As Chun Zhongshuan introduced each category, he gestured to guide the audience's attention to where the people representing that category were seated. It wasn't until he introduced Company W that the reporters began snapping photos rapidly. Matsumoto Bikyun is elegant and natural. Tanaka smiled. We hope to select the most suitable vendor from among all system suppliers to provide a solid software-level guarantee for the smooth and successful operation of our new product. To save time, our staff, under the guidance of the system vendors technicians, have already installed the corresponding control system programs on the 3 prototype machines present. Our testing will begin immediately. Our staff will now introduce the specific testing process to you. After finishing speaking, Chun Zhongshuan handed the microphone to someone next to him. Thank you, Mr. Chun. The young technician smiled slightly and introduced himself. I am Li Siyu, a technician from Zhongji Painting Technology Company, Limited. Now I will introduce the specific testing process and evaluation criteria to you. Chapter 31, was it impulsive? First, we will conduct tests. We will test the basic and optional functions of the controller and control system in detail. Please take a look. Li Siyu gestured for everyone to turn their attention to the 3 prototype machines in front of her. These 3 prototype machines in front of you have had their controllers and systems installed by the system providers we invited. They have undergone preliminary debugging and have been adapted to our products to ensure that the products can operate normally. Later, the technical personnel from each manufacturer will operate their respective systems. The testing process is very simple. Since the main test is on the operation of the system control program, we have arranged for the technical personnel of each manufacturer to generate toolpath files in advance for specific workpieces, and they will perform finishing on the original blanks provided by us on site. The finished product will be evaluated in detail by experts on site to determine the specific processing effect and precision. If any device malfunctions during the testing process, it will be unable to continue participating in this evaluation. We ask for your understanding. Do you have any further questions? Li Siyu asked. Someone in the press section raised their hand. Li Siyu glanced at Chun Zhongshuan with a questioning look, and when the latter nodded, she told the reporter to stand up. Chairman Chun, I am a self-media person. I would like to ask, I heard before that your company was also working on developing a new control system to adapt to your new products, but at today's evaluation meeting, your technical staff did not introduce the relevant situation, and your company has actively carried out supply negotiations for the control system. Does this mean that your company's research and development has failed? Regarding this issue, I am here. Chun Zhongshuan was about to say something when a clear, cold voice interrupted him. We have successfully developed it. With a calm expression, Chun Xin stood up from the audience and walked to the front of the stage. Her eyes calmly swept over the somewhat surprised crowd, and she said in a calm voice, Our system has been successfully developed and tested. As Chun Xin finished speaking, the hall erupted in a cacophony of noise. Most of the people looked bewildered, not understanding what was going on. A few were surprised, while the numerous bored reporters suddenly became incredibly excited, snapping photos of Chun Xian with their cameras. This is news. This is real news. Excuse me, ma'am. Are you an employee of Zhongji Pengqing Technology Company, Limited? Do your words represent the opinion of Zhongji Pengqing Technology Company, Limited? The reporter who stood up to ask the question didn't seem to be planning to end his questioning just like that. He quickly turned around and asked Chun Xian. If there weren't people in between, he would have liked to run over and stick the microphone into Chun Xian's chin. Chun Xian did not answer, but simply looked quietly at Chun Zhongshuan on the stage. Chun Zhongshuan's face was gloomy. He stared at Chun Xian for a moment, then exhaled a breath of stale air. Xian, do you know what you're doing? I know, Chun Xian replied. Have you thought about the consequences? Chun Zhongshuan asked coldly. I believe him, Chun Xian said calmly. The last time. The conversation has ended. Everyone present was completely bewildered and suddenly felt like they had wandered onto the wrong film set. Wasn't this supposed to be a product review event? How did it suddenly turn into a family drama? What's going on here? Father and daughter turning against each other? And who is he? This. Miss Chun, exactly. The reporter felt uncomfortable with the distorted style and atmosphere, and stammered. Chun Zhongshuan withdrew his gaze and said calmly, Your question has been answered. We will arrange for our technicians to conduct the same test on our company's system later. The test will now continue. The self-media reporter sat down somewhat reluctantly, but his hands were not idle. He frantically typed on the keyboard, and no one knew what he actually wrote. Matsumoto Bikun narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Chun Xian, who had already sat down, smiled, and gave her a thumbs up. I don't know what she's thinking. Seeing that Chun Xian didn't react to his provocation, Matsumoto Bikun turned around with boredom and asked Tanaka beside him, Mr. Tanaka, what do you think is the probability that Zhongji Pengqing Company and Chun Xian will create the system? I don't know, Mr. Bien. Tanaka shook his head slightly. I don't know much about Zhongji Pengqing Company, but I think the probability of them developing the system is not high. Matsumoto Bikun listened very carefully. RW? Company, starting in the 1980s, research and development from the first generation tool setter to now has gone through decades accumulating a wealth of precision engineering technology. But our system is not the best in Japan. There are many better than us, such as the 30. Fanuc, I heard you say, Zhongji Company has been developing for several years, but without any results. So it won't be easy for them to produce a test product today. I'm relieved to hear that. Matsumoto Bikun grinned, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. I've also heard that some people want to build their own teams and produce a finished product within a month. They're really overestimating themselves. Tanaka shook his head slightly. That's impossible, Bigayan-kun. Matsumoto Bikun smiled dismissively. Indeed, if it succeeded, that would be truly bizarre. On the other side, Chun Zhongshuan sat at the head of the table with a gloomy expression. On either side of him were the experts and business partners who had been invited this time. Just then, an expert approached and said with a smile, Is this Chairman Chen's daughter? I'm sorry to have made you laugh. Chun Zhongshuan's originally gloomy face showed a bitter smile. That's certainly your style. The expert smiled slightly. Chairman Chun, you don't need to take it too seriously. Young people are energetic, it's normal. Chun Zhongshuan shook his head, looked at the staff who had already put the blanks into the processing center, and asked, Professor Zeng, you're a top computer expert at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. In your opinion, what will be the result of this evaluation? Doesn't Chairman Chen already have a plan in mind? The middle-aged expert, addressed as Professor Zeng, smiled. I don't know some things, but is our system really so unusable? That's not quite it. Professor Zeng shook his head, somewhat helplessly. In recent years, China has developed rapidly, with various industries experiencing explosive growth. However, computers and computer systems are not something that can be achieved simply by throwing money at them. It requires extremely rich research experience and accumulation. Currently, China's domestically produced systems can achieve basic stable operation, but in terms of functionality and precision, they are far inferior to their foreign counterparts, not to mention Japan's Seiko, which has always been a world leader. Chairman Chun is also in business, so he should be familiar with the industry situation, right? That's natural. Chun Zhongshuan nodded. He knew the world's machine tool industry better than anyone else, so he wanted to make a name for himself more than anyone else. However, reality is not a dream. You can't just think what you want and expect it to come true. Since entering the business world, he had been sailing smoothly, and he had always managed to overcome occasional setbacks. But he never expected to suffer such a major setback in this industry, which brought the entire Chin Group to a standstill. In terms of overall strength, Japan is undoubtedly the world's leading country in the machine tool industry. It holds a considerable advantage in terms of brand, scale, technology, market, profit, and so on. Just in terms of brands, Japan has hundreds of machine tool companies of various types, many of which have first-class technology. Take Company W, which your company is negotiating with this time, for example. Their core high-end business is high-precision, fully automatic tool setters. Their precision is astonishing, and they have a market share of nearly 70% in the world. Almost all high-end machine tools use their tool setters. Systems are their weakness, but this is only relative. Compared with domestic companies like Huakong and Guangkong, they still have a very clear advantage. Professor Zeng sighed, seemingly with some regret, and pointed to the processing center in front of him. Chairman Chun, please take a look. When W Company used the machining centers produced by your company, they replaced almost all the control panels and consoles. Although they did not replace the spindle and auxiliary spindle motors, they did make certain optimizations. The CNC system also used brand new, fully automatic programming software, which does not require human intervention throughout the process. It is even equipped with a database that can compare and report errors. Its own precision interpolation function makes your company's products run more smoothly with almost no errors, and the corresponding accuracy is also guaranteed to a certain extent. Chen Zhongshuan carefully compared the operating status of the three prototypes and nodded knowingly. In comparison, the prototype belonging to Company W ran much more smoothly, with higher 5-axis coordination and more efficient cutting paths and feed timing. As for the other two, systems engineering, as the name suggests, is a system engineering project. The absence of any one link will cause frequent system crashes, especially if the optimization and adaptation are not good. It is easy for the system to make misjudgments, such as the feed rate being too fast or too slow, which, just then, a sharp smack was heard from below the stage, followed by an uproar. Qin Zhongshuan and Professor Zeng looked up at the same time and saw that a crack had appeared on the glass platform of the first processing center at some point, and the staff had already stopped the machine and were repairing it. I bumped into a knife. How does this system calculate and output the tool position? And how can it feed the tool like this? The rotation speed doesn't seem quite right either. This is too much. Discussion arose. Qin Zhongshuan and Professor Zeng exchanged a glance, and both gave a wry smile. The CNC system brought by Huakong malfunctioned. After investigation, it was found that it was not due to mechanical reasons. Unfortunately, it could no longer participate in the test. Everyone felt a deep sense of regret. Numerous reporters took photos of the broken cutting head at the machining center, and after some serious thought, they'll likely have hundreds of different reports soon. Matsumoto Bikyun withdrew his gaze, revealing a hint of disdain. Mr. Tanaka, what qualifications do you think a system of this caliber has to compete with us? Tanaka nodded, Bayun-kun, estimate. China's precision engineering. It was us, Mr. Tanaka, Matsumoto Bikyun said dismissively. It was our shared mistake. I was worried Chinexan might have some hidden tricks up her sleeve, but now it seems my worries were completely unnecessary. That's good. I've successfully completed father's task. As for Chun Exine, this girl truly lives up to her wealthy background. She's nothing like those girls who practically want to strip naked and jump in a bed. It's this kind of woman who brings the thrill of conquest. Matsumoto Bikyun gazed greedily at Chinexine not far away, licking his lips. Chinexine, no matter how individualistic you are, you'll still be mine in the end. Just imagining the scene of taking Chun Exine down made Matsumoto Bikyun's little brother feel a little restless. Chun Exine looked at the product prototype, surrounded by numerous technicians in the middle of the venue, and her calm expression changed slightly. She was far away from the prototype and did not know what was happening immediately, but she clearly saw the subsequent actions of the technicians. It's a mismatch, someone nearby said. This is caused by a system mismatch. We've wasted a whole tool and ruined a piece of raw material. Therefore, the machine needs to be highly accurate, and the maturity and compatibility of the system also need to be improved. Otherwise, this is the situation we are in. That's right. Last time, I used an incompatible system, and the worker's skills were not up to par, which caused multiple tool collisions. The whole machine was in terrible condition. To repair it, the spindle would have to be replaced, which would cost 1 or 2 million. It's just too expensive. Oh, where did you set up your factory? I've encountered the same problem as you. Really? The speaker looked pleasantly surprised. I'm in S City. Where are you? I'm also in City S. That's such a coincidence. Chun Exin silently withdrew her gaze and tightened her grip on the bag. Even though she was determined, looking at the 4 or 5 technicians sweating profusely around the CNC machining center and recalling that cheeky face, she couldn't help but have a moment of doubt about her decision. Was I too impulsive? Chapter 32 Defective Workpieces. What a pity. Professor Zeng withdrew his gaze and shook his head with some regret. Professor Zeng, can you tell what the problem is? Another younger scholar leaned over and asked in a low voice. It should be a problem with the data variables, Professor Zeng said after a moment's thought. I suspect it's a slight error in the data variables causing the change in the feed data. I guess so. The younger scholar nodded and said with a sigh, this was originally a minor problem that could have been solved with programming, but unfortunately, this is no small problem. Another expert chimed in, shaking his head and saying, any tiny error in the data will become a huge mistake when it is reflected in the actual operation of the machining center. A millimeter more or less, a turn more or less, will result in completely different outcomes. Chun Zhongshuan smiled, but couldn't help but wonder in his heart if these people could speak in a way that he could understand even a little. Actually, besides manual verification of the programming, there's another way to avoid this kind of mistake. Professor Zeng smiled and turned to Chen Zhongshuan, saying, Chairman Chun, do you remember what I just told you about the control system's autonomous comparison error reporting? Of course I remember. Chen Zhongshuan nodded gratefully and continued. You said that this kind of system has its own database, which can compare and report errors for such erroneous operations. Exactly. Professor Zeng nodded. Generally speaking, after the toolpath file is generated, technicians will further screen and confirm it to ensure that no fundamental errors, such as tool collisions, occur due to data issues. This is also a common practice among domestic system manufacturers now. But any work involving human intervention can produce errors due to negligence or carelessness, leading to mistakes. Professor Zeng pointed to the 2 remaining prototypes on the field and continued. Chairman Chun, you see, Guangkong's system is also automatically programmed, but after programming, Guangkong's technicians carefully debugged it, so it runs stably without any errors. W Company's system, on the other hand, relies entirely on its strong hardware and software capabilities and its own massive database. It can perform data-level calculations and error corrections for such minor issues. All W Company's technical staff need to do is verify whether the system's prompts are correct. The result of eliminating a large amount of human intervention is a significant improvement in stability and accuracy. Professor Zeng is right. The young professor next to him nodded. In terms of data, we still have a long way to go to catch up with Japan. I understand what you've all said. Chen Zhongshuan pondered for a moment. Then what about the possibility of my daughter successfully developing the system? Wasn't this at your behest, Chairman Chun? The younger professor seemed a little puzzled and asked with some surprise. This, Chen Zhongshuan said with a helpless smile. Professor Wang, you really misunderstand me. If our company really has the ability to develop a new generation of machining center control system, no, even if it is just to develop a usable control system, I will announce it in a high-profile manner. Why hide it? To be honest, our group does want to develop mid to high-end control systems, but as Professor Zeng said, systems engineering really needs to be done systematically. Our system is completely unable to meet the design specifications, let alone add optional functions. Chen Zhongshuan shook his head. That's why I invited everyone here to evaluate the various manufacturers we invited in order to achieve the best cost performance. If this was not at your behest, Chairman Chun, Professor Wang shook his head with some regret and said, Professor Zeng and I share the same opinion. We both believe that W Company's system is first class in terms of technology, performance, indicators, and optional functions. As for cost effectiveness, if I may be so bold, W Company has a slight advantage in terms of cost effectiveness. As for the control system that your daughter mentioned, I personally don't think it's good. Professor Qin, do you think so too? Chen Zhongshuan asked the third scholar. Judging from the current situation, Professor Zeng, Professor Wang, and I share the same opinion. The older, somewhat balding professor nodded and said, Chairman Chen, as you've seen, the two domestic manufacturers you invited are quite strong, large-scale, and their products are considered top-tier in China, but understand. Chen Zhongshuan suppressed his thoughts, glanced at the crowd below, and finally stopped on Chen Xin before slowly looking away. After the knife collision incident, the scene finally became lively again. Every reporter and manufacturer representative stared intently at the second and third prototypes, watching the hard-working spindles and cutters inside the glass platform, observing their rapid rotation and cutting, occasionally retracting the cutters to replace them with new types for continued fine carving, while simultaneously analyzing the shortcomings of both sides. Beside Chen Xin, the two people who had just been whispering were still talking. The feed paths of the two test prototypes have become significantly different. The path planning of the second one seems to have some problems. The roughness of the tool edge produced by grinding is completely substandard. One of them said, You're a real expert. I didn't see that much. Another person chimed in. You'll get the hang of this as you use it more, the man said with a hint of pride. Look, compared to the third prototype, the second prototype has a slight deviation in the tool path. Perhaps the programmers thought this would better utilize the advantages of the spindle and rotary platform and improve surface efficiency. However, theory is always theory, and there will be some deviations in practice. Chen Xin didn't want to hear any of this, but she couldn't help but look up at the two testing machines in the room. Unfortunately, after looking at it for a long time, apart from the flying iron filings, she still couldn't see anything different. This slight deviation not only results in low efficiency for machining curved surfaces, but also unsatisfactory processing results. My friend, you must avoid this kind of pitfall when you buy a machining center. What you mean, brother? We can't buy the Chun Group's processing center. That's not entirely true. The man referred to as brother shook his head. The Chun Group has shown considerable sincerity this time. All the materials used meet the standards, and the electromechanical systems are all imported. But this system, if there isn't a good system, I would rather buy expensive imported stuff from abroad. I came here for the high cost-performance ratio, but judging from this situation, it seems hopeless. The price of the machining center equipped with W Company's system will probably double. My factory is piled high, with orders waiting to be filled. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have wasted my time here. For a moment, both of them lost interest in talking and quietly waited for the outcome. Tiny iron filings are constantly flying and falling, and the workpiece being processed is gradually taking shape according to the set parameters. Time passed second by second. More than an hour later, the second machining center was the first to finish work. The technicians opened the platform glass and took out the finished workpieces that had been processed. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately, and they stared intently at the finished product in the technicians' hands. Okay. We see that the second product prototype has been completed. This is a test prototype equipped with the Guangkong system. Now, we will have the experts conduct a careful inspection and make an evaluation. Li Siyu's voice rang out just in time. The newly processed workpieces were quickly sent to the stage, where they were inspected by the experts invited by the Chun Group before being delivered to the various manufacturers. Matsumoto Bikun quietly watched Tanaka gently rubbing the workpiece with his hand. When Tanaka opened his eyes, he asked softly, Mr. Tanaka, how is it? Tanaka shook his head slightly, handed the workpiece to the staff member, and asked him to pass it on, then said softly, this kind of workpiece in our company is a substandard product. Matsumoto Bikun immediately adopted a look of intense curiosity. Mr. Tanaka, there's something I don't understand, I don't know. The machining of workpieces besides precision, the most important, are dimensions and shape. Some workpieces also have very high requirements for surface roughness. Without dimensional precision, it's meaningless. Without surface roughness, the surface roughness is too poor. Chungbin sighed slightly and handed the workpiece in his hand to the next person. Hey bro, how's it going? Someone asked, leaning closer. The accuracy is unknown for now, but in terms of roughness, it's still a bit lacking. Chungbin glanced at the person next to him, a young man who looked quite robust, though he was probably in his mid-30s. Didn't you already ask your colleague next to you? Why are you still a little worried? Chapter 33, Coercion. I'm new to this industry, so the man scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. That's understandable. It's easy to make mistakes when you're just starting out. Chung Bin sighed, recalling his own arduous journey. I just heard you say that your machine spindle is damaged. Hey, thinking about this makes me angry, the man said indignantly. I spent millions importing these secondhand machines from overseas, but the spindle was damaged because of the workers' mishandling. Now the machines are stuck in the workshop, completely unusable. I'm so worried. Spindles are not easy to repair. Chungbin shook his head. Especially imported ones. It's even more difficult to contact the original manufacturer. Yes, the man said with some frustration. The original manufacturer quoted $2 million, and that included travel and accommodation costs. I only bought a used machine for a few million, so spending another $2 million on repairs isn't worthwhile. That's why I came to check out the new processing center after hearing that the Chun Group had opened one, and now. Brother, you've seen the finished product. What do you think? Chung Bin continued to shake his head. Given the current situation, I do not recommend you buy this product. The potential risks caused by the system's instability are immeasurable. Even if it runs normally, as you have seen, it simply cannot achieve the ideal processing precision and effect. This, the man said anxiously. What should we do? The factory is waiting for me to transport the new equipment back. There's really no other way. Chungbin looked at the anxious man in front of him and seemed to see himself when he first started out in the industry. If there's really no other way, we'll just have to call the manufacturer to fix it. Call the manufacturer to fix it? Wouldn't that mean I'd wasted my trip? The man was somewhat depressed. Meanwhile, at the venue, the third test prototype equipped with the W Company system had stopped operating and staff were taking the final product off the platform. In fact, by this stage of the review, it has already lost its basic appeal. Everyone knows that Company W's system will exhibit outstanding performance, elevate the machine's operating efficiency and stability to a new level, and allow the machine to achieve its maximum precision. Because I know this, I have no expectations. Everyone was hoping that the two system suppliers invited by the Chun Group would deliver outstanding results. Even if they were not as good as Company W, as long as they were not too bad, everyone present would accept it with peace of mind. After all, everyone knows that China's system is far inferior to Japan's system. To the disappointment of everyone present, the result was no different from the previous thousands of results. The Japanese company's system still defeated the domestic system with overwhelming force, just as always. Although the CNC machining center hardware system launched by Chen's group this time is quite good, the huge gap in the system did not excite the manufacturers present. Without the software system, no matter how advanced the machining center is, it cannot be fully utilized and the cost performance is extremely low. Chun Zhongshuan and the other experts also sensed this, and for a moment they all lost the will to talk. Seeing the somewhat somber atmosphere, Matsumoto Bikyun revealed a hint of arrogance. He turned his head slightly and saw the person he wanted to see sitting quietly with his head down, seemingly unaware of anything unusual. Matsumoto Bikyun smiled slightly, turned around, and whispered something to Tanaka beside him, and Tanaka immediately smiled. Time passed by, and after more than 10 minutes, the buzzing of machine number 3 gradually quieted down. Immediately, staff members stepped forward to take out the processed workpiece and handed it over to the experts on the podium for evaluation. Suddenly, voices rose again, and sighs could be heard from time to time. On the stage, Chun Zhongshuan, who had already had a thorough exchange with the experts, stood up gently and pressed his hands down slightly. The scene immediately fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, the test results are in. Professor Qin from Tsinghua University will now announce the final results. Hello everyone, I am Qin Yonghua. I am honored to have been invited by the organizers of this evaluation meeting to observe the new processing center and testing of Chen's group. During this test, we observed many aspects. I knew this would be the result. Below the stage, Chungbin shook his head slightly. It's been so many times there's been no change. Brother, isn't there still the Chun Group's own system that hasn't been tested yet? Why are you in such a hurry to draw conclusions? The voice that had been talking to him asked, somewhat puzzled. The Chun Group's own system? The person next to him seemed to have heard something amusing and turned around, saying, Brother, you don't actually believe that, do you? Why don't you believe me? The man asked, puzzled. That's all fake. The helpful person next to him said confidently. It's a smokescreen deliberately released by the Chun Group to increase their bargaining power. Just you wait and see, The Chun Group is not going to put their system out for public testing. That would be slapping themselves in the face. Is that so? The man looked puzzled. If it weren't for this, I'd eat this workpiece. A concerned spectator produced a finished workpiece at some point, which seemed to be the same piece that had just been processed by the second machining center. The man and Chung Bin were speechless for a moment, unsure of what to say. Considering all the above conditions, and after communication and exchange with other experts, we unanimously agree that the control system of Japanese company W is superior to other systems in terms of automation, accuracy, efficiency, and stability. Therefore, the final winner of this evaluation is Company W. The entire room fell silent. A sudden burst of applause rang out. Everyone's attention immediately turned to where the applause was coming from. Matsumoto Bikyun stood up, clapping as he looked around at everyone present and smiled. This isn't an unexpected result, is it, everyone? Our W company has completely crushed the other two manufacturers, both in terms of hardware and software. So, everyone give our W company some face, give us a round of applause, and liven things up. Tanaka clapped. The people around Tanaka applauded. The people on the dais began to applaud. Everyone started clapping. Very good. Thank you, everyone. Matsumoto Bikyun said elegantly, then turned his head to the podium. Now, I only have one question, Chairman Shun. Please allow me to see the new system your daughter mentioned that your company has developed. Matsumoto Bikyun blinked. I'm really curious, and I'm sure Mr. Tanaka is also eager to see it. Yes, Bigayan-kun. Tanaka nodded in agreement. Chun Zhongshuan slowly stood up, stared intently at Matsumoto Bikyun, and finally exhaled slowly, saying loudly, First of all, I would like to thank all my friends for their attention and concern for our company. Your attention to our company's research and development progress makes us feel a great responsibility. Our company does not want to disappoint you, so I would like to clarify one point here. Our company did develop a program with relevant content, but the project has been terminated for other reasons. Our company has indeed commissioned other companies to develop the corresponding programs, but so far, there has been no specific feedback to us. So the Chun Group doesn't acknowledge having a usable procedure? Matsumoto Bikyun interjected, turning his gaze to Chun Xin in the room. So, Ms. Chun Xin of the Chun Group is lying? Chun Zhongshuan fell silent, standing on the platform like a statue. The scene was starting to get chaotic. Reporters seemed to have caught a whiff of news and began snapping photos. Some even took out small notebooks and stared intently at Chun Zhongshuan and Matsumoto Bikyun, as if afraid the two would disappear at any moment. Of course, many more reporters have already picked up their microphones and started asking questions loudly. Chairman Shun, please explain your statement in detail. Chairman Shun, can your words be interpreted as the Chun Group having abandoned the development of the system? Chairman Shun, your statements and those of your daughter are completely contradictory. Who can represent the Chun Group? Has a dispute broken out within your group? Chairman Shun, what is your opinion on the losses caused by the stock market fluctuations in the past few days? Chairman Chun. Chun Xin coldly watched the chaotic scene, saw Matsumoto Bikyun's smug expression, and looked at her father's stern face. She knew she had no way out. Whether it's true or false, we'll find out once we try. As Chun Xion's cold voice rang out, the scene fell silent, and then even greater chaos erupted. Ms. Chun, do your words represent the Chun Group? Ms. Chun, do you have sufficient evidence to prove your claims? Ms. Chun, have you tested the system's reliability? Ms. Chun, this is a system that I commissioned another company to develop in my private capacity, and it has nothing to do with the Chun Group. Chun Xian raised her head and looked at her father on the podium with a hint of stubbornness. I can take full responsibility for any problems that may arise. Ms. Chun, you have a lot of responsibility and courage. Matsumoto Bikyun sneered. Take full responsibility? May I ask how Ms. Chun can take full responsibility? If the cooperation between the Chun Group and my W company is ruined because of your willful actions, Ms. Chun, such a loss is nothing to us. We will just lose a customer. But for the Chun Group, Ms. Chun, I am afraid you cannot afford such a loss. As he spoke, Matsumoto Bikyun seemed to suddenly remember something and exclaimed in realization, Oh, I forgot. I'm afraid this loss is nothing to Ms. Chun. After all, you caused the Chun Group stock price to drop by nearly half not long ago. Let me think. How much money was it again? Matsumoto Bikyun tapped his temple and said, It seems to be close to 50 billion. 50 billion. Those unaware of the news gasped in shock. If this number were applied to any other company present, they would probably have gone bankrupt long ago. Even for the Chen Group, it would be a devastating blow. A buzzing sound arose from all sides. I had heard that the Chen Group stock market was unstable, but I didn't expect it to fall so sharply. Don't even mention it. My friend plays the stock market. He bought shares in the Chen Group, and they hit the daily limit down for 4 consecutive days. He lost a fortune. Your friend. You wouldn't happen to be you, would you? Chun Xian's face was ashen, and her hands and feet were ice cold. Even if she was a novice, she now understood Matsumoto Bikyun's intentions. He was going to ruthlessly destroy the Chen Group. If these words got out today, the Chen Group stock would continue to fall. If she can't come up with a system today that far surpasses that of W City Company, the Chen Group is finished. Young Master Matsumoto, how my Chen Group is run is probably none of W Company's business. Just as Chen Xian was at a loss, Chen Zhongshuan's voice came from afar, his voice cold and sharp. Company W has some cooperative relationship with my Chen Group. So, is this how the Matsumoto family educates its children? Matsumoto Biyun smiled and said, Uncle Chun, please forgive me. I didn't mean it. Besides, what has already happened in the stock market will eventually be known even if I don't say it. But since we've come this far, Uncle Chun, I won't hide it from you anymore. If the Chen Group really wants to use my W Company system, the procurement fee will have to be increased by 50% on the original basis. Otherwise, I suggest you try the software system that Ms. Chen personally commissioned. Chen Zhongshuan's face darkened. 50%. That was no small number, and to say it in this setting was forcing him to take a stand. Once he agreed, there would be no room for reneging. As for the contract entrusted by Chen Xian, Chen Zhongshuan, knowing the inside story, hadn't even considered it. It was something already refuted by facts, considering it was pointless and would only interfere with his judgment. Is this your father's idea, or Mr. Tanaka's idea? Matsumoto Bikyun turned to look at Tanaka beside him, and Tanaka nodded slightly. Seeing Tanaka nod, Chen Zhongshuan's tone softened slightly. It's more appropriate to discuss these matters at the negotiating table. What do you think, young Master Matsumoto? He could disregard Matsumoto Bikyun's opinion, or even his father's, but he couldn't disregard the opinion of the Japanese technician, especially one named Tanaka. At least for now, W Company's system was still highly needed by the Chen Group. However, Chen Zhongshuan glanced at her briefly, then shook his head in disappointment. He realized he had neglected to discipline her in recent years and had been too lenient with her. In that case, I hereby declare that Company W. Just as Chen Zhongshuan was about to make the announcement after receiving an affirmative answer, he was interrupted by Chen Xian's cold voice. I demand a test. Chen Xian stepped to the front of the stage, her voice clear, cold, and firm. Chen Zhongshuan frowned slightly. Don't be ridiculous. Chen Xian remained unmoved, staring intently at Chen Zhongshuan. She knew this was her last chance. If she missed it, she would have no chance to turn her life around. Besides, she never believed Matsumoto Bikyun was a good person. The way he looked at her made her feel extremely uncomfortable. In her hand was the USB drive Wang Shuo had given her, the hope he had created for her over 10 days and nights without sleep. No matter what, she had to try, even if it meant certain death. I request a test. The voice was very firm and powerful. This girl, Chen Zhongshuan, had a bit of a headache. Her stubborn personality was just like her mother's. However, his wife had become gentle and virtuous after marriage. He just didn't know why both of his daughters had this kind of personality. This kind of personality is extremely dangerous in this kind of situation. Ms. Chen, although I would love to see your new system, everyone's time is precious. Chairman Chen still has to discuss an important contract with my W Company. Do you want to test it now? Matsumoto Bikyun said with a hint of sneer. I ask you, did you bring the equipment that installs your system? I can install the system on the spot, and the testing can also be done on the spot. Chen Xian took out her USB drive from her bag and held it in her hand. Installation on the spot. Matsumoto Bikyun looked surprised and turned to ask, Mr. Tanaka, is that all right? Mr. Tanaka shook his head. Everyone shook their heads slightly. Those present were either seasoned researchers in the computer field or experienced professionals in the machining industry. While they might not be experts in installing CNC machining center systems, they were certainly not unfamiliar with them. In fact, 8 or 9 out of 10 of them dealt with machining center systems every day. They all knew that the complexity of a complete machining center control system meant that it was almost impossible to install and debug it on the spot, let alone test it immediately. Although Matsumoto Bikyun was annoying, he was right. No one had the patience to wait for 7 or 8 hours of loading time. Look, Miss Chun, it's not that we don't believe you, but what you're saying is too naive. Install it on the spot? Haha, with your USB drive? Install a system with a capacity of hundreds of gigabytes, including a database. Matsumoto Bikyun revealed a slight smile. You're subverting the rules of the industry, haha. Looking at Tanaka's indifferent expression and the experts who were nodding slightly, Chen Xian remained silent for a moment. Chen Zhongshuan showed a hint of heartache. Xian, let's stop here. Ms. Chun, this concludes the discussion. Matsumoto Bikyun smiled slightly. It seems that your company's final choice can only be us. As Matsumoto Bikyun spoke, he seemed to remember something else. By the way, Ms. Chun, I'd like to ask you something. You haven't forgotten the place, have you? Ignoring Matsumoto Bikyun, Chen Xian took a deep breath. Wang Shua's slightly tired face appeared before her eyes, along with the smug look on his face when he handed her the USB drive, and his joking remark. Comrade Chen Xian, I'm a proper science student. I never joke about academic matters. Wang Shua, I hope you're not lying to me, otherwise. Chen Xian raised her head, her calm eyes sweeping across the entire room. I can test on the spot, but I need to install a device first. Chapter 34, The Strange System. Do we need to install and test the system on-site, and also install another device? The manufacturers and reporters present were somewhat bewildered. What kind of strange operation was this? Did these 2 test prototypes have some design flaw? What equipment? Chen Zhongshuan asked coldly, but when he saw what Chen Xian took out, he regretted it and his eyes twitched involuntarily. This is, if I'm not mistaken, is this a camera? Please be sure of this, bro. This is a security camera. Matsumoto Bikyun's eyes widened, and he blinked in disbelief before finally bursting out laughing. Ms. Chun, I'm now really sure you're here to make fun of us. Installing cameras in a machining center. Was that your idea or the design team's? If it's the latter, then I have to say, you've really found an amazing team. This idea is truly eye-opening for us, huh? Today we install a camera in the machining center. What about tomorrow? Will we need to install a microphone? And the day after tomorrow, will we need to install a robotic arm? Ms. Chun, if I may be so bold, the level of the team you have entrusted is worrisome. I have serious doubts about whether the system you mentioned can even function properly. If you can't even get past the installation hurdle, then it's really disappointing. Chen Xian remained expressionless, simply calling over a technician and handing him 2 cameras. Install it in the platform compartment of the first test prototype, diagonally. Chen Xian paused, thought for a moment, and added, connect it to the motherboard. The technician nodded, took the camera, ran to machine number 1, opened the platform glass, and got to work. Test prototype number 1. This machine has been involved in an accident, and the tool position must have become incorrect. Without a precision tool setter, it cannot work properly. Why did Ms. Chun choose this equipment as the carrier? She probably thinks she's just throwing caution to the wind. It seems Ms. Chun has no confidence in the system at all. Forget about confidence. It's questionable whether the installation can even proceed normally. After all, Ms. Chun doesn't understand any technology, and the technicians on site haven't received any training. This is a serious problem. I don't know where this Ms. Chun gets her confidence from. Hearing the murmurs around him, Matsumoto Bikyun's smile widened. He felt that today was an incredibly smooth day. As long as he could crush this so-called Chun Group's self-developed system with overwhelming force, then Matsumoto Bikyun felt very happy thinking about the comfortable life after completing the mission. Byun-kun, Tanaka said softly, why did you do this? Mr. Tanaka, you don't understand, Matsumoto Bikyun said lazily, leaning back comfortably in his chair. As the saying goes, if you don't kill the snake, you'll suffer the consequences. The Chun Group, though weakened now, is still a behemoth with a market value of 3 or 400 billion. Seeing that Tanaka seemed somewhat unconcerned, Matsumoto Bikyun smiled and said, of course, compared to our W company, the Chun Group is nothing. But as long as the Chun Group is not in dire straits, there's still room for negotiation. I dislike negotiating with people the most. Only by crushing the Chun Group to the ground and leaving them with no hope of recovery can we truly control this market. At that point, they'll have to accept whatever price you set for them, hee hee. But, Tanaka frowned slightly, as if he wanted to say something. Does Mr. Tanaka really think that Company W's system is inferior to the work of an unknown small company? No, that's not it. Tanaka shook his head. That solves the problem. Matsumoto Bikun revealed a wicked smile. Mr. Tanaka, let's wait and see the show. On the podium, Chan Zhongshuan finally sat down, looked at his daughter standing next to the #1 test prototype, and gave a wry smile. Chairman Shun, could you please explain a little about the working principle behind this camera installation? Beside him, a young professor surnamed Wang leaned over and quietly asked. This, Chen Zhongshuan was about to explain when he noticed that although the professors around him were looking straight ahead, their ears were secretly peeking in his direction. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Everyone, this was all my daughter's idea. I had no idea about it. Now I'd like to ask you all, what's the deal with this camera? The professors all shook their heads. They could all see that Chen Xian had acted on her own initiative, but they were all a little confused about what she was doing now. Professor Zeng, Chairman Shun, since you are unaware of this, please don't make things difficult for us. If this were in the field of intelligent computers, I might be able to explain it to you, but for machining centers, I'm powerless to help. The other professors nodded in agreement. Then let's just wait and see. Chen Zhongshuan felt that his decades of experience in the business world had been wasted as a result of what should have been a perfectly good evaluation and bidding meeting. Now that this matter was over, he was determined to give his unruly daughter a good talking to. Thinking about this, Chen Zhongshuan felt a headache coming on. 20 minutes later. Look, the camera is installed. It is indeed installed inside the platform compartment, but what does this mean? Diagonal installation. I thought you needed facial recognition to unlock a machine. Really? You know what, your idea is much more reliable than Ms. Chen's team's, huh? I only care about how Ms. Chen installs the system. I don't care about anything else. If Ms. Chen's system can be installed within 5 hours, that would truly break the industry record. As the cameras were installed, the noise in the room gradually increased, and everyone stared at Chen Xian, curious about her next move. Under their watchful eyes, Chen Xian took out her phone, unlocked it, dialed a number, seemingly selecting one, and made the call. After a long time, the call was finally connected. Hello, Miss Chen Xian, is there something you need? A male voice came out, seemingly unable to speak clearly. How do I use it? Chen Xian asked calmly. Ha, I thought you weren't going to ask me. The male voice on the other end laughed exaggeratedly, and his voice grew louder so that those nearby could hear him clearly. Have you packed your things? If you have, take a nice picture of yourself first. If that's inconvenient, a picture of your face is fine too. Chen Xian listened quietly, and everyone around her held their breath and listened quietly as well. Then, find a hole where you can insert it, and just stick it in. Everyone was completely bewildered. Who was this person? What was he talking about? Why did even we tech gurus seem to be struggling to understand? Okay. Chen Xian hung up the phone. The air in the hall seemed to return to normal instantly, and a buzzing sound filled the air. Ms. Chen, may I ask you a question? Who is this person you are calling? A reporter realized what was happening and shouted at Chen Xian while holding up a microphone. The other reporters also realized what was happening and quickly turned on their recording equipment, crowding around Chen Xian. He's a technician, Chen Xian replied, then added after a moment's thought, the technician who designs the system. The reporters were clearly dissatisfied with this answer. Ms. Chen Xian, could you please disclose the name of the technology development company you have commissioned? Ms. Chen Xian, could you please explain in detail how you commissioned this project? Was your commission approved by your company? Ms. Chen Xin. Matsumoto Bikun was completely unaffected. As for who Chen Xian was talking to on the phone and what he said, it was not his concern at all, because he was confident enough to believe that W Company was invincible in China at present. But this girl, when she calms down, is really attractive. Matsumoto Bikun looked at Chen Xian, who was seriously looking for an opening. That's good. The colder it is, the more interesting it is. I should change my taste. Mr. Tanaka, what's your opinion? I don't think there is such a thing as a plug-and-play system. Tanaka finished the sentence fluently, a rarity, and then added, Betsukamoken. Matsumoto Bisun's smile froze for a moment. Then he curled his lip in boredom and continued to watch Chen Xian's movements. After quietly groping around for a while, Chen Xian finally found the designed USB port on the bottom panel of the platform. She frowned her pretty eyebrows and inserted the USB flash drive into it. Is this okay? Brother, you're a veteran in the industry, so please tell us your thoughts. Changbin frowned. In my experience, no system can be installed in such a single way. There will always be a variety of supporting software. Not to mention, the programming software alone varies from manufacturer to manufacturer. Not to mention, the specific verification after the toolpath file is generated after the programming is completed. These all require skilled technicians to perform, and some problems that cannot be solved require professional engineers to solve. I don't know how to evaluate the idea that a single USB drive can solve all the problems. Besides, even if the system could be installed, how would it be operated? Without system training, technicians simply cannot ensure the smooth operation of the system. Ms. Chun is still being somewhat naive. How can this be Ms. Chen's fault? The blame should fall on that technician. What do you mean by just plug it in? If it's just plug it in, what are we senior engineers for? Another person nearby said with some dissatisfaction. All right, Lao Ran, now that we're here, let's see what kind of medicine the Chun group is really selling. Maybe. The man was speaking when he suddenly stopped. Maybe something. The man called Lao Ran turned his head strangely, only to see his friend's eyes wide open, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Old Xiao, don't talk, just look. Chen Xin was unaware of the discussions around her. In her eyes, everything seemed to change the moment the USB drive was inserted into the machine. To enhance human-computer interaction, the Chen Group's engineering prototype features a state-of-the-art capacitive touchscreen paired with an engineering-grade core CPU, capable of running any program. At this moment, a prompt box quietly appeared on the screen. You're about to install the exclusive custom-made initial system provided by Wang Shaw to Miss Chen Xin. Please confirm that you have obtained Miss Chen Xin's permission. If you're Miss Chen Xin herself, please provide a beautiful photo of yourself. Note, on-site photo taking is required. Below were the options to confirm or cancel, but there was no choice to provide a photo. The USB drive, which had never been recognized by the computer, actually responded, offering Chen Xin a slight sense of relief. What exactly is this thing? Why do I feel? This doesn't seem like a proper system. Brother, tell me, what does it show? There's no option to upload photos. How do I select one? I feel like I'm registering for a dating app. Dating apps are much better than this. At least they have nice interfaces. This rudimentary UI makes me feel terrible. Those closest to the screen had already seen the text, and the news spread like wildfire until everyone in the hall knew about it. Chen Xion's calm expression quickly changed, starting with surprise, then a hint of strangeness, and finally a slight blush. This Wang Shu. She hurriedly lifted the platform cover next to her, not caring about her appearance, and stuffed her head inside. Click. Here's your beautiful photo. Attached, one picture. Chen Xian in the photo. Well, in short, she's not very good looking. Chen Xian, who could stand up to Matsumoto Bikyun and withstand family pressure, felt powerless. She clenched her small hands, thinking that if Wang Shuo were in front of her now, he would definitely suffer a critical hit of 10,000 points. The scene changed again. Haha, that's a joke. A pop-up will appear when you first launch this system to confirm it's you. Miss Chen. It's for safety. After all, this custom design system is so excellent. It wouldn't be good to lose it. The process will now begin automatically. No intervention is needed. Miss Chen. Why don't you grab a small stool and relax? Smiling emoji.jpg. Chen Xian could already hear herself, gritting her teeth. What the hell is this? I feel like I'll never be able to face the installation of an operating system again. Ms. Chen Xian, are you sure this is a system program and not a prank? Matsumoto Bikyun's mischievous voice rang out. Chen Xian ignored him and simply watched the screen quietly. The following scenes seemed much more normal. Hardware connection detected. Detecting. 5-axis multifunctional machining center. Data already exists. Your continued installation will overwrite the original data. Please confirm. Chen Xian clicked to confirm. Detection in progress. Detection complete. Hardware conforms to system standards. Installation command can be executed. Begin installation. Installation progress. 1%. 5%. How is this possible? Chungbin's eyes widened. What's wrong, bro? The man next to him asked, looking puzzled. Is the installation too fast? Installation speed? Chungbin finally realized that he hadn't even noticed the problem with the system's installation speed because he was so shocked. He shook his head. This is impossible, impossible. What's wrong, bro? Please explain this to us, the man said anxiously, scratching his head. I can't say for sure right now. Let's keep watching. Let's keep watching, Changbin said, but his hands unconsciously clenched. Installation progress 15%, 20%. Matsumoto Bikun curled his lip. Miss Chinexayan, if this is just a boring trick, then it's time to end it. We're not in the mood to watch anime with you here. No one echoed this sentiment. Everyone stared intently at the progress bar on the screen, counting the progress step by step. Even Tanaka, who was standing next to him, sat up slightly and stared intently. Chun Zhongshuan looked at the suddenly silent scene with some confusion. He turned to ask the experts for advice, but saw that the experts around him were also looking serious. He had no choice but to lower his voice and ask the nearest professor. Professor Zeng, what's going on here? Chairman Chun, please allow me to explain to you later. Let's assess the situation first, Professor Zeng said solemnly in a low voice, then left Chun Zhongshuan aside. Chun Zhongshuan opened his mouth, then closed it, and joined the others in watching the commotion in front of him. Installation progress, 45%, 50%. As Chun Xin watched the numbers on the screen change one by one, she felt her heart slowly rising. 61%, 65%. She silently repeated to herself. 70%, 75%. Changbin was also muttering to himself. In order to see more clearly, he had come to the place closest to the number 1 test prototype. Beside him was his loyal younger brother, whom he had met when he first entered the venue. His name was Yangming. 85%, 90%. Everyone was silently chanting in their hearts, staring at the unorthodox program designed by this unorthodox programmer, wondering what tricks he could come up with. Only Li Siyu looked on in astonishment. He stared at the program that had already started running on the device and muttered, "This thing can actually run? It shouldn't be like this." With everyone watching intently, the program finally arrived. Installation progress, 100%. Chapter 35, Exclusive Customization, System Number 1. It's done already? Only a few minutes? Has it been half an hour? Could this animation have been made by a programmer? I have a feeling this programmer isn't serious. I feel the same way. Why do I only feel at ease when there are 4 or 5 people around a machine? That makes me feel a bit empty. If anything else comes up later, I can face it calmly. Program installation complete. Collecting target device data. Please wait. Amidst everyone's expectant gazes, the screen displayed the following sentence. It really succeeded? Changbin looked slightly surprised and continued to observe quietly. Collecting data? What kind of operation is that? Does the system also manage how the data from a machining center is collected? I've seen countless system installations, but this one doesn't look right. As everyone was discussing, the text on the screen suddenly changed, displaying a paragraph that kept changing. Ahem, not bad. It's me again, Miss Chinexayan. Don't rush. Give me a few minutes to study the specific performance of this machine. After all, the data you provided is not very accurate. Ahem, let me take a look. Oh, there are quite a few problems. The spindle speed is a bit unstable. No problem. The reset is biased. That's more difficult to deal with. The platform's movement angle is limited. Ahem, I can't solve that. But don't worry, since it's an exclusive, personalized package, it has to be a one-stop service. But Miss Chinexayan, may I ask, could we pay first and then have the service? Chun Xian stared at the only remaining yes option on the screen, biting her lip slightly, but made no move. Perhaps because it hadn't been clicked for a long time, another line of text popped up on the screen. All right, considering Miss Chun Xian is such a beauty, I'll give you a discount. You can enjoy it first and pay later. Now, let's begin the main process. As the words on the screen disappeared, the entire screen went dark. After a long while, nothing was displayed on the screen. The scene fell silent. That's it? What happened to the system? The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Now that the cartoon is over, this farce should end too, right? Matsumoto Bikun stood up, revealing an elegant smile. If he were to also be holding a fan, he would perfectly embody the image of a hypocrite. Ms. Chun, please stop staring at the screen. This thing is obviously just something some programmer made to amuse you. You actually believed it? Haha, a personalized system, really? Matsumoto Bikun smiled slightly and uttered 2 words. Ridiculous. Chun Xian ignored him, frowning as she stared at the screen. Just as she couldn't help but tap the physical button at the bottom of the screen lit up. Miss Chun Xin, your patience is truly amazing. I admire you. No wonder you can read so many books. Ha ha ha. This is the last joke. If you make another one, you can come chasing me to the software park and beat me up. Matsumoto Biyun. Chun Xion's face began to darken. The people around were speechless, feeling somewhat exhausted. Brother, we're at a critical moment of life and death, focusing on the progress of our nation. And you're causing this trouble? Is that appropriate? And this programmer seems to have a serious problem with his brain. It's just a system. Is it really necessary? If Miss Chun Xian is truly incredibly patient and doesn't press that button, wouldn't you continue? The screen dimmed again, and everyone held their breath, afraid that this idiot programmer would cause some more trouble. Fortunately, the screen lit up quickly this time. System process loading. Please wait. The words on the screen relieved Chun Xian. If anything else strange popped up, she would rather smash this broken machine. It's been so long since I've had such a strong urge to hit someone. 上一次想把人揍成猪头的冲动是什么时候？貌似是3岁时被晨晨抢了心爱的棒棒糖的时候吧。Chun Xian took a deep breath and looked at the text displayed on the screen. System process complete, ready. Name the current device. Name? Chun Xian spent a few seconds thinking before entering a few numbers. Sex, 1380. Naming successful. I feel like I just bought a new phone. Really, it's exactly the same. Who says it isn't? Is this even a system? It's all flashy and complicated. The installation time was very fast, but I don't know if it's just for show. All looks and no substance. Someone below muttered a complaint, but their eyes never left the screen. Hello, Maet Jensin. You have the highest privileges in this system. Do you agree to allow the system to run with the highest privileges? Chun Xian didn't understand what highest authority meant, but she still clicked confirm, thinking that higher authority was better than lower authority. System confirmation successful. Self-check will begin. This will take a few minutes. Please wait patiently. As the text on the screen disappeared, the processing platform of the first test prototype suddenly made a noise, and the previously stationary spindle began to spin rapidly, startling the bewildered crowd, who were then pleasantly surprised. It moved. It really moved. This system can actually be connected to the output end. This at least proves that the system is not just a pretty toy, but we don't know how precise the actual processing is. You're all right, but I have a question. What's wrong with this unit right now? Acting like it's going crazy? Matsumoto Bikyun's expression finally changed. He tilted his head, looked at Tanaka, who had already stood up, and asked, Mr. Tanaka, what's going on here? Is this a farce? I don't understand, Bayunkin. Tanaka carefully examined the situation of Unit 1. This situation is similar to a computer device self-test, but there are some differences in the details. Mr. Tanaka, please tell me, is this a success or a failure? I don't know, Bayunkin. Tanaka sat back down and replied in broken Chinese. The system is complicated, but the self-checking procedure is not complicated. You mean? I didn't say anything, Bayunkin. Tanaka said calmly. The technology is precise. While everyone was talking, the self-test results were already displayed on the screen. A damaged tool has been detected. Please replace it. Chun Xin called in technicians and asked them to remove the cutting tools from other platforms and add them to the tool compartment. This is a detection function that most systems come with, so the people around Chun Xin were not surprised. In fact, the fact that this seemingly rudimentary system could be successfully installed was already surprising enough. A reset accuracy issue has been detected. The system will begin repairs automatically and define the pulse quantity accuracy. The spindle of the number 1 test machine started rotating again, but this time it wasn't rotating very rapidly. Instead, it seemed to stop and rotate only occasionally. Not only the main spindle, but the other 4 axes also started to lag simultaneously. This machine, the sound is off? Is it broken? Those who were further away were confused and puzzled. The machine broke down before we even started using it. That's incredibly substandard. How can we guarantee a high workload with this kind of quality? This isn't broken. Changbin stared at the status of Unit 1, his voice trembling slightly. This is the sound of the tool calibrator being set. Determining the minimum stroke pulse by pulse, this is... You mean? This machine is calibrating itself. How is this possible? A commotion erupted among those around Chungbin. You must have misunderstood, right? Without a high-precision tool setter, how can a machine determine the minimum stroke accuracy and precise reset on its own? I don't know. Chungbin shook his head, but his eyes remained fixed on the number one machine, not looking away for even a moment. He was worried that if he turned his head, even for a second, he would miss the most important details. Brother, Yang Ming, who was beside him, hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you think it might be because of the camera?" Chungbin's eyes lit up immediately. Precision definition complete. Current physical limit precision, 0.008 millimeters. System ready. There are no partitions or data displays like in a normal system. The entire screen simply displays a line of text, with the current workload displayed in the lower right corner as 0/0, and a help option in the lower left corner. That's all. This left Chun Xin feeling completely bewildered. It felt like a total pirated software. A young bystander sighed. Did the system developers not even bother with the UI? This UI is absolutely terrible. Did they not have enough time to draw the designs? As he spoke, he pointed to the bottom left corner. Ms. Chun, try clicking it. Chun Xin reached out and pointed. Note 1. This system is a custom design product. Please do not view it if you do not wish to see it. Tip 2. If you are Chun Xin yourself, you can choose one of the following two methods to deploy your work. A. You can place an already completed workpiece onto the platform, and the system will automatically build a data model and accurately replicate it. B. You can import existing data models or toolpath files, and the system will process them automatically. Tip 3. Tip completa. Chun Xin gritted her teeth as she looked at the prompts. It seems this programmer has a special fondness for Ms. Chun. Even his hints are so unique, haha. This team must be full of experts. I'm ashamed of my own abilities. If you asked me to write copy, I could do it better than him. No exaggeration. However, is this self-scanning and data model building really possible? No system can do that yet, right? This feature has very high hardware requirements. I've heard that a Japanese company tried to develop it, but it didn't work out. This second method is also very interesting. Does it mean that the system is completely indifferent to the format of the toolpath file? Actually, what I'm more concerned about is, what happens to this system if it's not Ms. Chun herself? Compared to this, shouldn't we be more concerned about whether this system is truly fully automatic? As for the appalling UI, it was completely ignored by everyone. It was simply unbearable to look at. Chun Xin ultimately chose the second method. She asked someone to bring a USB drive containing the tool position file and plugged it into the USB port. The scene suddenly changed. Data detected. Quantity found. 1. Importing data. Immediately, the screen displayed the workpiece model and tool position data that needed to be processed. This image is quite well generated, though it seems to have been modified, someone nearby said softly. Tencent, please get confirm. Just when I thought I was finally free, the screen changed and another line of text appeared. A data error has been detected. Forcing the output will cause an error. Verifying permissions. Verification complete. You have advanced privileges. The system has automatically optimized your data model and modified the toolpath. After modification, accuracy has been improved by 43%, speed by 22%, and stability by 100%. Please confirm whether to output according to the optimized path. Chun Xin looked at the display in front of her, not understanding what it meant for a moment. She doesn't understand, but there are people who do. Chung Bin, who had somehow appeared beside Chun Xin, was staring wide-eyed at the screen, while everyone else around him held their breath. After a long while, a commotion suddenly broke out. What did I see? This system actually, this is probably a fake system. What real system can change toolpath data on its own? Even automatic programming doesn't do this. If this is true, then isn't the system that Company W has been hyping up completely worthless? Is it true or not? Has it been optimized? Ms. Chun, please confirm it quickly. The hall instantly transformed into a bustling marketplace. The previous silence vanished. Several elderly professors stood up, craning their necks to see what was happening. Ms. Chun. Chungbin felt his voice trembling slightly. He was afraid that his expectations would be dashed, but no matter how nicely it was described, you would never know the result if you didn't try. Order. Please order. Ms. Chun, hurry up and confirm. Amidst the cacophony of noise, Chen Exen nervously pressed the confirm button. Sizzle. The familiar hum of electricity filled the air, and under everyone's gaze, the 5-axis system of the machining center paused slightly before the spindle began to rotate and the platform began to tilt, as if everything had returned to its familiar routine. Instead of simple text, the screen now displays a large 3D model with data labels at various locations. In the upper left corner are a series of operation menus. The exquisite graphics and rich functionality silenced those who criticized the system's UI. This is a real-time progress chart. The people next to Chung Bin's eyes lit up. And here, we can see the operating status of each axis, adjust every parameter in real time, and even add engraved patterns. Here too, this shows the comparison value. Let me see. It's real-time repair and correction. You see, the comparison value is constantly changing. This shows that the system is constantly adjusting the 5 axes. It is not outputting uniformly, but rather dynamically based on the real-time feedback from the 5 axes. This requires a lot of computing power from the system. And this one too. Someone else seemed to have noticed something. The fine interpolation function has such high parameters. Doesn't that mean the system has defined the interpolation for every single pulse signal? Precision interpolation is a key feature of Japanese systems, achieved through real-time compensation, which can greatly improve the accuracy of surface machining. This is one of the areas that domestic systems have been trying to catch up in, but the results have been far from ideal. If this system possesses more refined interpolation capabilities than the Japanese system, for a moment, the eyes of the crowd gathered around Unit 1 seemed to be shining. These were the features that everyone had always dreamed of having in a domestically produced system. They would be willing to pay more for these features. As long as domestic production got on track, the price would eventually come down. Unfortunately, even this small requirement had not been met. Could this time be a glimmer of hope? Chapter 36. What is crushing? Not bad, there are some things. An annoying voice rang out, and everyone turned around to see that Matsumoto Bikyun and Tanaka had somehow appeared in the middle of the crowd. But these kinds of things, no matter how fancy they are useless. In the end, it all comes down to the actual effect. Matsumoto Bikyun said with a hint of disdain, Ms. Chun, your team has done a very good job to this extent. Even if it's just a showpiece, it's still better than most of the showpieces in China. But unfortunately, a showpiece is still just a showpiece. Matsumoto Bikyun sneered and pointed at the screen. This interface is passable, but the previous interface, if I may be so bold, was it made with your feet? Even if it was made with your feet, it's already the best you can do. And then there's this so-called optimization. Ha! Matsumoto exhaled, turned his head and asked, Mr. Tanaka, have you ever seen a control system that can optimize the tool diameter on its own? No, Mr. Bikyun. Tanaka shook his head and said, the most advanced control system right now can only report errors. It cannot make changes on its own. Did you hear that? Matsumoto Bikyun said disdainfully. Do you all really think that an unknown company can surpass the accumulated strength of Japan over several decades? If Japan can't do it, how can China? What a joke. For a moment, no one could refute him. Matsumoto Bikyun was indeed arrogant, but unfortunately, what he said was true. For decades, China had been following in the footsteps of advanced technology, but had been repeatedly defeated by reality, leaving it battered and bruised, to the point that now, they couldn't even utter a word of rebuttal. I'm sure of it. Matsumoto Bikyun's tone grew increasingly loud as he pointed to Unit 1 beside him. This thing is just a system toy, not worth mentioning. Everyone can wait and see. Once the workpiece is completed, you will realize that all the optimization, fine interpolation, and real-time compensation are just visual deceptions, animations shown to you by the system designers. As he spoke, Matsumoto Bikyun took out the workpiece in his hand and placed it next to Unit 1. These are our finished products. Some of you may not have had a chance to look at them closely just now, but you can take a look now. Everyone fell silent. Even without handling it closely, the exquisite craftsmanship of the finished product was evident from its appearance alone. The slightly frosted surface seemed to reflect light. Only Changbin stepped forward, picked up the workpiece, and carefully rubbed it before silently putting it back in its original place. Matsumoto Bikyun watched this scene with a smile. What do you all think? No one spoke. Even Changbin had to admit that the products processed by machine number 3 were far superior to those processed by machine number 2. The feel and the level of roughness were on a completely different level. The initial excitement vanished instantly, replaced by a deep sense of doubt. Could machine number one handle a workpiece of this quality? Whether you can do it or not is not up to you. Young Master Matsumoto Bikyun. Chun Xian's voice came from the crowd. Matsumoto Bikyun turned his head to look. You're just a lackey. Do you deserve to be called one? The crowd erupted in uproar, and the media reacted swiftly, with reporters snapping photos frantically, countless flashes illuminating Chun Xian and Matsumoto Bikyun. The Chun family's daughter actually swore in public? And this is the second time in such a short time. Last time, it cost the Chun group its stock price by half. What about this time? Matsumoto Bikyun's face darkened. It seems Miss Chun still hasn't learned her lesson. What the Japanese can't do, we can. What the Japanese can't develop, we can. Chun Xian said coldly, her voice icy. The Japanese are your fathers, not ours. What the Japanese can do, we can do. What the Japanese can't do, we can do even better. Well said. I have high hopes for Miss Chun Xian's system. To be honest, apart from the UI being really ugly, everything else about this system is a pleasant surprise. It can still output normally, which means it's already more than halfway to success. Even if the final product isn't perfect, we'll still support it. This system is the best I've ever seen. I believe it, even if it were just an animation. I support Miss Chun. Chungbin took a step forward, staring at Matsumoto Bikyun. Young Master Bikyun, your words are a bit excessive. Matsumoto Bikyun looked at the crowd in front of him and smiled slightly. Mr. Tanaka and I are just waiting to see if the system you all talk about can be as perfect as you expect. Miss Chun, I hope you will learn your lesson this time. The conversation ended there, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Unit 1. Due to the impact of the impact blade, the platform glass of Unit 1 has cracked and is covered with an unknown liquid. Even after the staff cleaned it, it still became blurry. Those present could only vaguely see the main axis moving inside the platform, but they couldn't see the specifics clearly. Chun Xian's expression remained calm, but one hand unconsciously clenched tightly. About half an hour later, the sound of the number one machine gradually decreased, and when the machine finally stopped, the screen changed again. Output complete. Your task is finished. Thank you for using our service. If you wish to continue, you can choose to continue. Is it done? It should be finished, right? How long will it take? Isn't it written on the screen? One person pointed at the screen. 46 minutes and 42 seconds, wow. Is this fake? Matsumoto Bikyun glanced at the screen and chuckled when he saw the time displayed. The designer of this system really goes all out to show off their ability to deceive people. No, Tanaka shook his head. It can't be fake, Bikyun-kun. Matsumoto Bikyun was taken aback. You mean, this time is accurate? I started timing as soon as the machine started running. Tanaka showed his wristwatch. The time difference is not much. Is that so? Matsumoto Bikyun smiled slightly. So, Chun Xian really brought a mere showpiece? 40-odd minutes? Impossible. Tanaka shook his head slightly and said nothing more. Miss Chun, would you please take it out? Seeing that Chun Xian didn't move, the people around her became anxious and urged her on. Let me do it. Chungbin walked to Unit 1 and looked at the platform, which had calmed down. He hadn't been this nervous in years. As the last exhibit of the day, if it was inferior to W companies, it would be a death sentence for the domestic system. From then on, there would be no hope for the domestic system to catch up with Japanese and European and American systems. The huge market of China would continue to be monopolized by Japanese and European and American systems, and people like him would continue to succumb to the tyranny of the Japanese and Americans. The system's previous performance had given them confidence. Now, it was time to witness the results. Taking a slight breath, Chungbin directly opened the glass platform, and a blinding light flashed out, making him squint slightly. There was silence at first, then a sudden burst of exclamations. This is a workpiece processed by our machines. How is that possible? Matsumoto Bikyun was deep in thought when he heard a series of exclamations around him. He turned his head to look, and his expression changed drastically at that glance. How is this possible? Mr. Tanaka, this. Meanwhile, Tanaka, who was standing next to him, had already stepped forward, taken the workpiece from Chungbin's hand, and examined it carefully. Mr. Tanaka, did they fabricate this? Matsumoto Bikyun's face turned ashen. Before Tanaka could speak, he turned directly toward the podium. There, Qin Zhongshuan and a group of experts were also keeping a close eye on the situation. Well, the prestigious Chun Group is actually blatantly cheating on its employees in this kind of setting. Chairman Chun, is this what China has always called its etiquette? Mr. Matsumoto, please don't forget that you are also Chinese. Don't think that just because you change your surname, you can forget your roots. Chun Xian's cold voice directly interrupted Matsumoto Biyun, and her words made Matsumoto Biyun's face turn even worse, almost choking him. You. The reporters were astonished. This Miss Chun Xian looked quiet and gentle, but her temper was anything but bad. These words are going to offend the Matsumoto family to the death. Enough, Biyunjun. Matsumoto Biyun's voice stopped abruptly, and his hand, which was pointing at Chun Xian, seemed unsure of what to do. Tanaka handed the workpiece back to Chun Bin, his voice calm. We lost. Lost. Matsumoto Biyun was somewhat incredulous. Was this something a Japanese expert, so technically confident, would say? Where was your nonchalant attitude? Where were your confident words? Mr. Tanaka, take another look. Have you been deceived by these Chinese people? I don't believe that China has the ability to create a system that surpasses Japan's. It's definitely fake. Tanaka shook his head, ignored him, and went straight to Chun Xian. Miss Chun, I apologize for being so forward. Tanaka bowed deeply. This time we lost. They bowed. The Japanese bowed. The scene erupted in cheers, with reporters snapping photos incessantly to capture this symbolic moment, a scene that will forever be etched in the history of the machinery industry. But I would like to ask, who designed this system? Chun Xian was somewhat bewildered by Tanaka's sudden action. She knew that from the beginning of the negotiations until now, this Japanese man had always been cold and indifferent to everyone except Matsumoto Biyun, let alone bowed directly to them. Was this the person you just spoke to on the phone? Jensi notet subon siko. I wonder if I might have the honor of meeting you. I have important matters to discuss with you. I will be grateful. Tanaka bowed again. Matsumoto Biyun's expression changed drastically. He finally realized what was happening, rushed to Tanaka's side, tried to help him up, and roared, Mr. Tanaka, what are you doing? Kiyunkun. Tanaka straightened up and pointed to the workpiece in Chung Bin's hand. You are wrong. Miss Chin's system, we cannot compare whether it is precision or a function or other aspect that I haven't seen. Then you don't need to. Matsumoto Biyun had lost his arrogant demeanor and was even somewhat exasperated. Tanaka's current state made all his previous boasts seem like a joke. Kiyunkun. You are not Japanese. You don't understand. We, Japanese, only respect the strong. The person who designed this system, I am not as good as him. Tanaka turned around again and bowed deeply to Chun Xian. Please. The people around Chun Xian had complicated expressions. They were all in mechanical processing industry and knew very well the weight of W company in the industry. The expert bowing in front of them was no nobody. He was a senior engineer of W company. Before this, he was someone that everyone present had to try their best to curry favor with. His appearance fee alone was as high as tens of millions of yuan. His casual nod could save the company millions of yuan. For some small businesses, this was almost a matter of whether they could survive. At this moment, this very person bowed 3 times to the little girl in front of him. This made them feel somewhat dazed. When had China's manufacturing industry, which had been suppressed and could only barely survive, ever been so proud and triumphant? Chun Xian was also in a daze. This was something she had always dreamed of doing, but now that she had actually done it, it felt like a dream, and she couldn't believe it. She could only nod subconsciously. Thank you so much. Tanaka bowed again, then took a deep look at the workpiece in Chung Bin's hand, walked out of the crowd without looking back, and turned to leave. Mr. Tanaka. Matsumoto called out, but Tanaka didn't turn around at all. Young Master Matsumoto, it seems you should catch up. Upon hearing those words, Matsumoto Biyun's face turned ashen. He glared fiercely at Chun Bin, who had spoken, and quickly followed Tanaka away from the scene. Staying there any longer would only make him look more humiliated. For a moment, everyone stared at each other, wide-eyed and bewildered. What's going on? Why did Company W leave so abruptly? They haven't even announced the results yet. Does it even need to be announced? Even I, a newcomer to the industry, can see it clearly. The representative from Company W must be a tech expert. They can't possibly misunderstand. No matter how big the ox is, can it be as big as the ox behind Miss Chun? That's true. If he stays any longer, he'll only embarrass himself. since that young man next to him has been spouting so much nonsense. Don't be fooled by the Japanese people's humble demeanor and constant bowing. They're quite shrewd. A buzzing sound filled the air, and no one could quiet down. Reflecting on what happened today, watching the Japanese experts admit defeat and retreat, and even canceling the meeting, two words came to everyone's mind: crushing defeat. A young reporter sitting next to Chung Bin was excitedly typing away on his keyboard. His typing speed, honed by years of being single, made characters appear rapidly on the screen, and the article was already nearing its end. For many years, the lack of advanced CNC operating systems has been a persistent pain point for China's industry. We have been trying our best to pursue and explore this path, but we can't see any hope. Until today. If someone asks, what is advanced? In the past, we would answer that Japan's fields were advanced. From now on, we will say that the Chun Group also represents advanced. You want to know how advanced it is? It made the top technical expert from the Japanese company admit his mistake without saying a word, and even bow 3 times just to meet the system's designer. This is an overwhelmingly advanced technology. Chapter 37 Master. Chen Zhongshuan felt that today was going to be a rather unlucky day. He had already planned out today's scenario. In his plan, W Company would demonstrate its overwhelming system capabilities at today's evaluation meeting, while the Chun Group would offer huge profits in exchange for W Company support. Finally, he and Matsumoto Baekhyun would reach an agreement, bringing the event to a perfect close. Reporters reported the facts and wrote articles, but regardless of how they wrote them, the fact remains that the Chun Group received the strongest support. The win-win cooperation with Company W was tantamount to injecting a powerful boost into the precarious Chun Group. As a result of the chain reaction, his previous arrangements will be activated, the group's financial crisis will be resolved, and he will no longer have to worry about other conglomerates eyeing him covetously. He had calculated everything, but what he never expected was that his carefully crafted script will be so brutally torn up, smashed, crumpled into a ball, and thrown into the trash can by his own daughter. He never expected that Chun Xian, whom he initially thought was being misled, would casually produce a system program that seemed like a joke. This seemingly joking system program actually crushed W Company's proud system to the point of leaving nothing behind. All his plans, schemes, strategies, and manipulations were rendered a pale joke under such brutal and overwhelming power. Watching the arrogant Tanaka bow to his daughter, watching the domineering Matsumoto Baekhyun forcefully demand a price increase and retreat in disarray, watching the fanatical representatives of the manufacturers around him, and watching the reporters excitedly discovering major news. Chen Zhongshuan took a deep breath. Not only was Chun Shinru in a dream, but he was also in a dream. For so many years, he had been pursuing this scenario, and today, through Chun Xian's efforts, it has come true. For all these years, what had he been striving for, investing everything he had in the technology industry? Wasn't it to bring fame to the Chun Group and to give a strong boost to the development of technology in China? Wang Shua. Is that child named Wang Shua? Looking at the chaotic scene, Chen Zhongshuan smiled slightly. His frustration at being contradicted by Chun Xian completely dissipated. Now, what he needs to do is to make a perfect summary and conclusion to today's events, something he was originally supposed to do with Matsumoto Baekhyun, but now he has to do it himself. He coughed, drawing everyone's attention to himself. It seems the results are in. Professor Chin, you are an expert in materials and processes. Could you analyze them for us? Professor Chin readily agreed, walked straight down from the podium, and walked through the crowd to the side of Unit 1. Behind him, Chen Zhongshuan and several other experts followed. Speechless. Professor Chin, with his white hair, looked at the gleaming workpiece in Chung Bin's hand and murmured to himself. Then he reached out with a slightly trembling hand and carefully took the workpiece into his own hand, holding it in his palm. It's so beautiful. All the experts were full of praise. Even Chen Zhongshuan had to admit that the workpiece in front of him was so beautiful that it exceeded the definition of a workpiece. A work of art. It's truly a work of art. I can't believe this was made by our own machines. I don't need any instruments to measure it. Just by looking at the smoothness and the feel, I can tell that the precision is definitely not bad. Chairman Chen, what is the best physical precision of your machine? Chen Zhongshuan called over a technician and asked him a question. I'm ashamed to say that the physical precision is only 0.009 millimeters. That's enough. The precision is absolutely sufficient. Professor Chin stroked the smooth, shiny surface of the workpiece and exclaimed, Chairman Shun, you really amaze me. You had such a good thing, and you only took it out now. And in this way at that. Seeing Professor Chin's meaningful gaze, even Chen Zhongshuan, who had a thick skin, couldn't help but blush slightly. If I had contributed even a little bit to this, I would accept your explanation, but the problem is, I didn't contribute anything at all. Ahem, Professor Chin, you flatter me. I was completely unaware of this before my daughter took it out. I understand. Professor Chin chuckled and said, Chairman Shun, even though I'm a scientist, I still know a bit about the ways of the business world. Chen Zhongshuan felt his smile stiffen slightly. What have you learned this time? He thought. He quickly changed the subject. Ahem, Professor Chin, could you tell me about the level of craftsmanship this product can achieve? To what extent? Professor Chin smiled and said, Let me put it this way, Chairman Shun. The difference between the workpiece produced by Unit 1 and the workpiece produced by Unit 3 is the difference between Unit 3 and this product. Before Unit 1, there was an accident. Chen Zhongshuan suddenly realized, Are you serious, sir? Of course I'm serious. Professor Chin nodded with a pleased expression, carefully stroking the artifact in his hands. A fine piece, truly a fine piece. I never imagined that I, old Chin, would witness such an important step forward for China as I approach my grave. Professor Chin, if you've had your fill, could you let us all have a look? We've been eagerly waiting for you to see it. The young professor, surnamed Wang, said with a smile. Oh, I'm so sorry, everyone. I was just so happy. Come, take a look. The workpiece continues to be transferred. Beautiful, truly beautiful. The beauty of the workpiece represents the success of the machine, and even more so, the success of the system. Professor Chin looked at Professor Zhang beside him. Professor Zhang, if I remember correctly, your research field also includes intelligent manufacturing, right? I wonder if this system can be considered a type of mechanical intelligence. I don't know if it counts. Professor Zhang paused. As things stand, it doesn't have the features of a smart device. It can't interact with people autonomously, can't handle complex tasks, and can't understand logical relationships. It's just a highly AI-driven program. But it should be noted that its AI level is truly unmatched in the machining center system field. At least I have not seen any program on the market that reaches such a level. It's not just the level of AI. Its internal structure and programming are also quite advanced. Come and see, Professor Wang said, pointing to the camera installed on Unit 1. The program designers created a complete logical system. They even integrated a very small image recognition system into the program to give it eyes, and provided a complete set of algorithms. With 2 cameras installed diagonally, it can achieve 3-dimensional perception of the platform cabin. The accuracy of the camera cannot be guaranteed, a professor questioned. If the accuracy of the image recognition system can be improved, it is entirely possible, provided the physical resolution of the camera allows it, Professor Wang replied confidently. However, I must state that to date, I have not heard of any company that can improve the accuracy of an image recognition system to 0.5 centimeters, let alone 0.009 millimeters. So, this company is quite capable in image recognition. Perhaps this is not something that can be achieved solely by cameras. Another physics expert also cautioned, don't forget that what determines the upper limit of accuracy for all machining centers, besides the system itself, is the hardware foundation. A good system can determine the minimum stroke entirely through the output pulse data. If you add advanced image recognition algorithms, then achieving millimeter-level precision positioning is not impossible. This is truly a brilliant design. Without technological support, even a good design is useless. And the most important point is this. Professor Wang pointed to the 3D model image and tool position data on the screen, the system's autonomous error correction of the tool position data. The error reporting and alerting based on database comparison is a feature that many domestic manufacturers have been pursuing for decades. But the machine in front of us can not only report errors, but also correct the tool path at the data level, improving operational stability and efficiency by more than one level. This is the real technology. No one in China can match this company's accumulation of data. The experts' explanations captivated the surrounding crowd. They had only seen the system's program output, the tool position's autonomous error correction and adjustment, and the stunning finished product, but they knew nothing about the underlying mechanisms. Ultimately, they were users, not designers. Chungbin stood to the side, nodding thoughtfully. Then he gave Yang Ming a look, and Yang Ming immediately returned the look. The question now is, was this system really made by Huaxia Company? All the professors turned their attention to Chun Xian, who was still standing in front of the machine. Ms. Chun, the system you presented today has truly surprised us. Professor Qin chuckled, stroking his beard. May I ask which company you commissioned to develop it? If it's a company from China, could you perhaps tell us their name? Grandpa Qin. Qin Xian didn't dare to be negligent. After greeting him, she frowned and asked, "This thing, is it really that powerful?" "Impressive, of course it's impressive." Professor Wang replied with a smile. "Ms. Chun, don't be fooled by the simple user interface and naive design of this system. These are just the things that laymen focus on. What we are more concerned with is the code and implementation principles behind the user interface. In these two aspects alone, this system is absolutely a masterpiece. The person who designed it must be a renowned master in the industry, right? A well-known master in the industry." Qin Xian's expression was somewhat strange. Thinking of that cheeky face, is this a famous master in the industry? That's right, this kind of thing can only be designed by someone with a senior background. Professor Wang said with certainty. It's impossible to design this without being a senior researcher. Professor Qin continued, explaining, this system is not just simple software. It's hailed as the crown jewel of industrial software. Without deep technical expertise and experience, it's simply impossible to create. Yes, especially since it's so convenient. I've never heard of such an installation method and speed before. Professor Wang nodded with deep feeling. He works in this field, so he knows the difficulties involved. The experts and scholars nodded in agreement, deeply impressed. This was precisely why they had been so amazed earlier. After all, installing a CNC machining center system was as easy as installing a computer operating system, something they had never seen before. This seemingly childish installation method had even made them wonder if it was just a system animation, but the workpiece in their hand spoke for itself. It was foreseeable that once this system was officially released, it would bring about a huge revolution in installation methods. The savings in installation costs alone would amount to a significant sum. Ms. Chun, please tell us, so we can also learn the name of the master behind this. Chapter 38, the name of Wang Shua. Chen's group company branch in downtown W City. Chungbin walked out of the building with a calm expression, finally suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He let out a long breath, and a feeling of rebirth welled up inside him. Outside the building, the weather was clear and cloudless, and the sun was high in the sky, its scorching rays baking the ground. Chungbin looked at the bright sky and squinted slightly. Beside him was Yang Ming, who had been inseparable from him since they met. Had you placed the order? It's on. Yang Ming exclaimed excitedly. I've ordered 2. I'll pay in installments. Chungbin said indifferently. I ordered 10 units. Full payment. Full payment. Yang Ming was stunned. He quickly calculated how much 10 units would cost, then exclaimed, Brother, what kind of company are you? What kind of company can come up with 65 million without batting an eye? Have you heard of Jinxing Machinery Company, Limited? Zensing, Yang Ming Stadoi, Speechlessly. Of course he had heard of it. If he hadn't heard of this machinery factory that was based in S-City and had business all over the world, he wouldn't need to work in the processing industry. He cautiously probed. You are President Chung? Chungbin revealed a set of pearly white teeth. It is I. You actually came in person? Yang Ming said, somewhat bewildered. You could have easily sent someone over. Chungbin chuckled. I still prefer to see things with my own eyes, and this time, it was worth the trip. It's more than just not losing money. Yang Ming trembled with excitement as he spoke. We've made a killing. Mr. Chung, thank you so much. Yang Ming was somewhat relieved. Luckily, President Chung reminded them early. Before the experts had explained the science, and before everyone realized it, the two of them squeezed through the crowd and rushed to the reservation desk, shamelessly reserving several machines. Otherwise, thinking of the long queue, Yang Ming felt a little apprehensive. No need to thank me. You just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Chungbin said with some emotion. The Chun group has pulled off a remarkable comeback this time. Even foreign products of the same level can't compare to this performance of the machine, and it has greatly improved the technological level of the same field in China. Moreover, in terms of the system alone, the gap is so large that other system manufacturers can hardly catch up, and even if they want to catch up, it will be extremely difficult. If nothing unexpected happens. Chung Bin hesitated for the second half of his sentence, but Yang Ming, who was no longer a novice in the business world, understood perfectly. Need I say more? Just look at those crazy manufacturer representatives. When he left, I already heard that orders were booked until the end of next year. These people are probably all after the system. After all, in terms of hardware, although Chen's group's products are advanced, they are not significantly different from previous generations. How advanced is this system? Everyone here has seen it. It has everything that the Japanese system has, and it is very likely that it will also have functions that the Japanese system does not have. The bows from the Japanese experts, in particular, were like a thunderclap, making people feel proud and also making many outsiders aware of the system's advanced nature and influence. This is truly exhilarating. It makes one feel incredibly satisfied. Currently, this information is only known to a limited circle, and we can still have an advantage by being on the front lines. However, as the evaluation and business conference organized by the Chun Group come to a successful conclusion, and as more and more people leave the building, the news from the evaluation conference will spread like wildfire to major newspapers and social media in W City, and eventually reach all parts of the country and even faster speed through the internet. The news of Chen's group launching a heavyweight product will ignite the entire industry. Mr. Chung, could you tell me about the background of this Frontier Technology Company Limited? After sighing for a while, Yang Ming seemed to remember something and asked again. Two names were key in the Chun Group's stunning comeback. The first one is undoubtedly Zhongji Pengcheng Technology Company Limited, a subsidiary of the Chun Group. This company designed and launched the new generation of machining center products of the Chun Group, whose physical performance and precision are among the best in China. The second one is even more dazzling. It's called Frontier Technology Company Limited. This little-known company, which no one had ever heard of before, designed and manufactured a control system that even made the technical experts of Japan's W company feel ashamed of their own. I've never heard of it. Chung Bin frowned and pondered for a long time before shaking his head helplessly. However, someone who can design a system program of this caliber shouldn't be unknown. If we go back and investigate, we should find some clues. Check it. Yang Ming was taken aback, then took out his phone, unlocked it skillfully, and said, "There's no need to trouble you so much, Mr. Chung. I downloaded the Manga app on my phone specifically for business purposes. You can easily find out all kinds of company directories with a simple search. Please wait a moment. I'll check it for you now." Yang Ming opened an app, tapped the input box, and started typing in a name. This kind of thing must have been designed and produced by a large company. How could it be some random small company? Yang Ming muttered with a smile as he typed. Small companies don't have the capability to have industry masters design systems. Hey, the results are in. Let's see what this company is really made of. How is this possible? What's wrong? Chengbin asked. Yang Ming handed the phone to Chengbin, who glanced at it curiously and read it aloud softly. Company name, Frontier Technology Company Limited. Status, active and operating normally. Legal representative, Wang Shua. Registered capital, 1 million renminbi. The date of establishment. Cheng Bin's eyes widened. October 14th, 2018? He was a little confused. If I remember correctly, today is November 1st, right? If you're not mistaken, Mr. Chung, Yang Ming took a deep breath. This company was established less than 20 days ago. Moreover, there are no shareholders, no business records, no risk assessments, no change records. It's a Yang Ming carefully chose his words, a truly small company. However, the legal representative is Wang Shua. Who is this Wang Shua? Mr. Chung, you've been in this industry longer than I have. Have you heard this Wang Shua? No. Chengbin shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Don't worry about it. This company is probably just a shell company put out by the Chun Group. Because it involves some sensitive things or content, it is a common practice to find someone else to register a shell company. Chengbin was not surprised by this. However, this makes it even more difficult to find out who designed and made the system. When Chen Xian stepped into the top floor office of the Chun Group's W City branch again, more than 4 hours had passed. "Young lady, you're back." In the office, Chen Zhongshuan was discussing something with Uncle Chen and several other senior executives of the company. When they saw her return, Uncle Chen spoke up at the right time, and the executives who were discussing also stopped and turned to look at Chen Xian. Whether it was her imagination or not, Chen Xian seemed to see a hint of admiration in their eyes. "All right, let's adjourn this meeting for today. Everyone, go back and think it over carefully, and see if there's anything else you'd like to add. Yes, Chairman. The executives packed up their notebooks, responded, and filed out. After everyone had left, Chen Zhongshuan looked up at Chen Xian and pointed to the seat next to him. Please sit down. Chen Xian sat down gently. You did a good job today, Chen Zhongshuan said softly, but doing a good job doesn't mean you did the right thing. Chen Xian raised her head slightly. You made 2 mistakes today. Chen Zhongshuan took the tea that Uncle Chen handed him, took a sip, and continued. First, you shouldn't have run a completely unfamiliar system program on a brand new device without any testing. If this system hadn't been so excellent, you would very likely have made a fool of yourself on the spot today. It's okay if you lose face, but your mistake will put us in an extremely unfavorable position in our upcoming negotiations with Company W. We will be unable to reach any equal agreement with Company W, and the group will pay a much higher price for it. Chen Xian tilted her head slightly. Secondly, you shouldn't have released such an advanced system program without authorization. If you had informed us beforehand, our technical staff could have conducted systematic testing and analysis of the program and developed a detailed plan. The system's effectiveness would have been far greater. Chen Xian pursed her lips. The above is your eldest uncle's opinion after learning about this matter. Chen Xian looked slightly puzzled. The eldest son has acquired some of the shares from other shareholders and now holds 19.6% of the shares, making him the second largest shareholder in the group. According to the company's articles of association, he is entitled to express his opinions. Chen Xian blinked and looked at Uncle Chen, who was explaining to her. The following is my opinion. Chen Zhongshuan did not express his opinion, but took a sip of tea and pondered for a moment before saying, You were still a bit too impulsive, XNR. The third point I want to tell you is that you shouldn't have mentioned Wang Shua's matter without communicating with me. Although you didn't directly mention Wang Shua's name, you did tell the media and other people the company's name. Isn't this wrong? Chen Xian spoke up, her clear voice quite pleasant. If he were in my position, there would be no problem, but the problem is he's just a college freshman. Do you understand? Jianxin not that Tao Gu Fun. With the internet so readily available these days, anyone could easily find out who the legal representative of Frontier Technology Company Limited is. Chen Zhongshuan paused, then continued. However, things aren't at their worst yet. Because of Wang Shua's identity, no one will pay much attention to him at this stage. Even if they know his name, they'll just think he's a smokescreen we've put out. However, this window of opportunity will not be too long. It's also my fault, Chen Zhongshuan sighed. Actually, ever since I found out about you and Wang Shua, I haven't taken it to heart. I just thought you were being silly. But now it seems I was wrong. Chen Xian opened her mouth, wanting to tell Chen Zhongshuan that she was just fooling around. But things had escalated to this point, something she hadn't expected. I've read the contract you signed. If I had known this kid could actually make this thing, I definitely wouldn't have agreed. But the contract is already signed. Chen Zhongshuan suddenly asked, Are you sure Wang Shua created a system all by himself? Chen Xian nodded with absolute certainty. 15 days. He has no reason to lie to me. Chen Xian thought of how Wang Shua had bargained with her and said, Besides, I didn't provide him with any support staff. Chen Zhongshuan frowned. One person, 15 days. He even doubted if he had misheard. This is basically an impossible task. If one person could create a system, wouldn't it seem like he was an idiot to have spent so much money, even setting up a separate company and employing so many technical staff? In particular, the fact that this system is so excellent only highlights his incompetence. After a moment's thought, Chen Zhongshuan made a decision. I want to see him. Meanwhile, the news that Chen's group launched a new type of processing center, which put among the most advanced in China and whose system even made Japanese technical experts feel inferior, finally spread throughout China through reports from major media outlets and social media. As a result, the stocks of all sectors of Chen's group, which had previously hit the daily limit down, all surged, with the heavy industry sector even hitting the daily limit up. Various bizarre posts and articles have appeared online. Shocking. Why has Japan fallen from its pedestal? The Chen Group announces major news. This technology brought tears to the eyes of Japanese experts. Japan is giving up? Why is Japan so furious? Today's finance. Did you buy any stocks today? Immediately, all the enthusiastic netizens who saw the news were discussing it, and the comment section below the article was filled with arguments. Number 1 in China? The system even made Japanese experts weep? When did China become so powerful in the machine tool field? How come I didn't know? People don't even bother to think before they brag anymore. All I see are cows flying everywhere. The person upstairs is a China hater. They can't stand to see China doing well at all. China is #1 in everything in the world. The photos are right there. Your Japanese daddy knelt down to someone. Objectively speaking, as someone who works in the machine tool industry, I can say that this is impossible. Putting aside other things, just in the system field, our factory just replaced a batch of equipment before the new year, and the system installation manual was a whole box of A4 paper. No one in the entire factory could understand it. And in the end, we had to spend a lot of money to hire Japanese experts to personally debug and install it. The difference is too great. Stop arguing, everyone. I was there myself. I witnessed it. It's true. Is your soul still here? If the Chun Group had something this powerful, they would have brought it out long ago. Why would they need to bring it out during negotiations with W Company? I just want to know who designed and led the development of this system, and why they don't release photos for everyone to see. What's there to admire? Just say the Chun Group is awesome. That's really interesting. In a luxury mansion in Baidu, a woman in her 30s was reading the overwhelming news reports online. Not far from her, a middle-aged man was carefully tending to a bonsai tree by the window. The internet is practically praising the Chun Group as a savior. Don't you want to come and take a look? What are you looking at? The man said calmly. The more something is reported, the more likely it is to be exaggerated. That's true, the woman replied, continuing to scroll through the posts on her tablet. The woman's eyes lit up slightly as she quickly and carefully scanned the content on the screen. A moment later, this post is quite interesting. The woman looked at the man and said, "There's a popular post here written by Zichi Tianya that mentions a small company called Frontier Technology Company, Limited. It seems to be praising them. It's quite interesting. Don't you want to take a look? So close yet so far?" The man put down what he was holding, walked to the woman's side, took the tablet, and gently flipped through it. The woman didn't disturb her, picked up her water glass, and took a sip by herself, looking very relaxed and comfortable. A few minutes later, the man looked up, a thoughtful expression on his face. "How about it? It hasn't been registered for long. It's small in scale, has little capital, and isn't very eye-catching, but it's already gained some fame. If we can take advantage of this opportunity, even if it doesn't develop further, we won't lose money." The man nodded slightly. "You can give it a try. Go and check out this company's information and keep an eye on it." "Okay." The woman put down her teacup and stood up. "If it passes the review, how much will I get?" "Give me 100. 100, that is 100 WS. The woman smiled slightly and left. Chun Group. The middle-aged man looked out the window and muttered to himself. Chapter 39. Wang Shua is stumped by a single penny. At this moment, Wang Shua, second brother, come quickly to the middle lane to provide support. Zheng Jun roared as he went up the road. "I'm farming monsters right now. Wait a minute, I need to get some equipment." Wang Shua was nervously operating the game when he heard Zheng Jun shout and quickly responded. "Hey, you monster collecting yarn. Come quick. We're about to start a team fight. We're waiting for your ultimate." "Okay, coming. Wang Shua glanced at the gold coins he had collected and hurriedly pressed the recall button, shouting, Wait for me. Don't open it." After finally buying all the equipment, he quickly left the fountain and rushed to the mid-lane tower, ready to coordinate with his mid-lane teammates for a perfect ultimate combo, when suddenly the screen went black. He was dead. What is going on? Wang Shua looked completely bewildered. "Second brother, don't you even look at the map?" Zheng Jun roared angrily. "We're all dead. Are you still coming up here, like the Calabash brothers, to save your grandpa?" "But I clearly saw my teammates next to me," Wang Shua said, sounding aggrieved. "Then he's not one of us. Can't you take your game more seriously?" Okay. Wang Shua couldn't figure out how many times he had made this childish mistake. In short, he seemed to be quite bad at this kind of game. It's over, we've been wiped out again." Zheng Jun watched helplessly as his team's towers fell one by one, while the enemy forces advanced rapidly. He lamented, 8 consecutive losses. 8 consecutive losses. Second brother, playing games with you is toxic. Looking at the word failure on his screen, Wang Shua didn't know how to comfort Zheng Jun. If Zero were here, I would only need to make a show of it, and I would be able to dominate the entire field in no time. What? You're saying there's an anti-cheat mechanism? How could such childish things stump Wang Shua? After all, Wang Shua is now the sole inheritor of a cosmic civilization. The solution is very simple. Just use Command 0 to identify and analyze the data packets received by the computer in real time, and then simulate the corresponding mouse and keyboard operation feedback packets and upload them to the server. This will ensure that no one will know. No matter how powerful your anti-cheat mechanism is, can you really block the data ports of the keyboard and mouse? Thinking about it carefully, it seems like it could actually work. What? You're saying this is a script? Well, it is a script, but much more advanced than a script. Scripts can be detected, and they sometimes have bugs, but Zero is different. What? You want to detect Zero? Okay, you'll have to get past the code and core logic first. Unfortunately, Zero can only be used in the software park and relies on servers, which greatly limits Zero's potential. Looks like I need to find some time to get some of the necessary equipment out. Wang Shua thought absently, staring at the computer screen. But then he sighed pessimistically. He wasn't lacking in technical skills, but the key issue was money. You need money to buy equipment. Without money or equipment, we can't even make the most basic processing tools, let alone anything more advanced. As for the things that appeared in humanoid civilizations that far exceeded the level of our current civilization, that's even more impossible. As for where to get the money, Wang Shua silently calculated that he could earn 1 million from his contract with Chen Xian, and the system should give him a share if the completion rate was good. If he returned all of it to Chen Xian, he would still owe Chen Xian 1,500,000. Sure enough, I should just wash up and go to sleep. Money isn't something I should be thinking about. Forget it. I'm not playing anymore. Zheng Jun sighed, put down his computer, and said, I'm going to run some laps. Do you want to come? I'm not going. Wang Shua came to his senses and quickly shook his head. If he hadn't heard about the terrible state of Li Li and Zheng Jun after running laps, he might have gone. But after learning from Li Li's experience, he would never participate. Just kidding. Zheng Jun's running laps shouldn't be called running laps. It should be called a 10-kilometer run. Okay? Running 20 laps around the track at cruising speed. Who could stand that? If he actually went, he'd probably end up in a hospital on the spot and maybe even have to lie in bed for a month. If that happened, thinking of his counselor's long face, Wang Shu couldn't help but have a deep understanding of the image described by the word old hag. If you don't want to go, then don't go. What's with shaking your head like a rattle drum? Do you think I'd force you? Zheng Jun muttered in dissatisfaction. Then he took off his clothes and changed into a smart short-sleeved shirt and shorts in front of Wang Shua, revealing the strong muscles on his limbs. Wang Shua curled his lip in disapproval. Let's go. Okowo. Smack. The sound of a door closing. Wang Shua leaned back in his chair, somewhat bored, with his hands behind his head, continuing to brainstorm. Money is not a concern for now. At this stage, the only thing I can offer that doesn't require any money is the zero-sum new code. So, how can we fully utilize the role of Zero under the existing conditions? Wang Shua found a piece of paper, picked up a pen, and began to write and draw. To enable Zero to assist oneself anytime, anywhere, there are two solutions based on existing and future technological means. The first and foremost step is to carry Zero with you. This solution requires a portable computer device that is small, lightweight, sturdy, durable, dustproof, waterproof, and has sufficient computing power. Under these conditions, a mobile phone is naturally not suitable. Putting aside the phone's appearance and portability, its performance alone is far from meeting Zero's needs. Wang Shua didn't want Zero to become a slow-witted idiot after moving, taking 2 or 3 minutes to process a single sentence. If that were the case, he'd rather not bring it at all. However, current mobile phone performance has reached a bottleneck. To improve it further, the only options are to upgrade the chip's manufacturing process or change its design structure. Wang Shua can do both of these things, but as he said before, he has neither the money nor the equipment. Even a hero can't be saved by a penny. Battery life is also a problem. Therefore, the solution of using a mobile phone instead is not feasible. This meant Wang Shua needed to design a portable device that suited his ideas. The humanoid civilization did have several suitable portable smart devices, but unfortunately, Wang Shua gritted his teeth. Damn this money-driven society. The second option was one that Wang Shua had been thinking about for, well, a few minutes. It involved remotely commanding Zero using remote communication. With this method, Zero's computational base remained in the software park. The results only needed to be transmitted to the terminal designated by Wang Shua via communication. The advantages of this approach are, it is economical, cost-effective, and has relatively low technical costs. It does not require major changes and can be operated using existing networks and communication equipment. The disadvantages are extremely poor stability, highly susceptible to network fluctuations and communication terminal issues, weak anti-interference capabilities, and most importantly, extremely insecure. Data transmitted over public networks, even if encrypted, is easily intercepted and cracked. Even worse, data loss can occur due to network problems, which would be disastrous. Of course, there are solutions, such as establishing one's own communication channels and using technologies completely different from existing ones to find alternative paths, such as launching a more mature quantum communication satellite. The technical issues aren't too serious, but, well, you all know what I mean. Money. Wang Shuo threw down his pen, raised his head, and looked at the ceiling with some worry. He couldn't use advanced technology, and he didn't want to use outdated technology. Wang Shuo realized he had a problem with being all talk and no action. He would be tempted by the food in the pot, and even though the chef had given him the ingredients and cooking methods and taught him step by step, he couldn't cook it because he didn't have the right cooking utensils. This is truly utter nonsense. No one would believe it if I told them. A dignified heir to civilization is rendered helpless because of money. Even a hero can be brought down by a penny. The ancients were right. The thought of owing Chun Xin nearly 3 million yuan deepened Wang Shuo's wrinkles. He wondered when Chun Xin would finally pay him back and ease his burden. After lamenting for a while, Wang Shuo seemed to realize that it was useless, so he sat up again, turned on the computer screen with a bitter face. He's going to find something to do. First, open QQ. Everything's calm. It seems like no one's sending messages. Then open YY. No friends are talking, no one is chatting in the channel, and even the girly dating group I usually follow is quiet today, with no girls flirting. Open your browser again. What was I supposed to do again? Wang Shuo stared at the computer screen speechlessly, then thought for a moment. Then, subconsciously, I entered the URL, brought up the source code page, modified it, was redirected, entered my member number, and entered. The final web page that appeared had Explorer Forum written in large letters in the top corner. Nearly 2 months later, Wang Shuo finally returned to his sacred place. Let me see if there's anything good. Wang Shuo licked his lips, dragged the mouse, and browsed carefully, completely ignoring the red dot on the bell in the upper right corner. This question, TSK, quite profound, but it seems rather simple. Should I answer it? Wang Shuo glanced at the number of forum points in the upper right corner, silently clicked on the question about computer intelligence, and then wrote a long paragraph with a very confident tone. He then chose to answer 2 questions related to computer programs. Just when his hands were itching to do it again. You do not have enough forum points to reply to this question. Wang Shuo sighed with satisfaction. Having used up all his forum points, he can now honorably leave the forum community. As for topping up, recharging, or anything like that is out of the question. It seems like I can only get by using it for free. With nothing to distract him, Wang Shuo finally noticed the red dot in the upper right corner. Why did this red dot look so glaring? Wang Shuo, who developed severe obsessive-compulsive disorder from being tormented by WeChat, said he couldn't stand it and had to eliminate it. So he gently touched the bell pattern, and the next moment, what the hell? Wang Shuo stared at the screen, his eyes wide. What is this thing? Chapter 40 News in background. Wang Shuo was truly shocked when he saw the dense stream of messages popping up on the screen. What is this thing? Wang Shuo stared wide-eyed as he examined it closely. The screen was filled with private messages from someone named Tian Wuming, densely packed. Wang Shuo counted them and estimated there were at least 40 or 50 in total. The tone was quite polite at the beginning. Hello, are you there? I need to ask you something. Hello, I don't know if you have time. I'm sorry if I'm bothering you. Hello, I would like to ask you for a more detailed understanding of your answer. Hello. The tone that followed seemed a bit unpleasant. Please reply if you see this. It's urgent. Please reply to me. Reply to me. I'll be very grateful. Reply to me. Reply to me. Reply to me. Indeed, the dozens of replies I sent fully expressed the writer's inner breakdown and vented the writer's deep resentment, all of which Wang Shuo felt. Tian Wuming? Wang Shuo looked at the ID. Where do I seem to have seen it before? However, seeing dozens of messages, Wang Shuo felt a little reluctant and typed in the reply box, please speak. When you click send, a dialog box pops up, prompting you that you need forum points to send a private message. Wang Shuo was immediately shocked. The way he looked at those dozens of messages changed. These were all money. Wow, that's incredibly rich. Wang Shuo clicked his tongue, looking at the screen with some regret. Bro, it's not that I don't want to reply. It's just that I'm not as generous as you. You can only blame your bad luck. I just happened to use up all my forum points. I seriously suspect you're trying to trick me into recharging? Trying to scam me? That's impossible. Wang Shuo didn't know what wealth made people, since he had never been rich and was in debt for a long time. But poverty made people restrained. Wang Shuo quickly closed the forum page, shut his laptop, stood up, stretched, poured himself a glass of water, moved to the edge of the bed, stretched his legs against the headboard, closed his eyes, and began to continue trying to transmit the knowledge of the humanoid race. During his few days in the hospital, he had a basic understanding of the core's role. Simply put, the core is now similar to a database, while its brain is equivalent to the computer as a whole or a hard drive. He can retrieve data from the database into his brain simply by issuing docking commands in the humanoid language. This data can be understood and memorized immediately, and will not be restricted by the core when it is retrieved again. Data transmission speed and capacity have their limits, and these limits are determined by one's own brain, or rather, the strength of one's brain regions. Once the limit is exceeded, the brain will suffer severe nerve cell damage due to overwork. To put it bluntly, it's like the brain CPU or hard drive has burned out. Then it crashed. Even a god couldn't do anything about it. Fortunately, his brain had been enhanced twice, and its upper limit had been greatly increased. Normal transmission or occasional large-scale transmission would not cause too serious damage to the brain. At most, it would cause some sweat or nosebleeds, which Wang Shuo was already used to. In his ongoing exploration, Wang Shuo also discovered that although he could not transmit data at the highest possible level indefinitely, he could transmit data slowly at the lowest level that he could control. This process could also enhance brain strength. Although the actual effect was minimal, it was a viable alternative in the absence of gene therapy drugs and mental training methods. As for how low this minimum is, Wang Shuo has gained some experience through constant testing. Now he can skillfully maintain this state for 2 hours without wavering, at the cost of multiple fainting spells and frequent nosebleeds, earning him the title of Blood Demon. Wang Shuo even gave this training method a nice name, the Trickle Data Training Method, which is basically easy to understand. The only problem with this method is its extremely low efficiency. It basically doesn't yield anything useful and can only provide a minimal training effect. After lying there with his eyes half closed for a while, Wang Shuo opened his eyes, wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead, and seemed to let out a long sigh of relief. Human civilization is truly incredible. Wang Shuo sighed sincerely. Every time Wang Shuo recalls the history and amazing achievements of humanoid civilization and then returns to the society before him, he feels as if he has traveled through time. The world, which was originally quite advanced, seems to have suddenly regressed by tens of thousands of years. This sense of disparity makes Wang Shuo very unhappy. What's even more frustrating is gurgle. Wang Shuo could almost hear his stomach protesting. This is a side effect of using trickle data training almost every time, and Wang Shuo is already used to it. Pick up your phone, open the group delivery app, click to place an order, pay, all in one smooth motion. Looking at the 2-digit deposit from the bank, Wang Shuo's mood immediately soured. Thinking about the huge debt he seemed to have against his will, his initial high spirits vanished instantly. Indeed, money is the most practical thing to do. Thinking of those big shots who said they weren't interested in money, Wang Shuo felt a surge of disdain. Talking about sentiments and ideals without considering material things is just being irresponsible. But when these big shots act like thugs, it leaves people speechless, helpless, and powerless. When will I be able to reach the composure of those big shots so that I won't be troubled by a mere 1 million in claims or 3 million in debts? With a silent sigh, Wang Shuo stood up and was about to pour himself a glass of water when the dormitory door was pushed open and Chun Chun walked in with a serious expression. Wang Shuo was somewhat surprised. Chun Chun, who usually had a carefree and playful demeanor, was actually able to put on such a cold and aloof expression. Fourth brother, you. Wang Shuo, thank you. Chun Chun didn't give Wang Shuo a chance to speak and bowed deeply to him. Wang Shuo was startled and quickly stepped aside, placing his water glass on the table and shouting, "Stop! A look of surprise and uncertainty swept over Chun Chung as he was sized up. Hey, fourth brother, did you go to Japan for further studies? Where did you pick up these weird habits? Bowing to people all the time. Wang Shuo was a little confused. And what's with you barging in with that big, chubby face? Is this to thank me? You're trying to scare me to death. Chun Cheng's gaze was very serious, without a trace of his usual playful smile. Coupled with his unusually calm eyes, Wang Shuo sensed a different kind of aura from him. Oh, what's with this damn, fluttering feeling? Wang Shuo felt a chill and quickly shook his head, banishing the unhealthy thoughts from his mind. He waved his hand and said, "Tell me, why are you thanking me for no reason?" "I know everything," Chun Chung said. "You knew all along?" Wang Shuo's eyes widened. Chun Chung nodded. "Everything." Chun Chung continued to nod. Wang Shuo was somewhat terrified. Could it be that Chen Xin was the only one present when he did that? Could it be that Chen Xin? Did Chen Xin tell you? Chun Chung shook his head this time. Wang Shuo breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that Chen Xin had discovered what he had asked Ling to do secretly. But upon closer inspection, how could that be? Scaring yourself can indeed cause health problems. Second brother. Chun Chung ignored all that and continued with a stern face. Just now I thank you on behalf of the Chen group. Now I thank you as your classmate, roommate, and brother. Between brothers, there's no need for so many formalities. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. Why does this sound so familiar? Looking at Chun Cheng's serious face again, I suddenly felt something was off. Ahem, I'm telling you, fourth brother, Wang Shuo coughed and said, I don't think you're suited to playing a gangster. You should go back to your old comedic style, which was fine before. There's no need to deliberately change your style. Chun Chung was visibly stunned. And also, could you please take care of those little tails following you around before explaining what this thank you thing is all about? Chun Chung blinked speechlessly, his aura instantly crumbling. He glanced at the little girls peeking cautiously through the doorway, and then, smack! Chun Chung, who had slammed the door shut, turned around and said, All right. Wang Shuo opened his mouth, but had nothing to say. Half an hour later. That's how it is. Chun Cheng's expression turned somber, his slightly furrowed brows showing deep concern, and a melancholy aura emanated from him. If you hadn't asked me before you left last time if there was a problem with the group, I wouldn't have known that the group was facing such a serious situation. I never knew that my cousin Chen Xin would make such a huge sacrifice for the company. I had no idea that my aunts and uncles would be so unscrupulous. They really do use any means necessary. Wang Shuo looked at the phone Chun Chung handed him. A video was playing on it. The video clearly shows a banquet venue. Chen Xin is dressed very simply, wearing a plain white gauze dress, sitting in the center of the video with a cold expression. Opposite her was a young man she didn't recognize, probably in his early 20s, who was smiling and talking to Chen Xin. A few minutes later, Chen Xin's lips moved slightly, and a sound came out. You're just a lackey. Do you even deserve to be called one? The entire audience erupted in uproar. This concludes the video. It was this video that was uploaded online by some people, along with rumors about our group, which caused our group stock to plummet, hitting the daily limit down for several consecutive days, resulting in losses of, well, a lot. Chun Chung showed a hint of lingering fear. I only found out from my father that our group signed a performance-based agreement with the investment company. If we fail to meet the performance targets, we will have to pay the other party a huge amount of liquidated damages and shares and agree to the other party's acquisition. So that's how it is. No wonder Chen Xin was so engrossed in reading computer books in hospital. Didn't she realize that it was something a layman like her could possibly understand? Wang Shuo understood. Well, anyway, second brother, thank you this time. Others may not know the specifics, but my father does. He couldn't come in person, so he specifically asked me to thank you. You're too kind. You're too kind. Why are you saying such things between brothers? Wang Shuo took a sip of water, feeling a little guilty. This system hasn't had any strange problems while using it, has it? A strange question? Chen Ching asked, puzzled. What strange question? Well, for example, strange text suddenly pops up, or the screen goes black, or something else. This, Chun Ching thought for a moment and said, according to the people present, there were indeed some strange UI elements, but it doesn't seem to be a big problem. This was awkward. Wang Shuo was speechless. Chen Xin usually seemed quite shrewd, So why did she make a fool of herself at such a crucial moment? Why didn't she try it on the machine first? The scare you created for Chun Xin turned into a scare for a group of people, and you even scared yourself. This seems embarrassing. Wang Shuo silently touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Second brother. Chen Cheng's voice became heavy at some point. He said, I used to dislike my cousin Chun Xin. She was cold and aloof from a young age, never interacting with anyone. She kept her distance from everyone except her aunt, uncle, and sister. In everyone's eyes, she was a well-bred young lady, mature and composed, but I just couldn't stand her. She probably doesn't like me either. Chun Chung revealed a mocking smile, overflowing with negative energy. I think she's pretentious and affected, and she thinks I'm unrestrained and dissolute. We can't stand each other. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been my nemesis. I always take the initiative to, bully her and complain to my father and uncle about some trivial thing she does, but in the end, I'm always the one who gets criticized. Wang Shuo was speechless. You're a grown man. No, back then you were just a boy, and you act like a little girl, always running around tattling. If I were your father, I'd beat you up too. It's so embarrassing. But I enjoyed it immensely. I even acted the way my cousin Chun Xin disliked me. Chun Chung looked nostalgic. Although we didn't like each other, we didn't have any deep conflicts. It was just the kind of dislike between kids. Until I was 10 years old, I pushed my cousin Chun Xin into the pool. Pushed into the pool. Wang Shuo's eyes widened. Yes, she was pushed into the pool. Chun Chung nodded affirmatively. Actually, I was just joking, but I didn't expect that my cousin Chun Xin suffers from mild claustrophobia. When she fell into the water, she lost consciousness because of fear. By the time she was finally rescued, she had already choked on water severely and almost couldn't be saved. Wang Shuo was at a loss for words, and he looked at Chun Chung with a strange expression. I got a severe beating from my dad and mom and couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. Wang Shuo felt that if he had a son like that, he would beat him to death. From then on, my cousin Chun Xin disliked me even more and would nitpick at the slightest flaw. Chun Cheng's voice was a little muffled, but it was indeed me who pushed her into the water. Although I was misled by others, it was definitely me who pushed her. So you feel guilty, but also hate her for targeting you specifically? Wang Shuo added. Yes. Chun Cheng nodded seriously. So you gave up on yourself and galloped down the path of a playboy, never to return? Which eye of yours saw that? Chun Cheng glared at him and said, I'm just not very interested in managing a conglomerate. Who said I wanted to be a playboy? This kind of plot is common in novels. And Wang Shuo pointed to a book on the table called The Domineering CEO Falls in Love with Me, and then gestured toward the door. This isn't my fault. Chun Chung sighed sadly. It's my parents' fault. Chapter 41, The Dinner. If strangling someone wasn't illegal, Wang Shuo really wanted to strangle this pretentious guy in front of him, stuff him under the bed, and then stage it as a car accident. Does having good-looking genes make you this awesome? Does having a prestigious family background mean you can ignore picking up girls? You second-generation singles make us first-generation singles feel so inadequate. Huh, now that I think about it, I seem to have something in common with this second-generation single guy in front of me. I'm so satisfied. If you came here to show off, you've already achieved your goal. Please turn left and leave. Wang Shuo raised his cup, making a gesture to see him out. I haven't finished speaking yet. Chun Chung looked at Wang Shuo, his eyes filled with deep resentment. Wang Shuo felt a chill. Stop, halt. Fourth brother, that's enough for today's counseling. I have other things to do. Wang Shuo quickly stood up, picked up his phone, and pointed to the message that had just been sent to him on the screen. Look, I really have something to do. I have an appointment, and I can't refuse, so I'm leaving now. He opened the door, ignoring the girls eavesdropping outside, and ran downstairs, covering his face. Behind him, Chun Chung shouted, Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, Shangri-La Hotel, it's my treat. Okay, got it. Only after leaving the dormitory did Wang Shuo have time to wipe his sweat. He glanced back at the dormitory with lingering fear, only to see Chun Chung looking at him resentfully from the balcony. Wang Shuo immediately fixed his gaze on Chun Chung and quickly moved out of Chun Cheng's sight. This kid is acting really strange today. Wang Shuo muttered to himself as he turned the corner, then picked up his phone to check the message Chun Xin had just sent. The message was just 2 words, at the entrance. If it were anyone else, they would probably be completely confused by those 2 words, but Wang Shuo who knew Chan Xian's personality well, shook his head helplessly and walked towards the school gate. Sure enough, as soon as I stepped out of the school gate, I saw Chan Xian standing quietly under a black minivan at the school gate. He walked up to Chan Xian and asked, "Why are you here?" Chan Xian said calmly, "Get in the car." As expected, she still has the same old problems. This girl needs to be taught a lesson. I may have my thoughts, but I still have to listen to what he says. After all, he has 2 bodyguards with him. If it really comes down to a fight, I probably wouldn't be a match for him. A wise person knows when to yield. Wang Shuo curled his lip and got into the car with disdain. But as the car started and merged into the traffic, he seemed to finally remember something. Holy crap, my takeout. Although the takeout wasn't important, it still cost several tens of yuan, and Wang Shuo still felt a little heartache. It was all money. If he had known this would happen, he would have just bought some forum coins on the forum. At least they could retain their value. Pity. Miss Chun, where are we going? Wang Shuo turned his head and asked Chan Xian, who was quietly looking out the window. Shangri-La Hotel, Chen Xin. My father wants to see you. Oh, so it's your father. Wang Shuo's eyes widened suddenly. What did you say? Your father wants to see me? Miss Chen Xin. Wang Shuo suddenly felt a little awkward. I suddenly remembered that I just ordered takeout. Could you change the route and take me home? Chan Xian looked up and gave him a look. All right, Wang Shuo said, backing down. After a moment, he continued tentatively. Hey, Miss Chan Xian, is it really appropriate for us to go meet your parents like this? My mom has always told me to respect the elderly and care for the young, and to be filial to my elders. Seeing Chan Xian looking at him again, Wang Shuo said somewhat evasively, I mean, should we buy some gifts or something? Jen Sif Bao Go Li Fu Dao. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Wang Shuo wisely kept his mouth shut. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel, when Wang Shuo entered the magnificent hotel lobby under Chan Xian's guidance, he could only marvel. The huge lobby was intricate and complex. If it weren't for Chan Xian's directions, he probably wouldn't have been able to find the banquet hall. Miss Chun, you've arrived. The lobby manager next to her was very polite. Mr. Chun has been waiting for a long time. Please come this way. The young lobby manager gestured as he led the way. Wang Shuo noticed that he seemed to be secretly watching him. Could there be something wrong with his clothes? Wang Shuo looked down and examined them. There was nothing wrong with them. He hadn't put them on inside out, and the pants fit perfectly. So, I become handsome. Taking advantage of the brief intervals between walking, Wang Shuo quickly observed himself through the reflective decorations on both sides. It seems not. Puzzled, they had already covered a considerable distance. We've arrived at Henkao Hall. The lobby manager opened the door. Ms. Chun, please come in. Inside the hall, dozens of huge banquet tables were neatly arranged, and the huge crystal chandelier, gorgeous petal-shaped wallpaper, and gilded patterns made the entire hall look exceptionally luxurious. In this huge, luxurious banquet hall, there was only one middle-aged man sitting at the very center table, with some tableware and decorations set out. Wang Shuo was immediately stunned. Sure enough, this is how extravagant the happiness of the rich is. To book an entire banquet hall just for one table. What else could this be but extravagance? Looking at his wallet and thinking about his Yuebao, Alipay's money market fund, Wang Shuo felt a blow. Nothing is more damaging than such blatant flaunting of wealth. You've arrived? The middle-aged man nodded slightly as he looked at Wang Shuo and the others who walked to the table. Please sit down. Then he said to the waiter next to him, the food is ready to be served. Wang Shuo was unsure whether he should sit down, but Chan Xian had already sat down next to the middle-aged man. He secretly despised himself, but it seemed a bit strange that he was the only one standing in the entire lobby, so Wang Shuo quickly pulled up a chair and sat down. Sit closer. The middle-aged man smiled and pulled out a chair next to him, saying, You're the only guest today, so don't be too reserved. What you're saying? So you booked such a huge venue and made it so high class just to show off your wealth to me alone? Wang Shuo muttered to himself, but still sat down next to the middle-aged man. Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chun Zhongshuan. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Chan Xian is my daughter. I already know Uncle Chun. Wang Shuo nodded awkwardly. My name is Wang Shuo. Wang as in Wang's surname, and Shuo as in sparkling. I already know that. Chen Zhongshuan smiled very gently. After today, I guess everyone in the processing industry will know Wang Shuo's name. What does this mean? Wang Shuo was a little puzzled and glanced at Chen Xian, but Chen Xian did not respond. What? Seemingly noticing Wang Shuo's confusion, Chen Zhongshuan smiled and said, Wang Shuo, you don't know? Should I know? The system designed by Wang Shuo, Chen Zhongshuan said slowly, is truly an eye-opener for us. Wang Shuo immediately felt a little embarrassed. He wished there was a crack in the ground he could disappear into. He was so ashamed. He had flirted with someone's daughter right in front of her, and with so many people watching. This was really... He frantically racked his brains, trying to recall if he had done anything inappropriate or added any offensive phrases to the Easter egg. After trying his best, Wang Shuo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that apart from adding an intelligent feedback algorithm, a few pranks, and designing some childish copy, he hadn't done anything. So why was he so nervous? Why does it feel like I'm being caught doing something bad to someone's daughter by my father-in-law? This is the first time we've realized that China's programming technology can be world-leading. And this is the first time we've tasted the feeling of being one step ahead of others. Come, young friend Wang Shuo. Chen Zhongshuan raised his glass to Wang Shuo. I'd like to toast you. Wang Shuo was somewhat flattered and quickly picked up his wine glass, saying, Uncle, you're too kind. I should be the one toasting you. My mother taught me from a young age that elders should be respected. Ha! What a great saying about respecting elders. But in my opinion, there are no elders today, only two friends who feel like we've known each other for ages. Come, young friend Wang Shuo, don't be shy, drink up. After finishing the glass, Wang Shuo smacked his lips as if he had tasted the flavor of money. I was also infected by Chen Zhongshuan's generosity. Being with this person, it seemed that I could be completely unguarded. The comfortable feeling made me almost forget that the person in front of me was my elder. If Chen Xian hadn't been sitting there, Wang Shuo probably would have been calling her a brother after 2 drinks, putting his arm around her after 3, and after 4 or 5, he might have even recognized her as his father-in-law. Young friend Wang Shuo, Chen Zhongshuan addressed Wang Shuo with a newfound respect, pointing to the dishes that had just been served on the table. Try it. The environment and the food here are top-notch in W City. Especially the food. While I wouldn't say it's the best, it's pretty close. Wang Shuo nodded quickly, secretly relieved that Chen Xian had quietly absorbed the Easter egg he had made. This put his mind at ease. Having let go of his worries, Wang Shuo suddenly felt a connection to the dishes on the table, and he ate with great relish. For a time, both host and guests enjoyed themselves immensely. After the meal, Chen Xian left the banquet hall first, leaving only Chen Zhongshuan and Wang Shuo in the entire hall. Wang Shuo. Chen Zhongshuan put down his chopsticks and said, Although Xener has already told me what happened, I still want to confirm it with you again. Was this system really designed and created solely by you? I did it all by myself. Wang Shuo scratched his head a little embarrassedly. But Uncle Chen, if I had known this system was so important, I would have definitely put more effort into making it better. Isn't it too rudimentary and embarrassing for your company? Chen Zhongshuan felt his face stiffen. He had already angered the technician from Japanese company W. Wasn't that good enough? Had he not put in enough effort? However, judging from the rudimentary user interface, this guy probably didn't put much effort into its design. My teeth really hurt. Let's change the subject. What are your thoughts on Company W's technology? Company W? Wang Shuo was a little stunned, then continued somewhat embarrassedly. Uncle Chen, what does Company W do? Oh, I forgot you're not in this industry, huh? Chen Zhongshuan explained, this W company mainly deals in precision tool setting equipment. Their tool setting equipment is used in machine tools all over the world, so it can be said that they are at the top in this field. A pair of swords? Wang Shuo frowned and pondered for a while. Why did it look so familiar? Company W has not only made remarkable achievements in tool setting devices, but also in CNC control systems. Their self-designed control systems have also occupied a considerable market share in China. Is the knife-matching device very important? Wang Shuo seemed to finally remember something and asked, snapping out of his reverie. Of course it's important. Chen Zhongshuan laughed. Although I don't have a technical background, I do know a bit about business. Currently, all machine tools and machining centers on the market rely on tool setters to determine accuracy during initial calibration, recalibration after tool collision, and calibration due to inaccurate reset. Without a tool setter, a high-precision machine tool can basically be declared to have withdrawn from the category of precision machining and become an ordinary machine tool. Wang Shuo nodded knowingly. It was indeed unacceptable for a precision machine tool to become less precise. But why use such an outdated tool setter? Wang Shua asked, somewhat puzzled. Isn't an integrated, self-checking program better? A knife-wielding device. Such an outdated thing? Chen Zhongshuan finally understood what Chen Xian had felt back then. Was this technology really outdated? However, considering the performance of the system provided by Wang Shua and the expert's evaluations, he had to admit that he was indeed somewhat outdated when it came to things like knife-wielding devices. Feeling a bit of a toothache, Chen Zhongshuan felt he shouldn't continue discussing technical matters with Wang Shua. The guy's serious demeanor was making it hard to know where to begin. Wang Shua. Chen Zhongshuan straightened his voice and began to address the main purpose of the day. What are your plans for the future? Chapter 42, Chen Zhongshuan's Winning Over. What are your plans for the future? Of course it's to make money. If it weren't for making money, why would I work so hard? Wang Shua smiled shyly, rubbed his hands together, wanting to answer but feeling a little hesitant to speak. Was it too vulgar to talk about money in front of these big shots? After all, they had already reached the point where they were uninterested in money. Seeing Wang Shua hesitate, Chen Zhongshuan smiled wryly. Don't rush to say it. Think about it carefully. What do you want to do? Or rather, how do you want to do it? To be more precise, what kind of person do you want to become? Seeing Chen Zhongshuan's serious expression, Wang Shua felt embarrassed to use making money as an excuse, even though he really wanted to make money himself. Thinking about it carefully, before the existence of the humanoid race, Wang Shua felt that his life would have been just like this. After all, I am just one of the billions of ordinary people in the world, one of the more than 1 billion ordinary people in China, and to be more specific, one of the millions of high school graduates. Although his school was good and his major was also acceptable, Wang Shua felt that he might still only be able to drift along and wait for death. Perhaps one could find a stable job, live happily without worrying about food and drink, find someone one loves, stay by one's parents' side, leisurely watch one's children grow up, live a happy life, and then be buried in the earth, closing one's eyes in death. Even better, one could open their own company, become a small business owner, have some savings, and live a relatively comfortable life. This was the limit of what Wang Shua could imagine. As for doing something that would influence the world, or becoming a figure like Chen Zhongshuan in front of him, he had never even thought about it. But now, suddenly, Wang Shua remembered something. He seemed to have promised the humanoid race something. As a good young person who is well-versed in various ideologies and resolutely practices core values, integrity is the foundation of being a person, especially when it comes to a civilized request. Wang Shua stroked his chin, feeling that he needed to set a goal and do something to let the humanoid race rest in peace, so that he could use the core without any guilt. Have you thought it through? Seeing that Wang Shua's expression gradually softened, Chen Zhongshuan asked. I've got it. Wang Shua nodded. I've decided what I want to do. Chen Zhongshuan nodded with satisfaction. This child is teachable. All my hard work has paid off. I want to make a movie with an extremely grand background, scenes, and various settings. Wang Shua's eyes gleamed with ambition. I want this movie to become an immortal monument. Chen Zhongshuan's gratified expression froze on his face. What kind of ambition was this? Well, it could barely be considered an ambition. That's easy. Just find a film crew. If you want to make it, I can give you funding right now. Up to 50 million, you can withdraw it as you like. Chen Zhongshuan smiled and said, I can also help you find famous film crews, directors, screenwriters, and stars. With the best script, the best filming locations, and the best planning. And after the film is completed, I will use the best channels to promote it, guaranteeing that your film will become a big hit. How about it? Wang Shua opened his mouth. Are all the hobbies of the rich so simple and unpretentious? What is this, helping others for fun? Wang Shua had never even heard of helping others for fun, let alone seen it. These conditions are so tempting that it's hard to refuse, but Wang Shua shook his head with difficulty, resisting the temptation. What? You're still not satisfied with these conditions? Chen Zhongshuan asked, somewhat surprised. No, that's not it. Uncle Chen, your offer is too good, so good that I don't even dare to dream of it. But I have my own opinions on this matter, so, Wang Shua said with a wry smile, I can only take the liberty of declining. You refused? This was something Chen Zhongshuan hadn't expected. Anyone would have refused a 50 million investment, since neither side had specified that it had to be used for the film. If you offered 3 or 4 million, or even 10 million, who would know? Who would care? but Wang Shua actually refused outright. Chen Zhongshuan smiled slightly. At this moment, he truly admired this young man. He was capable, humble, and now he knew how to assess the situation and was not greedy for money. Not bad, very good. However, his idea of making a movie, young friend Wang Shua. After thinking for a while, Chen Zhongshuan decided to get straight to the point. Excuse my bluntness, but Huazhong University of Science and Technology is a good school. If you want to drop out, it seems a bit too impulsive. Drop out of school? Wang Shua was taken aback. Who wants to drop out of school? Not dropping out. Chen Zhongshuan was somewhat surprised, but immediately realized he had misunderstood and quickly added, that would be even better. Wang Shua, you already have the ability to create a system on your own. If you can continue your studies, you will definitely shine even brighter. Chen Zhongshuan held up 3 fingers and said solemnly, 3 years. After 3 years, no matter what your grades are like, Wang Shua, you will definitely have a place in our Chen group. Moreover, all related expenses for these years will be covered by our Chen group. We will also provide you with an additional fixed living allowance and a residence of more than 200 square meters. Wang Shua, you just need to focus on your studies. Well, I knew these big shots wouldn't invite people to dinner and flaunt their wealth for no reason. It turns out they're extending an olive branch. The terms are very tempting. You don't have to worry about any expenses. They provide a fixed salary, and they even give you a house. At current prices, a 200 square meter house in W City would cost at least 3 million, right? To be honest, Wang Shua was very tempted. If it were a different time or place, he probably would have happily agreed, but now, I am Soda Chen. I appreciate your kindness, but Wang Shua reluctantly declined, but at the same time, he was a little embarrassed. Was it not good to refuse such a big shot twice in a row? He refused again, which was not unexpected this time. Chen Zhongshuan had already considered this situation. Why would someone who doesn't care about 50 million care about this? This young man has plenty of self-confidence and believes that he can definitely succeed in starting a business. But that's not a problem. If I could build a system on my own, I would be even more confident than him. Thinking of this, Chen Zhongshuan smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. I was just trying to see if I could win over a promising young talent like you. But it seems fate didn't grant me that luck, haha. Wang Shua breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid that Chen Zhongshuan would turn on him on the spot, but he was afraid that if he did, his money would be wasted. In life, the first pot of gold you earn through your own hard work is the only way to feel truly secure. Later on, you can boast to your descendants. Your old man earned $1 million when he was only 18. That sense of satisfaction practically overflows the screen. If the first condition doesn't work, then you can't refuse the second one. Wang Shua. Chen Zhongshuan's smile remained unchanged, but he pulled out a folder from somewhere and handed it to Wang Shua. Take a look. Wang Shua took the folder, opened it, and was immediately speechless. Another contract, and one that caught me completely off guard. Chen Zhongshuan truly lives up to his reputation as Chen Xian's father. Even his domineering style is exactly the same. Equity agreement. Wang Shua frowned. Party A, Frontier Technology Company, Limited. Party B, Zhongji Pengqing Technology Company, Limited. Party A voluntarily licenses its patent now. XXXXXX to Party B in the form of technology investment, holding a 15% stake. Party B shall pay Party A licensing fee of 2 million renminbi. In addition to paying the authorization fee, Party B shall regularly report its financial status to Party A and pay dividends to the account provided by Party A. Both parties agree that the initial authorization period is 1 year, and if both parties wish to extend it upon expiration, they may negotiate a new one. Uncle Chen, what is this? Wang Shua looked at Chen Zhongshuan with some confusion. There's another one. Keep looking. Chen Zhongshuan pointed to another contract in the folder. Wang Shua opened another contract. This is a cooperation agreement, which essentially means that Zhongji Pengqing Technology Company, Limited and Xinyan Technology Company, Limited have reached a strategic partnership, with both parties agreeing on their respective rights and obligations and clarifying the principles. One of the provisions is that both parties have an obligation to help each other. When one party suffers losses due to uncertain factors, the other party has an obligation to take all necessary measures to stop the loss in a timely manner. Uncle Chen, what does this mean? Wang Shua asked, somewhat confused. It's nothing. Chen Zhongshuan smiled gently. Your company is just starting out, and you may not be very familiar with all the aspects. Also, your main focus right now is studying. so you may not have time to take care of the company. Therefore, as a partner, I have an obligation to help you get on the right track. Before Wang Shuo could speak, Chen Zhongshuan waved his hand and continued. Besides, we left in a bit of a hurry today, and Exon didn't give me the copy of the contract she signed with you. Let's settle things after the company's financial procedures are completed. That's what a big boss should say. Wang Shuo swallowed his refusal, picked up his glass, and said sincerely, Uncle Chun, I'd like to toast you. I did it for my own money. Chapter 43. Hello, my name is Chen Xian. After Wang Shuo left, only Chen Zhongshuan remained in the empty banquet hall. He looked at the 2 blank contracts on the table, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Master! Uncle Chun emerged from some corner, frowned as he looked at the wine glass on the table, and said, Sir, Dr. Liu said that your current physical condition is not suitable for drinking alcohol. A little drink now and then is fine, Chen Zhongshuan said with a smile as he turned around. Have a seat. Uncle Chun sat down as instructed. He didn't sign? Chen Zhongshuan nodded, picked up the teapot and teacup that Uncle Chun had brought, leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip. Sir, you don't seem to care much. Then why? Why make such a big show of it? Is that right? Chen Zhongshuan chimed in, smiling as he glanced at Uncle Chun. Manhwa, you've been with me for so many years. What kind of person do you think I am? Sir, you are far-sighted, resourceful, and thoughtful. You never do anything useless. Where did you learn that from? Chen Zhongshuan shook his head with a slight chuckle. I'm not as good as you say. It's just that I have to be more cautious because I have many people's livelihoods in my hands. And the more I consider things, the more composed I become when things happen. So today, you did this on purpose? That's not entirely true. Chen Zhongshuan put down his teacup and said, I did have designs on Wang Shuo, but having designs doesn't mean I can't live without him. I was testing the waters. If he agreed, that would be best, but if he didn't, we wouldn't lose anything. But I never expected. Chen Zhongshuan shook his head with amusement, thinking of Wang Shuo's conflicted expression. This Wang Shuo is really beyond my expectations. Uncle Chen frowned and said, So this is a test. A test. Chen Zhongshuan laughed. You could call it a test. Life always requires choices, and to learn how to choose, you must first learn how to let go. This Wang Shuo isn't as harmless as he seems. That's right. Xiner wants to audit that contract, right? Notify the finance department. They can proceed. Understood. Uncle Chen nodded. But sir, this is no small sum, and there's the board of directors. The board of directors? Chen Zhongshuan chuckled. After this incident, there's no longer a board of directors. Uncle Chun felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that the master had been holding back for so long, and it was finally time for him to make his move. In addition, draft these 2 contracts again, remove the hidden conditions, and have the legal department give them to Wang Shuo. Friendship is friendship, and business is business. Although Wang Shuo is a good kid, he is still young and lacks experience. It's a blessing to learn from his mistakes. Consider this the first lesson I, as his elder, am teaching him. Chen Zhongshuan smiled meaningfully. Just like I told you before, Manhwa. Sometimes what's more useful than money is connections, and I prefer personal relationships to connections. Uncle Chen nodded slowly. Sometimes, using personal connections is more effective than using money, which is probably why the master didn't force Wang Shuo to hand over the system. There's one more thing, sir. We've received word that they want to finalize the betting agreement as soon as possible, at the latest by the end of this month. The seeds of human affection are sown from the exchange of hearts, just like Chen Xian and Wang Shuo are now. After returning to school, Chen Xian did not go back immediately, but got out of the car and followed Wang Shuo all the way to the playground. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the playground is both the liveliest and the quietest time of day. Through the mesh fence around the playground, you can see pairs of male and female students walking on the track around the school or sitting on the artificial turf, shoulder to shoulder, whispering to each other. Some even openly hold hands under the dark moon, completely ignoring the single people around them. Wang Shuo is now one of these people. Seeing the envious glances cast at him by the passing groups of boys, Wang Shuo felt that he had also become a single dog who could make people eat dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection, even if that dog food was diluted with water. The 2 walked quietly on the track. A long time. I didn't sign it, Wang Shuo said. Tencent not that? Aren't you going to ask why? There's no need. The conversation ended. After a moment, Wang Shuo was still unwilling to give up. That's a lot of money. I know. Enough for me to eat takeout for the rest of my life. 2,600,000, Xin said calmly. Can't we just have a normal conversation? Don't you know that talking about money hurts feelings? But I helped you a lot, Wang Shuo said, somewhat unconvinced. We need to even things out. There's a contract, Xin continued calmly, and it's all in the system. Forehead. Okay, you're awesome. Wang Shuo was speechless. He really wanted to slap himself. What was he thinking when he impulsively started working on the system? Now, he'd lost all the favor he owed. Just as Wang Shuo was on the verge of tears, a soft voice came from beside him. Thank you, Wang Shuo. Oh, what did you say? Wang Shuo said he didn't hear it. I said, Xin stopped and turned to face Wang Shuo, her dark eyes seemingly sparkling. Thank you, Wang Shuo. She stretched out her hand, revealing her fair palm. Let's get to know each other again. Xin. Chun as in the surname Chun, Xin as in Shinro. A freshman majoring in finance at Fudan University in 2018. Wang Shuo was a little confused. What did this mean? A fresh start? What was the joke? However, seeing Chun Xin extend her hand to him, Wang Shuo hesitated for a moment, but still decided to play along. He also reached out and grasped Chun Xin's hand. Well, in a rather ungentlemanly way. Hello, my name is Wang Shuo. Wang as in king, Shuo as in sparkling. I am a freshman at Huazhong University of Science and Technology, class of 2018. Unlike the feeling when Xin held his fingers in the hospital, now that their hands were clasped together, Wang Shuo could feel the softness of Chun Xin's hand and the warm touch with a hint of coolness. It was a feeling that Wang Shuo couldn't describe, a feeling he had never experienced before in his life. It seemed somewhat comfortable, especially just as Wang Shuo was getting distracted, he saw Chun Xin across from him give a slight smile and ask in a gentle voice, Are you done? Wang Shuo was startled and quickly released Chun Xin's hand, looking at her in shock. This girl actually smiled. Heavens have mercy. They've been together for a month, even decades. When has Chun Xin ever smiled? This is even more shocking than him pulling out some inexplicable black technology. Are you Chun Xin? Wang Shuo pointed at Chun Xin and asked exaggeratedly. He knew that in humanoid civilizations, there were many ways to change a person's appearance and voice, and even physiological information could be forged. Could there be other successors on Earth whom we are unaware of? Why wasn't such crucial information as the figure explained? Chun Xin frowned slightly, her expression turning cold. That familiar look. Wang Shuo breathed a sigh of relief. This was the Miss Chun Xin he remembered. Although her smile just now was stunning, for some reason, Wang Shuo felt that something was off. Cough, cough, cough. Chun Xin, you're finally back. You don't know, just now someone tried to impersonate you. If I hadn't been quick-witted, I probably would have been fooled. Wang Shuo coughed lightly, praising his own reaction. If you don't like it, I won't smile anymore, Chun Xin said calmly. Forehead. This is the third time today that Wang Shuo has wanted to slap himself. Can he please do less of these self-destructive things in the future? Ahem, just kidding, just kidding. You look really good when you smile, really. You should smile more often, Wang Shuo said with a dry laugh. The question of whether to laugh or not doesn't seem to be very important. What's important is, Wang Shuo. Chun Xin remained silent for a moment. I'm leaving tomorrow. Gone. Wang Shuo was a little confused. Where did they go? Return to Baidu, Chun Xin said calmly. Going back to Baidu, Wang Shuo asked, somewhat puzzled. Aren't you a freshman at Fudan University? Why are you going back to Baidu instead of attending classes? Chun Xin glanced at him. Okay, it's none of my business. I won't ask anymore. Wang Shuo surrendered with both hands raised. There are some things that I need to handle personally, Chun Xin said, her tone slightly changing. Something you handled personally? Wang Shuo frowned, thinking about what it could be, and then realized something was off about this girl today. When did she learn to explain herself? Chun Xin, are you alright? Tell me what's wrong, and I'll definitely help if I can. Chun Xin shook her head, and the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. This, Wang Shuo tentatively asked. If you leave, what will happen here? Someone will handle it. Then, Wang Shuo asked hopefully, what about the money? Return it as is. Wang Shuo, you're being unfair, girl. All you ever talk about is money. Your mouth reeks of money. What kind of behavior is that? You can also use that request to offset the debt, Chun Xin said calmly. Pa, dream on. Wang Shuo spat inwardly, then gritted his teeth and forced out 2 words, emphasizing them heavily. I'll pay. Chapter 44, Matsumoto's Analysis. Watching the black van speed away, Wang Shuo sighed with a touch of melancholy. However, recalling Chun Xian's strange, almost provocative gaze before she left, Wang Shuo gritted his teeth. This girl is getting more and more disobedient. I checked the time. It was already 10:10, and the lights would be turned off in 20 minutes. Wang Shuo quickly bought a bottle of water, went upstairs, and opened the door. As soon as he entered the room, he keenly sensed that the atmosphere in the dormitory was a little unusual, and he looked around. Where's the 4th brother? The 4th brother isn't here. Zheng Jun, who had been lying on the high bed looking at Wang Shuo, rolled off the bed and came to Wang Shuo's side, clicking his tongue in admiration as he looked him up and down. Lily adjusted his glasses, put his beloved notebook aside, and stared intently at Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo was completely confused. Boss, what are you doing? 2nd brother. Zheng Jun shook his head. You're not honest. I'm not being honest. Wang Shuo's eyes widened. How am I being dishonest? Stop pretending. Zheng Jun turned around, picked up his phone, fiddled with it for a few moments, and handed it to Wang Shuo. Oh, look, who is this? Wang Shuo observed intently for a moment. The environment was dim, the track was familiar, and 2 figures stood facing each other, holding hands. Why does it look so familiar? You've already got her hands on your hands, and you're still pretending. Zheng Jun clicked his tongue twice. 2nd brother, I didn't know you had this trick up your sleeve. You've only been here a few days, and you've already managed to get her? It seems that the hero saves the damsel in distress trope is quite effective. If I hadn't run a few extra laps today and taken a break, and hadn't happened to run into you, you would have kept me completely in the dark. Zheng Jun patted Wang Shuo on the shoulder, gently, to avoid injuring Wang Shuo's frail body. Tell me, 2nd brother. We're brothers. I'll keep it a secret for you. Wang Shuo was both amused and exasperated. Boss, things aren't what you think. Next. That's right, boss. Chun Xian hates me to death now. 3rd brother, do you believe it? Sing Yun suddenly asked. I don't believe you. Lily shook his head, then added, unless you show me the system you designed. Showing it to you is no problem. The problem is I don't have it with me right now. Wang Shuo spread his hands, somewhat helplessly. I do have a backup at the software park. How about tomorrow? No time. Lily shook his head and picked up his notebook again. Look, 2nd brother, you can only fool us once. You fooled us like that last time. Zheng Jun was clearly deeply resentful. The key point is that I didn't lie to you last time either. I am innocent. At this moment, in a luxury suite on the top floor of the Sheraton Hotel, Matsumoto Bikyun sat in front of the tablet computer with a displeased expression. The screen showed the face of a middle-aged man. Father, I already know, the middle-aged man opposite said calmly. But I'm not convinced. Matsumoto Bikyun said angrily. I suspect that this was a trap set for us by that old bastard Chen Zhongshuan and that girl Chun Xian. Watch your words. The middle-aged man's tone became a little stern. You are the only surviving member of the Matsumoto family in this generation. You represent the honor of the entire family. Show your family honor. Show your aristocratic bearing. Yes. Matsumoto Bikyun lowered his head in frustration, his eyes filled with resentment. If Chun Xian hadn't deceived him with her heroic act, making him mistakenly believe she had no trump cards, he wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. One more time, and all your activity expenses will be deducted, the middle-aged man said calmly. I see. You just said that this is a trap set by Chen Zhongshuan and Chun Xian, which is highly likely. The middle-aged man said calmly, based on your analysis, what is Chun Zhongshuan's purpose in doing this? What benefit would he gain from creating a weakened Chen group? There are too many benefits. Matsumoto Bikyun looked up and analyzed. First of all, there's the stock market. A weak Chen group will lower market confidence and cause the Chen group's stock price to plummet. Such a crisis seems very serious and could cause the group's chain to collapse at any time, but Matsumoto Bikyun's eyes gleamed with wisdom. But what if Chen Zhongshuan has a backup plan? What if Chen Zhongshuan has a final trump card to guarantee the market survival? You mean, if I were Chen Zhongshuan, I would choose to enter the market before the stock price crashes to its daily limit, investing heavily to acquire a large number of our company's shares. Matsumoto Bikyun frowned and said, doing so would have 2 advantages. First, it would stabilize the Chun Group's stock, preventing it from falling too sharply. Of course, such an approach would be like a drop in the ocean before the stock market crashes. So Chun Zhongshuan's main objective would be the second one, to take the opportunity to short his own stock, acquire a large number of shares at a low price, and concentrate his equity. As long as he holds a large number of shares, Chun Zhongshuan can attack or defend as he pleases. The middle-aged man nodded. Your analysis is good. So tell me, how did Chun Zhongshuan manage to remain invincible? If the external crisis facing the Chun Group is resolved, Chun Zhongshuan can seize the opportunity to gain control of most of the company's decision-making power. If the crisis is not resolved, he can sell off a large number of shares and raise cash as confidence in the Chun Group's stock market recovers. This money is enough for the Chun Group to weather this crisis, and Chun Zhongshuan will have achieved half of his goal. That old fox Chun Zhongshuan is in a winning streak. Your analysis is very thorough. The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. But you still missed one point. A little bit was missed. Matsumoto Bikyun was taken aback. Human nature, the middle-aged man said calmly. There's an old Chinese saying, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Before negotiating with the Chun Group, you should have learned about its structure. Within the Chun Group, there is a pillar-like figure, Chun Zhongshuan, the chairman of the Chun Group. He single-handedly developed the Chun Group from a small real estate company into a behemoth with a market value of hundreds of billions, involving a wide range of fields, including real estate, transportation, service industry, retail, and so on, just those publicly disclosed. But there is one problem. Chun Zhongshuan is a son-in-law who married into the family. Although he is the chairman of the Chun Group, the shareholders and directors are all from the Chun family, his maternal family. These people are greedy, opportunistic, and two-faced. They are insignificant. If the Chun Group is strong, they will naturally have no ulterior motives. But if the Chun Group shows any weakness, or even if it is on the verge of collapse, Matsumoto Bikyun's eyes lit up. They will do anything to sever ties with the Chun Group, including their shares. Taking advantage of the remaining value to sell for a good price. That's human nature, the middle-aged man said calmly. If I'm not mistaken, Chun Zhongshuan should now have actual control of most of the shares in the Chun Group, and may even have exceeded the absolute control threshold. Then what should we do? Matsumoto Bikyun said. If that old fox Chun Zhongshuan is so patient and waiting for an opportunity, then he should launch his attack within the next few days. I have my own plans. The middle-aged man glanced at his son. You were still a bit impulsive. If a person can't control their emotions, what's the difference between them and an animal? Yes, I understand. Matsumoto Bikyun lowered his head. He was truly impressed this time. This guy had even taken human nature into account when scheming against others. He was far from reaching that level. There's one more thing. The middle-aged man frowned. The system that Chun Xian brought out this time is related to a small company called Frontier Technology Company, Limited. I checked, and the legal representative of this company is Wang Shaw. This should have nothing to do with this company, right? Matsumoto Bikyun asked curiously. I think this is all a trick orchestrated by the Chun Group itself. Whether it's a trick or not doesn't matter. The middle-aged man shook his head. Find this Wang Shaw, make contact with him first, and remember, don't mess it up again. Yes, father, don't worry. Matsumoto Bikyun said confidently. I will definitely dig out all of Wang Shua's secrets for you. The middle-aged man nodded lightly. This was a small matter, and he didn't need to personally intervene. And father, Matsumoto Bikyun's eyes were filled with hatred. That girl Chun Xian is ungrateful and has repeatedly insulted my Matsumoto family and W Company. I'll teach her a lesson. There was a long silence on the other end. You decide for yourself. The Matsumoto family will not tolerate such humiliation. Matsumoto Bikyun looked up in surprise, but the other end of the video call had already ended. Father, is he relinquishing authority? Chapter 45, A Sudden Enlightenment. The next day, as soon as the sun rose above the horizon, Wang Shua had already begun his grand plan to make money. Chun Zhongshuan's provocation, coupled with Chun Xian's contempt, deeply wounded Wang Shua's fragile little heart. He vowed that he must make money as soon as possible to pay back this damned $3 million. Yes, it's $3 million, not $2,600,000. When the time comes, I'll just take the money out and pile it in Chun Xian's face, pointing to 400,000 of it and telling her, keep the change. This is the interest I'm giving you. Readily. Of course, more importantly, He wanted to fulfill his promise to the humanoid race as soon as possible so that he could enjoy life sooner. As for where you put your promises while you were in the hospital, Wang Shua asked, "Do you want to taste Jung Jun's Iron Fist?" Given the choice between a civilization and a beautiful woman, which would you choose? Is there even a question? Of course, you'd choose the beautiful woman. After a long journey, Wang Shua finally arrived at the software park with only 2 yuan in his pocket. Opening the door and walking up to the 3rd floor, looking at the computer screen lit up in the room and the messy desktop, Wang Shua felt a long-lost sense of excitement. "Welcome back, sir," the familiar baritone voice rang out. Are you alright, Zero? Do you need me to identify the command, sir?" Overjoyed, Wang Shua touched his nose. "No need to identify me. This is me greeting you." "Command confirmed, sir. I will complete this part of the database for you." Okay. Wang Shua cursed the idiot in his heart and sat down with a helpless expression. "Zero, bring up the core source code and display it in a distributed structure diagram." "It's already shown, sir." Wang Shua observed carefully and found that the core of the source code was much richer than when Zero was first created, with many points now lit up, but the logic modules in the middle remained unchanged. This means that although Zero's functionality has been enhanced, its core intelligence has not been significantly improved, and it remains just a rigid program. "It seems we still don't have enough data." Wang Shua frowned. Data collection requires both time and bandwidth. Relying on web crawlers to gather data is simply too slow. We need to think of a solution. Besides the amount of data, the core logic also needs improvement and an upgrade, and some parts of the new coding language are still incomplete. Also, Wang Shua looked up at the speaker on the table that had been tormenting him for a long time. The sound quality was ridiculously bad, and it would distort and hiss if the volume was turned up even slightly. I wanted to replace him for a long time. Besides, Wang Shua then saw the microphone on the table, the computer monitor, the camera in the corner of the room, and the buzzing server in the next room. These have all been changed. Feeling the change in his pocket, Wang Shua gritted his teeth and suppressed his inner impulse. Money. Where will the money come from? I still have 1 million in outstanding debts, but that's not enough to solve my immediate problem. Or should I take out a loan? Wang Shua had heard that students had some kind of entrepreneurship fund, which was interest-free for 5 years and could be borrowed and repaid at any time, making it very convenient. A loan of only 100,000 yuan. Pulling over an A4 sheet of paper, Wang Shua carefully listed the equipment he might need. A machine tool. Many parts need to be machined in-house, so a machine tool is essential, and ideally a 5-axis machining center, but the price. Even the smallest machine tool that can guarantee accuracy and be used normally will cost several 100,000. 4 to 5 robotic arms. Engineering robotic arms. He can currently assemble them by buying parts, but buying a finished product and modifying it would be much more convenient. A 5-axis robotic arm costs at least 100,000 yuan, and if it's imported, it's probably even more expensive. Once better machining centers are available, these things can be designed and manufactured domestically. Next, soldering iron, solder, blowtorch, etc. These are all essential small tools in the processing. As for wrenches, pliers, and so on, there are even more. Most importantly, Wang Shua realized that he also needed a smelting furnace. It couldn't be too low-grade. The temperature had to reach at least 2,000 degrees Celsius and be maintained for a long time. This is a difficult problem, as a smelting furnace like this on the market costs at least several 100,000 yuan. Looking at the items listed on the list, and then at the budget of 2.1 million yuan, Wang Shua had a headache. This was the result of his best efforts to cut costs, but it still exceeded the budget by a lot. At this rate, it wouldn't be enough to throw in all the 1 million yuan he had just earned. The most important thing was that even if he got all these things, there was simply no room for them. Sure enough, these days, you can't do anything without money. Starting a business is simply impossible. Let's upgrade Zero's logic core first. After what happened when he first entered, Wang Shua felt that Zero's core logic could still be upgraded. After all, Zero was still a half-finished product pieced together temporarily, and many details needed to be added and improved. And most importantly, at least writing code doesn't cost money, which is my only advantage right now. Zero costs labor. Zero, retrieve the core source code and display it vertically on the screen, highlighting the core logic algorithm part. Highest privileges required. Authorization verification in progress. Voice print recognition in progress. Image recognition in progress. How should I address you? Chun Exine, the popsicle girl, Wang Shua said without changing his expression. Recognition successful. Pulling source code, sir, will display it on the main screen. Looking at the results displayed on the screen, Wang Shua shook his head slightly, gaining a deeper understanding of the limitations of hardware on Zero. The above dialogue seems fine, but in Wang Shua's design, Zero will only automatically report the running steps and confirm when the process exceeds 3 seconds of reaction time. The purpose of this is to mask the zero reaction time and give the impression of smoothness. Therefore, the best outcome would actually be that after Wang Shua issues the order, Ling directly asks for permission, and VoicePrint and image recognition both run in the background by default. Ideally, Zero would directly confirm Wang Shua's identity in the background, which of course requires a strong hardware foundation. However, considering the zero occupancy resources and the pitiful resources of the few servers in the data center, Wang Shua shook his head again. For intelligent cores, current silicon-based computer systems are far too outdated. Their complex electronic circuitry, the relatively long electron-electron distances, differences in material properties, and losses during electron transmission all severely impact computer performance and power consumption. The shortcomings in basic technology directly determine the upper limit of computer technology. Let alone Wang Shua. Even if you put a human figure here, he would not be able to create a completely autonomous, intelligent program in a traditional computer system composed of silicon crystals. All Wang Shua can do now is to continuously push the limits of silicon-based computers by using his still improving new code and then use the continuous stacking of hardware to improve computer performance so that it can support Zero to reach a level that is infinitely close to true artificial intelligence. In Wang Shua's view, the emergence of Zero has already reached the limit of traditional silicon-based electronic computers, and this is only a basic intelligent core. From its inception, the structure of silicon-based electronic computers has destined it to be impossible for true intelligence to be generated on this platform. It can only produce pseudo-intelligent programs that are infinitely close to intelligence. Although it's very close to an intelligent program, a fake is still a fake. Beyond that, it's beyond the capabilities of ancient silicon-based electronic computers. The fastest developing technology in human history, and also its greatest contributor, will eventually usher in its most glorious farewell. This time frame could be 10, 20, or even 100 years. The next generation of computers. Wang Shua suddenly became very curious about the capabilities and structure of the next generation of computers. Without a doubt, this was another case of being all talk and no action. But even if he couldn't build the next generation of computers right now, at least he could learn about them and have some fun, right? Moreover, if Zero were truly equipped with a new generation of computer technology, just how monstrous would its performance become? It seems very promising. But there's a problem here. The theory and manufacturing methods of next-generation computers are undoubtedly valuable. However, if it's just for show, is it really worth Wang Shua risking his life to obtain data from the Daiwan Peak? According to Wang Shua's calculations, if the data volume of the next generation of computers is too large, or if Wang Shua's wild thoughts cause him to lose control of the instantaneous transmission volume, resulting in his brain crashing, he is very likely to become an idiot, or he may not even have the chance to become an idiot. Wang Shua stared at the screen in front of him, gritting his teeth and hesitating. Let's do it. After much deliberation, Wang Shua decided to take a gamble. If he didn't even dare to take this small risk, what could he possibly do in the future? And as long as you cut off the transmission in time, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Zero, record the current time. If I am still unconscious after 24, no, 36 hours, call 120, tell them my condition and address, and have them take me away. The memo has been updated, sir. After making his final arrangements, Wang Shua poured himself a glass of water and placed it next to the sofa armrest. Then he found a comfortable position to lie down on the sofa and gently closed his eyes. A sudden enlightenment. Activate. Chapter 46, The Mysterious Man. The moment the idea of transmitting data was conceived, a massive amount of data gushed out from the core. The sheer volume of data left Wang Shua no time to even exclaim, "Holy crap," before he was completely overwhelmed by the ocean of data. There was no preparation, no foreplay. Wang Shua was almost completely unprepared for this. He felt as if someone had hit his head with a heavy hammer, or as if 1,000 thunderbolts were exploding in his mind, leaving his brain completely silent. A jumble of thoughts arises frequently. One character after another suddenly appears and then vanishes, and a string of profound theories rises and falls in the mind, only to transform into a brilliant radiance. Hold on, you must hold on. Wang Shuo forced himself to concentrate with his hazy consciousness, focusing his attention on the main keywords. After another string of profound characters was formed, a violent throbbing pain struck, and Wang Shuo finally could not bear it any longer and fainted. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when Wang Shuo opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a familiar decorating style, a style he knew all too well. This is the hospital. You're awake. The nurse who was changing the dressing seemed to notice Wang Shuo's little action. She put the empty bottle she had taken off into the tray and said, "Now that you're awake, I'll go call your family." With that, the nurse left the ward, leaving Wang Shuo alone, staring blankly at the familiar ceiling. He was trying to recall how he ended up back in the hospital. It seems that's right. Data transmission. Wang Shuo was immediately somewhat depressed. This sudden epiphany actually landed him in the hospital, which was both expected and unexpected for Wang Shuo. Second brother. Without even looking up, Wang Shuo knew who it was from that familiar loud voice. He looked up and, sure enough, saw Zheng Jun grinning widely, his sparse beard hanging loosely on his chin, his voice booming. "Second brother, I'm not trying to be mean, but your health is really too weak." Zheng Jun clicked his tongue with a sigh. "It's only been a few days, and you've already gotten yourself back in jail twice." "I didn't want to either, boss," Wang Shuo said helplessly. "So you have to learn from me. Look at me, I'm in great shape." Zheng Jun puffed out his chest, showing off his well-built physique. "From now on, you'll run laps with me, and in less than a week, you'll definitely be in as great shape as me." "I guess I'll have to go to the ICU again," Wang Shuo thought to himself and asked, "By the way, boss, did you take me to the hospital?" "It wasn't me," Zheng Jun said with some emotion. "I don't know which kind person made the call. I asked the emergency room doctor at the hospital, and they said that when you were there was no one else, just you sleeping on the sofa. There aren't many people like this who do good deeds anonymously these days." As he spoke, he shook his head, seemingly expressing regret over the decline of morality and the loss of traditional values in society. Wang Shuo nodded silently. It seemed that Ling had faithfully carried out his instructions and made a phone call to take him to the hospital. "Boss, thank you so much. I'm always troubling you," Wang Shuo said sincerely. "What are you saying?" Xing Yun's eyes widened. "We're roommates. How can I not care if something happens to you? Besides, you're so weak right now. You need someone to take care of you. Leave this to me from now on. I'll improve your training plan and make sure you get rid of the tidal blood demon. If we train according to your plan, people will probably die." "Thank you, boss," Wang Shuo said, though he didn't mean it. After a long tug-of-war, Zheng Jun finally left the ward satisfied with Wang Shuo's promise. Before leaving, he solemnly reminded Wang Shuo of the things he needed to pay attention to and told him, "Training is risky. Join with caution, and Zheng Jun will not be responsible for any injuries." The 25-character mantra is ingenious in its wording. Sighing, Wang Shuo glanced at the medicine bottle, which was still more than half full. He knew he would probably spend most of the day here. "I checked my pockets, and, thankfully, my phone was still there." He skillfully unlocked his phone, opened WeChat, and saw a prominent red icon at the top, a message from Chun Xian. "You're unconscious? How did she know I was unconscious? Is communication this fast these days? Or did this girl install a tracking device on me?" Wang Shuo was a little confused, but that didn't stop him from replying to the message as quickly as possible. "It's fine now. It was caused by a lack of carbohydrates." A moment later, Chun Xian's reply came, containing only one word. "Good. TSK. Typical of Ms. Chun Xian style. Wang Shuo is already used to it. When she says this word, it means the topic is over and you should not reply to the message anymore. If you're not going to reply, then so be it," Wang Shuo scoffed. As a man of principle, how could he possibly offer his warm welcome only to be met with indifference? He exited WeChat, swiped, and prepared to find the Tushio app to see if there were any major news stories. But a line of text displayed on his phone made him freeze in shock. 1436, Monday, November 5th. November 5th, Monday? Wang Shuo began to think carefully. If he remembered correctly, the time he performed the enlightenment should have been Sunday, November 4th, and the alarm time he set for 0 was 36 hours later. The current time is 2 p.m. on November 5th. In other words, Wang Shuo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If it wasn't a zero-report police call, then who could it be? A person you don't know, or may not even recognize, wander around your studio and even kindly called the police for you while you were unconscious. Just thinking about it is terrifying. If he weren't still on 4 drip and hadn't suffered any actual losses, Wang Shuo would have loved to return to the software park immediately and have Ling retrieve all the surveillance footage for review. Letting out a breath, Wang Shuo temporarily put this terrifying thought aside. Anyway, as long as he or she had entered a studio, he could find out by checking the surveillance footage. There was no need to rush for now. And most importantly, there doesn't seem to be anything of great value in my studio, well, except for Zero. However, judging from the stealth mode it has set, no one should be able to discover Zero's existence. Even if it is accidentally awakened, people will probably just treat Zero as a common voice assistant on the market. After calming down, Wang Shuo straightened up, took out paper and pen, and prepared to carefully review the gains from this data transmission. After going through so much trouble and even ending up in the hospital, wouldn't it be a huge waste if all that effort still didn't result in the desired data being transmitted? Feeling dizzy, Wang Shuo patted his head and was about to start when the door to the ward was pushed open again. The newcomer gave Wang Shuo a professional smile. "Hello, Mr. Wang. We meet again." Chapter 47, The Rich Man, Wang Shuo. "Who are you?" Wang Shuo looked at the woman who pushed open the door with some doubt. She was dressed in a professional suit, white shirt, and high heels, looking every bit the part of a white-collar worker. It seems Mr. Wang really does have a bad memory. The female office worker smiled. "Then let me introduce myself again. My name is Liu Yin, and I am the full-time legal counsel for Zhongji Pengqing Technology Company, Limited. You can call me Consultant Liu or Lawyer Liu." I wonder if Mr. Wang, has he remembered now? Ah, I remember now. Wang Shuo's expression suddenly changed. "So it was you." Liu Yin was present when Wang Shuo and Chun Xian signed a contract and was responsible for reviewing its contents. "So, she seems to be a lawyer? You came here to..." "Let me introduce you first." Liu Yin gave a professional smile, but Wang Shuo felt that this smile contained at least a bit of sincerity, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. She moved aside, revealing another woman behind her. This is a middle-aged woman who looks to be between 30 and 40 years old, wearing the same style of formal wear, dressed elegantly and exquisitely. This is Ren Junling, the Deputy General Manager of Zhongji Pengqing Technology Company, Limited. "Hello, Mr. Wang." Ren Junling nodded slightly. "Hello." Wang Shuo returned the greeting, but his doubts deepened. "And this one?" Liu Yin pointed to another middle-aged man who looked a little older and continued to introduce him. "This is Su Jianzhong, the Financial Director of Zhongji Pengqing Technology Company, Limited. "Hello, Mr. Wang." "Hello." Wang Shuo looked at the 3 people in front of him with a puzzled expression, somewhat stunned. A Deputy General Manager and a Financial Director. These are practically half of Zhongji Pengqing's operations. What is Chun Xian trying to achieve by making such a grand spectacle? "Mr. Wang, General Manager Ren Junling has come to meet with you on behalf of the company to discuss business matters." Business collaboration? Wang Shuo thought about it carefully. Did he have business dealings with Zhongji Pengqing Company? We don't seem to have any business dealings, do we? Wang Shuo looked at Liu Yin and the other 2 with a puzzled expression. He wondered how anyone could find him in the hospital now. Did he have to go to the hospital to find him in the future? "Mr. Wang, you may have forgotten." Liu Yin smiled again. "You previously signed a very special contract with Zhongji Pengqing Company." A very special contract. Wang Shuo thought carefully for a moment, but thanks to the confusion in his brain after the data transmission, he really couldn't remember it for the time being. Seeing Wang Shuo's face, which was filled with recollection followed by a blank expression, Liu Yan's smile faltered slightly. She kindly reminded him, "It's the engagement contract you signed with Miss Chun." "No." Wang Shuo shook his head decisively. "No, absolutely no. I haven't even gotten my money yet, and this girl Chun Xian is already asking me for money." He quickly pulled the blanket over his head, pointed a finger at the door, and let out a muffled groan. "I never signed any contract with you. Get out of here. I'm calling a doctor." "This, Mr. Wang." Liu Yin had considered all possibilities, but she hadn't expected Wang Shuo to react this way. She was momentarily stunned and didn't know how to proceed. "Mr. Wang." Ren Junling smiled slightly and said in a gentle voice, "We're here to give you money." "Give money." Wang Shuo put down the blanket and stared wide-eyed. "You've already reviewed the initial system? Determined its value? Can you pay me now? Didn't you say it would take some more time?" A barrage of questions left Rin Junling speechless, so she could only shake her head slightly. "You may have misunderstood. We're here to further discuss contract-related matters with you, since it involves a large sum of money." Rin Junling paused slightly, then added, "A large sum of money." "A large sum of money?" Wang Shuo asked curiously, "How large?" "It's so big that we need to report to the head office for review, and it even requires Mr. Chen's personal approval. In fact, everything I've said to you here today is at Mr. Chen's behest." Rin Junling smiled and said, "So Mr. Wang, please don't worry. We've come with sincerity. And after the current business coordination is completed, we hope to further cooperate with you." "Further cooperation? We can talk about that later." Rin Junling smiled slightly, reached out, and took the folder that Lu Yin had just taken out and handed it to Wang Shuo. "Mr. Wang, you can take a look at the contract you signed with Ms. Chen Xian first." Wang Shuo took the folder and opened it. Familiar handwriting came into view, the ant-like strokes making Wang Shuo feel a little embarrassed. He subconsciously raised the folder slightly, trying to block Rin Junling and the other two from seeing. "Mr. Wang, you may not have carefully read this contract that Ms. Chen has prepared specifically for you. According to the contract, our company as Party A, commission Party B, namely your Frontier Technology Company, Limited, to carry out technology development, and our company will pay remuneration to your company. The contract stipulates that the remuneration will be calculated based on the progress and participation of the specific technology development. Moreover, regardless of whether the technology development fails, you will receive 1 million yuan in funding support in the early stage. Our company will not claim this part of the funds from you or your company separately." Wang Shuo touched his nose. The agreement he signed was indeed good. If it weren't for this agreement, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to develop the initial system. 1 million might just be pocket money for Chen Xian and Shun Shang for a few months, but for him, it's money he'd have to work hard for 10 years without eating or drinking to save up. He couldn't help but care about it. There's nothing we can do. The differences between people can sometimes be just that absurd. Other compensation will be assessed by our company and paid to you after the technology development is completed. After reading the contract aloud, Rin Junling asked, "Is the content of the contract correct, Mr. Wang?" "Yes, that's right." Wang Shuo flipped through the contract and saw that Rin Junling knew it like the back of her hand. He couldn't help but admire her. If it were him, he would have been completely lost in this maze of words. Rin Junling nodded and continued. "Our company invited technical personnel from the manufacturer, relevant industry experts, and other professionals to conduct a detailed evaluation, analysis, and comparison of the overall software system of the CNC machining center that you were responsible for developing. We have now issued a detailed test report." Rin Junling's voice was somewhat solemn. "Mr. Wang Shuo, after evaluation, the CNC machining center software system developed by you and your company is a perfect match for our products. Compared with other similar products, it has certain advantages, allowing our company to align with international advanced levels in product performance. The performance of this system has far exceeded our expectations. Therefore, after careful discussion, our company has decided, based on the principles and content of a fair and mutually beneficial contract, and given that the system was entirely developed by you and your company in accordance with the contract, our company will pay you a total of..." Rin Junling took a deep breath and announced the final number, 16,460,000 yuan. The contract in Wang Shuo's hand had fallen onto the blanket. He stared wide-eyed at Rin Junling in front of him. "How much?" 12,460,000 yuan, Mr. Wang," Rin Junling said calmly. 10 million. More than 10 million, Wang Shuo was stunned. He knew that if he were to ask for a share of the profits, he might be able to ask for a lot, but he never expected it to reach this number. That's over 10 million, not just 1,000 yuan. Even Wang Shuo, let alone his own father, had never seen so much money in his entire life. Did you make a mistake?" Wang Shuo was still somewhat incredulous and asked again to confirm. "Look, it's correct. Isn't there an extra zero?" "We have confirmed the bill multiple times, and there's absolutely no problem with it, Mr. Wang." Su Jianzhong, the finance director who had been silent until now, spoke up. "That's why I'm here. For a sum like this, we need your personal confirmation. I wonder if you have the company seal with you." Company seal? Wang Shuo then realized that he didn't seem to have the company seal. Seemingly sensing Wang Shuo's predicament, Su Jianzhong said, "It's all right if you didn't bring it. Your signature will suffice." Looking at the long string of zeros on the settlement sheet handed over by Su Jianzhong, Wang Shuo felt a little dizzy. He suddenly doubted whether he was still in the brain environment created by the shadowy figure, and whether everything around him was his imagination. He took out his phone, unlocked it, opened Chen Xian's WeChat, briefly explained the situation, and then waited quietly. A few minutes later, the phone rang. Wang Shuo glanced at it and saw that Chen Xian's reply was only one sentence. "Deduct my debt and interest." This girl. Wang Shuo pursed his lips, suddenly calmed down, and found it somewhat amusing. "This is something I earned through my own technology. What am I afraid of? If I hadn't created an amazing system, would Zhongji Pingqing Company and Chen Zhongshuan have paid me tens of millions out of thin air? That's just a pipe dream. Moreover, if we only consider the value of the system I created, this 10 million is probably far from enough." Thinking about it this way, Wang Shuo suddenly felt that 10 million wasn't so glaring after all, and even felt it was a bit too little. He signed his name with a flourish, but the handwriting... "Okay, Mr. Wang." Su Jianzhong took the settlement slip from Wang Shuo and said, "We will transfer your payment to your company's basic account within 3 working days. Please check your account. In addition, considering your company's situation, we will pay your taxes on your behalf." "Thank you." Wang Shuo nodded calmly. He was a man worth tens of millions, so he had to maintain his composure. "There's one more thing, Mr. Wang Sha." Receiving Rin Junling's signal, Lu Yin pursed her lips and took out another folder, handing it to Wang Sha. "We need your authorization, so please take a look at this contract." "Authorization?" Wang Shuo was somewhat surprised. "It's like this, Mr. Wang Shuo," Lu Yin explained. "In other commission agreements, although you and your company are the technology developers, the intellectual property rights and patents of the technology are in our company's name. In such a case, our company is the owner of this technology, and we are not subject to your control when exercising any rights regarding this technology." However, Ms. Chen Xian deleted this clause when drafting the contract and explicitly stipulated that the above rights are in your name. Therefore, if our company wants to continue using this technology, we need your authorization. At this point, Lu Yin was also somewhat frustrated. Ms. Chen's actions were completely contrary to the company's interests. It was like paying for a beautiful sculpture to be made, only to have the sculptor claim it was mine and demanding rent if you wanted it in your home. What kind of logic was that? However, Ms. Chen Xian has never been reasonable. "Is that so?" Wang Shuo took the contract and sighed. "This girl can be quite reliable sometimes. The authorization period is 1 year. After 1 year, you can authorize other manufacturers at any time. However, within the 1-year period, our company will have the exclusive right to use this technology, and you will not have the right to authorize other manufacturers to use this technology. During the authorization period, if our company encounters any technical problems with this technology, you will be obligated to help our company make improvements. The resulting costs will be borne by our company, and we will pay you the corresponding remuneration." "No problem." Wang Shuo nodded, feeling there was no issue, and signed his name with a flourish. Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. All the tasks she had come for today had finally been completed successfully. Apart from the little incident that Wang Shuo deliberately caused, there was nothing special about it. "All right, Mr. Wang." Lu Yin neatly packed up the documents, tucked them under her arm, and said, "Then we won't disturb your rest any longer. We hope you recover soon." Wang Sha nodded silently, watching the 3 of them leave the ward. After the ward door closed, Wang Shuo looked at his hands in disbelief. These are the hands that just signed 2 contracts. One of them is worth over 10 million. Over 10 million. How long will it take to spend it all? What should I buy? Should I buy a house for my parents? Or get myself some expensive electronic gadgets? His mind raced with a jumble of thoughts, this feeling of being struck by immense happiness. If he weren't in a hospital, Wang Shuo would have wanted to scream out loud right now. "I'm rich." Chapter 48, The First Employee. Now that he has money, he can finally do all sorts of things that were previously impossible. Even if he has to buy equipment, 10 million should be enough, right? But Wang Shuo needs to carefully plan how to spend the money. But now he's facing a dilemma. Should he answer the phone in front of him? Staring at the constantly vibrating phone and the words "old" which displayed on the screen, Wang Shuo hesitated, a rare occurrence for him. Old which calling? It's never good news. Considering he'd missed another day of class, he figured he was probably already on her blacklist. He reached out and pressed the power button. The world suddenly became quiet. Wang Shuo had just breathed a sigh of relief when the phone in front of him started vibrating violently again, and the caller ID still showed Old Witch. That old hag, she's still up to no good, Wang Shuo muttered, then put his phone in his silent mode again. A minute later, the phone went silent. A moment later, my phone vibrated, indicating that I had received a new message. Wang Shuo clicked on it out of curiosity. It was a message from his boss. Don't answer. Don't answer? What does that mean? Wang Shuo was wondering what was going on when his boss called. Without thinking, Wang Shuo answered the call. Hey boss, what's going on? Did you send a wrong message? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Wang Shuo, if I don't see you in class tomorrow morning, you're fired. Beep, beep, beep. The phone call ended. Wang Shuo was completely bewildered. Whose fault is this? I can only blame myself. I'm so frustrated I could cry. No matter how heavy your heart is, life must go on. No matter how much you want to stay in today, tomorrow will still arrive as scheduled. Life is sometimes just so helpless. Wang Shuo sighed, touching the tiny needle marks on the back of his hand, and walked out of the emergency building. Looking at the darkening sky outside, he didn't even feel like treating himself. Originally, I thought that I had suddenly become a millionaire today, which was half a success. It would be wrong not to book a decent place and invite my brothers to celebrate. Of course, he couldn't afford to book a place like Chen Xian's father's. Besides money, you also need face, which Wang Shuo clearly didn't have. But the thought of facing the old hag tomorrow filled Wang Shuo with helplessness, and his newly emerged multimillionaire aura vanished completely. I took out my phone, ordered some super expensive takeout that I wouldn't normally dare to buy, changed the address to the software park, and then boarded the bus to the software park. He suddenly remembered that his millions of dollars had not yet arrived in his account, and he was still a poor man. The hospital wasn't far from Optics Valley Software Park. After a long bus ride of more than half an hour, Wang Shuo finally arrived safely at his destination. By the time we arrived at the rented office building, it was completely dark. With practiced ease, Wang Shuo entered the password, opened the door, and without lingering on the first or second floor, nimbly went up to the third floor. Welcome back, sir. A familiar androgynous male voice rang out. Ling, you should be more natural. Don't always speak in the same tone. Wang Shuo placed his dinner on the computer desk and complained, also, don't keep repeating the same greeting. Chinese characters are profound and elegant. You should study them more. Keyword learning detected, sir. Would you like me to enrich the corresponding database? Forehead. It really is an artificial idiot. This level is still far from meeting my requirements. It seems that upgrading the core codebase and database of 0 is imminent. Sitting in front of the computer, Wang Shuo frowned as he carefully recalled the knowledge brought by the datatop, searched for what he needed, and then wrote it down on paper. For this purpose, Wang Shuo bought a notebook. Although Wang Shuo had already mastered this knowledge, it was not something he had personally learned, so he still needed to review it carefully to ensure that he would not make any mistakes. Footsteps sounded. Wang Shuo subconsciously raised his eyelids. High heels, flesh-colored stockings, a black miniskirt, and a formal top. Attorney Liu, why aren't you resting so late? Wang Shuo asked without looking up. No one spoke. Wang Shuo frowned, his silence belying his words. Attorney Liu. Wang Shuo looked up at the figure and was immediately stunned. Although the woman in front of me was also dressed in a professional suit, white shirt, and high heels, if you added a pair of full-rimmed black glasses, shoulder-length hair, and that aloof temperament, she would be a completely different person. This made Wang Shuo think of someone with a similarly aloof temperament, but he had to admit that the person in front of him had a more mature and sophisticated air. You're not Attorney Liu. Wang Shuo was a little confused. How did you get in? He was a little suspicious. Had he not locked the door when he came in? First, I'm certainly not Attorney Liu. The person adjusted his glasses slightly. Second, it's not about when I came in, but that I've been sitting on the first floor the whole time. Have you been sitting on the first floor the whole time? Wang Shuo's eyes widened instantly. That meant, then you. Third, since you're my boss, I won't hold it against you for wasting time. Although your coma has already wasted a precious day of my time. Boss, Wang Shuo was completely dumbfounded. Sister, when and where did I find such an elegant, beautiful, and seemingly capable elite like you? How come I didn't know? Fourth, according to my agreement with Ms. Chun, I will only serve you for 3 years. After 3 years, it is up to you whether you stay or leave. Fifth, my salary must not be less than 50,000 yuan per month. If my salary is in arrears for more than 2 consecutive months, the agreement will be void and I will leave the company immediately. With each sentence the woman spoke, Wang Shua's eyes widened until they were almost bulging out of their sockets. Finally, Wang Shua couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Stop!" The woman frowned slightly, but stopped and quietly looked at Wang Shua. First, Wang Shua stood up and held up one finger. "I don't know where you came from, who you made the agreement with, or what the agreement entailed, but I don't know you. I've never even seen you before." Second, Wang Shua held up a second finger. "If we're talking about bosses, I'm the boss of this company. Even if I accept you as an employee, I'm the one who sets your salary, not you." Third, Wang Shua said fiercely, "You've said so much, and I still don't even know your name. These things you mentioned are not in my agreement with Miss Chun." The woman said calmly, frowning slightly. "Now I have it." Wang Shua sat down again, picked up his phone, and said, "Wait a moment while I confirm." Wang Shua opened Chen Xian's WeChat chat and typed rapidly. "Miss Chun, what kind of trouble are you causing now? The person has arrived? So you really brought this strange woman here? Get her out of here. I don't need any employees. You need her. I don't need it. Do you know how to run a company?" Wang Shua was taken aback and hesitated for a moment. Do you have time to run a company? Is there anything else?" Wang Shua silently typed. "That's all." "Good. This girl." Wang Shua put down his phone, gritted his teeth, looked at the woman in front of him, and grumbled, "Since you're here, then get ready." Wang Shua pointed downstairs. "The first and second floors are your territory. The third floor is mine. From now on, you'll have to knock before you come in." Looking at the empty stairwell on the third floor, Wang Shua swallowed back his words in frustration and said dejectedly, "We need to submit a report." "I understand." The woman looked up and glanced around. "I will be doing the detailed rearrangement and renovation tomorrow. If you don't want to be disturbed, I will have soundproofing done, and the company will have to pay for it." "Okay." Wang Shua nodded somewhat helplessly. "For the company to operate, it needs people to ensure normal business activities. I need you to sign relevant documents to expand the company's recruitment. 2 people need to sign documents." Wang Shua's eyes widened. "Any system needs to be established from the beginning so that it becomes a habit," the woman said calmly. "I hope you will personally handle the job of finding people." All right. Wang Shua waved his hand helplessly. "I'll do whatever you say." Finally, the woman slightly raised her head and said calmly, "It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. I am Willow Leaf Eyebrows." Chapter 49, The Value of Willow Leaf Eyebrows. Watching his retreating figure turn around and walk down the stairs, Wang Shua leaned back in his chair, feeling somewhat dejected, and stared at the ceiling. The arrival of Liu Yimei caught him somewhat off guard, but now was not the time to think about such things. He had deeper matters to consider. Wang Shua took out his phone, opened WeChat, and saw Chen Xian's 2 rhetorical questions again. He pursed his lips and sent a message. "Miss Chen Xing, I'll take her for your sake, but she's gone too far, asking for a monthly salary of 50,000. Who does she think she is? I don't even earn 50,000 a month." A few minutes later, the phone rang. Wang Shua picked it up and glanced at it. There were only 2 words. "Give it to her." That confident tone. Was Chen Xian really that certain the person who came was worth the price? A monthly salary of 50,000 yuan. That's 50,000 yuan. If Wang Shua hadn't signed a contract with the Chun Group, he wouldn't even be able to come up with 10,000 yuan. Moreover, even if a contract is signed, it is still unknown when the more than 10 million yuan will arrive in the account. Now, just because of a strange woman who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, he has to give her 50,000 yuan, which is a monthly salary, meaning he will have to give her that amount every month from now on. If it's 50,000 a month, then that's, 600,000 a year. Wang Shua winced slightly, feeling a pain in his cheek. Even if this woman were made of gold, she wouldn't be worth this much money. However, none of these are the most important things. The most important thing is, now that I have money, of course I want to start up the businesses that I didn't have the money to do before. After considering it all, Wang Shua decided to use money to buy equipment, manufacture things, and continue to make money. As for buying a house or a car, he would wait and see. Regardless, this is a good start, isn't it? I need to purchase a batch of equipment, very valuable equipment. Willow leaf eyebrows sat quietly on the first floor, a sliver of moonlight shining through the window, allowing her to barely see her surroundings. This is the reception desk on the first floor. She sat here and watched Wang Shuo rush upstairs without even turning on the lights. The semicircular wooden table was empty, and the wall behind her was undecorated, which made her almost forget the name of the company. What was it called again? It seems to be called Frontier Technology Company, Limited. Liu Yimei propped her head up and thought about it seriously. She was now certain that this company was indeed a new company established just over 20 days ago. The owner of this company seems to be that unreliable young man sitting upstairs. Can this young man really keep this company afloat? Can he really afford to pay his own salary? And for 3 years? And then, as the young lady said, she had some doubts, but in any case, it was the path she had chosen, and she didn't regret it. But if this company really can't pay its own salaries? Willow leaf eyebrows furrowed in hesitation, as if she had thought of something. Why don't you turn on the light? Liu Yimei raised her head and vaguely saw a figure coming down the stairs in the darkness, touching the corner of the wall and pressing something. Smack! The sudden light made Liu Yimei squint slightly, feeling a little awkward. That makes me feel much more comfortable. Wang Shuo calmly walked up to Liu Yimei and casually sat down on the table. Let's talk. Seeing that Liu Yimei did not object, Wang Shuo continued. I heard you graduated from Fudan University? Yes. Liu Yimei nodded. Department of Business Administration, Fudan University, class of 2013. Wang Shuo raised an eyebrow. So you are now a doctoral student. Liu Yimei adjusted her glasses and added, in addition, I obtained a master's degree in finance in my spare time while I was a graduate student. A PhD, a master's degree, both. This student is a top student. No wonder he's so arrogant, asking for a monthly salary of 50,000 without even asking. But academic qualifications don't represent ability. You didn't even graduate with a bachelor's degree, yet you easily made 10 million. Why don't you try making that? Wang Shuo felt much better thinking about the 10 million that hadn't yet arrived in his account. Your salary. The salary can't be less than 50,000, Liu Yimei said calmly. That expression, that attitude, it's so much like someone you just met. No room for negotiation. Seeing the furrowed brows on Liu Yimei's face, Wang Shuo compromised and said, all right, let me think about it. You could try it out for a few days. Chen Xian made a very good point. She simply doesn't know how to manage a company, and more importantly, she simply doesn't have the time to manage it. In such a situation, a top student who comes knocking on your door is the best tool for finding a job. Salary must be paid no later than the 20th of each month. If it is not paid on time, and this happens more than twice in a row, I will resign. Seeing Liu Yimei bluntly discussing money with him, Wang Shuo nodded bitterly. Shouldn't he be happy to be someone's boss? Why did he feel so uncomfortable? Do you have any prior work experience? You do have practical experience, right? Wang Shuo asked, somewhat unwilling to give up, wanting to find some fault and see if he could lower the salary a bit. This is my resume. Looking at the resume that Liu Yimei took out of her bag, Wang Shuo had a headache. He glanced at it casually and saw a long list of job experiences. He sighed silently. It seemed there was no way to save that 50,000. All right then, the salary is 50,000, and there will be bonuses if I do well. Looking at the calm and composed Liu Yimei in front of him, Wang Shuo gritted his teeth. If he was going to pay, he should pay enough. He should also arrange for bonuses. After all, he was a multimillionaire now and couldn't be too stingy. Why did you leave your previous company? Liu Yimei glanced at Wang Shuo, but said nothing. It seems you didn't do very well at your previous company. Wang Shuo shook his head with some regret, then said, but don't worry, since I promised you, I definitely won't treat you unfairly. Before Liu Yimei could speak, Wang Shuo said with great enthusiasm, our company is a technology company. Our current goal is to survive. Our long-term goal is to produce an epic film and build an everlasting monument. I want this monument to stand tall in the most dazzling place so that people all over the world can look up to it. I understand. Liu Yimei nodded. Aren't you surprised by my goal? Don't you even ask why I want to build a monument. Wang Shuo looked at Liu Yimei with some surprise. Every company's development has its own process, Liu Yimei said calmly. Initial goals are essential. Even if they seem to have no practical value, it's still better than having no goals at all. However, I still prefer the approach of making grand promises, as this is more likely to motivate employees. Let me analyze your goals and plans, Mr. Wang. Liu Yimei seemed to have already gotten into character. First of all, the name of the company you created is Frontier Technology Company Limited. Whether you came up with this name on a whim or after careful consideration, the word technology has already determined the company's business direction and scope. In your stated goals, you explicitly mentioned making an epic film and building a monument that the whole world can see, which is inevitably related to technology. With her eyebrows slightly lowered, Liu Yimei rested her chin on her hand and analyzed. In other words, you possess some kind of technological means that I am unaware of, unlike any film shooting techniques currently on the market, and it doesn't even involve film as a medium. This means is very likely to be realized in the near future, and it will be incredibly amazing. As for the monument, it is very likely to be the place used to house this film. Wang Shuo was dumbfounded. Although his guess wasn't entirely correct, it was basically right. How does this woman's brain work? How did you do that? Wang Shuo asked, very curious. It's very simple. The woman with the willow leaf eyebrows remained calm. Put yourself in her shoes. Analyze the specific outcome based on your description and the existing conditions. Even if the outcome is wrong or defies common sense, it is still the only option. The rest is up to you to figure out how to achieve it. This is practically a human-shaped version of zero, isn't it? So this is what top students are like. Wang Shuo, who is often called a top student, felt deeply ashamed at this moment. This woman, she's got something. Giving 50,000 yuan was definitely worth it. Chapter 50 Next Generation Computers. Deeply shaken, Wang Shuo returned to the third floor with a sense of existential unease still lingering on his face. Sure enough, happiness is something that comes from comparison. From childhood to adulthood, I was always someone else's child, never associated with being a poor student. But unexpectedly, I was completely outshone by someone else. In this world, one really shouldn't be too complacent. If it weren't for the fact that he had already made his first pot of gold worth 10 million to close the gap, and that he also controlled the company's finances and needed to pay Liu Yimei's salary himself, he wouldn't have felt very confident standing in front of Liu Yimei. 0. Retrieve the core source code and enable distributed graphics display. Wang Shuo has made up his mind to seize the time to develop a complete new coding language and upgrade Zero's core as soon as possible. I may not be as good as you personally, but I'll create a supercomputer son to defeat you from the ground up. No matter how clever or resourceful you are, I have the technology. Snort. With a soft hum, Wang Shuo picked up a pen and paper, laid them on the table, and began to organize his thoughts with a frown. There are two main technical approaches to improving the performance of Zero. The first technical approach, needless to say, is the software aspect, which doesn't require spending money and is currently Wang Shuo's strongest area of expertise. What? You're asking why? It's something that only requires writing words, which doesn't cost money. Anyone with hands could do it, right? Besides, Wang Shuo felt that he didn't have much else, but he had 2 kidneys, and as long as it was free, he was willing to negotiate anything. The second technical approach is at the hardware level, which is also the aspect that Wang Shuo is somewhat conflicted about. After the previous enlightening lecture, Wang Shuo had gained a relatively comprehensive understanding of the history of computer development among humanoids, including the key technological aspects. But some things, just because you know them, you can't do them. In the history of humankind, the history of computer development has only 3 stages, from the most basic semiconductor computer to the photonic computer, and then to the most advanced quantum computer. But it took the humanoid race a full 1,000 years to complete these 3 simple steps. Considering the pace of development of humanoid races, the fact that it took a full 1,000 years to perfect the development of computers demonstrates the complexity and difficulty of the technology. The only technology capable of generating true artificial intelligence is the most advanced quantum computer. Even intermediate photonic computers cannot achieve this. Let's look at the technical requirements again. Wang Shuo was completely dumbfounded. Forget about quantum computers. He hadn't even obtained complete data on photonic computers, so he couldn't build one at all. Okay, no problem. If we don't have enough data, we won't build it. Let's keep lowering the difficulty. Wang Shuo refused to believe that there wasn't a single piece of technical data that was currently usable. But what are all these? 250 computer architecture drawings, 3,000 series chip design drawings, manufacturing principle of the type 291 memory. Wang Shuo patiently recalled everything, And just as he felt his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred, a sudden appearance of characters and images brightened his eyes. Found it. The next generation of semiconductor computers. The superconducting computer. Wang Shua excitedly wrote down the keywords on a piece of paper and wrote down some key performance parameters. Superconducting computers are the next generation of computers that use room temperature superconductors to replace the electronic circuits and transistors of existing computers. Because superconductors are used as the conductor material, their internal resistance is almost negligible, and there is zero loss and zero heat generation during electron movement, which greatly improves computer performance. Compared with existing electronic computers, superconducting computers are smaller, more efficient, and consume less power because they eliminate the cooling system and optimize the structural design. According to estimates, simply by replacing components without any optimization, a superconducting computer can achieve a volume of 1/4 that of the original semiconductor computer, a speed of about 15 times or more, and a power consumption of 1,000th. If a superconducting chip is used, the computing speed can be increased by more than 1,000 times. After writing these words, Wang Shua suddenly paused, and the inspiration that was flowing through his mind came to an abrupt halt. The structure, optimized design, mature software system, and industrial-scale technological requirements of a superconducting computer can all be prepared domestically. The real questions are, where will the room temperature superconductors come from? How will they be manufactured? Are there any specific process requirements? Wang Shua searched through the entire history of computer science in the humanoid race, but apart from the term room temperature superconductor, he found nothing related to it. What's going on? Wang Shua was dumbfounded. Could it be that these stubborn humans have applied the methods for creating room temperature superconductors to the field of materials science? It has to be said that this deduction is 90% likely to be correct. But what about myself then? Another moment of sudden enlightenment? Just thinking about the feeling and danger of such a sudden enlightenment made Wang Shua want to shake his head. He absolutely did not want to experience another sudden enlightenment anytime soon. With a sigh, Wang Shua folded the paper on the table and threw it into the drawer, then refocused his gaze on the computer screen in front of him. Sure enough, all I need to do is focus on writing. Only writing can make me rich. What more could I ask for? The next morning, Wang Shua, who had been driven crazy all night by the stimulation, walked out of the software park wearing sunglasses and boarded the bus to school, under the puzzled gaze of Liu Yemei. The boss is sending messages like crazy on WeChat. Second brother, are you here? Second brother, where are we? Second brother, the old hag is already on her way. Second brother, the old hag is calling roll. Despite his shaky state, Wang Shua managed to reply to the message when he had a moment. Boss, hold on, we're coming right away. I can't hold on any longer. What does can't hold on any longer mean? Wang Shua's face turned somewhat green. After finally getting to the bus stop, Wang Shua squeezed through the crowd and sprinted towards the teaching building at top speed. Just as he reached the classroom door, he heard a serious voice coming from inside through the loudspeaker. Wang Shua shouted, here. All eyes in the classroom turned to Wang Shua, who appeared at the classroom door. An eerie silence instantly fell over the atmosphere. Wang Shua. Looking at Wang Shua standing at the door, Ding Runin felt her temper about to explode again. Are you wearing sunglasses so early in the morning to show off your good eyesight? Wang Shua then remembered that he was wearing sunglasses and quickly took them off. I'm sorry, Teacher Ding. I had some things to do this morning and was a little late. Come in, Ding Runin said calmly, turning his head. Zheng Jun sighed and covered his face. Knowing the old hag as he did, he knew she wouldn't let Wang Shua off so easily. Looking at Wang Shua walking to his seat, Zheng Jun felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Let me introduce you all. Ding Runin pointed at Wang Shua. This is our famous Wang Shua, known as the Little Prince of Drunkenness. He was hospitalized for 40 days after just one drinking session. If you don't want to get into any civil disputes, it's best not to drink with his classmate. All right, that's all for today's roll call. Wang Shua, come to my office after class. The old hag left with the roster, and Zheng Jun quietly approached. Hey, second brother, I already texted you. How come you still almost arrived late? I have some business to attend to at the software park, Wang Shua said with a wry smile. Boss, these classmates seem really curious about me. Of course I'm curious about you. Zheng Jun looked at the students around him and said with unwavering eyes, You're a celebrity in our department now. Everyone knows you by name, and they'll even add, aren't you Wang Shaw, the one who drank himself into the hospital for 40 days? How would you answer? We usually admit it and tell them, you're the blood demon of our 403 dorm. It makes us feel so proud. Wang Shuo. The boss's thought process is different from most people. Wang Shuo glanced around at his classmates. Not bad. The male-to-female ratio was about the same, and there were a few exceptionally outstanding girls. It seemed that his plan to woo girls had room to be implemented. After walking around, Wang Shuo even spotted a somewhat familiar face. That's Li Zhongqiang. Zheng Jun followed Wang Shuo's gaze, grinned, and introduced him. He's a seasoned charlatan who spends his days peddling futile, superstitious ideas. Most importantly, he's persistent even when people dislike him, and he never gives up despite repeated defeats. Wang Shuo nodded. All right, students, let's begin class. We can take a 10-minute break in between. Today, I'm going to talk about a brief history of computer development. Only by understanding the history of computer development can you better appreciate this greatest invention of mankind. Only by deeply understanding the principles of computers can you go further in this field. We've already touched on some of these topics before, but today we'll go into something more in-depth. Wang Shuo was drowsy during class, so he simply laid down on the table and continued to recall the information about computers that had been transmitted from the core of the humanoid civilization. Meanwhile, in the northern capital, in a luxurious conference center in an office building near the city center, dozens of people sat around a huge conference table. Sitting at the head of the table was a middle-aged man dressed in a Tang suit. He looked quite elegant. If Wang Shuo were here, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. This was Chen Zhongshuan, the chairman of the Chen Group, with whom he had a cordial conversation for 2 hours. Chairman, almost everyone has arrived, the assistant whispered. Then let's begin. Chen Zhongshuan responded, then gently waved his hand, and the noise in the hall immediately subsided until it was completely quiet. Now that most of the people have arrived, let's officially begin our meeting. However, before we begin our first agenda item, I'd like to clarify one thing with you all. Chen Zhongshuan raised his eyes and swept them across the room. Everyone whose eyes he swept across lowered their heads unconsciously. You can all be considered the founders of the group. You provided strong support to the group when it was still very weak. Logically speaking, the group owes you a debt. Over the years, I have done my best to help the group reach new heights. However, I never expected that when the group is in trouble, some people will not only fail to fulfill their obligations as shareholders, but will also try to exhaust the group's last bit of vitality. Chen Zhongshuan took a list from his assistant and threw it on the table in front of him. I'm heartbroken. I'm really heartbroken. This list includes all the veterans of our group. They have all enjoyed the tremendous fruits of the group's development. Yet, they were also the first to abandon the group. I don't want to mention these people's names. Chen Zhongshuan closed his eyes slightly. When I first invited you, I promised that no matter what difficulties the group encounters, whether it's poor management or bankruptcy, I will not shortchange you a single penny. I even promised that if you need it, I can buy back your shares at the highest market value of the group at any time. Things should be completed from beginning to end, and people should be based on integrity. I have done what I promised, and now it's your turn to make a choice. You can choose to leave directly. You can also choose to reinvest at twice the current stock price of the Chen Group. I promise to give you the corresponding shares, but I will not pay you back according to the previous share price. You make your choice. Chapter 51, The Turmoil of the Chen Group. The conference room was quiet. Everyone seemed stunned by the sudden turn of events. They never imagined that the usually kind and amiable Chen Zhongshuan would actually raise a knife against them, and in such a ruthless and direct way. On their way to the meeting, some of them were even optimistic, predicting that Chen Zhongshuan would not abandon so many veterans and would definitely allow them to invest again and get their previous shares back. At worst, they could reinvest the money they had spent on the previous share buyback into the company. In any case, given the company's current share price, they would not lose money no matter what. Judging from Chen Zhongshuan's previous style of doing things, the possibility of this happening was very high, but they miscalculated this time. Chen Zhongshuan has not only changed this time, but he has also become so ruthless. Chairman, what do you mean by this? A middle-aged man stood up and asked cautiously. I've made my meaning very clear. Chen Zhongshuan glanced at the middle-aged man who had stood up and smiled. Jingxian, if I were you, I would choose to invest again. Of course we want to invest again. But, I don't have that much money right now. The middle-aged man, Jingxian, said bitterly, Chairman, the money you use to buy back the shares has already been invested in a friend's company. It's really difficult for me to come up with a subscription amount of twice the market price now. Chairman, can you help us? Upon hearing this, the people around him began to echo his sentiments. Yes, Chairman, please help us. We don't have that much money right now. At the current price, the cost of subscribing to 1% of the shares is more than 5 times higher than before, Chairman. You can't be so decisive. Absolutely. Chun Zhongshuan smiled faintly, raising his eyes to look at the various expressions on everyone's faces. If the Chun Group were to truly go bankrupt now, these people would only become more ruthless. They wouldn't care about the fate of the Chun Group, nor would they care about Chun Zhongshuan's life or death. All they truly cared about was their own interests. Only interest could sway these heartless wolves. The opportunity has been given to you all. If you really cannot come up with the money to subscribe for shares, then I regret to inform you that you will have to choose the first option. From now on, you will no longer be shareholders of the Chun Group, nor directors of the board. The board of directors of the Chun Group will be dissolved, and I will assume the position of executive director of the Chun Group. Of course, Chan Zhongshuan glanced at the room again, his voice calm. I would also like to invite everyone to leave as soon as possible. The matter we are about to discuss concerns the group's business secrets and is not suitable for outsiders to listen to. Chen Zhongshuan, someone finally couldn't hold back any longer and shouted angrily. What do you mean by this? We've contributed to the group's development. Without us, your family would be eating dirt somewhere today. Now that you've achieved results and the company has grown, you want to kick us aside? Let me tell you, it's not that easy. Yes. It's not that easy. Chen Zhongshuan, you've gone too far. Be careful you don't break your teeth. Chen Zhongshuan, we respect you as chairman, but don't go too far. You have to return these shares today, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, we'll see you in court. Yes, we'll see you in court. Even if you can afford to fight this case, we'll make sure you're in a lot of trouble. Amidst the indignant crowd, Chun Jingxian revealed a bitter smile. He glanced discreetly at the seat next to Chen Zhongshuan, where Chun Yuqiong stood calmly. Under his watchful gaze, Chun Yuqiong stood up and gently tapped the table. Everyone, please be quiet. Brother Chun, say something. Don't let Chen Zhongshuan control the group all by himself, someone said stiffly. Everyone's contributions to the Chun Group are evident to all. They are visible and cannot be erased, Chen Yuqiong said loudly. However, the Chun Group must ultimately put the group's interests first. Sacrificing everyone's interest for the group's benefit is inevitable. From this perspective, Chairman Chen's actions are not wrong. He is still doing his best to consider the group's interests and make it profitable, which is admirable. Everyone can be angry, everyone can vent, but please don't say that Chairman Chen did something wrong. Brother Chun, weren't you the first to advocate for removing Chun Zhongshuan from his position as chairman? How come you've changed your tune today? Times have changed, Chen Yuqiong said. In the current situation, only Chairman Chun can lead the group through this difficult time. Only by trusting Chairman Chun can we ensure the maximum benefit for the group and the benefit for all of us. I deeply sympathize with what you have gone through, but what is done, and it has become a fait accompli. Chairman Chun has your shareholding certificates. You signed them, and they are filed with the relevant departments. They cannot be changed. So, everyone stop arguing and disperse. Chun Yuqiong spoke earnestly, but did nothing to quell the anger in the hearts of shareholders. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if a fire had been lit in the hall, and everyone's emotions were instantly ignited. That's impossible. Chun Yuran, you and Chen Zhongshuan have conspired to deceive us. Give us our money back. With the arrival of security guards, the scene became even more chaotic. These wealthy people, who always considered themselves superior, even started to fight over what they called a tiny bit of profit. Chen Zhongshuan watched this scene calmly. 2 bodyguards stood on either side of him the whole time, never leaving him no matter how chaotic the situation became. Everyone, please be quiet. Please be quiet. Chun Jingxian shouted, calming the emotions of the people behind him, and then he turned around. Shaoling Chuncheng. He looked at the couple standing at the front, the 2 who had been the most emotional just now. This time it's really not the chairman's fault. This was our own choice. He said with a hint of bitterness. Who among you had your application for a company share buyback rejected? Who didn't receive the highest share price offer? Who didn't receive payment within 3 business days? A moment of silence fell over everyone. No one, right? Chen Jingxin glanced at everyone and gave a wry smile. Everyone disperse. No matter how the group develops in the future, we won't lose out. If anyone's to blame, it's us for being short-sighted. Brother, how can you speak up for Chen Zhongshuan? Chen Shaoling said coldly. His actions are clearly a deception. I suspect that this is a self-inflicted injury plot he orchestrated to take back the shares from us. No matter what, we cannot let him succeed. Yes, this isn't over. We will never give up. Chen Zhongshuan, you owe us an explanation. Chen Jingxian gave a bitter smile. These people were beyond saving. When these pampered people started acting up, they were no different from street hooligans. Chairman, we were in the wrong this time. The share subscription agreement you gave me is very reasonable. I need to go back and think about it. What do you think? Chen Zhongshuan nodded. Chen Jingxian breathed a sigh of relief. If Chen Zhongshuan hadn't agreed, he really wouldn't have been able to do anything. The Chen Group stock was currently soaring. He nodded in agreement, walked past Chen Shaoling and Chen Cheng, past the other shareholders, pushed open the meeting room door, and left without looking back, seemingly not even planning to attend the meeting. If there is one person, then there are 2 people. The scene quieted down again. The shareholders hesitated, looking at the calm Chen Zhongshuan. The awe they had built up over the decades surged back into their hearts. They sighed and began to leave one after another. Finally, it was Chen Shaoling and Chen Cheng's turn. Chen Zhongshuan, you will regret this. He then left the conference room without looking back. When everything calmed down, only 3 people remained in the venue. The extra person was Chun Yuran, who hadn't spoken all day. The meeting continues. Unaffected, Chen Zhongshuan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said calmly, the first thing to discuss is the cooperative relationship with Frontier Technology Company, Limited. Everyone, please share your thoughts. I completely agree with the executive director's opinion, Chen Yuqiong said cheerfully. Chen Yuran frowned. I have no objection either. All right, Chen Zhongshuan said calmly. Then let's choose a time to hold a press conference and officially announce this matter. The next item is about the contract Chen Xian signed. Since the contract was signed in the company's name, it should of course be fully executed, Chen Yuqiong continued. I agree. Chen Yuran couldn't help but glance at Chen Yuqiong. Okay, write it down. Chen Zhongshuan said calmly. The next topic is the company's development plan for the foreseeable future. We currently have the following plans, the first being, as the bell rang, the professor, who never went overtime, walked out of the classroom with his books, leaving behind a bunch of drowsy students. Wang Shuo looked up, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and asked, Is get out of class over? Of course get out of class is over. Zheng Jun said irritably, You really can sleep? 2 hours of class, and you slept soundly the whole time. I couldn't wake you up no matter how much I tried. Wang Shuo chuckled sheepishly. If you want to blame someone, blame the humanoid race. They've successfully turned me into a complete idiot who can only sleep and can't listen to lectures. Having grown accustomed to sudden enlightenment, Wang Shuo found it impossible to read books and listen to lectures again, a slow-paced learning method. He exclaimed, I can't do it. The 4th brother didn't come to class again today. I wonder what's going on. Zheng Jun muttered to himself as he packed up his books. Maybe he went on another blind date, Lily said. Blind date. Wang Shuo noticed the term keenly and asked in surprise. 4th brother is going on a blind date? What's going on? With Chen Cheng's shockingly bad looks, why would he need to go on blind dates? I don't know. Lily shook his head. How did he tell us? Including today, it's been almost 3 days since I've seen Lao Si. Zheng Jun muttered to himself as he walked, and as he approached the entrance of the teaching building, he suddenly remembered something. 2nd brother, if I remember correctly, isn't that old hag still waiting for you in the office? Chapter 52, The Professor's Invitation. Wang Shuo gave Zheng Jun a resentful look. Boss, couldn't you just pretend you'd forgotten? Now you can't keep up the act anymore. I understand. You guys go back first. Wang Shuo sighed and walked back upstairs with a resentful expression. Downstairs, Zheng Jun looked completely bewildered and asked Lily next to him, Did I say something wrong? Ding Runin sat quietly at his desk, his eyes occasionally glancing at the time in the lower right corner of the screen. It was already noon. Judging by the time, get out of class ended at 11:30, and half an hour has already passed. My office is on the 3rd floor, and my classroom is on the 4th floor. Can I even walk down one flight of stairs in half an hour? Ding Renan's eyes turned slightly cold. Report. Come. Hearing that calm voice, Wang Shuo felt a little apprehensive, but he had already reached the door, and it seemed like he couldn't just not go in. Teacher Ding, I'm here. Ding Renan responded faintly, and then stopped talking, focusing intently on the paper in front of him. Wang Shuo could only wait quietly. 10 minutes have passed. Wang Shuo raised his eyes, but Ding Renan still didn't say anything. 20 minutes have passed. Ding Renan remains unchanged. 30 minutes have passed. Ding Renan seemed to have encountered some problem. Her brows furrowed slightly, as if she had forgotten that there was a student standing next to her waiting for her to speak. Wang Shuo quietly leaned closer and looked at what Ding Renan was holding. His eyes widened immediately. This was a blank A4 sheet of paper. Can't hold back anymore. A cold voice came from behind. Wang Shuo turned his head and saw that Ding Renan had turned his head to the side at some point, looking at him with a half-smile, his expression quite intriguing. Teacher, if I remember correctly, Wang Shuo, you seem to owe me something? What do I owe you? Wang Shuo looked up slightly, a little dazed, and thought for a moment. It seems, I don't owe you anything, right? Our classmate Wang Shuo really does have a bad memory. Ding Renan's face quickly turned cold. He placed the blank paper in his hand on the table, tapped it lightly, and said indifferently, write it down. Write what? You decide what to write. I only care about the results. Seeing that Wang Shuo was still hesitant, Ding Renan said coldly, What? Wang Shuo, have you already forgotten the big talk you made? Or was your so-called recurrent neural network a lie from the beginning? Node-based self-recurrent neural network. Wang Shuo understood instantly. He seemed to have promised Ding Renan that he would provide her with a complete solution and some source code within 3 days. But because the complexity of a zero-sum new coding language exceeded his imagination, he completely forgot about it. So this is the origin of all this? Is this why I waited for half an hour? Is this the source of all the injustices I've suffered? Wang Shuo felt he was more wrong than doughy. Teacher Ding, you have to let me explain. Don't rush to explain. Ding Renan leaned back in his chair and tapped the paper on the table. Since you've remembered, hurry up and write it down. You have 2 hours. What's there to write? The zero has already been created and is already there. So what else is there to write? Write another zero? Wang Shuo thought about it, and it seemed like it wasn't entirely impossible. Modern, commonly used English-based code still has significant limitations compared to the new coding language Wang Shuo is developing. Leaving aside other aspects, its simplicity alone far surpasses that of English-based code. The advantage of high-level languages lies in the fact that their complexity resides in unseen areas. Wang Shuo is already able to express logical commands that would normally require hundreds of lines of English code using only 1 or 2 lines of code in a high-level language. This efficiency is simply incredible. But the magic of high-level coding languages goes far beyond that. If a zero system with purely English language code were to be created, it would probably be stronger than the current so-called AI assistants, but essentially no different. The new intelligence built with it would lack the infinite possibilities of a zero system built with high-level languages, and would also have higher hardware requirements. After all, although I wouldn't write mountains of crap, length, quantity, and complexity are unavoidable. But at the computer level, being even slightly better means being vastly different. Wang Shuo believes that with his optimizations, even if he writes code in English, he will be far superior to others. Moreover, this is the difference between being intelligent and being unintelligent. It's a transformation from 0 to 1. This, Teacher Ding. What is it now? Ding Renan looked up impatiently. Wang Shuo pointed to the A4 paper on the table. This piece of paper is not enough. Far from enough. Ding Renan was stunned once again. In fact, ever since she first met this still somewhat immature young man, she has often been in a state of shock. Before this, she thought she was fully prepared, but she didn't expect that. Her preparation was far from sufficient. So, she was stunned once again. If the first shock came from the arrogant words of a student who didn't know his place, then this time it was the student himself who was truly shocked. The A4 paper in front of him was already stacked into a thick layer, while the young man next to him continued to write furiously without pausing for a moment, as if these things had been deeply imprinted in his mind. At first, she thought Wang Shuo was up to some trick again, trying to get away with it, but after she picked up the A4 paper that had already been written on and looked at it, she was bewildered. Code. The whole page is filled with code. She even found logical instructions and function algorithms she had never seen before, but skipping over them, she found that she couldn't understand them at all. If someone who graduated with a master's degree in computer science couldn't understand the code commands and execution logic written by a junior who had just entered university, they would probably laugh their heads off. But this has already happened, right before my eyes. I can barely understand this part. It should be a function that retrieves data from the database. But why is it written like this? How does the logic in this part hold up? Won't a data overflow cause the algorithm to crash? This part. Ding Runin silently flipped through page after page of A4 paper, each page filled with code written by Wang Sha. She would occasionally compare this code with the knowledge she had already learned, and she realized that she had wasted 4 years of her postgraduate studies. Ooh, a long exhale came from the side. Ding Runin turned his head and saw Wang Shuo put down his pen and gently move his wrist. There was already a mountain of A4 paper next to him, roughly estimated to be at least 50 or 60 pages. Yo, have you finished writing? Not yet. Wang Shuo gave an awkward but polite smile. My hand is just a little sore. I need a rest. It's been a long time since I've coded with a pen, so I'm a bit rusty, and there's still a lot I haven't written yet. Unfamiliar. Hee. You already have the complete architecture and code outline in mind. Wang Shuo seemed a little surprised. He widened his eyes and said, Of course, shouldn't we think through all the details before we start writing? These only make up a small part of the whole code. I'll take a break and hurry up so I can write more. Ding Runin felt a tightness in her chest and took a deep breath, feeling that if she continued talking, she would be driven crazy by this junior. Don't write for now. Ding Runin tried to appear calm. I didn't call you here today to write code. There's something more important waiting for you. More important things? My teacher wants to see you. Chapter 53 Famous in the Industry Circle. My teacher's teacher wants to see me? Wang Shuo was a little confused. What was going on? Teacher Ding, your teacher is Zheng Xuwei, Professor Zheng. Ding Runin tilted his head slightly, revealing a hint of smugness. So, it's Professor Zheng. I've heard so much about you. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. Those familiar pleasantries. Ding Runin's face quickly turned cold. You haven't heard of Professor Zheng? Wang Shuo scratched his head awkwardly and said, Actually, I haven't heard of all the professors. Ding Runin was at a loss for words. She suppressed her temper again and said coldly, It's okay if you haven't heard of it. When you meet Professor Zheng later, be more clever. Maybe you could be selected as a member of the research group in the future. Seeing that Wang Shuo seemed somewhat dismissive, Ding Runin raised her voice. Don't underestimate the status of being a member of the research group. Professor Zheng leads internationally renowned research experiments. If you are fortunate enough to participate and be listed as an author on a paper, it will have a profound impact on your future. Since Teacher Ding was so serious, Wang Shuo could only nod and point to a stack of A4 papers on the table. These were papers he had painstakingly translated from the new coding language into English code. After all, English was still the most suitable language for communicating with others. The new code was not yet perfected or widely used, so they wouldn't understand it even if he wrote it. So, you're not going to write these? Keep it for now. I'll write it later when I have time. Ding Runin carefully put the stack of A4 papers into her bag, and Wang Shuo keenly noticed the understated LV logo on the bag. Since his brain was enhanced, Wang Shuo's observation and acuity have improved dramatically. By the way, Wang Sha, Ding Runin turned to Wang Sha, you have so many drafts in your mind. Could it be that you already have a finished product? A finished product? Wang Shuo was stunned. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that his Zero was built using a new language code. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a finished product within the English-based code system, so... Not yet, Teacher Ding, Wang Shuo said shyly. Writing this software in English code is too complicated and doesn't work well, so I haven't worked on it yet. That's true. Ding Runin breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that this shy little boy would admit it in a casual tone, which would mean he wasn't a genius, but a monster. Professor Zheng is in the lab right now. Come with me. Let's go there now. On the way, Ding Runin gave Wang Shuo a detailed introduction to her teacher, Zheng. Teacher Zheng's original name was Zheng Xuwei. He is the honorary vice principal and professor of our school, and he teaches the principles of automation control and computer intelligence. Professor Zhang's research covers a wide range of areas, but the main ones are as follows. First, the convergence of artificial neural networks and their application in pattern recognition. This is very complex, so I won't explain it. The second is the theory of pattern recognition and associative memory, based on neural networks. In general, it is to perform algorithmic recognition by simulating the human brain and achieve associative memory through data caching. Wang Shuo understood. This was a basic form of intelligent core, but it was still in the theoretical stage and far from being a complete system. If the research continued in this way, barring any major errors under the current computer system, it was estimated that a primitive intelligent core would appear in another 10 or 20 years. This shares some similarities with your idea, which you should understand, so I don't need to explain in detail, Ding Runin said. However, the difference is that your idea already has a certain degree of feasibility, while the third is computer intelligence based on the above principles. In fact, algorithms that simulate growth have already achieved some success, but Ding Runin seemed to have thought of something and added, "This is also my research topic. My greatest hope in this life is to one day create a completely new artificial intelligence in my own hands, not some pseudo-artificial voice assistant like Xiao AI or Xiao Du, but a real artificial intelligence that can communicate normally with humans." Ding Runin's eyes sparkled. At this moment, Wang Shuo felt that she was still somewhat cute. At least she wasn't that old witch that everyone feared anymore. "Old hag, what did you just call me?" Ding Runin asked with an unfriendly expression. "Old," Wang Shuo blurted out the word old witch, but seeing that Ding Runin had already clenched her fist, she quickly changed her words and said, "Master, I have something to say." "Hold it in." Ding Runin snorted and turned to walk into a building next door. Wang Shuo wiped his sweat. That was close. He had no idea how he had unconsciously uttered the words old hag. Luckily, he had always been quick-witted. Professor Zhang's laboratory is on the third floor. Wang Shuo followed the furious Ding Runin into the well-known laboratory with a strange expression. It was called a laboratory, but it was actually a huge computer room filled with all kinds of servers, computers, switches, and other complicated equipment that even Wang Shuo couldn't name. There were 4 or 5 people busy in the lab. When they saw Ding Runin and Wang Shuo come in, they only looked up briefly before continuing to do their own thing. Some didn't even look up and didn't notice the 2 people coming in at all. Ding Runin led Wang Shuo through a group of equipment and personnel to a suite at the very back and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." Ding Runin pushed open the door. "Teacher, Runin, you've arrived." Inside the room, a middle-aged man wearing glasses looked up at Ding Runin as she walked in, then looked at Wang Shuo behind her and smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, this must be Wang Shuo, who has become famous in the industry circle these past few days." Wang Shuo, a well-known figure in the industry? What does that mean? Wang Shuo was quite confused, and the phrase sounded familiar. But regardless, that didn't stop him from quickly offering a polite greeting. His mother had taught him from a young age to bow to elders. "Hello, Professor Zhang. I am Wang Shuo." Okay. Professor Zhang smiled broadly, pointed to the sofa next to him, and said, "Please sit down." Wang Shuo glanced at Ding Runin, but Ding Runin ignored him and walked to the sofa to sit down. This woman is even more vengeful than Chun Xian. All she did was accidentally call her an old hag. Was it really necessary? Wang Shuo, who was feeling uneasy but awkwardly touched his nose, hurriedly walked to the other side of the sofa and sat down. "Wang Shuo is a freshman this year, right?" "Yes, Professor Zhang." Not bad. Professor Zhang looked Wang Shuo up and down and nodded. "If it weren't for that girl Chun Xian insisting that it was only you, I really wouldn't believe that someone in China could independently produce a complete CNC machining system, and even have performance that surpasses that of the Japanese system. Wang Shuo, you are very good. It's not just good, it's incredible. But you can't say that to Wang Shuo's face. Professor Zhang thinks he's already good enough to act. With that kind of composure, he won't go for a leading role unless he's offered one. Professor Zhang, you flatter me too much. I don't have that ability at all." Wang Shuo felt a little ashamed, thinking that most of the work was done from scratch. "Actually, I only provided some source code. Most of the work was done by outsource it to other companies?" Professor Zhang replied with a smile. "Actually, this is the normal thing. Experts like them simply don't believe in things like one person every 15 days. In 15 days, let alone a system, you can't even build an architecture." He gently reassured her, "These are all insignificant. Many software programs are made this way nowadays. Okay, you've already imagined it all. What else can I say? Wang Shuo listened obediently. Actually, I wanted to see you after I came back from the venue, Wang Shuo, but I didn't expect our meeting to be so late. Wang Shuo was a little embarrassed. Professor Zeng, I'm sorry. I really have some things to take care of these past 2 days. No need to apologize. Professor Zeng waved his hand. I know you must have your own things to do. As long as it doesn't interfere with your studies, it's your prerogative. This teacher, Ding Runin, sitting next to him, couldn't help but add, Wang Shuo has been absent from class for 2 days in a row. 2 days of absence. Professor Zeng was clearly taken aback. He glanced at Wang Shuo, who gave him a harmless smile. Professor Zeng shook his head with a wry smile. Sure enough, the more capable a person is, the more peculiar their personality tends to be. He had heard Ding Runin say that Wang Shuo had first fallen into a coma for over 40 days after a party, and then took more than 10 days off after waking up, plus 2 days of missed classes, which meant he hadn't attended a single class. This matter could be considered a big deal or a small deal. If it were someone else, it would naturally be a major issue that would be handled according to school regulations. But in Wang Shuo's case, thinking of the rumors he had heard from Chun Xian and the scenes he had witnessed firsthand, Professor Zeng made a decision. Let's just leave this matter at that, Runin. But teacher, skipping class is a serious violation of school rules, and it will result in the deduction of all credits for both courses, Ding Runin reminded him. I'll talk to the dean, Professor Zeng said with a smile to Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo, if you ever need anything in the future, just let Runin know. Is this giving myself a long-term leave? Wang Shuo suddenly felt uneasy. Was this a sign that he was about to give up on himself? Professor Zeng, isn't this a bit inappropriate? There's nothing wrong with that, Professor Zeng said with a smile. Compared to what you've done, Wang Shuo, these things are nothing. As long as you can produce software like the prototype system, I can not only help you get leave to make up for lost credits, but I can even help you graduate directly. Wang Shuo's eyes widened. What did I do? Seeing Wang Shuo's incredulous expression, Professor Zeng smiled happily. I suppose you don't know yet, Wang Shuo. Come, take a look at this, and you'll understand. As he spoke, Professor Zeng took out his phone, tapped a few times, then stood up and handed it to Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo dared not delay and hurriedly took it. He was stunned when he glanced at it. This is a post by someone named Chuchuka Zakitianya. Wang Shuo glanced at the title. It was currently a trending topic on Tushio, a Chinese news and information platform. The post had already garnered over 3 million views, and even the comments had reached an astonishing 2,400, unveiling the shocking figure behind the Chun Group. I'm sure everyone's social media feeds have been flooded with news about Chen's group launching a new product that outmaneuvered Japanese engineers. As a seasoned industry insider, I couldn't escape being bombarded with it either. The rumors circulating online may be true or false. Whether you can discern the truth depends on your discernment and abilities. However, based on various sources, this particular rumor is highly likely to be true. Why? Just look at Chen's group stock, which has hit the daily limit for 3 consecutive days. This incredibly hot stock has completely transformed into a dark horse, leaving everyone else in the dust in the highly competitive stock market. If you haven't bought it yet, hurry up and buy it. It's a surefire way to make money. The news is earth-shattering, and our hearts are filled with excitement. It seems that the Chun Group has achieved what we in the industry have pursued for decades in a single day. We finally possess CNC software programs that can rival. No, judging from the reactions of the Japanese engineers, they are even more advanced than the world's best. We should give the Chun Group a huge thumbs up, and let's all cheer for the success of the Chun Group. But amidst the excitement, Tinya couldn't help but wonder why a field that China hadn't broken through in decades would one day be presented by the Chun Group in such a casual manner. According to Tinya's interviews with those actually involved, the CNC operating system that the Chun Group presented this time wasn't proposed by the Chun Group's senior management or officials, but rather by the second daughter of the Chun Group's chairman, when everyone was skeptical. Although it turned out to be an even bigger dark horse than the Chun Group stock, this approach is questionable. Are there other reasons behind this? With this in mind, Tinya conducted a detailed investigation and may have found some clues. Let's first understand the origin of this system. It's said that the second daughter of the chairman of the Chun Group once publicly stated that this system was developed by one person in just over 10 days. Of course, this was a joke. We all know that the development of a system has its own process, involving countless factors. Let's just consider the statement about one person spending over 10 days as a little girl's indignant outburst. But there's another piece of information worth noting. The company name, Frontier Technology Company, Limited. Chapter 54, what's wrong with you guys? Frontier Technology Company, Limited? Looking at this unfamiliar name, Tinya specifically recalled the software company she knew that developed control systems, and was certain that this company's name was not among them. Therefore, Tinya could only turn to the all-powerful Manga app, and sure enough, she obtained some information about the company. Tinya Technology Company, Limited, with a registered capital of 1 million yuan, has Wang Shua as its legal representative. Sound unfamiliar? Don't worry, there's more to come. This company was established on October 14, 2018, while the post on Tinya was published on November 2nd. That means the company was only established for 18 days. At the same time, Tinya searched through the records of other similar companies and confirmed that this company had no other changes or cancellation records. This is a company that was established for only 19 days. This is the company that produced CNC control system software that even Japanese engineers are ashamed of. So, is this company very strong? Not necessarily, in Tinya's opinion. Even if this company were filled with well-known domestic experts and scholars, it might not be able to produce such an excellent finished system. The reason is probably self-evident. If Chinese experts were capable enough, then China wouldn't have been lagging behind Japan for so many years. Some people have suggested that this company is a shell company set up by the Chun Group to cover up their activities. This idea is also difficult to establish for two reasons. First, there is insufficient motivation. For something to succeed, it needs some incentive to drive it. The most important thing is the need to do it. For example, you cook because you need to eat. If you don't eat, you don't need to cook. Secondly, there needs to be some incentive. If doing this benefits oneself, then there is motivation to do it. In this case, I don't see any benefit for the Chun Group in setting up a shell company. On the contrary, it has some drawbacks. Second, the capability is insufficient. As I said before, if the Chun Group had the ability and capability to produce such an advanced CNC control system, why would they wait until now? Why would they use a third-party company to manufacture it? The only reason is that they do not have the technical capability to launch such a control system. So, assuming the control system does exist, there's only one possibility that holds true. This control system was indeed developed by this little-known cutting-edge technology company, or more likely by Wang Shua, whom nobody has ever heard of. There are two reasons for saying this, but they are consistent with the principles mentioned above and are not difficult to understand, so I will not go into details. Up to now, all the information and clues have converged. We have gained some understanding of what happened. Perhaps the Chun Group will release more inside information later, and Tinya will continue to follow the story. But the emergence of Frontier Technology Company, Limited, and the appearance of Wang Shua may have become a long-awaited ray of light for China's manufacturing industry. It has illuminated our direction and ignited our confidence in victory. It has shown us that China's manufacturing industry's soft power is not so bad. China's manufacturing industry also has a future. In closing, I would like to say to Mr. Wang Shua from the bottom of my heart, no matter what your identity is, what your purpose is, or what team you led to create such a system, I want to thank you. Thank you, Frontier Technology Company, Limited. Thank you, Mr. Wang Shua. In the comment box at the end of the article, a bunch of comments came from netizens who seemed to be just curious about the situation. Is what Tinya said true? Replying to the comment above, it's definitely true. This story has been going viral these past few days. When has Tinya ever told a lie? I agree with his analysis. You believe such nonsense? But there's one thing I really agree with. China's high-tech manufacturing industry has always been lagging behind Japan and West Germany, eating dirt. It has never been surpassed. You useless piece of trash who can't even stand up. What useful things can someone like you do? Can you really make manufacturing stronger with your mouth? It's already 2018, and there are still people kneeling so deeply. I'm really curious about this Wang Shua. He's such an amazing person. How come I've never heard of him before? What followed was a barrage of insults, a furious and uproarious exchange. Wang Shua was dumbfounded. Finished reading? Professor Zeng asked with a smile. I've finished reading it. Wang Shua nodded blankly. He still couldn't figure out why things had turned out this way, just because he randomly picked up a piece of software. It seemed like he had exposed something. Professor, what exactly is going on? This is a painful truth for those working in China's manufacturing industry. Professors inside. Wang Shuo, you also aspire to study computer science. What were your initial motivations? Original intention? Wang Shuo was stunned for a moment, then a little embarrassed. I just think computer software is quite fun. Wang Shuo didn't know if it was fun or not, but he had been tormented to the point of ecstasy by the stupid AI Zero these past 2 days. Professor Zeng remained silent for a long time before saying helplessly, this can also be considered a kind of original aspiration. I am different from you. I was born in the 1980s. Professor Zeng recalled. At that time, China was extremely poor and 70 to 80% of the people were starving. The slightest mishap could lead to people starving to death due to food shortages. My parents' only thought at that time was to eat their fill, and eat their fill again. But the country is poor. Our industrial base is so weak that we can't even make a decent pen, let alone precision machining. While Japan and Western Europe at the same time have made great strides in modern machining centers and their control systems, we are still using primitive and outdated hand-crank machine tools. Foreign countries look down on Chinese-made products, while domestic consumers can't afford them because the cost of manufacturing keeps product prices high. I grew up in this kind of environment. By the time I was able to go to university, the domestic economic situation had improved somewhat, but it was still not enough to support China's massive population. If we want the country to be prosperous and the people to be wealthy, we must catch up with the world's top tier. Manufacturing is imperative. At the same time, 4 manufacturing industries had already used mature computer systems and had the initial prototype of processing centers. If we wanted to catch up, we had to cultivate talents. It was under these circumstances that I chose computer science. The day I chose computer science as my major, I knew that I was working hard for the prosperity of the country and for the advancement of the world. I have worked hard for half my life and have achieved some results. Unfortunately, after decades of catching up, all we have received is one ruthless, crushing defeat after another. China's digital control systems are powerless against Japanese companies. The domestic market has been swallowed up. Domestic companies have lost their space to survive. There are no profits and no research and development. The vicious cycle gets worse every day. Professor Zeng looked at Wang Shuo in front of him and sighed. Now it's all good, Wang Shuo. With your company's system, we can finally hold our heads high and stand tall in front of Japanese companies. Is it that important? Wang Shuo scratched his head, still somewhat incredulous. Wasn't this just a system he'd casually modified? Even the database was generated by Zero based on the Chun Group's failure data. Is something this important? It's more important than you think. Professor Zeng smiled and pointed to his phone, showing a rare moment of humor. The internet doesn't lie. You should be a celebrity by now, and maybe even have some fans. Little fans. Wang Shuo couldn't help but shudder when he thought of the string of little girls following Chen Cheng. Those kinds of little fans are better off without. No wonder the Chun Group paid him such a huge reward. No wonder Chun Xin suddenly became so quiet. Now I understand. Thinking about the more than 10 million yuan that was about to be deposited into his account, Wang Shuo's mood instantly improved, and his mind began to fill with all sorts of thoughts. This control system has reached its limit. Whether in terms of automation, ease of operation, precision, stability, or software technology, is second to none. Professor Zeng recalled his actual operating experience and added, the UI is a little, but I can understand. If you have the time, Wang Shuo, could you optimize it? Wang Shuo, who was thinking about 10 million, clearly misunderstood and blurted out, of course it can be optimized and upgraded. That's good. Professor Zeng nodded with satisfaction and was about to say something when he heard Wang Shuo mutter to himself. The program alone is already so valuable. What if I upgraded the software system later? Unfortunately, the Chun Group's machines aren't up to par. The extreme physical precision can't meet the system requirements. If I redesigned a hardware system, adding a comprehensive 3D digital computing hardware system, paired with nanometer digital sensors and a high-performance processor, a multi-axis, multi-joint robotic arm, let me think. I could also add a precision pulse angular momentum motor, which would ensure the precision is within 0.002 millimeters. Add a full-function cutter head chamber and a material supply system. A simplified version of a fully automated production and processing center. How much is this worth? Wang Shuo was excited, but he noticed that the atmosphere around him was a bit quiet. He turned his head and saw that Professor Zeng and Ding Runin were staring at him with wide eyes. Ding Runin was even more exaggerated, as if he could fit an egg in his mouth. Something seems off. This, Professor Zeng, Teacher Ding. Wang Shuo swallowed. What happened to you? Chapter 55 Doraemon Wang Shuo. What's wrong? I just finished analyzing the system's performance and drawing conclusions in front of my most outstanding student, and you immediately throw a bunch of seemingly profound terms at me. You're deliberately trying to embarrass me. But well done. Professor Zeng smiled slightly. He loved students with such unconventional ideas. Wang Shuo, I think I just heard you mention something about three-dimensional digital calculation. And they're nanometer digital sensors, Ding Runin added definitively. Molecular processor? Angular momentum pulse motor. Looking at the two people in front of him who seemed to have turned into curious children, Wang Shuo forced an awkward smile. This, Professor Zeng, Teacher Ding, if I said that all of this is fake, that I dreamed about it, I don't know if you would believe me. Both of them shook their heads at the same time. I don't believe it. Wang Shuo. A few hours later, when Wang Shuo walked out of the laboratory building, he felt his legs were a little weak. This was normal. Anyone who hadn't eaten for 2 meals in a row and had been engaged in massive mental activity for several hours would feel weak. Wang Shuo turned around and looked at the laboratory on the 3rd floor, where the lights were still on, and couldn't help but tremble. The old man and the young man's thirst for knowledge is simply terrifying. They first affirmed the truth of his self-talk without hesitation, giving him no chance to defend himself. Then, they shamelessly asked him about the system's knowledge structure and implementation ideas. Even though Wang Shuo tried his best to pick out parts that conformed to the current level of technology, it still lasted for a full 4 hours. In the end, Professor Zeng simply waved his hand and called everyone in the laboratory in, blocking the doorway, ostensibly to attend a lecture and further their studies, and even said that those who are accomplished are teachers, regardless of age. I'm just a freshman. Is this really necessary? Who's the professor? You or me? He mentally complained. But looking at the pairs of eyes staring at him and recalling what the old professor had said, he couldn't bring himself to say the words of refusal. Sigh, it's all my fault for being too soft-hearted. I was so easily influenced by noble sentiments. What else can we do but talk to them? If they can actually research something based on what we say, then we'll consider it a contribution to building our country. And so, a strange scene unfolded on the laboratory building. 6 young people and 1 middle-aged person were sitting in a circle in a small suite. In the middle, an even younger person was talking nonstop, and the people around him were nodding in agreement. Wang Shuo didn't want things to turn out this way. So after 4 hours of nonstop chatter, and after declining Professor Zeng's invitation to join the research group, Wang Shuofei ran out of the laboratory building. He swore that this place was too terrible, and he would rather face the cold-blooded Zero and Chen Xian than give any more lectures. Upstairs, Ding Runin stood by the window, watching Wang Shuo speed away, her teeth slightly clenched. Runin, your student, is quite interesting. Professor Zeng's voice came with a smile. Teacher, he's clearly not telling the truth, Ding Runin said fiercely. He didn't mention any of the important things, such as 3D digital computing design, nanodigital sensors, processors, etc. It's normal not to say, Professor Zeng said gently, unconcerned. Everyone has their own secrets, and we don't need to delve into them. I can interpret it as him not having fully considered it, but just having an idea, or I can interpret it as him not having a concrete idea and just talking offhand, or even as him bragging. But in any case, today's conversation has been very eye-opening, and I've benefited greatly. Many questions I've been pondering have also become clearer. It's just a pity that he didn't agree to join my research team. Professor Zeng shook his head with some regret. Teacher, given your position, if he truly had value, you could have easily forced him to join. Why did you? Ding Runin's voice was filled with doubt. Everyone has their own hobbies and freedom. We don't need to force them. Wang Shuo already has wings, so why lock him up? With wings? Ding Runin opened his mouth. You mean the system he designed? This thing is very important. Professor Zeng chuckled. It's more than just important, it's of utmost importance. Just you wait and see. Your student will soon be among the wealthy. Turning back, Professor Zeng looked at Ding Runin, whose mouth was agape and whose face was full of disbelief, and laughed. Runin, you should look outwards. Don't always focus on this little corner of mechanical intelligence. The world is vast, and there are many interesting things. You should try to learn about them. Ding Runin lowered her head as she listened. She had heard her teacher say this many times before, but if she couldn't even make any progress in the field of intelligence that she was most familiar with, how could she spare the time to learn about other things? Knowledge is the most incredible thing in the world. Even if you have learned a lot, you will still feel so ignorant when you encounter new knowledge. I'm already old and can't compare with young people. Sometimes a flash of inspiration from a young person is better than my decades of struggle. Runin, you still have a chance. What Wang Shuo talked about today should be helpful to your thesis. You can continue writing. Is this really possible? Ding Runin looked up, his eyes wide, and said, he's just a freshman who hasn't even participated in a decent research project. A master is a teacher. Professor Zeng looked out the window at the darkening sky and said, his understanding of automation far surpasses that of the students I have taught. Based on what he said today about programming automated systems, he is qualified to have his name on your paper. To be honest, it was only after meeting Wang Shuo today that I began to believe that the system was his own masterpiece. This is not something that just anyone can have. Ding Runin was somewhat puzzled. She had also heard Wang Shuo's understanding, but was it really that advanced? Could one person really design and complete something like that? If Wang Shuo could create a system all by himself, how proficient would he have in code and architecture? For a moment, Ding Runin felt somewhat lost. Was the knowledge he had acquired over the past 10 years inferior to that of a freshman who had just entered university? This freshman hadn't even attended a single complete class. And Professor Zeng added, write the paper according to what Wang Shuo said today. If you don't understand something, just ask. After you finish writing it, you don't need me to review it. Don't submit it to domestic journals. Just submit it to science. Ding Runin snapped out of her daze, her eyes widening even further. Write it according to Wang Shuo's instructions? She even needed to consult Wang Shuo and submit it directly to science? Teacher, are you so sure this paper can be published in science? Ding Runin asked, somewhat unconvinced. I'm quite certain. Professor Zeng smiled. If this can't be explained scientifically, then what's the point of having science? Ding Runin remained silent for a moment. Science is the highest haul pursued by all researchers. It is no exaggeration to say that someone who can publish a paper in science is world famous. Does Wang Shuo have the ability and qualifications? Oh, right, teacher. Ding Runin suddenly remembered something, took out a stack of A4 papers from his backpack, and handed them to Professor Zeng. Take a look at this. Oh, you finished it so quickly. Professor Zeng reached out and took it, somewhat surprised. He had just sent the paper back yesterday. How could it be revised so soon? What a strong-willed young girl. Professor Zeng smiled slightly, his gaze falling on the paper. The messy handwriting immediately caught his eye. This handwriting didn't seem to be Ding Runin's, and what he wrote didn't seem to be a thesis. I reached for the glasses next to me and put them on, which made the writing on the paper clearer. This is code. Professor Zeng glanced at Ding Runin standing beside him. Seeing that Ding Runin was looking at him with a hint of expectation, he calmed down and began to seriously read the code on the paper. Only a dozen minutes later, Professor Zeng, whose expression had become very serious, raised his head. Runin, who gave you this? Ding Runin, who was seeing Professor Zeng so serious for the first time, was a little nervous. This is what Wang Shuo promised to give me. Do you know what this is? I know. It's part of the structural code in a node-based self-recurrent neural network. Ding Runin lowered his head, somewhat ashamed, and said, there are some code logics in it that I don't understand, so I came to ask the teacher for help. Let's see if that bastard Wang Shuo is just scribbling and drawing to deceive me. Ding Runin silently added in his mind. If the teacher determines that this is utter nonsense, worthless, and just scribbling, then Wang Shuo is doomed. Wang Shuo gave it to me. No wonder, no wonder. The answer Ding Runin was hoping for didn't come immediately. She quietly watched her respected mentor frown as he flipped through the code papers, occasionally tapping the edge of the table with his fingers, his expression solemn. A moment later, Professor Zeng stood up, deftly picked up his coat, folded the code paper, and put it in his coat pocket. He then noticed Ding Runin still standing to the side and paused. Oh, Runin, I need to go to the dean's office. You can go back first. Without waiting for Ding Runin's reply, he closed the door and left. Ding Runin looked bewildered. What happened? Wang Shuo sprinted along the school road, taking the opportunity to carefully recall the ramblings he had made today. They were all about the process of creating his system the difficulties he encountered, and his solutions. At most, he mentioned some new architecture for the system software. There shouldn't have been anything too outrageous. As for things like 3D digital computing and nanometer digital sensors, those things had to be vaguely described. Otherwise, even if he had a mouthful of mouths, he wouldn't be able to explain them clearly. My mind was racing with thoughts, but my feet were moving nonstop. By the time Wang Shuo saw the dark figure in front of him, it was already too late. Careful! Two screams rang out at the same time, and two figures fell to the ground simultaneously. Wang Shuo, who was at fault, didn't even bother to check his own injuries and hurriedly called out, "Classmate, are you all right? It's all my fault. I'm so sorry, so sorry." He just heard it. It sounded like a girl was on the other end. I'm Fine. The girl's voice was soft, but it didn't sound like there was anything seriously wrong. "I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. Let me help you up." Wang Shuo stood up, apologizing as he helped the girl next to him to her feet. When the two stood up and the dim street lights in the distance shone on their faces, the girl let out a surprised and doubtful sound. "It's you? You know me?" Wang Shuo was a little surprised. He carefully observed the girl in front of him. She looked vaguely familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen her before. "We've met once before." The girl smiled slightly. "But I didn't expect to run into you here, Wang Shuo." The girl emphasized the word bump. This classmate. "I'm really sorry, but I really can't remember where I've seen you before." Wang Shuo scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. They recognized me and even called out my name accurately, so they must be acquaintances. But why do I have no recollection of them? "You can't remember?" The girl paused for a moment. Really? Wang Shuo nodded emphatically. "Then what are you doing?" The girl looked around, somewhat puzzled. "I was in a hurry to get back to my dorm, and I was running a little fast, so I bumped into you." "I'm really sorry. You came from the lab building?" The girl seemed to understand and nodded. "Then it really is a coincidence. Last time we took a taxi, you paid our fare, and we haven't thanked you yet, Wang Shuo." This time, it was Wang Shuo's turn to open his eyes wide. He suddenly remembered who this person was. You are Qin." Qin shouting. The girl smiled slightly. Chapter 56 Wang Shuo needs to recruit people. Qin shouting. Wang Shuo gradually formed some impressions. As a man, he would always have some impression of the first stunning girl he saw, especially after his brain was enhanced. Even things that Wang Shuo had seen in a pleasing way would remain in his memory for a long time. "Oh, it's you," Wang Shuo exclaimed with some emotion. It seemed like his luck had been incredible lately, as he could bump into anyone on the street, and they would turn out to be acquaintances he had met before. "Don't worry about the fare. No matter what, it was my fault." Wang Shuo scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. It's best to forget about stealing someone's car as soon as possible. "Wang Shuo, you're too kind." Qin shouting tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said softly, "No matter what, we got a ride, so we should thank you for what's right." Wang Shuo smiled wryly. He was most afraid of people who were this serious in his life. "Qin, it was my fault for bumping into you. Are you all right?" "It's nothing." Qin shouting shook her head. Wang Shuo was in a hurry. "There are some things that need to be taken care of, so." Then Wang Shuo, "You go ahead and do your work. I'm Fine." Seeing Qin shouting nod affirmatively, Wang Shuo breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly continued running towards the dormitory building. After he had run 4 or 5 meters, Qin shouting suddenly called out from behind. "Wang Shuo, please wait a moment." Wang Shuo paused, then heard a series of hurried footsteps. He turned around and saw that Qin shouting had already run up behind him. "Wang Shuo," Qin shouting exhaled, her flowing hair opening as she stopped, and Wang Shuo even felt a few strands brush against his cheek. "It's fate that we met again, so." Qin shouting waved her phone in her hand. Wang Shuo was stunned for a moment, then reacted, took out his phone, opened WeChat, and handed it to Qin shouting. Qin shouting smiled slightly, added him as a friend using her phone, and carefully made a note for him. Wang Shuo looked at it carefully, saw nothing special, and simply wrote his name. "If you need Wang Shuo's help with anything, please don't refuse just because you're not familiar with him." "Of course not," Wang Shuo said with a smile. "I will do my best to fulfill my responsibilities." "I definitely won't make things difficult for Wang Shuo," Qin shouting said with a sweet smile. "Who knows?" Wang Shuo muttered to himself, then left without lingering. Once he arrived at the dormitory building, Wang Shuo finally had time to take out his phone and scroll through it. He saw a friend he had just added, whose profile picture was a very cute cartoon character. A dream of the past. Wang Shuo muttered something to himself, then selected his boss's phone number. Hey boss, I'm downstairs. What do you guys want to eat? When ordering takeout becomes a lifestyle, then all you need to consider is how to finish it. Looking at the mountain of takeout boxes and leftovers in front of him, Wang Shuo let out a painful burp and glanced at Zheng Jun, who was getting dressed next to him. Boss, are you really not going to eat anything else? I'm not eating. Zheng Jun quickly put on his running shoes. I suddenly remembered that I shouldn't eat too much before running. But I ordered enough for 4 people. How should I know? Zheng Jun's eyes widened, his expression completely innocent. I thought the 4th brother would come back today, but he didn't. The 3rd brother got a last-minute call to go with his girlfriend, so it's just you and me, and I have to run laps, so the 2nd brother... Zheng Jun said earnestly, thrift is a virtue. Wasting food is shameful. Try your best to finish it. After saying that, she left Wang Shuo with a dashing back view, and then slammed the door shut without any hesitation, leaving Wang Shuo alone amidst a pile of takeout orders, feeling bewildered. Wang Shuo glanced at the table full of takeout food again, swallowed hard, sighed, and reluctantly gave up. If I were to actually eat all of this, I'd probably end up in a hospital. After tidying up hastily and gathering all the food together, Wang Shuo picked up his phone, intending to check the latest news to see if he could find any clues about his rise to fame in the manufacturing industry. But his call was interrupted. It was Liu Yimei who called. After a brief introduction last night, the two exchanged phone numbers. In Liu Yimei's words, she didn't like expressing herself through impersonal text. She preferred to get straight to the point and contact people directly. In this situation, Wang Shuo was forced to provide his phone number, and he estimated that even if he hadn't, Chen Xin would have been happy to help. Hello, Assistant Liu. Wang Shuo assigned Liu Yimei the position of Assistant General Manager. Mr. Wang, came the clear, cool voice of willow leaf eyebrows. I'd like to know when you can come to the company. What's up? Liu Yimei paused for a moment. All matters of the company are in the process of preparation, and there are some things I would like to discuss with you in person. Wang Shuo raised his head and thought for a moment. Although Professor Zheng assured him that he only needed to inform the old hag when he wasn't teaching, something just didn't feel right. He figured he'd better attend a few classes these next couple of days and lay low for a while. So, I estimate it will be the weekend. If there's anything urgent, just call me. I understand, Liu Yimei replied on the other end of the phone, then continued. There's also the matter of hiring. I hope to see the resumes of new employees as soon as possible. You are the company's general manager, so this matter should be handled by you. Do I have to personally hire someone? Wang Shuo thought to himself, but there was nothing he could do since there were only 2 people in the company right now. Okay. Wang Shuo nodded in agreement. I don't have any classes tomorrow morning, so I'll just take a stroll around the job market. By the way, how many people do we need to hire now? Shouldn't this be your decision? Wang Shuo felt embarrassed and almost forgot that he was the company boss and that he could decide how many people to hire. This is your company. You decide the number of new employees to hire, their positions, genders, age ranges, work experience, educational levels, and post-hiring salaries and job levels. I am only responsible for the implementation. If you do not want to determine the detailed salary levels, I can do it for you. That would be best, Wang Shuo said with a gleam in his eyes. Then tell me, what positions should be included? Liu Yimei remained silent for a long time, and just when Wang Shuo thought the signal had been lost, her voice finally rang out again. For a tech company to operate normally, it needs essential administrative staff, which I can handle. It needs external relations personnel, which I can also handle. It needs a legal department, which I can also manage. It needs a planning team, which I can also handle. And what we still need is an accountant, a receptionist, and several people in a research and development project team. I'm in the R&D project team. Wang Shuo finally found his place and hurriedly shouted, just one of me is enough. Then we're missing an accountant and a receptionist. Understood. Wang Shuo rubbed his hands together, eager to get started. Recruiting people is a piece of cake. Leave it to me. Just as Wang Shuo was feeling smug and waiting for dawn, Professor Zheng rushed into the dean's office with a stack of A4 papers in his arms. Chapter 57 following in Wang Shuo's footsteps. Old Zheng, what's the matter that made you rush over here in such a hurry? I didn't even finish my meal before I came over as soon as I got your call. The dean of Huazhong University of Science and Technology was a very refined-looking middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses. He was sitting behind his desk, reading something under the light of a desk lamp. When he saw Professor Zeng rushing in, he wasn't surprised and just looked up and smiled. He knew his old partner well. Unless it was something important, Professor Zeng cared a lot about his appearance. However, it's a common problem for researchers. When they're bursting with inspiration, they want to get things done in one go and don't care about their image. Professor Zeng was invited to sit on the sofa, and a cup of hot tea was poured for him. The middle-aged dean also sat down opposite Professor Zeng. Is this another project-related issue? Professor Zeng nodded. It's a project issue. Oh, is it a lack of funds or a shortage of manpower? None of those. Professor Zeng took out an A4 sheet of paper, placed it on the table, and pushed it toward the dean. Old Ding, take a look at this. A new project? Lao Zeng, do you have some new ideas this time? Dean Ding smiled and picked up the A4 paper, then frowned. This didn't seem to be Professor Zhang's handwriting. This handwriting was too unbearable to look at. Although it wasn't so distorted as to be unrecognizable, it was definitely not aesthetically pleasing, especially since it was crammed together so densely. However, judging from Lao Zhang's serious expression, now was not the time to appreciate the characters. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something was amiss. Old Zeng, these codes. Dean Ding adjusted his glasses and said uncertainly, there seems to be something wrong with the logic. There are problems with the data retrieval in some places. If it weren't for the fact that this was something Professor Zeng brought out, and he had to give it some face, he would have directly criticized it, saying it was all a mess. This was written by one of your daughter's students, Professor Zeng said, taking a sip of water. What do you think? Run it, Dean Ding asked somewhat uncertainly. Didn't Runin just take over the freshmen? What? Has the curriculum changed this year? Freshmen are already being introduced to system programming. No changes, Professor Zeng said calmly. Tell me your thoughts first. This is written. Dean Ding smiled wryly. Never mind. Old Zeng, you didn't come all this way just because of this? Does this kid want to join your project team? Aside from coming to him to plead for leniency, Dean Ding couldn't understand what else Professor Zeng could possibly want from him. However, even if it were about pleading for leniency, given Professor Zhang's usual temperament, it would usually be resolved with a single phone call. He'd do what he could, as long as the standards weren't lowered. If the student failed, it was their own problem. This time, he actually came straight to my office. That doesn't make sense. Join my project team? I'd like to have him join my project team, but unfortunately, Professor Zeng sighed and shook his head. He doesn't think much of my small team, and my small team can't accommodate him either. Small temple? Dean Ding stared wide-eyed, as if he'd heard something utterly unbelievable. Was this really the Zeng Xiaowei he knew? He was actually calling his project team a small fry? If a project team that ranks among the top in the entire country is considered a small fry, and countless people are willing to go to great lengths to get in, then what about the project teams from Tsinghua and Peking universities? Are they just small hills or insignificant mounds? Don't tell me that Professor Zeng himself was rejected. Professor Zeng nodded. Being rejected is being rejected. There's nothing shameful about it. He never thought his project team was anything special. Really rejected? Dean Ding was somewhat surprised, then chuckled and said, I never thought Professor Zeng would be rejected one day. I'm actually quite interested in this student. What's his name? Wang Shuo. Professor Zeng pointed to the A4 paper on the table. This was also written by him. Dean Ding frowned. He didn't think that the code was the reason why Lao Zeng said those things. After all, in his opinion, the code was full of errors and the basic logic was not straightened out. It probably couldn't even run normally, so it was not worth discussing. So you mean, take a look at this again. Professor Zeng pulled out a sheet of A4 paper from the bottom and handed it to Dean Ding. Dean Ding took it. It contained an architecture diagram. Judging from the handwriting, it should have been written by the same person as the previous code. However, theoretical research was not Dean Ding's area of expertise, and he found it somewhat perplexing, completely unable to understand what Professor Zeng was trying to do. What is this again? Professor Zeng didn't say anything, but took out his phone, tapped a few times, and then handed it to Dean Ding. This was a report about the progress of China's manufacturing industry. But calling it a report was a bit of an exaggeration. It was more like a post. The post wasn't long, and Dean Ding finished reading it in a few minutes. However, after reading it, Dean Ding was even more confused. Where am I? What am I doing? Where did I come from? Old Zeng, Dean Ding said, catching his breath. Just say what you have to say. Stop beating around the bush. This isn't like you. A few days ago, I was invited by the Chun Group to serve as a special consultant and attend their product promotion meeting for a type of CNC machining center. Also attending the meeting was Tanaka, a technical consultant from W Company in Japan. Ding Ding nodded. He had heard about the matter and knew a little about W Company in Japan, but a deeper understanding and the subsequent development of the matter were not within his scope of concern, as the college had many other things to deal with. According to past practice, W Company would definitely be the one to qualify in the end, but this time there was an unexpected incident. The one that finally qualified was a system designed by Huaxia Company called System Number 1. This must be the content from that post. Ding Ding nodded, listened carefully, and didn't interrupt. The company that designed this system is called Frontier Technology Company Limited, and the person who designed it is called Wang Shuo. This time I understand a little better. You mean this Wang Shuo and the student from Renan? Ding Ding's expression was strange. Are the same person? Yes, Professor Zeng said calmly. Not only that, this Wang Shuo also has a very deep understanding of machine intelligence, and based on that, he designed a brand new algorithm and provided a simple architecture. This refers to that A4 sheet of paper. As Ding Ding listened to Professor Zeng's narration, he picked up an A4 sheet of paper and examined it again. Perhaps because he had calmed down, he actually understood it somewhat this time. Originally, I thought this was just a wild idea, an immature but promising approach, but Wang Shuo's appearance told me that I was wrong. We were all wrong. Professor Zeng pointed to the stack of A4 papers. Wang Shuo not only conceived an algorithm in theory, but he also turned theory into reality, and these codes are the steps from theory to reality. Wait a minute. Ding Ding finally interrupted Professor Zeng's statement. You mean, this Wang Shuo designed a software system on his own, defeated W Company to win the bid from Chen's company, and then came up with a seemingly feasible intelligent algorithm, which has already been put into actual production? That's not all, Professor Zeng said. After seeing this code, I have reason to believe that Wang Shuo. Professor Zeng's voice conveyed certainty. A complete version of artificial intelligence based on this algorithm already exists. Ding Ding opened his mouth, and after a long while, he laughed and said, "You're overthinking it, Lao Zeng. After all, he's still just a student who has just entered university. With these things, he's more than just a freshman." Ding Ding. Professor Zeng's voice rose slightly. Have you ever seen a student who can design an entire complex control system program all by himself? Which student can casually produce a complete intelligent algorithm architecture? Which student can turn a non-existent idea into concrete code? This code, he has it all figured out, and it's even been completely built. Do you know what this means? Professor Zeng's voice was somewhat excited. This means that the world's most advanced artificial intelligence may have been born right here in Wang Shuo's mind, even in Wang Shuo's phone. Perhaps right now, Wang Shuo is communicating with this artificial intelligence, teaching it to understand everything about the human world. What we need to do now is catch up. As long as we can keep up with Wang Shuo's pace, it will be a leap forward for China's intelligent technology field. Lao Ding, you and I are both witnesses. Want to witness a leap forward in China's intelligent computing field? Who wouldn't? Countless scientists from all over the world are engaged in this field. The United States, which started artificial intelligence earliest, Japan, which has caught up later, and Europe and South Korea, which are closely following behind. Who wouldn't want to pluck this most dazzling pearl in the field of computing? But who actually succeeded? Now you're telling me this thing has already been figured out by a freshman, and there might even be a finished product? Isn't this just treating me like an idiot? Following in Wang Shuo's footsteps? How can you even say something like that? This isn't how you ask for money. Old Zeng. Ding Ding smiled, not refuting him. After all, his own reasoning was also untenable. What's the basis for your judgments? Just these codes. Professor Zeng nodded. Seemingly surprised by Professor Zeng's clear statement, Ding Ding paused, then said helplessly, Old Zeng, true artificial intelligence is nothing like the engineering software Wang Shuo designed before. You've been immersed in the field of machine intelligence for decades. I don't need to elaborate on how complex the implementation of artificial intelligence is. If an artificial intelligence were to truly emerge now, its inventor and his team would become the object of fierce competition among countries, companies, and universities. That's a hurdle. Once overcome, they would become world-class, and winning 10 Nobel Prizes wouldn't be an exaggeration. Are you sure that person is Wang Shuo? Professor Zeng nodded very seriously this time. Ding Ding frowned. Old Zeng, I hope you realize the seriousness of this matter and don't joke with me. Old ding, Professor Zeng said in a deep voice. You've known me for so long. When have I ever joked? It was no joke. At USDC, no one is more dedicated to theoretical research than Zeng Xuewei. But if tonight's conversation gets out, it will be the biggest academic joke in Zeng Xuewei's research career. If it turns out that it can't be done in the end, Zeng Xuewei will become a laughingstock in the scientific research community, and he will no longer have a place in the theoretical field of machine intelligence. The so-called top team and mentors at USDC, the cutting edge of artificial intelligence, all of that will vanish into thin air. Dean Ding stared intently at Professor Zeng. Are you serious? Have you considered the consequences? From the moment I walked in, every word I spoke was serious. Professor Zeng said earnestly, Old Ding, in my more than 30 years of professional experience, I have never been this serious. I am well aware of the consequences, and I will leave it to time to test. If time proves me wrong, then I will bear the consequences myself. But no matter what, I want to fight for a chance for China's artificial intelligence field. Even if it's just a lifeline, I will seize it, even if it costs me my life. Professor Zeng said, slowly and deliberately, I have no regrets. Dean Ding paused for a moment before saying, Old Zeng, over the years I've tried my best to fulfill whatever requests you've made, all to help you realize your dream and allow the Chinese AI theory community, represented by you, to take another step forward. But this time, Professor Zeng felt a chill run down his spine. If even the dean, who was his closest friend, couldn't be persuaded, how could he proceed with the next step? This time, how confident are you? What? Dean Ding looked at him and smiled. I know you fairly well. Since you've said that, you must have your reasons. Although I don't agree with it, that doesn't stop me from making a decision. Besides, how could I let you have such a grand event all to yourself? Whatever happens, we at USDC will share the burden. So now, Old Zeng, how confident are you? What are the odds? Before he could even feel moved, Professor Zeng quickly composed himself, thought for a moment, and solemnly replied, Before seeing Wang Shuo, I had no confidence. After seeing Wang Shuo, I had a 20% chance. Now that I've seen this code, I'm 50% confident. 50% is already a considerable figure. Dean Ding nodded slightly. Prepare your report materials. You need to report to the school committee, Dean Ding said firmly. It's tomorrow. Chapter 58 Wang Shuo recruits employees. Grasping this is like gambling. It's always a matter of prediction. You can make optimistic predictions or pessimistic predictions, and Wang Shuo clearly made an overly optimistic one. Although they may make grand promises, things sometimes don't go as smoothly as planned. Wang Shuo lay bored on a table in the job market, gazing enviously at the throngs of resumes being submitted at other tables. If only all these people would submit their resumes to me. What a pity. Watching yet another unemployed young man stare at his A3 poster for a long time before shaking his head in disappointment and leaving, Wang Shuo felt a deep sense of depression. He has been here for a full 4 hours. From arriving at 8 o'clock in the morning, to completing all the formalities and starting to set up his stall at 8:30, to now, at more than 12:30 noon, he has still not gained anything. He has experienced a turbulent and emotional journey of 4 hours. From initial confidence to current anxiety. The requirements for employees have been lowered again and again, from postgraduate students to graduates of second-tier universities, from having work experience to keeping everything simple, from women only to both men and women, and from under 25 years old to under 35 years old. Even so, no one lingered at his recruitment desk, let alone submitted a resume. To this day, his desk remains empty. Wang Shuo looked at the table in front of him and began to reflect. Was his own setup too rudimentary? Looking at the other setups, each one was meticulously prepared, with huge posters, beautiful photos, and job postings that made it seem like a very reputable company. But his, apart from a hastily printed A3 sheet of paper with the words Frontier Technology Company Limited printed on it and some scribbles and corrections on specific requirements, there was nothing else. It was extremely rudimentary. Could it be because he didn't have a company profile? Looking at the dazzling array of honors, histories, and achievements on the other posters, and then at his own company name with only one line, Wang Shuo hesitated. Should he include the story Professor Zeng had told him? After all, this was the only business he had ever done under the company's name, and there was a formal contract, so it was absolutely true and reliable. As for the content, well, Just write that it has received high recognition from industry professionals on Tencent, enjoys a high reputation in the industry, and is a global leader. Wouldn't this be a bit too ostentatious? Frontier Technology Company, Limited? You're looking for their finance department? Just as Wang Shuo was lost in thought, a clear female voice rang out. Su Kersen has been staying at home for a month now. A month without income and a month of great suffering. Thinking about her mother's constant nagging gave Su Kersen a headache. As a 25-year-old unmarried woman, she wasn't considered old, and her family wasn't yet at the point where they were desperately pressuring her to get married. But the problem was, she had neither a boyfriend nor a job. In this materialistic age, you can be without a boyfriend, but you can't be without the ability to support yourself. That's the original sin. As a result, Su Kersen was targeted by her relatives. One day they'd introduce her to a nice young man. The next they'd try to set her up. Eventually, even her own mother got involved, which was practically driving Su Kersen crazy. The power of a mother is unmatched by any number of relatives or friends. So, Su Kersen, who had only stayed at home for a month, couldn't stay any longer. Boyfriends are a matter of luck, but jobs are all about ability. As a genuine accounting graduate, she refused to believe she couldn't find a decent job. So she came. But history always repeats itself. She never expected that, despite having foreseen everything and planned out the entire trajectory, she would encounter an insurmountable problem at the very first step. Her resume was rejected by 4 companies. Their tone was remarkably consistent. They all said they admired her work ability and attitude, but the company currently had no vacancies in finance, so they had to regretfully decline. A bunch of hypocrites. This is clearly sexism. It's educational discrimination. Does a college graduate with an accounting degree not deserve a job of their own? Does an employee who has been fired from another company not deserve a second career? This is blatant discrimination. But discrimination is discrimination. If they don't even accept your resume, it's like they won't even open a window for you. Getting into the company is out of the question. Su Kersen had no choice but to lower her expectations, gradually reducing her demands from top-tier companies to second-tier, third-tier, and finally to small, insignificant companies. Yes, the cutting-edge technology company in front of us looks just like this kind of low-end little company. Such companies probably don't care about one's education or work experience. But what? Su Kersen stared wide-eyed at the contents written on the A3 paper. You actually require a master's degree for a financial accountant. Wang Shuo looked up helplessly and pointed to the small print next to the printed text that had been corrected with a pen. It's not that one. It's this one. They actually require a bachelor's degree. This is already the lowest. Wang Shuo muttered before Su Kersen rudely interrupted him. I only have a college diploma. This is my resume. Do you want it? Su Kersen stared at her with wide eyes. If you don't want it, I'll go to another company. Wang Shuo was speechless for a moment, thinking of his miserable experience that morning. And looking at the girl in front of him who was fairly sweet-looking, he gritted his teeth and said, I want her. He casually took the resume, tossed it into the desk compartment, and yawned. Congratulations. You've been accepted by our company. You're accepted already? Su Kersen was stunned. What about the written test? The interview? The brutal selection process? Of course, our company doesn't have that kind of trouble. Wang Shuo glanced at his watch. It was almost 1 o'clock. He was still short one receptionist, and, judging by the situation, it seemed like he had no chance today. He had other things to do in the afternoon, and simply didn't have time to come back and set up a stall for a few more hours. But ending it like this would be difficult to explain to his family, so perhaps. Wang Shuo pointed to the other end of the A3 paper. I have another position here. Do you want it? If you do, I'll pay you double the salary. Su Kersen was stunned. What was this? Buy one, get one free? Could this be how you find a job? Looking at the kid in front of her, who was even younger than her, she felt uneasy for the first time. Had she accidentally joined a shady company? What if she was brutally murdered on her first day? Or maybe? But double pay seems very tempting. Su Kersen hesitated, frowned, and gritted her teeth. I want it. When do I start work? Chapter 59, The New Era of Artificial Intelligence. If you have no problem, you can start work tomorrow. Wang Shuo handed Su Kersen a piece of paper and instructed her. This is the company's address and contact person. Contact her when you get there. Remember, don't make her angry, or she'll fire you, and I can't do anything about it. Su Kersen immediately felt uneasy and cautiously asked, Is Is he the boss? Wang Shuo nodded seriously. She's not the boss, but she's better than the boss. Even I accept her orders. Then, little brother, do you mean what you said? Su Kursin asked hesitantly. What if he doesn't want to give me 2 jobs or double pay after I go there? Don't worry about that, Wang Shuo said confidently. She'll still give me that much face. Su Kursin reluctantly accepted the offer and left the talent recruitment center with a heavy heart. After Su Kursin left, Wang Shuo yawned, stretched, put down his stool, and left the job market with Su Kursin's resume in his hand. He also had to rush back to school for his 1 p.m. interview. Who knows which idiot scheduled an interview for 1 p.m.? It seriously disrupts my lunch break. Cursing in one's mind doesn't affect the speed of travel at all. Just as he was about to arrive, Wang Shuo successfully reached the top floor of the school's administration building and stood in front of a conference room. Looking at the quiet conference room door and then at the equally quiet corridor, Wang Shuo unconsciously swallowed. He noticed this as soon as he entered. There were hardly any people passing by along the way, and by the time he reached the 8th floor, there was no one there at all, only Wang Shuo standing there alone, trembling with fear. What kind of interview is this that's so serious? I can't even find anyone else being interviewed? Or am I late, and everyone else has already finished their interviews? Just as Wang Shuo was lost in thought, the door opened. Professor Zeng? Wang Shuo looked at the middle-aged man standing in front of him with some surprise. It was Professor Zeng, whom he had just met yesterday, but Professor Zeng seemed a little tired at the moment. You're right on time. Kumein. Upon entering the conference room, Wang Shuo realized that besides Professor Zeng, there were other people present. A quick glance revealed 10 people in total, including Professor Zeng. He didn't recognize any of them, only Professor Zeng. Moreover, the seating arrangement feels more like a meeting than an interview. Since everyone's here, let's begin. A refined-looking man wearing glasses, sitting in the center, said with a smile. Wang Shuo, let me give you a brief introduction. My name is Ding Tsongsheng, and I am currently the president of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. These are the deans of various departments in our university. I don't need to introduce Professor Zeng Shuawei too much. He is the dean of your computer science department. Wang Shuo was a little confused. These were all high-ranking school leaders. What were they doing all gathered together like this? Especially the one in front of him, who had given a speech at the opening ceremony. Even though he had been sleeping the whole time, it couldn't hide how awesome the principal was. Are these people interviewing themselves? Wang Shuo, don't be nervous. I just called you here to ask you a few simple questions. Just answer what you think. Ding Tsongsheng smiled slightly and spoke gently. Wang Shuo was speechless. He wasn't nervous at first, but what you said made him a little nervous. Wang Shuo, we'd like to know, how do you feel about your current department? It's fine. Wang Shuo glanced at Professor Zeng next to him and noticed that Professor Zeng was sitting in his seat with a serious expression. Strange. It seems like Professor Zeng is more nervous than I am. That's good. If Wang Shuo has any complaints, please feel free to bring them up. Ding Tsongsheng smiled lightly, glanced at the serious-looking Professor Zeng, coughed, and said, Wang Shuo, I heard that you are very knowledgeable in the field of artificial intelligence and have even designed an algorithm architecture on your own. Principal, are you referring to the node-based, self-recurrent neural network algorithm? Ding Tsongsheng nodded. That's right. If Professor Zeng hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known that there would be a talent like Wang Shuo among this year's freshmen. But what exactly is this algorithm? I wonder if Wang Shuo would be willing to give a brief explanation. Giving a lecture? Wang Shuo was a little puzzled. Wasn't he here for an interview? How did it turn into giving a lecture? However, since the principal has already spoken and the question happens to be something I know, I might as well talk about it. Principal, do you have paper and a pen? 3 hours later, in a conference room, Ding Tsongsheng and the others huddled together, staring at the dozen or so 3 sheets of paper on the table that were already covered in colorful drawings. For a moment, no one spoke. An eerie silence fell over the conference room. No, I still don't understand this part. Why can this function be generated in this way? I need to ask Wang Shuo for clarification. An elderly professor suddenly stood up, and seeing that Wang Shuo was not present, he was about to leave when he was stopped by someone next to him. Old Li, calm down. You're a dean, after all. Pay attention to your appearance. You still have time to worry about your appearance? This is revolutionary. Revolutionary. Don't pretend to be calm. I won't be able to eat or sleep if I don't understand it. These words immediately silenced everyone. The professors present were all leaders in their respective fields. Although they did not specialize in artificial intelligence, they still had a basic understanding of the field. And the more specialized they were, the more they could appreciate the significance of this algorithm. This is indeed a groundbreaking thing. But the fact that such a groundbreaking thing is placed right in front of everyone, seemingly within reach, gives everyone a strong sense of unreality. It's as if a dream has come true, or as if the treasure they have been longing for and dreaming of has suddenly been casually thrown in front of them, and the person who threw it away looks disgusted. Wang Shuo looked utterly disgusted, as all the professors could attest, to the point that he hurriedly took his leave, rubbing his stomach at the end. I really don't know how this child's brain works, how he can come up with such a wonderful structure. A professor sighed, and his algorithms are completely unconventional and unpredictable. Some of them I've never even seen before. Did he come up with all of these himself? Another professor was also somewhat puzzled, his puzzlement mixed with amazement. It should be. This kid has really put in a lot of effort to achieve this core. These things can't be perfected without 5 or 6 years of research. Following this line of thought, the feasibility of this algorithm is over 80%. Moreover, the most difficult problem of how to implement it has also been solved. In 3 hours, they fully witnessed the true nature of the so-called node-based self-recurrent neural network, explained by Wang Shuo himself. They could ask questions at any time, which greatly reduced the difficulty of understanding and significantly improved efficiency. Wang Shuo's imaginative thinking, ingenious technical approach, and creative initial architecture left them in awe. In particular, some of the ingenious algorithms that they had never seen before made them extremely excited. Without a doubt, if an artificial intelligence were to be built based on a node-based self-recurrent neural network, it would instantly break through the current upper limit of the field of artificial intelligence, and all learning algorithms and deep memory algorithms would have to take a back seat. Deans and professors, do you believe what I said now? Professor Zheng's face was displeased and his voice was flat. He was already a little tired from the verbal sparring all morning. The professors exchanged glances. Not long ago, they had vehemently denounced Zheng's idea as a pipe dream and utterly foolish, engaging in fierce debate and opposing it with extreme intensity. Now, only 3 hours later, their stance had undergone a complete reversal. Even though they were all seasoned professors with thick skin, they couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed at this moment. A professor smiled sheepishly and said, "Old Zheng, don't take it personally. After all, what you said is too incredible, and our decision determines the future of the school, so we should be more cautious." "I don't mind," Professor Zheng said seriously, "but we need to race against time. I want to see the artificial intelligence created by my students at Huazhong University of Science and Technology as soon as possible. I want to see the scenery behind artificial intelligence. What lies behind artificial intelligence?" The professors laughed, and Ding Songxing laughed too. Before today, this would have been utterly a pipe dream, but now, with Wang Shuo's self-circulating neural network algorithm, everything became clear. Nothing is more terrifying than uncertainty about the future. As long as you can see the road ahead, you can keep going no matter how difficult it is. I agree with Professor Zheng's suggestion. We've all listened to most of his lectures today, and now it's his turn to teach the students. Everyone nodded, and no one objected at this point. It would have been better if Wang Shuo's talent hadn't been discovered. Now that it had, it absolutely couldn't be wasted. He needed to shine. In that case, Ding Songsheng said, looking around. Regarding Zheng Xuewei's proposal, let's vote now. Those who agree, please raise your hands. Everyone raises their hands. Passed unanimously, and with the exception of the committee members who did not attend, it is a majority vote. I hereby declare Zheng Xuewei's proposal valid. The document will be issued today. All colleges, departments, and offices of the university should immediately take action and fully implement the committee's instructions. Zheng Xuewei, you'll be directly appointed as the leader of the group, with Ding Runin and Wang Shuo as your deputies. Focus on carrying out the research work. Whatever you need, the school will provide it. I only have one request. Success is imperative. Professor Zheng nodded very solemnly. He understood the significance of this better than anyone else. It was precisely because he understood that he did his best to promote this matter. Fortunately, good things are good things. Wang Shuo used his epic-making technology and knowledge to conquer all the old stubborn people present. Furthermore, this matter is strictly confidential and classified as top secret by the college. Unless the school or Wang Shuo himself officially announces it to the public, this matter must not be known to anyone outside the college. Otherwise, Ding Songsheng looked around and, seeing that everyone's expressions were serious, softened his tone and said with a smile, "You are all senior professors, so I don't need to emphasize the importance of confidentiality. In addition to keeping the research results confidential, this is also a way to protect Wang Shuo. After all, China has not been very peaceful lately, and there have been too many cases of secrets being stolen." Shaking his head slightly, Ding Songsheng couldn't help but feel regretful as he thought about the recent theft of scientific research secrets and the loss of several colleagues in the scientific community. People were gone, secrets were stolen, and those who could have been 10 steps ahead could now only be 1 step ahead. What a feeling. Fortunately, Wang Shuo is not attracting much attention right now, so there is no need to worry about his safety for the time being. Coming to his senses, Ding Songsheng looked at Professor Zeng. "Old Zeng, from now on, you will be in charge of Wang Shuo's affairs directly to me. All needs within the scope of your research will be reviewed by me directly, without needing approval." Professor Zeng nodded calmly, but his heart was surging with emotion. The new era of artificial intelligence is finally coming. He was very certain, absolutely certain, that Wang Shuo was the guiding star of the field of artificial intelligence. Chapter 60. Mr. Wang. Oh, Mr. Wang. The professors have already made some predictions about when the new era of artificial intelligence will arrive. Now, the question is whether they can catch this wave. Even if they're just listed as experts, it will be a prestigious resume. That's how gilding came about. So, as soon as the meeting ended, the professors hurriedly left the conference room. Meanwhile, countless messages had already been sent home, urging their children and nephews to prepare. After all, the principal only forbade the disclosure of specific projects and Wang Shuo's existence. But he didn't say that the news of the upcoming establishment of a new project team was forbidden. Just the fact that Professor Zeng Xiuwei was personally in charge would make countless students fight tooth and nail to get in. Zeng Xiuwei is the guarantee of the high quality and success rate of research projects. What's more, this time, above Zeng Xiuwei is the prodigy Wang Shuo. Today is my first day back at work. Su Kersen got up early to start tidying up. She rummaged through her drawers and found her treasured jewelry and put on exquisite makeup. After dressing up and making sure there were no flaws, she went out and boarded the bus to the software park. When meeting someone for the first time, it's important to make a good impression. If he's handsome, that would be even better, and you could even find a spouse along the way. Su Kersen had already set the tone for their first meeting, until she arrived at the address given by Wang Shuo. Looking at the entrance filled with sand, materials, and scaffolding, Su Kersen was somewhat bewildered. As you enter the building, you see workers everywhere. Su Kersen can see a reception desk gradually taking shape in the center of the first floor, with the words Frontier Technology Company Limited clearly visible on the grand blue and white background wall behind it. The original handrails and floor tiles on the stairs leading to the second floor have been removed and replaced with more minimalist handrails and new floor tiles. Su Kersen carefully climbed the steps. Upon arriving on the second floor, one is greeted by a spacious indoor hall, which has already been partially divided up, with desks piled up in 2s and 3s in the corners, awaiting rearrangement. Su Kersen glanced at it and prepared to go up to the third floor to take a look. "That's not a place you should go." A clear, cold voice came from behind. Su Kersen turned her head and saw a graceful figure standing 2 or 3 meters away from her, quietly watching her. The simple work clothes she wore actually accentuated her urban professional demeanor. "Who are you?" "Su Kersen, right?" Liu Yimei looked at the woman in front of her, her brows furrowing slightly. "President Wang has already explained your matter to me. Come with me." "This woman works for the company?" Su Kersen stuck out her tongue and obediently followed until they arrived at an office located further inside. This is an office that has already been partitioned off. Liu Yimei turned around, her gaze sharp. For some reason, even though the woman in front of her was only a few years older than her, Su Kersen felt as if she couldn't look the other woman in the eye, so she quickly looked away. Su Kersen, female, Han nationality, born on December 21st, 1994, graduated from the accounting major of Jiangsu Provincial Vocational College of Economics and Trade, had worked for a company in W City, but was dismissed in October 2018 for disobeying company management and has been unemployed ever since. This information is all from your resume. Is it correct or not? Although the words were asked, the tone lacked any real inquiry. Before Su Kersin could nod, Liu Yimei continued. Since President Wang has already recommended you, I don't want to say much more, but don't be too complacent. I'll only tell you 3 things. Willow Leaf eyebrows raised a finger. First, although our company is still small, we must have strict professional ethics. Your position in the company is finance and front desk service staff. You must not be cold, harsh, or pushy towards customers who come in. Secondly, you must strictly abide by the company's internal rules and regulations. If you feel that it is unnecessary to report to the company for any reason, please inform me if you are aware of it. If it is necessary to report to the company, please inform me if you are aware of it. If the situation is urgent, please report to General Manager Wang. Third, Liu Yimei raised her 3rd finger, glanced at Su Kersin, and said indifferently, we are a technology company, not a public relations company. You don't need to dress up too much. Starting tomorrow, just wear light makeup and be fresh and elegant. If I see you wearing heavy makeup like today again, I will deduct your monthly performance bonus. Since this is your first day on the job, you will not be punished. Last and most importantly, Liu Yimei emphasized, the 3rd floor is Mr. Wang's place. You cannot go up there without his permission. Do you understand? I've got it. Who does this woman think she is? The legendary CEO Wang? Su Kersin held her breath and watched Liu Yimei walk away. She secretly took out her phone and dialed the contact Wang Shuo had given her. Since that little brother said that this contact could control him, then he should also be able to control this arrogant woman, right? Regardless, let's get some information first. Just as Su Kersin was about to unleash her anger after the call connected, she heard a familiar voice on the other end. Hello, I am Liu Yimei. Please speak. As if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head, Su Kersin was speechless and only reacted after a long while. Oh, Sister Liu, Manager Liu, it's me. I was just saving your number and accidentally dialed the wrong number. I'm so sorry. Su Kersin quickly hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief, still feeling a lingering sense of unease. The phone number the little brother gave me also belonged to this woman. Luckily, I cleverly covered it up. This woman wields immense power in the company. It seems the only one who can surpass her is the legendary General Manager Wang. Hopefully, this Mr. Wang is a handsome guy. Well, if he's not, it's fine too. I'll just make do with him. Su Kersin squinted and began to pray. Mr. Wang, please show up quickly. Your employees are being exploited to the point of desperation. Whether we can make ends meet or not, life goes on as usual. Although it was her first day at work, Liu Yimei clearly didn't intend for her to familiarize herself with the company, nor did she seem to treat her as a simple accountant or receptionist. Basically, whenever she had a little free time, Liu Yimei would immediately notice and assign her new tasks. These complicated tasks include, but are not limited to, serving tea and water to workers, purchasing supplies in short supply, contacting construction companies, and coordinating various matters. She personally went to the telecommunications bureau to answer her work phone, handling water, electricity, internet, property management, and even her work phone calls. In her opinion, all Liu Yimei did was point fingers and gesticulate. She often saw Liu Yimei leading a construction worker who looked like a foreman, walking through the entire office area in a pretentious manner from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor. At each place, she would explain in detail for several minutes. The 3rd floor took even longer. Often, she would go up there for half an hour and still not see anyone. Su Kersin wanted to go up and take a look, but thinking of Liu Yimei's stern tone, she ultimately didn't dare to get up from her seat. After 2 days of this, the construction seemed to be coming to an end. Su Kersin had a clear sense of this. Since the customer service call had just been answered and the company didn't seem to have any business yet, she finally had more time to sit on the 1st floor and daydream. On the contrary, it seems that those with willow leaf eyebrows are busier. They often disappear for entire days, and when they do come, they leave in a hurry, or they lead unknown people on a tour of the entire office building. Su Kersin's comment on this was only one sentence, and even somewhat dismissive. All pretense. Putting aside her pretentious but nitpicky willow leaf eyebrows, Su Kersin felt that the company's work was quite good, especially after the renovation. Kersin, it's rare for a company to want you. You have to work hard and find a boyfriend soon. On her phone, Sue's mother looked at the bright office environment with satisfaction and gave her some affectionate instructions. Okay, Mom. Su Kersin said somewhat impatiently. You can't rush this. I'll focus on my work first, try to get promoted and get better treatment, and then I'll look for a boyfriend. How can that be? Sue's mother said anxiously. How long will that take? Didn't you say last time that the boss of this company is very young? Bring him back for me to meet. As long as he likes you, you should marry him as soon as possible. Boss. I've never even met the boss. I'll bring him back for you to see. Su Kesin setli gomlai. She had been curious about this CEO Wang who hadn't shown up yet for several days. She even wondered if he was among the people Liu Yimei brought back. Because of this, she was always very nervous when she met these unfamiliar people. But in the end, she found that none of them matched up. All those feelings were wasted. My boss is very busy and doesn't have time to come home with me, Su Kersin pouted. Mom, you should take good care of yourself and try to stay young for a few more years. Maybe you'll have one then. How can you talk like that? Sue's mother said with some dissatisfaction. A girl's youth only lasts a few years. Once she's past her prime, she'll be like an out-of-season fruit. Would you eat a watermelon in the dead of winter? Does anyone talk about their daughter like that? Su Kersin rolled her eyes in feigned surprise. Oh, you're here. Mom, someone's here. I'm hanging up now. Before Sue's mother could speak, Su Kersin promptly hung up the video call. She lay on the table, somewhat bored, staring unconsciously at the glass door opposite her. Mr. Wang, what kind of person are you, Mr. Wang? Chapter 61, Ultimate Time Management. When Wang Shuo returned to the office, this was the scene he saw. Su Kersin stretched one arm out to the edge of the front desk, rested her head on her arm, curled her other arm under her neck, closed her eyes tightly, breathed heavily, and had a glistening line of drool at the corner of her mouth. This girl actually fell asleep. Wang Shuo shook his head helplessly, looked around, and his eyes lit up at the completely transformed environment. The originally unremarkable first-floor lobby had been divided into 3 sections by Liu Yimei, but there were no clear boundaries. The distinctions were simply made using decorations and floor tiles. Behind Su Kersin, the words Frontier Technology Company, Limited, are clearly visible. The handrails and floor tiles on the stairs have all been changed to new designs and colors, which are more in harmony with the overall environment and reveal a sense of design, showing that care has been put into them. Climb the steps. The second floor has been divided into several office areas, arranged neatly in rows and columns. At the end of the corridor, there are several pre-allocated offices, one of which even has a lavish security door installed. Wang Shuo shook his head and continued up to the 3rd floor. At the end of the 3rd floor staircase, Liu Yimei had installed a very sophisticated keypad door, completely preventing anyone from accidentally going up to the 3rd floor. Wang Shuo examined it carefully. It seemed to be the latest model on the market, capable of using both facial recognition and fingerprint unlocking. Of course, keys and Bluetooth cards could also be used. The security level of this door? Wang Shuo shook his head speechlessly. After all, Liu Yimei didn't have a science background, so she was still very easy to fool. The door was open, so Wang Shuo no longer needed to call Liu Yimei to ask for the password. Upon entering the 3rd floor, it becomes a completely different space. Perhaps due to soundproofing and lighting considerations, the designer left a long corridor on the shady side of the room, while on the other side, 2 huge rooms were created, incorporating the space that was originally exposed outside. Just as Wang Shuo was about to go inside to take a look, he heard rustling footsteps behind him, as if someone had run up to the 3rd floor. You can't go in there, Su Kersin called out, slightly out of breath, stopping the figure in front of her. That wretched fellow sneaked in when I wasn't looking. If I hadn't been so careful while I was sleeping, I probably wouldn't have noticed. What? Wang Shuo turned around. Su Kersin was slightly taken aback. It's you, little brother. You've finally come to the company. Then, in a serious tone, he said, I'm telling you, you can't go in there, or you'll regret it. What? Wang Shuo was stunned. He couldn't even go into his own office? Don't you know? Su Kersin said smugly. Then just trust me. Your sister won't hurt you. In fact, it's already quite serious that you've come up here. Luckily, that woman wasn't here, otherwise you would definitely have lost your performance bonus this month. She paused and added, this is the company's latest regulation. The latest regulations? Yes, that's right. Su Kersin nodded matter-of-factly. Little brother, you should come down with me quickly. You haven't been to the company these past few days, so you have no idea how much has changed. As she spoke, she tried to pull Wang Shuo downstairs. But when she turned her head, she saw the person she least wanted to see. Willow leaf eyebrows stood quietly at the top of the stairs. Su Kersin's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly explained, Sister Lu, no. Manager Lu, you're back. I didn't come up without permission. I came here to... Liu Yimei quietly shifted her gaze to Wang Shuo behind Su Kerson and said calmly, Mr. Wang, you're back. Su Kerson's voice abruptly stopped. What did she just hear? Mr. Wang? Su Kerson forced an awkward smile and said, Sister Liu, what are you saying? There's no king here. Before she could finish speaking, a familiar voice came from behind her. I'm back. I never imagined that you could change this place so much in just a few days. Su Kerson turned around, looked at Wang Shuo's admiring face, and gradually revealed an incredulous expression. She suddenly pointed at Wang Shuo and screamed, You are President Wang? Wang Shuo smiled and extended his hand. Hello, big sister, I'm Wang Shuo. Su Kerson found it hard to accept that Wang Shuo, whom she had always thought was just an ordinary little brother, had suddenly become the legendary, elusive CEO Wang. It took her a long time to force herself to accept this astonishing fact. After accepting the offer, she felt a pang of sadness, not because Wang Shuo had become President Wang, a young man much younger than her, but because her dream of seducing her boss had come to a complete end. From then on, she became Su Kerson again, a person without dreams or goals. Now, all she can do is lie on the table and watch Wang Shuo and Liu Yimei talking not far away. This is the reception room, Liu Yimei explained. Because we were worried that too many small, specific divisions would disrupt the overall feel of the space, we use a spatial division method without any physical partitions, but only using colors and furniture to create a sense of spatial separation. You don't need to worry about a lack of privacy. If you have important clients, you can invite them upstairs. I have reserved private reception rooms for you on the second and third floors. On this side, I plan to build a platform to showcase the company's performance, but it's currently empty. This is the main reception desk, which will be temporarily managed by Su Kerson. Also, the company logo has not yet been finalized, and we hope you can finalize it in time. This side, Wang Shuo followed Liu Yimei and got a general understanding of the new company layout. He immediately admired Liu Yimei greatly. Doing what you're doing right now isn't difficult, but doing it within a limited time frame is not so easy. How did you do that? Wang Shuo exclaimed. That's amazing. Only a few days ago. I've been coming here every evening for the past few days and leaving early in the morning, so I haven't noticed any changes in the renovation. Besides, the place was full of clutter during the renovation, so I couldn't see anything. It's very simple. Liu Yimei adjusted her glasses and said calmly, Based on the principles of data statistics, we make reasonable use of time repetition intervals, arrange personnel and tasks in advance, ensure the precise execution of each link, and finally integrate them into a unified plan and implement it accordingly. What you see is the best possible outcome if the plan does not encounter any unexpected problems. What if something unexpected happens? Wang Shuo asked curiously. Then activate the backup plan. There's a backup plan? Wang Shuo was completely bewildered. In his opinion, it was already remarkable that Liu Yimei could arrange everything so well. If any link in the chain went wrong, it would definitely be a man-made disaster. Since man proposes, God disposes. But to everyone's surprise, this girl was able to come up with a backup plan based on such rigorous logic. You should always have a backup plan for everything, because you can't be sure that every step will be perfect. So you should have a backup plan at every critical point. Have a backup plan for every critical juncture. Wang Shuo was beyond shocked. All he wanted to do was raise his thumbs and shout, Academic genius is awesome. Chapter 62, Lost 100 Million? Everything that Liu Yimei did was actually quite simple. She first analyzed her needs, then determined the specific engineering projects, prioritized them according to their construction time, and then carried out the longest and shortest projects simultaneously to complete as many projects as possible at the same time. In addition, she also tried to be as precise as possible in terms of construction time, so that other replacement projects could be arranged in a timely manner. If the construction could be seamlessly switched, the construction time could be shortened as much as possible while ensuring quality. According to Liu Yimei, this is just very basic time management. But through recruiting, Wang Shuo had come to understand a principle. Anything that sounds simple can become very complex in practice. Not to mention, these things truly test a person's patience and scheduling abilities. After all, this is construction, not programming. Construction projects have a sequence. The latter cannot precede the former. Otherwise, the project cannot proceed. Moreover, construction is not always smooth sailing, and ensuring accurate construction forecasts is a challenge. Not to mention, there's the need to prepare contingency plans for every possible failure. The difficulty lies in this. Anyway, Wang Shuo felt a headache just thinking about it. Ling was better at these things. Looking at the calm-looking Liu Yimei in front of him, Wang Shuo couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. Luckily, he hadn't quarreled with Chan Xian and driven Liu Yimei away, nor had he been stingy with a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan. Otherwise, he would be facing an empty company with a headache right now. I still lack experience. If Zero were assigned to Willow Eyebrows, and Zero were to accompany Willow Eyebrows to collect relevant data and improve the data in this area, then Wang Shuo's eyes lit up, but he secretly shook his head. No, it's not time yet. Zero is still an unfinished product and needs further polishing. At least its basic core needs to be perfected so that it can logically understand commands and emotions. Wang Shuo has been working on this for the past few days and has made some progress. He has also enabled Zero to collect data autonomously, and the day when Zero will be upgraded is not far away. The company's initial preparations are basically complete. Now there are still some things that need your decision, Mr. Wang. What is it? Wang Shuo asked casually, his mind preoccupied with how to upgrade Zero. The company's operations. For a company to operate normally, it needs to continuously generate profits. I'd like to know, what is your company's main business? Main business? Wang Shuo paused for a moment. I don't think so. What are your main products? Oh, no. What about new product planning? No. What about the business that has already started? There seems to be one. What about revenue and profit? Seeing that Wang Shuo remained silent, Liu Yimei said calmly, if that's the case, I estimate that your company won't last a week. I suggest you to register in advance, pay your wages and other expenses, and avoid suffering greater losses. Is this girl always this ruthless? Wang Shuo thought for a moment. It seemed that he had just earned more than 10 million yuan from Chen's group a few days ago. This money should last for a few months, right? Wait, we have some income. Wang Shuo scratched his head and asked, didn't we sign a commission agreement with the Chen group? Hasn't that money arrived yet? The money has arrived, a total of 26 million. But this is the second thing I wanted to report to you. Liu Yimei's calm tone seemed to waver slightly, but she quickly returned to normal. President Wang, please inform me before signing the next contract so that I can review the contract terms and avoid our company suffering losses. Losing out, Wang Shuo, who was still wondering how he got an extra 10 million, was stunned for a moment. I have reviewed the agency agreement you signed with the Chen Group and have a detailed understanding of the business development process and final product options. Is there a problem? Wang Shuo was a little curious. This contract was signed by Chan Xian and himself. Surely there wouldn't be any hidden traps in the contract? The contract itself is fine. In fact, it's very favorable. Liu Yimei adjusted her glasses, a strange glint in her eyes, her tone still calm. But the problem lies in the final product you developed, Mr. Wang. I have made specific inquiries with relevant individuals and combined this with information I have gathered from other sources and have finally reached this conclusion. This product, the price is too high. Wang Shuo's heart was in his throat. Although this software was not too important to him, he didn't want to lose what he had already got. I'll give you the money. A refund? No way. Liu Yimei paused, seemingly flustered by Wang Shuo's strong reaction, before continuing. On the contrary, the Chen Group's offer for you is far below the normal market value. As far as I know, the software you provided should currently be priced no lower than. Liu Yimei adjusted her glasses and said, enunciating each word clearly, 150 million. 150 million. Even Wang Shuo's enhanced brain briefly went blank. He already thought 16 million was a lot, but now someone was telling him that he had lost more than 100 million. How'd that feel? Do you know what it means to be hit on the head by a pie? That's exactly how Wang Shuo feels right now. And it's like a pie that's traveled across the cosmic membrane and hit him on the head. The dizziness made him feel like it was all unreal. This is just the lowest price on the market, Liu Yimei continued. Since you own all the intellectual property rights to this technology and have already registered the patent under the company's name, its value will be even higher. Wait a minute. Wang Shuo took a breath and looked at Liu Yimei seriously. Are you sure? This is the result of my own investigation. Liu Yimei frowned slightly. Although she was also surprised by the conclusion and even suspected that the conclusion itself was problematic, she did not like others questioning the conclusion that she had verified. Wang Shuo shook his dizzy head and suddenly took off running. Liu Yimei's voice came from behind him when he had already run up to the first floor. If you need to call me, please call the internal number 011 at any time. Wang Shuo didn't hear the number, nor did he care anymore. All he could think about now was a string of zeros and that large, somewhat unreal number. 100 million. This number is just a small goal for some people, but for Wang Shuo, it is a number he may never have in his more than 10 years of life, and even in the future. Wang Shuo originally thought he didn't care much about money. After all, he was only slightly surprised when 10 million was in front of him. Now he realized that it wasn't that he didn't care, but that the amount of money didn't cross his psychological bottom line. He decided to go and ask. There's no need to ask Chen Xin. If you want to ask the person who has the most authority. This person's name is Chen Zhongshuan. On the first floor, Su Kersin stared dumbfounded at Wang Shuo running upstairs. The word President Wang was still in her throat, but she swallowed it back down. She rolled her eyes and looked at Liu Yimei, standing to the side, asking cautiously, Sister Liu, what were you talking about just now? Liu Yimei glanced at her indifferently, then walked over and sat down on the sofa. Is it a company product? Seeing that Liu Yimei remained silent, Su Kersin persisted in asking, what kind of product is so valuable? This is none of your business. If there's anything I need you to know, I'll let you know in advance. What's so great about that? Su Kersin pouted and laid back down on the table, her mind replaying the conversation between the two of them. 100 million? Su Kersin glanced at the stairs. Although the little brother is still a bit young, he seems to be an adult already. She quietly clenched her fist. Go for it, Su Kersin. At this very moment, in the northern capital, in a luxurious villa in the suburbs, a young man sat upright on a sofa, his face serious. In front of him was a huge, wall-mounted television. On the television screen, the figures of several people were gradually appearing. This is a remote meeting. The young man was well aware of the importance of this meeting. He waved for the nanny to leave, then closed the door, signaling that the meeting could begin. In the video, a middle-aged man tapped the table lightly, and after confirming that everyone had arrived, he stared at the young man in front of him and nodded. A man on the left side of the meeting spoke up. Your plan has failed, and we have suffered heavy losses. Heavy losses? The young man was not afraid at all and smiled faintly. If the plan not achieving the expected results is considered heavy losses, then what you said is also correct. We only look at the results. Everything carries risk. There's nothing in the world that's absolutely risk-free. The young man smiled slightly. Since it's already venture capital, why not increase the stake further? There's a limit to risk, and we don't see any concrete returns in your deal. Rewards are given to those who are prepared. Enough. The middle-aged man finally spoke, stopping the others' pointless arguments, and said to the young man, You bear an unshirkable responsibility for the failure of this plan. After all, it was your intelligence, and you were the one who planned it. I don't deny that. The young man's face darkened. I have reached an agreement with the president of W Company's Central China region. If the plan is implemented as scheduled, Chen Zhongshuan's cooperation with W Company will only plunge him into an abyss, and we will be able to take over the Chun Group smoothly. It's obvious that the Chun Group is not as fragile as you think, and Chen Zhongshuan is not as naive as you believe, the middle-aged man said calmly. It was my oversight. I didn't anticipate this unexpected turn of events, the young man said somberly. There's something wrong here. Based on his understanding, such a change was simply impossible, which was why he hadn't anticipated it. After all, the timing, the people, and the location were all on his side. There were no other companies in the country that could bail out the Chun Group, and time didn't allow the Chun Group to bypass W Company and negotiate with other companies. No matter how you looked at it, Chen Zhongshuan could only join forces with W Company to save the stock market. Once the joint statement was issued, it would be the beginning of the Chun Group's collapse. But this acquisition, which he had handled countless times and was absolutely foolproof, actually failed. Now is not the time to clarify whether there are problems or not, the middle-aged man said calmly. We need you to come up with a follow-up plan as soon as possible to continue the acquisition. Understood. The video has ended. The young man leaned back on the sofa, pondered silently for a while, and looked at the tablet computer on the table. A news report is displayed on the computer screen. Frontier Technology Company, Limited, the young man murmured to himself. Who exactly are you from? Chapter 63, Chen Zhongshuan's Advice. Software Park, small buildings of cutting-edge technology companies. On the third floor, Wang Shuo rushed into the office that Liu Yimei had rearranged. Without even replying to Ling's greeting, Wang Shuo shouted, "Ling, help me connect with Uncle Qin Zhongshuan via WeChat video call." At the same time, I was internally complaining that I had to use WeChat to video call others, and even sending ordinary messages required it. Not only was it unsafe, but it also made me look incredibly unsophisticated. But let's just make do for now. "We are calling for you. Please look at the big screen," a familiar male voice said. After being reminded, Wang Shuo realized that Liu Yimei had already achieved what he had always wanted. On the wall not far in front of him hung a huge 65-inch television, not only ultra-thin, but also equipped with a built-in camera. When Wang Shuo turned to it, his own large head was already displayed on it. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, a familiar figure appeared on the screen. Uncle Chun. Upon actually seeing the other person, Wang Shuo's urge to ask questions vanished considerably, and he could only manage to utter a form of address. Wang Shuo. Chun Zhongshuan on the screen didn't seem surprised to see Wang Shuo and said cheerfully, "I figured you would contact me in the next couple of days, and sure enough, I was right. Uncle Chun has been waiting for me all this time?" Wang Shuo was somewhat surprised. "It's not exactly waiting for you," Chun Zhongshuan said with certainty and a smile. "It's just that there are some things you'll find out sooner or later. Given your personality, you probably won't pay attention to these things yourself. Let me think. It's that girl Chin Xian, isn't it?" "So," Wang Shuo said somewhat awkwardly, "Uncle Chun, do you know why I'm here this time? Anyone in this situation would come to me." "You don't need to feel guilty," Chun Zhongshuan laughed heartily. "Let's get straight to the point." Chun Zhongshuan's tone softened, becoming slightly serious. "Before we begin, let me confirm your capacity for speaking to me. In what capacity should the conversation take place?" Wang Shuo was a little confused. What did this mean? If you're representing yourself, then as Xener's friend, I'll chat with you for a while, but we won't discuss anything else, Chun Zhongshuan said gently with a smile. If you're representing the software developer, I'll talk to you about the project's progress and follow up, but we won't discuss anything else. But if you're negotiating with me as the company's legal representative, then you're here to do business, and I won't chat with you for long. 3 identities, 3 methods. Wang Shuo, in what capacity are you having this conversation with me today? Wang Shuo understood. He hesitated for a moment, then finally said, "Uncle Chun, I am speaking to you today as a software developer and the legal representative of the company." "Very good." Chun Zhongshuan nodded approvingly, his voice suddenly becoming serious. "Then let's begin the conversation. As the representative of Party B, you can now explain why you initiated this video conference today. Is this how it begins?" Wang Shuo was bewildered by Chun Zhongshuan's sudden change of expression. "Shouldn't there be a gradual process?" It's like this, Uncle Chun," Wang Shuo said somewhat awkwardly. "I want to know the specific value of the system I'm offering." "Specific value?" Chun Zhongshuan revealed a playful smile. "Specific value is the quote our company gave you, and you should have already received the relevant financial documents." "I did receive it." Wang Shuo gave a slightly embarrassed smile. "But there are no buts." Chun Zhongshuan waved his hand, interrupting Wang Shuo. "If you're here to discuss this issue today, then I'm afraid I can't keep you company." "This?" Wang Shuo's eyes widened. Was this still the kind and gentle Chun Zhongshuan? He seemed like a completely different person today. "But Uncle Chun, I didn't know." "It's not our company's fault that we didn't know, Wang Shuo." Chun Zhongshuan leaned back on the sofa, seemingly a little bored. "Our company has no obligation to remind you or provide you with specific value information about the development project so that you can make a judgment. It's not in our interest. If you can't even accurately value your own product, then don't expect others to protect your interests. This is a dog-eat-dog world, and information inequality is also a form of resistance. This doesn't feel right." Even if he was slow to realize it, he would have noticed something was wrong by now. When did Chun Zhongshuan start talking so much? How to accurately evaluate your own product? Wang Shuo pondered silently. "But Chun Xian, I know Chun Xian is your good friend." Chun Zhongshuan shook his head helplessly, seemingly somewhat disappointed. "But I'm a businessman. In business, I only care about money. If you can help me make money, then you are my good partner. If you can't help me make money, or even lose money, then you will be eliminated. Business is business, and personal relationships are personal relationships. The two cannot be confused." Wang Shuo gritted his teeth. They really weren't giving him any face at all. Then I'm also the system's creator. This is the only bargaining chip you have left to negotiate with me. Chen Zhongshuan smiled slightly. This is a bargaining chip that Chen Xin personally handed to you. If Chen Xin hadn't altered the contract, this system would belong to our company now. You are just an inventor and don't own the system. Everything you're asking for today is a joke. Due to the binding nature of the contract and the exclusivity of your product, we cannot find a suitable substitute for the system you provide at the moment, and we may not be able to find a suitable substitute for a long time to come. Moreover, you may upgrade it, which gives you a clear advantage. Therefore, under these circumstances, our company has already paid you a 1-year licensing fee, totaling 10 million, which you have presumably received. If we want to reach a further cooperation agreement, given your status as the rights holder of the product, we are willing to continue negotiations. Wang Shuo glanced at Chen Zhongshuan on the screen with some curiosity, then nodded. That's fine. I need to send an employee to negotiate. It can be done at any time. Chen Zhongshuan smiled slightly. Uncle Chen, Wang Shuo sighed helplessly. I've remembered all your lessons today, but the question is, was it really necessary to do it this way? You remembered everything? Chen Zhongshuan finally burst into laughter. Looks like my acting skills aren't good enough. Haha. Don't mind me, Wang Shuo. This is also Chen Xin's idea. We all believe that you won't learn how to get along with society unless you're given a truly unforgettable lesson. Since we can't let you suffer a beating in society, let me, as someone who's been there, give you a beating within reasonable limits first. How do you feel? Unforgettable. Wang Shuo nodded helplessly. 100 million. It would be a lie to say it wasn't unforgettable. And are you sure this is within a reasonable range? Anyone else might have turned on him immediately. It's only because he doesn't care about the first system that he can barely accept it. After all, he's already received more than 20 million, which has solved his immediate problem. He'll also have 10 million in licensing fees every year. He can't ask for too much at this stage. However, he was still somewhat unwilling. Uncle Chen, that 100 million, are you really going to just go against your conscience and not give it to me? Chen Zhongshuan said calmly. When it comes to business, we only talk about money. Why talk about conscience? Wang Shuo was speechless. This is really shameless. You are excellent, Wang Shuo, and you have a bright future. Chen Zhongshuan's smile faded, and his tone became more serious than ever before. But you haven't realized this yet. Perhaps before you went to university, you were thinking of hiding yourself, but after you got involved in the Chen Group's affairs, you could no longer hide yourself. Perhaps you can still hide under the wings of the Chen Group to avoid the storm for now, but you should know that what you have gotten yourself involved in this time is a powerful storm that even the Chen Group cannot withstand. Without your intervention, even if our Chen Group manages to survive this, it will suffer heavy losses. The Chen Group may have seemed to be thriving on the surface, but inside it was like a rotten apple, completely decayed. I use you to carry out a cleanup this time, but it's not pure or clean yet. I have a feeling that the Chen Group's affairs are far from over, and we may face even fiercer attacks than we are now. Only then will we know who will emerge victorious. Wang Shuo, I don't care what your purpose was in embarking on the path of entrepreneurship, but you must remember, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. The system, your technology, and your abilities that you present are your original sin. This world is not as peaceful as you imagine. You may not covet others, but you cannot stop others from coveting you. Defeat others, or be defeated by others. Only the victor has the right to enjoy the final fruits. Only then do you have a right to realize your dreams. Hurry up and become stronger. Until then, your Uncle Chen will handle all the troubles for you. Chapter 64. Wang Shuo's Growth. Wang Shuo sat in his office on the 3rd floor, lost in thought. The television on the wall no longer displayed a picture, showing a pale green solid image. After a long while, Wang Shuo finally let out a bitter laugh. Uncle Chen, you're so cunning. You were the ones who dragged me into this mess, and now it's my turn to owe you a favor. Wang Shuo shook his head. Old fox, old fox. Then I thought of Chen Xin. Little fox, oh little fox. A den of foxes, each one more cunning than the last. If they want to save money, they should just say so. I'm not stupid. 100 million is a huge sum, even for the Chen Group. It's a huge amount like cutting off a finger. Now, they're not giving me the 100 million, and I can't even find fault with it. However, this is going to be tough on him. 100 million. Wang Shuo doesn't know how long he'll be heartbroken, but he's certain he won't be able to sleep tonight. But Wang Shuo had to admit that he himself felt no aversion at all. On the contrary, this frank attitude and approach made him unconsciously feel closer to Chen Zhongshuan. This tactic, Wang Shuo was impressed. But as mentioned before, this method only works on me because I have never taken the evolution system seriously. What I care about most is this stupid artificial intelligence that has been around for half a month. 1 is the initial system that took half an hour to complete, and the other is artificial intelligence that has been continuously improved since its inception. Wang Shuo can tell which one is more important and which one is less important. In his pursuit of perfecting AI 0, Wang Shuo had no time for anything else. According to what Uncle Chen just said, the Chun Group is still in a very critical situation. Wang Shuo frowned and thought. The Chun Group was already a large conglomerate with a market value of hundreds of billions. The forces behind it that wanted to swallow the Chun Group whole would be at least on the same scale. And Wang Shuo calculated his own net worth. Well, all in all, it's less than 20 million. This pitiful fortune isn't even enough for a small goal in front of a big shot. Running a company is the most troublesome thing. 0, are you there? Yes, sir. Do you think it's worth it for me to risk everything to fulfill the dream of a race I don't even know? I don't understand, sir. Of course you don't understand. Wang Shuo looked at the speakers on the table and said helplessly, "Bring Lu Yimei up here." He then opened the coding software on his computer desktop. Looking at the densely packed, new code language already written on it, Wang Shuo felt confident again. Indeed, coding made him feel invigorated. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Wang Shuo shouted. Usually, he was the one knocking on the door and others would call him in. Now that it was his turn to call, he felt surprisingly good. President Wang. Lu Yimei pushed open the door and entered. "Okay," Wang Shuo responded. "I have something for you. It's a bit complicated. It's like this." A few minutes later, Lu Yimei put away her small notebook, nodded, and left. Wang Shuo sat in the swivel chair, stretched his arms, cracked his knuckles, and looked at the computer screen in front of him. Another day of going crazy with output. 0, retrieve the source code. Baidu. Chen Zhongshuan turned off the video on his phone with a relaxed expression, picked up the tea beside him, and brought it to his lips. He seemed to remember something funny, smiled slightly, and then drank the tea in one gulp. Across from him, Chen Xin was quietly watching him. "Xin, you don't need to look at me like that," Chen Zhongshuan said with a faint smile. "I know it's wrong to lie to Wang Shuo like this, but people sometimes won't grow if they aren't pushed, especially a kid like Wang Sha. He's never had any pressure since he was little and has no goals. That won't do. In this respect, he's different from you and your sister." Chen Xin thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Also, once you've finished your business in Baidu, hurry back to class," Chen Zhongshuan added. "The school has called me several times already to urge me." "Okay." Jianxin notet somewhat sali. Chen Zhongshuan shook his head and said, "Don't be discouraged. These things can't be rushed. Sometimes when the time is right, things might just work out." "I understand." Chen Xin nodded again. "Don't worry. I'll take good care of her." Chen Zhongshuan sighed, seemingly losing interest in speaking. The phone on the table rang again. Chen Zhongshuan glanced at it and chose to answer. "Master." Uncle Chen's face appeared. "Bang, well, what's the matter?" Chen Zhongshuan asked kindly, taking a sip of tea. "There are indeed 2 things. Uncle Chen's expression was somewhat hesitant, which surprised Chen Zhongshuan, as he rarely saw Chen Bangwa show such a conflicted expression. "Speak. I have no outsiders here." "I have some bad news for you, sir." Uncle Chen composed himself and said, "The original USB drive that Miss left for us is missing." "The USB drive is missing?" Chen Zhongshuan glanced at Chen Xin across from him and asked in a low voice, "When did this happen?" "Just a few minutes ago, the USB drive that was supposed to be in the technical analysis room was taken by someone. We are looking for it as quickly as possible." Chen Zhongshuan nodded steadily. "There's one more thing." "There's another thing." Uncle Chen became even more troubled. "We can't analyze the specific structure of the system software, no matter which method we use." Uncle Chen said helplessly, "We invited some members of the expert group, as well as the company's technicians, and used the best equipment to conduct a comprehensive and detailed analysis of the software on the USB drive, but we didn't find any results. The expert group members suspect that this program is a black box." Black box. It's a term used to describe programs that cannot be analyzed. A program being called a black box means that it has completely lost the functions that a program should have. We demonstrated the program's operation to the expert panel, and they expressed great interest, requesting that we contact the software author for analysis. What do you think? Let them go back, Chen Zhongshuan snorted. Just say that this software is a company secret. It's encrypted. There's no detailed decryption algorithm, and no one can analyze the program. Also, Chen Zhongshuan was somewhat annoyed. He had just been righteously discussing business with Wang Shuo, and now he had to ask for a favor. Even though Chen Zhongshuan was a seasoned businessman, he couldn't help but blush a little. We've gotten a bargain for that kid, Wang Shuo. Contact Wang Shuo and have him reconfigure the UI of the software. Tell him we'll pay for it. Understand. Uncle Chun gave a wry smile. He hadn't expected that the technical staff in his company wouldn't even be able to analyze a piece of software. If analysis is impossible, then modifying the UI is even more out of the question. There's one more thing, sir. Uncle Chun wore a wry smile this time. Tanaka from the Japanese W company is still waiting at the hotel to see Wang Shuo. What do you think, sir? He hasn't gone back yet? Chen Zhongshuan raised an eyebrow. Not yet. Uncle Chen couldn't help but laugh. I did send someone to buy him a plane ticket, but he insisted on meeting Wang Shuo and threatened to stay in W City for a long time if he couldn't see Wang Shuo. Chen Zhongshuan gave a wry smile. You didn't tell Wang Shuo about this, did you? Chen Xin said calmly. No, that's definitely Xiner's style. Chen Zhongshuan shook his head speechlessly. Manhwa, when you contact Wang Shuo, mention this matter as well. Never mind, I'll contact him myself. Chen Zhongshuan couldn't help but laugh. As for the USB drive, don't worry about it. I believe that apart from Wang Shuo, no one else will be able to use the USB drive. We've suffered so much, it's time they tasted the bitterness of setbacks. Chapter 65, He is Wang Shuo. W City, Software Park. Wang Shuo looked at Chen Xin, who had reappeared before him, with a surprised expression. My USB drive is lost. Chen Xin not that. When was it lost? Chen Xin glanced down at the time. It must have been half an hour ago. Half an hour ago. Well, that was when I first arrived at the software park. I think I forgot to do something very important. Chen Xin raised an eyebrow, seemingly noticing that Wang Shuo was clearly distracted. My dad asked me to ask you if there are any technical means to recover the USB drive. If it can't be recovered, please clearly inform us of the technical risks of losing the USB drive and whether it will affect our subsequent products. It shouldn't have any impact. Wang Shuo came to his senses. He had provided the technology to create the USB drive, and Zero had personally handled the packaging. Judging from current coding technology, no one should be able to crack it directly, and even if they did, do you really think you're some clueless college student? As a programmer, isn't it normal to occasionally create a backdoor or something? Besides, I'm not so unlucky as to encounter a player with off-the-charts counter-surveillance skills, am I? So, Wang Shuo cleared his throat, full of confidence. Don't worry, Uncle Chun, I'll take care of the USB drive, but... Wang Shuo's eyes darted around. Ever since Chen Zhongshuan gave him a lesson, he had deeply grasped the core ideas of Uncle Chen's important speech. As an intelligent heir to a legacy from another universe, it would be unreasonable not to immediately implement it and draw inferences from it. However, this isn't covered in our contract. If you need me to retrieve the USB drive, I might need some compensation. Otherwise, I don't know if the encryption key I set can be brute forced. And then, Chen Xin glared at him. Allericht, Xin er. Chen Zhongshuan's voice came from the side. Then Chen Xin glared at Wang Shuo, and the scene changed, revealing Chen Zhongshuan. Old fox. As expected, Wang Shuo curled his lip. Wang Shuo, what can I say to you? Chen Zhongshuan said with a hint of exasperation. Is this how you're supposed to interpret what I'm telling you? Personal relationships are personal relationships, and business is business. Wang Shuo smiled shyly. Or, is Uncle Chun planning to pay me the remaining 100 million? Dream on. Chen Zhongshuan snorted, then said calmly. I know exactly what you're up to. We've analyzed that USB drive. Your encryption key is very secure. I believe no one but yourself can crack it. That's not necessarily true, Uncle Chun. Wang Shuo blinked innocently. Technical methods are the most unreliable. Who knows when it might unlock itself? Then our Chen group would suffer losses. Chen Chung told me that quite a few products have been pre-ordered this time. You brat. Chen Zhongshuan laughed angrily. You speak without thinking. I know exactly where Chen Chung went, and even if he wanted to tell you, he wouldn't know the situation. So stop throwing mud at others. Wang Shuo shrugged innocently. However, what you said makes sense. Chun Zhongshuan nodded seriously and said, how about this? If you can retrieve the USB drive, I will pay you a portion of the reward. If you can give up that portion of the reward, then when you purchase my company CNC Center, I will authorize you to receive a discount that will definitely cover your reward. How about it? Partial discount? Wang Shuo did the math in his head and decided that the conditions weren't unacceptable. Okay. Wang Shuo nodded with a smile. However, Uncle Chun, if your company CNC Center cannot meet my needs, I need the Chun Group to help me purchase imported equipment from abroad. No problem. Chun Zhongshuan nodded. He still had that much face to offer. Although he couldn't buy the most advanced equipment, it was definitely better than the equipment his group already had, at least in terms of accuracy. Also, Uncle Chun, are you sure you don't want to upgrade your company's equipment? What do you mean? Chun Zhongshuan asked, somewhat puzzled. It's nothing. Wang Shuo revealed a smug smile. I just don't want a discount. I want it's free. Free. Chun Zhongshuan raised an eyebrow, then shook his head. That's impossible. Uncle Chun, we're talking business, not feelings. Calling me uncle won't change anything, Chun Zhongshuan said firmly. That's such a pity, Wang Shuo said with a hint of heartache. I was originally planning to exchange this technology for a few pieces of equipment, but I didn't expect Uncle Chun to be so principled in business. So I have no choice but to reluctantly decline. Uncle Chun. Wang Shuo revealed a sly smile. Would you like to learn more about a complete machining system design solution with an accuracy of 0.005 millimeters to 0.002 millimeters? If there's one thing that the Chun Group incident taught Wang Shuo most, it's that technology has value. Any technology can be valued, though the value varies. The premise for technology to have value is that it finds a suitable application. The Chun Group is exactly the kind of company that fits this description. It's large, has a market presence, has a good relationship with them, and most importantly, it's rich. It wasn't that Wang Shuo was unaware of this point. Rather, the impact of the humanoid race was far too immense, exceeding his comprehension. It's like an ordinary person suddenly receiving 10 million in assets. They might be overjoyed and improve their life, buying luxury goods. But what if they suddenly received 1 trillion? A normal person's reaction wouldn't be to immediately spend that trillion. Instead, they would be stunned into submission, then bewildered, and subsequently lost and bewildered. A normal person wouldn't know how to use 1 trillion to realize their own value. Wang Shuo is exactly like that. On one level, Chun Zhongshuan's advice came at a very opportune time, which helped Wang Shuo quickly get out of a state of confusion and clearly recognize his own value. The core has already merged with me, and I am the core. If the core is considered cutting-edge technology, then now, I am the cutting-edge technology itself, so it is my own value, not the core's value, that's for sure. I am no longer a penniless young man. After a pleasant conversation with Chun Zhongshuan, Wang Shuo, ignoring Chun Zhongshuan's somewhat sour expression, cheerfully closed the video call. Looking at the unfinished code in front of him, Wang Shuo grumbled and continued working. The core logic and nodes of zero still had many parts to be perfected, which he could only complete by typing out each line of code himself. If I did these things just out of interest before, then now, it's all money. He no longer wanted to think about how much zero was worth. He just knew it would be a lot. Zero, play a cheerful song. A few seconds later, the familiar melody began to play. Today is a good day. All my wishes will come true. Wang Shuo felt helpless about this song, but it was definitely not a bad song to play. It was very fitting for the occasion. Let's just listen to it for now. Chun Zhongshuan watched as the screen displayed the end of the call. Then his heavy expression vanished, replaced by a relaxed one. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. That kid Wang Shuo. Recalling Wang Shuo's greedy and servile face just now, he couldn't help but chuckle. Interesting, very interesting. He learns very quickly, Chen Xian said. But that's not enough. Chun Zhongshuan said with a hint of amusement. He actually made such a boast, claiming 0.002 millimeters precision. For a computer science student, to create a system that Japanese experts are so fascinated by is already astonishing. On the internet, he's been hailed as a savior, and now he wants to get involved in mechanical manufacturing. Well, he's a young man. Even learning takes time. We can't force him. Xiner, what do you think? Seeing Chun Xian's confident expression, Chun Zhongshuan laughed again. What? You don't actually believe what Wang Shuo said is true, do you? If it were someone else saying that, I believe he couldn't do it. Chen Xian looked at her father quietly. But he's different. He is Wang Shaw. Xianer, you still don't understand the inside story of the industry. Chen Zhongshuan shook his head and chuckled. The highest precision mass production machining center in China can only reach 0.005 millimeters. Other machine tools are slightly more precise, but the difference is still very limited. The manufacturing of the mother machine tool is even more questionable. They haven't even fully solved the problem of material stress release. 0.002 millimeters precision, and it's a machining center? Wang Shuo really dares to praise it. Are you just bragging? Chen Xian looked at Chen Zhongshuan's smiling face without saying a word. She had thought the same thing when she was in the hospital, and look what happened. The arrogant Matsumoto Bikyun was furious. The high and mighty W company went silent, and the Chen Group stock soared to its peak. If Wang Shuo really designs and manufactures such high-precision equipment, then what will the result be? Chapter 66, First Staff Meeting. After typing out the last set of code, Wang Shuo stretched contentedly. As long as he didn't have to think about upgrading the equipment for the time being, just typing code was enough to make life quite pleasant. After all, the only task now is to perfect the zero-base system to a presentable state as soon as possible. The fact that an industrial control system pulled from a garbage dump had already caused Professor Zheng and Chen Zhongshuan to lose their composure. Imagine what would happen if Zero were to be officially released. Just thinking about it made Wang Shuo feel like he had a bright future ahead of him. This was definitely something more valuable than that damned first system. Focus on Zero. Other things can wait. Okay, the money-making plan is settled. He let out a long sigh of relief. Zero, give me a glass of water. Sir, we are unable to process your order. I almost forgot. Zero's current hardware facilities are limited, so it can't do these things that require serving others. Then have Willow Eyebrows pour me a glass of water. The message has been sent to your mobile phone. Very good. Wang Shuo nodded, quite satisfied with Zero's emergency response. These responses are not in the program, but rather logical judgments made by Zero through the intelligent core. It will complete the command in the simplest way that can be achieved at present, based on the program's own judgment. This is the power of the logic core and also one of the directions for Wang Shuo's upgrade. Zero will eventually be upgraded into a true artificial intelligence in Wang Shuo's hands. Wang Shuo is confident of this. I glanced at the time in the bottom right corner of my computer screen. It was just past noon. Wang Shuo, who wasn't hungry before, suddenly felt a little hungry. Beep, beep, beep. A knock came at the door, and Wang Shuo responded, "Come in." A figure pushed open the door and entered, calling out, "Mr. Wang, your tea is here." Wang Shuo turned his head, somewhat surprised. "It's you? Where's Lu Yimei?" "I don't know." Su Kersen pouted and shook her head. "She left in a hurry after coming down from here and hasn't come back yet." "They've already left?" Wang Shuo was stunned. If he remembered correctly, he didn't think he had urged her. What an enthusiastic employee. Wang Shuo didn't know whether to feel gratified or sigh at having such an employee. Wang Shuo shook his head, took the water glass from Su Kersen, took a sip, and stared at the lines of code on the screen, feeling a renewed urge to type. He casually placed the teacup on the table, put his hands on the keyboard, and his fingers flew across the keyboard, displaying line after line of code with each keystroke. Su Kersen stared wide-eyed. This was the first time she had ever seen someone code. Although she didn't know what other programmers were like when they coded, judging from their serious expression, their decisive attitude, and their lightning-fast typing speed, this young boss seemed to be quite impressive. Is this the secret to his successful entrepreneurship at such a young age? Are programmers really that lucrative these days? You can easily make tens of millions just by creating a piece of software. And from what Sister Lu said, this is still too little. Should I change careers? Being an accountant is clearly a dead-end job. Wang Shuo had no idea what Su Kersen was thinking. By the time he finished typing hundreds of lines of code, only a little over half an hour had passed. He turned around and saw Su Kersen still standing behind him, looking at the code on the screen, her face sometimes showing a bit of struggle, sometimes a bit of envy, and sometimes a flash of regret. "Ahem, what are you looking at?" "Boss," Su Kersen said enviously. "What are you doing?" "This," Wang Shuo coughed. "This is the company's next project." "The next project?" Su Kersen's eyes lit up. "Will it make money? How much can we earn?" "I'm an accountant. And what does an accountant do?" "Manage money. But there's no cash flow without inflows and outflows. And only with cash flow can I have work to do." This is a long-term project, and there is no revenue at present. Wang Shuo was telling the truth. In terms of technical sophistication, the new coding language is several orders of magnitude more advanced than any CNC machining system. However, the unfortunate reality is that this new coding language is a fundamental computer technology and doesn't directly generate economic benefits. Of course, Wang Shuo could choose to sell it to prestigious universities or companies, but that would seem wasteful. Given the lack of widespread adoption of this new coding language, expecting these companies to actively promote it is unrealistic. After all, discussing code without considering the runtime environment is meaningless. New code is certainly good, but unfortunately, Wang Shuo modified the underlying definitions. Without a dedicated runtime environment, existing computers cannot recognize the software program, let alone run it. To a computer, this is just a bunch of useless gibberish, similar to how Wang Shuo viewed humanoid script before learning humanoid languages. No income. Su Kersen's face clearly showed a hint of disappointment. It seemed that she would be idle for a long time to come. Let's not talk about that for now. I'm a little hungry. Can you order 2 takeout meals? Wang Shuo rubbed his stomach, as if he could hear it rumbling. Hearing this, Su Kersen also felt a bit hungry and nodded, saying, I'll order. The company will pay. Overtime pay. No problem. Wang Shuo transferred the money on the spot. After eating and drinking her fill, Su Kersen leisurely went downstairs. Wang Shuo then began a new round of hard work in front of the computer. A few hours later, Wang Shuo leaned back in his chair, looking at the lines of code he had typed with satisfaction, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. After his tireless and arduous efforts over this period of time, nearly 80% of the work on the new code language has been completed. After exceeding 80%, the remaining code language can be generated almost entirely through logical operations performed from scratch. All Wang Shuo had to do was check the generated code commands to ensure they were correct. This greatly reduced his workload and freed him up to do other things. For example, researching the next generation of computer systems. Wang Shuo had been envious of this for a long time. However, room temperature superconducting materials are currently an unsolvable problem. Even if Wang Shuo has the complete structure and blueprints in his mind, he doesn't know where to start. But speaking of equipment, Wang Shuo turned his head and looked at the simple environment. This place did not seem to be a place that could accommodate a lot of equipment. Although Liu Yimei had rearranged the office, making it neat and bright, the size had been significantly reduced. After all, Liu Yimei had specially partitioned off a private meeting room for him, as well as a storage room, and with the existing server room, the usable area on the entire 3rd floor had been greatly reduced. Looks like we need to think of a solution. 0. Has willow leaf eyebrows returned? No willow leaf eyebrows were detected by the camera. May we expand the search area? Expansion is permitted. Wang Shuo was very curious. He had never added any malicious programs or algorithms to 0. Could 0 successfully access the server of Dao Software Park and call resources? He found out very quickly. Willow leaf eyebrow spotted, located at point 2 on the road in the software park. Status in progress. This logic core is quite impressive. It can autonomously identify and gain relevant permissions through hardware port vulnerabilities and intercept data packets. Such capabilities are equivalent to those of a very skilled hacker. Most importantly, Wang Shuo did not teach it to do this. These actions were entirely accomplished autonomously by the logic core's powerful capabilities. As expected of the cornerstone of humanoid civilization, Wang Shuo exclaimed in admiration. However, now that Liu Yimei has arrived, he should do some of the things that a company CEO should do. Wang Shuo stood up and slowly walked downstairs. When he reached the 2nd floor stairwell, he called out, Su Kersen, come up for a meeting. A moment later, Su Kersen came running up. Mr. Wang, Sister Liu hasn't returned yet. Should we wait a little longer? Su Kersen's eyes widened. She's already here. Let's go to the conference room. Wang Shuo calmly replied and took the lead into the conference room on the 2nd floor. How do you know about her? Before Su Kersen could finish speaking, she heard footsteps entering the lobby on the 1st floor. It was the sound of high heels, and with the steady intervals, it was undoubtedly Liu Yimei's footsteps. Sure enough, a moment later, Liu Yimei appeared on the 2nd floor. What are you doing here? Liu Yimei frowned. President Wang is calling a meeting. Su Kersen gestured angrily toward the conference room. He's waiting for you in the conference room. Liu Yimei relaxed her brows, nodded, and walked towards the conference room. Su Kursen pursed her lips and followed. She was a little curious. Judging from Liu Yimei's reaction, she didn't seem to know about the meeting. So how did President Wang know that Liu Yimei was back? Seeing that everyone had arrived, Wang Shuo cleared his throat and delivered his opening remarks. All right, now that everyone is here, I hereby announce that the first employee meeting of Frontier Technology Company Limited is now in session. Chapter 67 Casual CD Setup. The first employee meeting was convened suddenly, but it did not end hastily. According to the system's press release, it should be said like this. This employee meeting fully embodied the spirit of democracy. All employees of the cutting-edge technology company reached a consensus on the company's major policy directions, further clarified the company's articles of association and rules and regulations, further refined employee responsibilities, and further discussed matters that the company had not yet decided. The meeting proceeded for over an hour in a serious, solemn, and orderly atmosphere, and finally came to a successful conclusion. By the time Wang Shuo returned to the third floor after the first employee meeting, nearly 2 hours had passed. For almost 2 hours, apart from Wang Shuo's opening remarks, Liu Yimei had been the one presiding. Even though she was only facing one employee, Liu Yimei fully demonstrated her meticulous work ethic, ensuring that every task was carried out effectively, especially by giving a detailed report on the day's work. Regarding the negotiations with Zhongji Pengsheng Technology Company Limited, I've already contacted the company today and had preliminary discussions on relevant matters, reaching a preliminary negotiation intention as follows. Liu Yimei took out her small notebook that she always carried with her and handed it to Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo still can't forget those memos written in beautiful handwriting. These weren't memos at all. They were clearly contracts. The only difference was that the contracts were printed on A4 paper, while these were handwritten. Zhongji Pengsheng Technology Company Limited acknowledges the unfairness of the payment and will compensate for it in the following ways. In subsequent services, the cost of each service will be increased by 30% based on our quoted price. Our technicians will reset the UI of the system that has been authorized to Zhongji Pengsheng Technology Company Limited with a reset cost of 5 million yuan, which will be settled on the spot and will not be delayed. For the equipment we purchased, according to the list provided by Mr. Wang, the other party guarantees priority supply and enjoys a 30% discount on the total price, with the remaining amount to be paid in installments. These are just the main terms. The remaining details can be negotiated later. What else could Wang Shuo say? Besides the word awesome, he couldn't think of any other words to describe it. It should be noted that when Liu Yimei went there, she and Xinjiang Xuan had not yet reached an agreement, but she only went for less than a day and came back with a preliminary intention. Awesome class. Recalling the contents of the meeting and thinking about the 5 million that would immediately come in, I was immediately in a very good mood. Money doesn't seem so hard to earn, does it? He just casually made nearly 30 million. However, it's really nice to have such a great employee. I wonder how much effort it would take to train someone to that level. Wang Shuo looked at the willow leaf eyebrows in front of him and found them increasingly pleasing to the eye. He coughed twice and said, "It's like this, Assistant Liu. There are some things you need to know, which may help your negotiations." Wang Shuo handed Liu Yimei a hastily written equipment list and also printed out a document of about 4 or 5 pages from the computer, which he also handed to Liu Yimei. As for the equipment plus these things, my Uncle Chun has a wide network and many connections. If we can't get it, he definitely can. And the price, ideally, should be free. If they don't agree, just have their technicians look at this. Wang Shuo pointed to the A4 printing paper in Liu Yimei's hand. Willow leaf eyebrows furrowed. "Mr. Wang, with all this equipment you have, the chances of getting it for free are very slim." She paused. "Even if you give me this technical information, it's quite difficult. That's why I sent you personally." Wang Shuo now had complete confidence in Liu Yimei and said, "Don't worry about the technical aspects. I guarantee you'll be top-notch." Guaranteed to be powerful? Willow leaf eyebrows moved their lips and finally said, "I'm fine." Wang Shuo nodded, waved for Liu Yimei to leave, and then gently closed his eyes. Everything at Frontier Technology Company Limited is ready except for a logo. Wang Shuo originally wanted to design one himself, but considering that all his technology comes from the humanoid race, he decided to combine some humanoid elements to create a logo, which can be considered a small representation of a humanoid race. The logo was quickly finalized, and Wang Shua opened his eyes and casually sketched out the design. After looking at it, I wasn't very satisfied, so I crumpled it into a ball and threw it aside, then continued drawing the next one. Stop and look again. If you're not satisfied, draw it again. After going back and forth like this more than 10 times, Wang Shua finally found a picture that he was relatively satisfied with. I casually opened the CAD software on my desktop, only to be prompted that it had expired and I needed to pay. Wang Shua's eyes widened, and he pouted. This software was so bad that it required payment. It was a ripoff. Did they think he was an idiot? I turned it off casually, but setting one up myself seems too time-consuming. I just upgraded some features of Zero a few days ago, so now's a good time to give it a try. So, Wang Shua arrogantly ordered, Zero, extract the source code of this CAD software and put it on the desktop. Yes, sir. Searching for source code address. Extraction complete. What would have required an entire team to reverse engineer was solved by Zero in just a few minutes. Wang Shua nodded in satisfaction. This promotion was worthwhile. As he and Zero interacted and leveled up more in the future, Zero would become increasingly intelligent. Enter edit mode. Feeling tired from typing, Wang Shua leaned back in his chair and looked at the large screen hanging on the wall, which was displaying lines of source code. Delete the second line. Re-edit using a newer coding language. Hey, what are you doing? This part, yes, this part. Drag it to the end. Hey, don't delete it. Just this part. Yes, we don't want this logic gate. This feature is too cumbersome. Let's simplify it and delete it. After spending the better part of half an hour rewriting and editing the source code, practically replacing it from the inside out, even if the software's author came up to me now, they wouldn't be able to find any trace of the original source code. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, this CAD software is for human use, and it falls just short of Wang Shua's requirements, so it can't be smoothly integrated into Zero's core. Wang Shua wiped his sweat. Directing a mentally challenged AI to do work was really exhausting. It seemed he needed to find some time to develop hand gesture commands so that Zero could learn them directly, lest he talk until his throat was dry and Zero still couldn't understand what he meant. Repackage it, convert it into the core of the algorithm, add it to your core logic, replace the original core algorithm, and optimize it with a new code language library. Optimization in progress. Optimization complete. Finally finished, Wang Shua stood up, picked up the satisfactory drawing paper he had just completed, and handed it to the camera. Make this shape for me. The process went smoothly, but the result was not very satisfactory. Zero ultimately doesn't understand human aesthetics, which requires massive amounts of data for learning, summarizing, and refining. But since it was the first finished product made from scratch, Wang Shua could still be tolerant, as long as it didn't mistake a person for a dog or a dog for some other object. So he casually opened his own CAD program that was already installed on his computer, imported the finished product from scratch, and carefully made some minor adjustments with the mouse. Sure enough, this kind of software is better made in-house than the generic version. After carefully finishing the task and saving the final product, Wang Shua leaned back in his chair. Zero, send this finished product to Willow Eyebrows. Sent, sir. Very good. After finishing these tedious tasks, Wang Shua reopened the code editing page. After days of tireless efforts by myself and Zero, the new code is finally seeing the light of day, at least 75% of the way through. He now needs to work harder to master the new coding language as soon as possible, so that it doesn't continue to consume most of his energy, leaving him no time for even moments of enlightenment, let alone the search for room temperature superconducting materials. He hasn't even drawn up any new computer design diagrams, nor has he even taken the step of optimizing the existing computer structure. My tasks are still very heavy. Wang Shua sighed, lamenting his tragic life. Chapter 68, Tanaka's Worries. Why do protagonists in novels become incredibly powerful as soon as they get a cheat code, while those who actually have the skills become even more miserable? The hardware infrastructure couldn't keep up, and he had to write the software himself. Why was it so difficult to simply make some money to spend? If it weren't for the nearly 30 million in income that gave Wang Shua enough confidence and high expectations for the future, he would have given up and settled down long ago. More than 10 hours passed, another sleepless night. It wasn't until 10 a.m. the next morning that Wang Shua typed the last set of code into the screen and then let out a long sigh. Zero. Check all code commands. Begin logic completion. Checking the code base. Extracting. Adding. Estimated time consumption. 17 hours and 54 minutes. Estimated resource consumption. 87%. 87% resource utilization rate. Well, now you can forget about doing anything else with zeros, or the server will crash in no time. But nearly 18 hours, that's way too long. Wang Shuo sighed helplessly. It's not that the servers are bad, but the amount of computation has exceeded the maximum capacity of these servers. Even though Wang Shuo has optimized the algorithm and adopted distributed computing, he cannot avoid the fate of the servers being overloaded. Upgrading the server's hardware is now an urgent matter. The development of a new generation of computer platforms is also of utmost urgency. As for adding new servers, Wang Shuo had indeed asked Liu Yimei to customize a few servers to supplement the existing ones, but that was a long-term solution that couldn't address the immediate problem. Moreover, the current servers were simply too poor. Unless he spent a lot of money to upgrade the hardware, their performance was so bad that he didn't even consider them. Instead of wasting huge sums of money trying to solve the problem of server quantity, it would be better to address the issues mentioned above in order to solve the server quality problem. Zero's core also needs further upgrades. Now that the new code is all done, we can upgrade Zero's core to the second generation and add some behavior recognition algorithms, emotion algorithms, and stress response algorithms to make Zero more flexible and human-like. As for the source of the emotional training data, Wang Shuo, propping his cheek up with his hand, fell asleep. Tanaka stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the bustling traffic below. The slight fear and worry that had been in his heart grew stronger and stronger as time went by. He is 50 years old this year. Given his age and technical skills, he is a senior figure in Japan and shouldn't have had to make this trip himself. However, the company is not united and there's a lot of infighting. He also came out to avoid the limelight. But no one expected that what was supposed to be a relaxing trip would turn out like this. Looking at the message notification on his phone, he realized that this was the fourth time Huaxia Company had booked a plane ticket for him. And this time it was clearly stated that the senior he wanted to meet had not responded. In Japan, no response is most likely rejection. In any other situation, he would have gone along with such an attitude and left by plane, but this time, he dared not. Ever since he saw the complete system that Huaxia Company presented, he hasn't had a good night's sleep. Others only saw that China had produced a very advanced CNC machining system. But as a top engineer, he knew very well that this was not just a simple CNC machining system. If this system were to become widespread, it would become the company's nightmare and its death knell. The company's existing business empire would be utterly vulnerable in the face of it. Therefore, he must meet the designers and creators of this system, no matter the cost. He took out his phone and started dialing. Matsumoto and Tanaka hesitated for a moment, recalling his situation when he first came to China, and couldn't help but shake his head slightly, crossing the name off. Byung-kin. Tanaka shook his head slightly and continued gliding. Mr. Chin. Tanaka hesitated for a moment, looking at the big 25 in parentheses after the phone number, but finally pressed the dial button. The phone rang slowly as it connected. Each blow felt like a tap on Tanaka's heart, making him even more uneasy. Finally, the call connected, and a familiar voice came from the other end. Hello. Moshi Moshi. Hello. Mr. Chun. Tanaka replied in a steady voice. I am Tanaka. I can tell, Mr. Tanaka. Chun Bangwa laughed heartily on the other end of the phone. Our company has already booked your return flight to Japan. I wonder if Mr. Tanaka has received the notification. Received, Mr. Chun. Tanaka paused, organizing his thoughts. But I don't want to leave yet. I still insist on my request, hoping Mr. Chun will grant it. Mr. Tanaka. Chun Bangwa's voice was heavy. It's not that our company doesn't want to help you, but there are really reasons for this. You have to believe that our company has done its best to coordinate the meeting for you, but unfortunately, the other party has not responded at all. All the invitations we have sent out have gone unanswered. Mr. Tanaka, if I may be frank, you can't continue to delay any longer. I know, Mr. Chun. Tanaka's voice trembled slightly, no longer displaying his usual high spirits. My visa will expire in 2 days, so I would like to ask Mr. Chun for help. If it is successful, I will be very grateful. Visa expiration is an unavoidable issue. If he doesn't leave by the day after tomorrow, he will become an illegal overstayer. If he is deported, I wonder how many people will laugh at him. Seemingly sensing the reluctance in his voice, Chun Bangwa sighed and said, "Then I'll try again, Mr. Tanaka. I'll postpone your flight until the day after tomorrow. If they still don't agree to meet with you by then, you can't delay any longer." "I understand, Mr. Chun." Tanaka nodded heavily. The call ended. Tanaka put his phone aside, clenched his fist weakly, and then relaxed it. With a long sigh, Tanaka returned to the sofa in the center of the living room and sat down. The expensive work computer beside him was still running, and the lit screen displayed an email that had not yet been sent. This is an email sent to the Japanese headquarters. Tanaka carefully examined the computer, then gently closed the lid and pressed the communication button. "Nakamura-kun, do me a favor. We can no longer sit idly by and wait to die. To see or not to see, that is the question." Wang Shuo didn't spend much time thinking about this problem. In fact, he gave a clear response right after Chen Zhongshuan and Shin Xian raised this issue with him. "Not see. The reason is, I'm very busy." This reason made Chen Zhongshuan smile wryly and left Chen Bangwa, who knew the inside story, both amused and exasperated. Therefore, all those conversations were just gestures made out of necessity to avoid offending Tanaka. But neither of them knew that Wang Shuo was indeed very busy, really very busy. After resting for a while, Wang woke up again at 1:30 p.m. After having a quick bite to eat, Wang Shuo began planning his next steps. "Zero, how's the web crawler data collection going?" "Collecting, sir. Conduct statistics. Due to excessive system resource consumption, the statistics are expected to take a long time. Should we continue?" "Continue." That's right. Wang Shuo now need to focus on Zero's healthy growth, which is crucial to Zero's continued advancement. If we consider Zero as a child, then the development of this child's personality largely depends on massive amounts of data, which is a very popular term right now. Big data. Big data is the collection of personal data from numerous tiny personal terminals to understand a person's specific situation, from small details like personal preferences, tastes, clothing, and habits to larger aspects like family, work, career, assets, creditworthiness, and ability to keep promises. All of this can be analyzed through a tiny bit of data. In Zero's case, the main purpose of the analysis is personality and emotions. Chapter 69, Emotional Issues. That's right, Wang Shuo is doing what he's doing, using big data to collect and accumulate data, analyze human personality, and then understand the concept of character. Once a personality is established, it becomes much easier to imbue it with zero emotion. Human emotions are varied and complex, but personality is relatively simple. A person can have many emotions, but a person's personality is only one. Other emotional changes are merely outward behaviors expressed according to personality. If a person is passionate, then her emotions will be bold and intense. She will laugh heartily and cry freely without being timid or restrained. If a person is introverted, then her emotions will be subtle and delicate. She will cry secretly, laugh gently, and be reserved and tender. If a person is cold, she may not show much emotion. She won't cry or laugh, and she will keep all her feelings deep inside, enjoying them alone. Wang Shuo believes that simply improving performance is far from enough to make Zero fully ready for market release. It also needs to completely outperform other artificial intelligences in terms of emotional simulation. Only in this way can Wang Shuo claim that his artificial intelligence is the strongest in the world. But Wang Shuo is now facing a problem. He frowned as he looked at the data Zero had just analyzed. This collection speed is too slow. Although web crawlers are a very efficient way to gather information, he is, after all, just a small company without a huge amount of traffic to support him. If it were a company like Baidu or Tencent, which almost monopolizes the ecosystem, the efficiency of web crawlers would increase exponentially. Of course, these companies do exactly that. Releasing crawlers to collect users' personal information is perfectly normal. Zero, let's analyze how to accelerate information acquisition efficiency. Analyzing, you can use distributed algorithms. Distributed algorithms? The premise of distributed algorithms is that there must be a suitable terminal, such as 3 personal computers. If the computing power of one personal computer is insufficient, then by using distributed algorithms, the computing power of the 3 personal computers can be combined into a whole, and a complete task can be divided into different parts and then processed simultaneously on the 3 computers. This can greatly increase the efficiency of computer use and save time. But what about using distributed algorithms for data collection? It seems somewhat impractical. Anything else? You can build a traffic website. Wang Shuo shook his head. It was feasible, but the problem was that building a massive website with huge traffic in a short period was unrealistic. Even Baidu didn't grow to its current scale overnight. However, it can be used as a backup plan, and preparation should begin now. As for what kind of website to make, Wang Shuo already has a vague idea in mind. Continue. Distributed terminals can be used to send program subbody. Send program subbody? Wang Shuo's eyes lit up. This was also feasible. Take Tencent, for example. When it distributes the Tencent client to users, the users inevitably exchange data with the server during the process of using it. This data carries a large amount of user information, allowing Tencent to sit back and enjoy the benefits of big data. But how do we distribute the client? Should we create a social networking app too? The software itself isn't difficult. You can just type it out in a few minutes. But then what? The creation of a social group is not something that can be accomplished with just a small piece of software. More importantly, it requires an ecosystem and a high degree of user dependence. In this respect, penguins have undoubtedly reached the pinnacle. Whether it's the ecosystem or user engagement, Tencent is unmatched in China and even the world. Trying to steal users from Tencent. Wang Shuo felt a headache just thinking about it. It was too difficult. Yes, I can create software that's better than Tencent's, and I can build a better ecosystem. But the users just don't care. So, making games? Wang Shuo thought about it for a while and finally shook his head. He had always had plans to make games, but it was too early to start now. Firstly, the technology is not yet mature. All the prerequisite technologies for the game in Wang Shuo's mind have not yet appeared. Secondly, my company is still too small and has no brand recognition, making it difficult to spread the word about a good game. After all, even the best wine needs advertising. Social networking is out of the question, and gaming is out of the question. So what should I do? Wang Shuo was having a headache from thinking about it, so he decided to take a break and then call someone to ask. This idea cannot be a one-off deal. It must have a bright future development path. Now, Wang Shuo wants to see if he can get some freebies. This is for the sake of faster progress in human society, and it's not shameful. Silently reassuring himself, Wang Shuo asked, 0. What is the probability of being detected for intercepting data from major websites? The detection probability is 70.43%. That high. We need to think of a solution. If cutting costs doesn't work, then how about replication? Wang Shuo's eyes lit up. He didn't need to cut costs. He could simply copy a small portion of the data. With the data flow from Baidu and Tencent, even if it was discovered and regulated, he would still benefit. If he did it discreetly, given the data flow of these two companies, finding him would be like finding a needle in a haystack. 0. Create a new task. Establish covert intrusion software. Task established. Please provide complete source code. Without saying a word, Wang Shuo sat down and began a new struggle. 2 hours later, code is being generated. Server resources are being used up, so this may take a while. Please wait. Wang Shuo took a sip of water, looked at the progress bar on the screen, and shook his head. At this snail-pace speed, it seemed there was no way to rush it. Sitting there any longer wouldn't do any good, so Wang Shuo said goodbye to Liu Yeme and Su Kersen, left the software park, and strolled all the way to the school. This point, if Wang Shuo remembers correctly, it should be Zheng Jun's lap time. After such a long time of getting to know him, everyone now knows that there is a running fanatic in the School of Computer Science who will never stop running a lap if it is less than 10 kilometers, and he never slows down, running at a constant speed to the end. When strange things happen and there are people with nothing better to do, then the conditions are created for the event to go viral. Sure enough, some younger girls from the surrounding colleges came to visit him, gathering on the playground at 7:30 every day to wait for Zheng Jun's arrival. Zheng Jun was initially a little unaccustomed to it, but after getting to know a few younger girls and tasting the sweetness of it, he became indifferent and even intensified his efforts, increasing the distance from 10 kilometers to 20 kilometers. And so, a unique gathering began to take shape. Wang Shuo didn't know whether Zheng Jun was satisfied, but those watching from the sidelines seemed to be. They came one by one and left in pairs. In the end, only Zheng Jun was left running laps all by himself. After Zheng Jun finished running and sat down in the stand to drink water and rest, Wang Shuo walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "You're here. Zheng Jun gulped down a large mouthful of water, closed the bottle cap, and asked, "When did you arrive?" "I just arrived a little while ago." Wang Shaw looked at Zheng Jun, who was covered in sweat and whose clothes were even soaked, and said with a smile, "Mr. Matchmaker Zheng, your auspicious place has surely tied up quite a few red threads. What are your thoughts?" "What kind of thoughts do I have?" Zheng Jun curled his lip. "With Mingru around, I think they're all just average people." Lin Mingru is the love Zheng Jun found through running laps. Wang Shuo couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes, love really is that simple. "Where is she?" Wang Shuo asked. "She went to study." Sing Yun smiled sheepishly. "She's different from us. She's a top student, unlike you and me, who are academic underachievers." "Me?" Wang Shuo pointed to himself in disbelief. "A poor student? Do you really want to be a top student?" Sing Yun glanced at Wang Shuo sideways. "I'm a terrible student. You've barely attended any classes. You're the worst of the worst, utterly terrible. Forget about this pointless talk. We'll find out whether someone's a top student or a poor student after the exam." Wang Shuo waved his hand and asked the crucial question, "Have you eaten?" Chapter 70. People fear becoming famous, just as pigs fear growing fat. Wang Shuo looked at the takeout he had ordered, but had no appetite. On the other hand, Zheng Jun, who was sitting opposite him, ate with great tenderness and consideration, occasionally adding food to the dishes of the girl next to him and gently calling her baby. Good heavens, is this still the same rugged young man from northeast China? Is this still the same tough guy who can run 10 kilometers in one go? It feels like the wrong script was being read. Wang Shuo turned his head away, gritting his teeth inwardly, vowing never to eat with anyone who was no longer single again. All that PDA was just too much. He was already full before he even ate anything. "Second brother, what's wrong? Eat up." Zheng Jun finally noticed the single guy next to him, politely pushed the food box in front of him, and said very gently, "This is Mengru's favorite stir-fried yam and romaine lettuce. I think it's right up my alley." Wang Shuo rolled his eyes. "A table full of vegetarian dishes, and you think they suit your taste? Huh, is this something someone who can eat 2 pounds of meat in one meal would say? Indeed, love can make people dizzy and confused." Wang Shuo decided to remain silent, and quietly picked up a piece of yam to express his protest. Lin Mingru, who was next to Zheng Jun, smiled slightly and said, "Wang Shuo, don't listen to his nonsense. I don't like eating these dishes. It's just that it's easier to maintain my figure this way." After glancing at Lin Mingru's fairly well-proportioned figure, Wang Shuo nodded in understanding, but added, "Scientific research shows that controlling diet and dieting cannot achieve the goal of weight loss and are prone to rebound." "I know that." Lin Mingru chuckled softly and said, "Girls are always a bit more complicated, and those slimming teas and stuff on the market are all scams. One of the girls in my dorm drinks slimming tea every day, but instead of losing weight, she gains weight. She got so angry that she had a fight with the seller. Haha. Weight loss teas and stuff." Wang Shuo shook his head speechlessly. Very few of them actually work. Most are scams. Even the few that do work can have side effects if consumed long-term. So I'd advise your roommates not to keep drinking them. Lin Mingru, clench your fist. "Healthy weight loss starts with me. Baby, how about I run with you from now on?" Zheng Jun grinned widely, his eyes narrowing into slits, and gently hugged Lin Mingru, who was snuggling closer. He patted her and said, "No problem, baby. With me here, I guarantee you'll lose 10 kilograms a month." At the same time, he secretly gave Wang Shuo a thumbs up. Wang Shuo pursed his lips. 10 kilograms? Lin Mingru exclaimed in surprise. "That won't do. It's better to lose a little weight. Losing 10 kilograms will make you skin and bones." "Haha, no. Even if the baby is thin, the baby is still a baby, and I love him." Ahem. Wang Shuo couldn't stand the two of them any longer and spoke up at the right moment. "Actually, Mingru, I just remembered that there seems to be a brand of slimming tea that is very effective and has no side effects. Do you want your roommate to try it?" "Really?" Lin Mingru responded immediately. "Of course it's true." Wang Shuo said seriously, "This is something a relative of mine used personally. He was a fat man weighing 120 kilograms, and after using it for a week, he lost weight like lightning, going straight to 160 kilograms, and there has been no rebound since." "What brand is that?" Lin Mingru's eyes lit up. "I forgot the brand. It seems to be made by a small domestic factory. I need to contact them for you. How about this? Give me half a month, and when the goods arrive, I'll have Zheng Jun pick them up for you." Okay. Lin Mingru nodded repeatedly. What should have been a half-hour meal was stretched to nearly 2 hours by Zheng Jun and Lin Mingru. It wasn't until lights out that Zheng Jun reluctantly escorted Lin Mingru back to her dormitory, gazing longingly at the building. Well, I didn't realize our boss was such a romantic. He's got some serious skills at picking up girls. Wang Shuo secretly complained. On the way back, Zheng Jun occasionally showed a smile. Hey boss, snap out of it. We're downstairs at the dorm. Do you need to buy anything else? Oh, we've arrived already? Zheng Jun snapped out of his daze, patted Wang Shuo on the shoulder, and burst out laughing. Second brother, having dinner with you today was definitely a wise choice. Mingru actually let me hug her. Haha, we've known each other for 7 days. We could only hold hands, but today she finally hugged me. Wang Shuo. So you're doing so badly? Then why are you calling me baby so affectionately? I was starting to think you two had already done something. It seems the title of Love Guru shouldn't be given lightly. By the way, second brother, that slimming tea you mentioned, is it real? Zheng Jun asked expectantly. If it's real, you have to hurry up. My happiness depends on you, boss. Of course it's true, Wang Shuo said helplessly. I can get it done in 10 days at most, and then I'll do you a favor. Good brother. Zheng Jun put his arm around Wang Shuo's shoulder, full of vigor. As the saying goes, it's better to please a girl's best friend than a girl herself. When everyone in Mingru's dorm starts saying good things about me, will Mingru be far away from me? Ha. This goal is truly magnificent. Wang Shuo expressed his admiration. But second brother, did you go back to school today because you have class tomorrow? Zheng Jun seemed to remember something. Why would I come back if it weren't for class tomorrow? Wang Shuo stared wide-eyed, puzzled by Zheng Jun's thought process. Then you're really disappointed. Zheng Jun shrugged and said normally, there's a quiz tomorrow. The teacher has already set the scope, and it's linked to credits. Damn it, Wang Shuo swore, his composure immediately crumbling. Which course? When did this happen? It was just announced this morning in the class group. Zheng Jun glanced at Wang Shuo and said calmly, you don't seem to have a class group. Wang Shuo. Because of a month-long coma and then being busy taking leave, I completely neglected such a serious matter. As for which courses, Zheng Jun counted on his fingers. Let me count. Modern mathematics, advanced computer system architecture, advanced operating systems, applied mathematics for computers, programming methodology, computer graphics processing technology, in total. Sikools. Wang Shuo counted them on his fingers, then looked at his own hands, which weren't even enough to cover all the courses, and was a little bewildered. What's going on? They suddenly announced a quiz, and it's 6 subjects at once? Yes, 6 subjects, Zheng Jun said nonchalantly. Anyway, I haven't studied any books. I'll just take the test when I go up. At least I've listened to a few classes, so the content is familiar. But second brother, you haven't listened to a single class before. What are you going to do? What else can we do? Wang Shuo was on the verge of tears, so he decided to read a book. For a good young person in this new era, reading by candlelight late into the night is perfectly normal. Wang Shuo buried his head in the blanket, took the small desk lamp he had borrowed from Li, opened a brand new book, and began to work hard. This is a book called Computer Organization and Architecture, which is also the book on the exam tomorrow. But why does this content look so familiar? And it seems a bit too simplistic, and the explanation of computer components is not thorough enough. After looking at it for a while, Wang Shuo put the book aside and took out another book, Computer Operating System. It's explained in great detail, but Wang Shuo shook his head, turning from a learner into a critic, commenting on the book's contents, then putting the book aside and picking up another one. This time it's a book called The Junior Generation. The next morning, Wang Shuo, full of energy, arrived at the lecture hall with Zheng Jun and Li. Because it was an intensive quiz, Ding Runin specifically applied to the school for a lecture hall as the examination venue, and even strictly required the spacing between seats to ensure the difficulty of cheating as much as possible. Some students who had arrived earlier were already in the classroom, and they all looked up in surprise when they saw him enter. Wang Shuo glanced at them and didn't recognize a single one. Whispers reached Wang Shuo's ears. Since his brain was enhanced, Wang Shuo had noticed a significant improvement in his hearing, allowing him to clearly distinguish sounds and directions in this chaotic environment. Wang Shuo actually came too. Yeah, I thought he would ask for leave. After all, this is a joint exam for 6 subjects. I heard from other senior students that they haven't encountered this once in 3 years. I guess there's some kind of event going on this time. They usually only do this kind of thing when there's an event. Wang Shua hasn't listened to a single lesson. He's probably going to fail the exam. It's all about participation. Haha, it's already great that I came. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't come and embarrass myself. He's already the worst of the worst students. See Zheng Jun next to him? They're both from class 403, and he's also a worse student. Wang Shu glanced at Zheng Yun beside him. Zheng Jun was intently searching for the best spot. Seeing Wang Shuo looking at him, he pursed his lips and introduced them. That's Zhou Peng. That's Li Yao. That's Du Wan. And the one in the distance is Wang Lei. Wang Shuo looked up and saw that the person who had just called himself a poor student was Zhou Peng. Li Yao is a well-known academic star in our class. He is deeply loved by the old witch, and the substitute professors and teachers of all courses also praise him highly. By the way, he is also a member of our class committee. That Du Wan is our class monitor. I don't know what that old hag was thinking, choosing such a young girl as class monitor. All right, second brother, let's go over there. Zheng Jun found a good spot, pulled Wang Shuo to the side, and finally chose a corner seat to sit down. Li Yao glanced at Wang Shuo, sitting in the corner, and curled his lip in disdain. Zhou Peng next to him nudged him with his elbow. I reckon Wang Shuo will come in last place this time. Do you dare to bet with me? I won't fight. Li Yao shook his head. I want to study hard for the exam and try to surpass Du Wan to get first place. Li Yao, is the information you've gathered accurate? Is this exam really for? Li Yao nodded seriously. Of course it's accurate. This is an opportunity that I absolutely cannot miss. Chapter 71. Kicked out? Zhou Peng revealed a hint of anticipation and asked excitedly. Have you found out which team it is this time? Which team? Li Yao smiled slightly. The best team in our college. The most awesome team. Zhou Peng's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open, once. It's good that you know. Li Yao patted Zhou Peng's shoulder and whispered, don't spread rumors. My goal this time is to meet the requirements and try to join them. My senior said that Professor Zheng is going to personally lead a project, which is an unprecedented opportunity. A project personally led by Professor Zhou Peng revealed a hint of envy. Such an opportunity is probably only something Li Yao can seize. As for myself, well, I should think about how to get the credits first. Li Yao, if you get in, don't forget to give your brother a hand. Just reveal a little inside information so I can see for myself. That's for sure, Li Yao said with a hint of pride, looking at Zhou Peng's envious gaze. Of the entire class, the only one who caught his eye was the class monitor Du Wan and Du Wan. Li Yao looked at Du Wan, who was looking down at something not far away, and smiled slightly. In this world, there are some things that you can't necessarily succeed at just because you try hard. Li Yao was fully confident about this. But if that's the case, I guess this test won't be easy. Zhou Peng said thoughtfully, then added with a hint of schadenfreude. I'm telling you, Li Yao, Wang Shuo is in trouble this time. Wang Shuo, Li Yao glanced at Wang Shuo, who was reading a book, and said disdainfully, if he can get credits, what about us law-abiding students? Yes, that's right. Zhou Peng nodded in agreement. But the thought that some people might not get credits makes me happy. At least I can breathe a sigh of relief. Counselor Ding and the professors and teachers of each subject have solemnly stated their position and imposed strict restrictions on the credit ratio. In other words, among the dozens of people in the class, 2 or 3 will definitely not be able to get credits. This is a very serious challenge for Zhou Peng, who has always demanded of himself to get credits. Thank goodness for Wang Shuo. Zhou Peng sighed with relief, feeling for the first time how reassuring it was to have someone at the bottom. As for Wang Shuo's good fortune in getting into the top ranks and earning credits, Zhou Peng chuckled. If he gets the credits, I'll eat my algebra book. Having made his decision with great conviction, Zhou Peng returned to his seat, took out the algebra book he had already added to his recipes, and pretended to read it. Wang Shuo looked up at the passages and content in the book that he was already very familiar with, and raised his head, somewhat bored. The hall was already almost full, and there were still about 20 minutes before the exam officially started. Looking around, it seemed no one was paying attention to him anymore, so Wang Shuo simply closed his eyes and began to recall information about humanoid civilization. Wang Shuo. Just a few minutes after Wang Shuo closed his eyes, a voice rang in his ear. Wang Shuo opened his eyes. Standing in front of me was a girl with a ponytail, large glasses perched on her nose, and big, bright eyes, giving her a cute, and kawaii look. Who are you? Wang Shaw. The exam is coming up soon. You can't rest here, the girl said seriously. If you feel unwell, you can ask your counselor for leave. I'm not feeling unwell, Wang Shuo paused for a moment, then explained, I'm just resting with my eyes closed. Really? The girl looked at Wang Shuo with doubt and said, Don't be stubborn. The counselor specifically told me that you are physically weak and that you can ask for leave to go to the hospital at any time if something happens. Weak body. Wang Shuo really wanted to unzip his pants and show the woman in front of him his magnificent pectoral muscles, comparable to Zheng Jun's, and his biceps, which exuded a violent beauty, and then ask her if this was what they called being physically weak. But, I understand. Wang Shuo nodded helplessly. Because of the core issue in his mind, he was now famous for his weak body. Also, Wang Shuo. The girl took out her phone, tapped it twice, and pulled up a QR code, handing it to Wang Shuo. This is our class group. Please open your WeChat and add it. We'll notify you of anything that needs to be done in the group. Okay, no problem. Squad leader do. Wang Shuo obediently took out his phone, scanned the QR code, and quickly joined the class group. The girl nodded in satisfaction. Since you know my name, I won't introduce myself. The exam is about to begin. Good luck, Wang Shuo. With a wave of her arm, Duan quickly returned to her seat. And in the group, squad leader Du. Welcome Wang Shuo to the group chat. Li Zhongxiang. No wonder when I woke up this morning and did some calculations, I saw auspicious purple clouds coming from the east. It turns out that Wang Shuo has arrived. Wang, have you performed a blessing ceremony? Zhao Xing. Welcome, welcome. Lin Jiai. Welcome Wang Shuo. Zhou Peng. Wang Shuo, you're here right away. Welcome, welcome. The students were all very enthusiastic. Wang Shuo looked at his phone screen, thought for a moment, and replied with a few words, Thank you for your concern. The next second, Zheng Jun suddenly appeared. Second brother, how late did you stay up reading last night? Before Wang Shuo could answer, a few more lines of text appeared. Have you reviewed all 6 courses? Are you confident today? Wang Shuo. Brother, shouldn't this be the question you asked as soon as you woke up this morning? Why are you asking it now? Sure enough, the group chat got quite excited. Wang Shuo, were you still studying last night? Indeed, diligent. It's okay if you don't do well on the test. It's just a small quiz, not very difficult. Wang Shuo, you haven't attended many classes, so it's normal that you can't keep up. Don't be discouraged. Zhou Peng looked at the message on his phone with great pleasure. He was cramming for exams last night. If cramming was effective, what would be the point of studying? Wang Shuo, the road to learning is long and arduous, but the future is bright. One hospitalization won't affect anything. We all believe in you. Keep going. After reading it carefully, Zhou Peng felt that these words were very inspiring. Wang Shuo felt somewhat helpless and could only reply, Thank you for your encouragement, everyone. Don't worry, I won't give up no matter how tough it gets. The ease of access to information is indeed a terrible thing. Wang Shuo glared fiercely at Zheng Jun, who then put on a completely innocent expression. All right, please be quiet. We are about to begin the exam. Ding Runen's voice rang out at the right time. Wang Shuo looked up and saw that Ding Runen had appeared behind the podium in the middle of the lecture hall at some point. She scanned the room, seemingly counting the number of people, and when her gaze fell on Wang Shuo, she called out, Here. Wang Shuo stood up, noticing that all the students' eyes were once again focused on him. Ding Runen said calmly, You don't need to participate in this test. Go back. No need to participate? Wang Shuo was completely bewildered. What did this mean? He had at least spent several tens of minutes reading yesterday. Teacher, where do you want me to go back to? Go back to where you came from, or pursue your hobbies, but don't interfere with other people's exams. Ding Runen's voice was firm and resolute, fully demonstrating his unquestionable stance. Fine. Wang Shuo got up indifferently, took his book, and left the lecture hall. Behind him, the whole class watched Wang Shuo's tragic departure with expressions of sympathy. Zheng Jun is the same. He watched Wang Shuo's departing figure and shook his head regretfully. Brother, blame yourself for messing with that old hag. I can't save you. Chapter 72, The Bizarre Exam. Ding Runen watched quietly as Wang Shuo walked out of the classroom with a pout, then turned her gaze back, gave the other students who were somewhat distracted a stern look, and took out the test paper in her hand. The exam will now begin. First subject, Advanced Operating Systems. A collective sigh of despair filled the examination hall. Zhou Peng looked at the test paper in his hand with a gloomy face full of resentment. After nearly half a year of study, he has gained some understanding of the course Advanced Operating Systems. This is a basic course for computer technology and science majors, but although it is a basic course, few people are willing to learn it, except for top students. The main problem is that operating systems are in a very awkward position. Not quite high-end, not quite low-end. After studying them for so long, I haven't seen any professors or senior students create one that's widely adopted. But it's like English. It's not very useful, but you still have to learn it. It's the most basic of the basics. If you graduate and go out to find a job, and people ask you about it, and you say you haven't studied basic operating system architecture, you'll be laughed at. They're almost embarrassed to say they graduated from Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Turning to look at Liao next to him, Zhou Peng saw that this top student had already started to read the questions with a relaxed expression. Zhou Peng could only calm down and look at the questions on the test paper. Question 1. What is an operating system? It seems quite simple. Zhou Peng racked his brains for a moment, then wrote down his answer with great effort. Let's continue with the questions. Question 2. What interfaces does the operating system expose? How are they implemented? Question 3. What is the definition of a program? Question 4. What is the definition of a process? Question 5. What is the difference between a program and a process? These questions don't seem too difficult. Zhou Peng pursed his lips. It seemed he had encountered a kind teacher. These questions were practically free points. Question 15. During the operation of an operating system, a load is generated. What is this load? How is the load balanced? Please briefly describe the technical principles and components of existing load balancing algorithms and explain the factors that affect them. This question, Zhou Peng paused for a moment, then continued reading. Question 30. Artificial intelligence is relatively mature and has been applied in many areas. Suppose that there are now 1,000 terminals, all of which have intelligent assistant software installed and need to read disk data from each other. Design a distributed file system, give the main implementation technologies, and explain the subsequent update steps and ideas. This question, Zhou Peng was stunned. This question is a trap. Liao frowned as he looked at the last question. Designing a distributed file system for a fixed scenario wouldn't be too difficult. There were many existing examples to choose from, requiring only minor modifications. However, this question explicitly mentioned artificial intelligence, meaning that this distributed file system required little to no human intervention. To enable AI to read and write data autonomously, it needed to be implemented across 1,000 devices. Liao was somewhat puzzled. Are there really such powerful artificial intelligences now? What's the use of a distributed file access system that can operate independently if there isn't a fully autonomous artificial intelligence? But doubts are never something a top student should consider. Liao gripped his pen and began to think things through carefully. If there were an artificial intelligence capable of independent logical reasoning, then the problem would be simple. Liao slapped his forehead, realizing he had almost fallen into a cognitive trap. The question already explicitly mentioned artificial intelligence as a prerequisite, so all he needed to consider was how to adapt it. As for how artificial intelligence was implemented, was that something a freshman like him should be concerned with? No way. How to achieve machine intelligence was a question for university professors and tech gurus, not for a primary school student like himself. Although Liao considers himself a top student and looks down on everyone in the class, he still has some self-awareness. With this minor issue resolved, the task ahead will be much easier for Liao. The teacher who set this question is really cunning. I almost fell for it. If you really follow the teacher's line of thought when setting the question and get stuck in the deep pit of devising artificial intelligence algorithms, then don't even mention half an hour. Even if you're given 10 years, he might not be able to figure it out. Liao let out a breath and began to write down his ideas, elaborating on the technical principles used and proposing several updated approaches. Calculations show that, with sufficient server capacity, this algorithm is capable of ensuring data connectivity for 100,000 terminals, and a response time can be minimized. After writing the last word, Liao raised his head and looked around. Zhou Peng seemed to have encountered a problem, scratching his head and staring at the question. Zheng Jun from dormitory 403 seemed to have given up and was playing with his pen on the table, while the other students around him were still writing furiously. Only Duan seemed to have finished the questions and was tidying up her test paper. Seeing Duan put down her pen right after him, Liao nodded encouragingly. These questions were generally not difficult, but a few were quite tricky. The fact that she could finish them so quickly showed that Do-won had some ability. She was indeed worthy of being the opponent he had chosen. But it's so lonely. Liao shook his head, a sense of accomplishment welling up within him as he surveyed the vast landscape below. Although Do-won is excellent, Liao is sure he will outshine her this time. As for the other classmates, to be honest, Liao doesn't care at all. I can be your brother and even drink with you, but when it comes to studies and grades, you're all trash. There has always been a clear distinction between academic high achievers and academic underachievers. And then there's Wang Shaw, who's already been kicked out of the exam room by the teacher. He's even lost the right to look up to himself. It's ridiculous when you think about it. It's unbelievable that a student's constitution is so weak. He was hospitalized for over 40 days after drinking, and he frequently suffers from nosebleeds and cold sweats. It's truly pitiful that his physical condition is so poor. As a de facto top student in the class, should I help the younger students by doing their homework or helping them with their studies? Liao fell into deep thought. All right, time's up. Do-won, collect the exam papers. Ding Runin put down her phone and instructed, Liao, distribute the exam papers for the second subject. The second subject is advanced mathematics. Another wave of sighs and lamentations followed. Wang Shuo hummed a song as he walked out of the teaching building. Looking at the sun, still hanging obliquely in the east of the campus, he took a deep, comfortable breath. I found a chair by the roadside, lazily lay down, took off my coat, and covered my face, feeling the gentle warmth of the early winter sun. It was so comfortable I couldn't stand it. It's so comfortable to bask in the sun. These past few months have been so busy that he hasn't enjoyed this kind of warm sunshine for a long time. Wang Shuo isn't a literary person. Otherwise, given how comfortable he feels right now, he would have liked to compose a poem on the spot. Just then, a voice came from the side. Excuse me, student. Chapter 73, Idle Wang Shuo. His voice was deep and bright, clearly belonging to a young and vigorous man. Wang Shuo pulled down his clothes, took a look, and confirmed his guess. Standing before me was indeed a middle-aged man with a square face, a high nose, bright eyes, and full lips, giving him an air of righteousness. He didn't seem very old, probably around 40. This must be a professor of some subject in the college, right? Wang Shuo thought for a moment, then pulled his legs back, curling them into a ball to make room for two people. The man was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting his words to have such an effect. He then smiled slightly and sat down. He glanced at Wang Shuo, who was still huddled to the side. Excuse me, which department are you from? Wang Shuo couldn't lie down any longer, so he got up, put on his clothes, and then returned to his previous post. Computer Science and Technology major, School of Computer Science and Technology. Oh, very professional. The man nodded slightly, then added, At this time, you should be in class, right? Okay. Wang Shuo nodded. There's a mini-test today. A quiz? An exam? The man became slightly interested. Could it be that he had just stumbled upon a top student? You're out so early. The questions must be really easy. Wang Shuo touched his nose. Lying would be disrespectful to others, so he said truthfully, I was kicked out by the teacher and didn't see the questions. The conversation had stalled. The man couldn't think of anything new to say, since communicating with strangers wasn't his forte. He didn't speak, and Wang Shuo was happy to have some peace and quiet. The two of them enjoyed the warmth of the early winter sun together in a harmonious atmosphere. An hour passed quickly. Having seemingly soaked up enough sun, the man stood up and stretched contentedly. It's been so long since I've enjoyed sunshine like this. These past few days have been so comfortable. He turned his head and looked at Wang Shuo, who was still resting with his eyes closed. Classmate, I have to go now. You can continue. Okay. Wang Shuo opened his eyes and nodded. Seeing Wang Shuo's lazy and indifferent attitude, the man asked with a hint of exasperation, What's your name, classmate? Name? Wang Shuo looked at the man in front of him with some wariness, searched his memory, and made sure that he didn't recognize the professor in person or in any photos before saying, My name is Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo. The man was a little puzzled, as if he had heard the name somewhere before. But now was not the time to think about such things. The man spoke earnestly. Classmate, I think there will be plenty of opportunities to sunbathe in the future. You are still very young, and you can't waste your prime years like this. Although the road to learning will be tough, it will also be full of fun at times. Even if no one believes in you, you can't give up on yourself. Giving up on yourself? What does that mean? Wang Shuo stared blankly at the man in front of him. Looking at Wang Shuo's dazed eyes, the man showed a hint of sympathy. It's fate that we met. My name is Qian Qidong, and I have some influence in the college. I'll talk to your counselor about your situation. Wang Shuo, please don't give up on yourself. After saying that, he left with a deep sigh. Wang Shuo was dumbfounded. What was going on? I was just sunbathing. What did I do to deserve this? Would I give up? Watching the man's departing figure, Wang Shuo sighed, speechlessly. There are all sorts of strange people these days. I lay back down on the bench, covered myself with my clothes, and continued to sunbathe. As for what the man said, just pretend you didn't hear it. 2 hours passed quickly. In the past 2 hours, Wang Shuo made up for the past 2 months of neglect. After watching a school football match, he was about to go to the cafeteria to try some food and improve his diet. After all, he had been ordering takeout every day, and now he would have some stomach problems whenever he saw the word takeout. This was Wang Shuo's first time in the cafeteria. In a huge cafeteria, only a few students came to eat. Looking at the time, it was almost noon. The main force would be arriving soon. Wang Shuo quickly prepared his lunch and found a table to sit down. I habitually took out my phone, opened WeChat, and scrolled through it, but no one was talking. However, several interest groups were buzzing with activity, with hundreds of unread messages. Wang Shuo flipped through the others. There's no new information from Mom. There's no new information from Dad. There's been no new news from my cousin either. I guess she's still studying hard. There's no new information from the boss. He's probably still taking exams. There's no new news about the fourth brother. He's been missing for several days now, and Wang Shuo has gotten used to it. He knows from Chun Zhongshuan that the fourth brother should be alright. There's no new information from Chun Xin. She was quite active a few days ago, but since yesterday, she's been completely silent, which Wang Shuo is used to. Suddenly, Wang Shuo's hand paused slightly. A familiar yet unfamiliar nickname came into view. Flowers bloom along the path. Wang Shuo revealed a complicated expression, gently clicked on it, and browsed through the moments. However, he was told that he was not a friend and could only view moments from the past 3 days. It seemed that the owner of the moments had not posted anything in the past few days, and the content was empty. In the mood section, only one line was written. The flowers are blooming on the path. I slowly return. Sighing, Wang Shuo exited his WeChat moments, momentarily lost in thought. Ding dong. Wang Shuo's phone rang. He looked down at it and saw it was a message from his boss. Second brother, we're out. Where are you? Wang Shuo replied. The cafeteria. Okay. Get me and Laos a meal. I want 2 portions. Twice cooked pork. Li Yao let out a soft breath, placed the test paper on the table, and began to tidy up his tools. Even with his extensive training since childhood, the 3.5-hour continuous exam was taking its toll. At the very least, his stomach was starting to rumble. Li Yao, let's go. Zhou Peng rushed over from the side, saying with a look of relief. Finally finished the exam. If it had continued for another half hour, I think I would have gone crazy. Hey, how are you? What else can I do? Li Yao packed up his tools, put the test paper under the draft paper, and said, the questions weren't too difficult. Just do your best. Not difficult. Zhou Peng's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, I know you're a top student, the star of our class. But can you consider how we mediocre students feel? Would saying something comforting cost you a penny? All right then, Li Yao said with a smile. The questions were very difficult, and I put in a lot of effort. That sounds so awkward coming from you. Zhou Peng muttered, then shook his head. Never mind, the exam's finally over. Let's go eat. Although he said he was going to go full speed ahead, Zhou Peng's actions were anything but. Right now, he was engrossed in his phone, having a great time. At first, he would occasionally check the road conditions, but now he didn't even care about the road conditions anymore. His hands were typing away nonstop, and he looked excited. Li Yao held him back, suppressing his desire to speak. These bastards just can't stand to see us doing well. Looks like we still need to improve our public education. Zhou Peng put away his phone with a satisfied look on his face, full of pride. Luckily, I have a good online name with high moral standards, which raises the overall level of Chinese netizens. I'll make sure these Maoists are crushed. What are you looking at? Li Yao asked, frowning. A post about manufacturing. Zhou Peng exclaimed excitedly. You don't know? China finally has its own CNC operating system software, and it was designed independently by a domestic company. Hey, what's even more coincidental is, do you know the name of the system's chief designer? Before Li Yao could answer, Zhou Peng called out. Wang Shua. He's also called Wang Shua. Isn't that a pleasant surprise? Where did you get this information? I didn't know about it. Liu Fronut. He didn't usually go online much, and he spent most of his free time on other hobbies. It's been circulating online these past few days. It'll probably be on people's daily soon. Zhou Peng chuckled, took out his phone, picked out the page, and handed it to Liao. People's Daily Online is different from other self-media and niche media. It belongs to mainstream media. If something can be confirmed by People's Daily Online, it is basically true. Tianya's professional skills are undeniable. What he said is mostly true. What excites me the most is that Japan actually bowed its head and admitted that China's system is better than theirs. Haha, that's satisfying. Ignoring Zhou Peng's smugness, Liao frowned and carefully read the entire report. Especially when he saw the last sentence, thanking Mr. Wang Shua. He couldn't help but say with some disdain, are all self-media outlets this exaggerated these days? Believe it or not, I believe it. Zhou Peng took his phone back, curled his lip, and said, I just can't stand those haters in the comments. All those Japan fanboys, Germany fanboys, America fanboys, and even India fanboys. These people deserve to be roasted. Seeing Liao's somewhat dismissive attitude, Zhou Peng said with dissatisfaction, I know you, Liao. A top student will definitely look at things from a scientific perspective. I'm not as good as you, but I don't care. Anyway, this cutting-edge technology company is my goal. This inventor, Wang Shua, is my idol. He then added, of course, that's assuming the report is true. How could it be true? Liao curled his lip in disdain. He knew the state of China's manufacturing industry all too well, and as a computer science whiz, he was intimately familiar with it. Creating control software wasn't difficult. The real challenge was how to call up data and control variables while ensuring physical precision. This was a problem 1,000 times more complex than the last question on today's operating systems exam. This couldn't be rushed. But speaking of Wang Shua, how much do you know about this Wang Shua? Liao asked. Wang Shua? Which Wang Shua? Zhou Peng was a little confused. Of course it's Wang Shua from our class. Oh, that academic underachiever. Zhou Peng said dismissively. I've never paid attention to him. Don't know him. Why? It's nothing, Liao said with a faint smile. It's just that as a member of the class, I can't just watch him drag our class down, can I? So I decided to tutor him for free. Chapter 74, Refusing Tutoring, starts with me. The college's teaching building, the principal's office. Qian Shidong sat comfortably on the sofa, drinking the tea that the principal had personally poured for him, looking completely at ease. Opposite him, a refined-looking man wearing glasses wore a wry smile. Shidong, although you're my old classmate, you're being far too impolite. Do you even know how much this pot of tea costs? Look at how stingy you are. I finally get to come out once in a while. Do you know how hard it is? I've had tea with you a few times, and you keep nagging. Qian Shidong looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water and continued to drink a cup of tea in one gulp. This method of drinking like a cow. The refined-looking man shook his head with a wry smile. All right, I know you've had a tough time. Drink up, drink to your heart's content. After you're done, hurry back and get back to your research. The country is waiting for your good news. When this was mentioned, Qian Shidong's face darkened. Old Ding, I've been at your school for 3 days now, and I still haven't heard a word from you. You've provided too little information. The refined-looking man, surnamed Ding, shook his head and said, no gender, no age, no detailed information. Just an IP address is enough to pinpoint our computer science department. I can't do anything more about it. Think about it carefully. Qian Shidong put down his teacup, a serious look on his face. You really don't have any professors who meet the criteria I've mentioned? We are from a school of computer science and technology. Principal Ding said with a helpless smile. Don't even mention professors. Even students are studying computer science. I should be asking you, are you sure the IP address you provided is accurate? I can guarantee that. Qian Shidong nodded seriously. Then there's nothing I can do. Principal Ding shook his head. Our computer science department only has a dozen or so professors. I've already screened them all for you, and I'm almost certain that the person you're looking for isn't there. What about the students? Principal Ding couldn't help but chuckle. Shidong, have you lost your mind? Even though it involves classified information and you won't tell me, are you sure the person you're looking for is among the students? This, Qian Shidong thought about it carefully again, then shook his head helplessly. He was indeed a little too anxious. How could a student know those things? So, Chidong, you go back first, don't rush. I'll keep an eye out for the person you mentioned, and I'll let you know as soon as possible if he appears. This is the only way. Qian Chidong nodded slightly. He had rushed to W City, already anticipating this outcome. While disappointed, it wasn't entirely unexpected. However, this meant his research would. Oh right, there's something else. Qian Chidong remembered something. This morning when I was sunbathing, I met a student and we chatted for a bit. It turned out he was kicked out by the teacher. I said, Lao Ding, even if a student's grades are bad, there's no need to kick him out and not even give him a chance to take the exam, is there? And you call yourself an education pioneer. Is that so? Principal Ding asked incredulously. What's his name? What's his major? His name is Wang Shua, and he majors in computer science and technology. Wang Shua. Principal Ding was taken aback for a moment, then gave a wry smile. Are you sure it's Wang Shua? Tutoring. Wang Shua stared wide-eyed at Li Yao, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, and Zhou Peng, who looked impatient beside him. He doubted whether he had heard correctly. Zheng Jun and Li Li, who were beside him, were also somewhat stunned. Just moments ago, Zheng Jun and Li Ligong had only been there a short time. The three of them were chatting about everyday things when Li Yao suddenly appeared as a savior and said something that Wang Shua couldn't quite understand. Yes, tutoring, Li Yao said with a hint of pride. Wang Shua, don't worry, I won't charge you a penny for tutoring you. I guarantee one-on-one tutoring throughout the whole process. You can ask me any questions you don't understand at any time, and I will teach you until you understand. Wang Shua opened his mouth slightly, but before he could speak, Li Yao interrupted him. Wang Shua, you don't need to thank me. As members of the class, it's only right that we help each other. Of course, you don't need to be too self-deprecating. Although my grades are indeed very good, I'm still just an ordinary student. In our school, there are some very impressive senior students, not to mention even more impressive professors. Li Yao said in a condescending tone. The purpose of what I'm saying is not to make you, Wang Shua, realize the gap, but to encourage you to work harder. We don't expect you to catch up with others, but at least to narrow the gap. I know you missed your studies because of health reasons, but that's okay. With my help, I believe you'll catch up soon, and maybe you can even try to be in the top 10 of the class. Wang Shua was speechless. Strange things happen every year, but this year, there seemed to be more than usual. Why are they all happening to me? Wang Shua, Zheng Jun put down his chopsticks and murmured, I think he makes sense.